What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4RW Chapter 96 The whole army of Cloud Shinobi attacks, the upcoming fight. One shape hyphenation point walled dance. The circular slash entwined with flames directly slashed at Namikaze Minato's head without saying a word. Not a single ounce of empathy was left behind. With such a sharp slash, Namikaze Minato could only see a flame burn across his forehead. Flying Thunder God was launched instantly, and Namikaze Minato directly appeared on the ground more than 10 meters away. Big hand shake. Dozens of Flying Thunder God kunai were directly and evenly distributed on the battlefield. As long as there is Flying Thunder God kunai, Namikaze Minato can move anywhere. And the imprint of Flying Thunder God is also indelible. He reached out with his big hand and directly threw out 3 kunai. They nailed Uzumaki Kushina's forehead, chest, and abdomen hard. As Konoha's genius ninja, kunai's basic skills are quite solid. Yui looked at the battlefield curiously. He also wants to know if this Uzumaki Kushina will be Namikaze Minato's opponent. Namikaze Minato is now fully capable of cage-level initial strength. Combat experience and skills, honed on the battlefield, are also quite excellent. Even the mentality is admirable. Even if you are fighting with yourself, there is no panic at all. This is a master, so can the young Sun Pillar defeat him? Uzumaki Kushina clenched Nashi's fang and cut it out with a sword. The breath of the sun moved straight to ultimate. There was a flame in front of me, directly devoured that bitterness completely. 2 type hyphenation point Belotion, another flame slash, like a shadow. Namikaze Minato strides back and uses Flying Thunder God kunai to escape in an instant. Flashed directly behind Uzumaki Kushina, clenched the Chunin knife, and poured lightning-style chakra into it. Flashing with the light of thunder, it locks directly to the nape of Uzumaki Kushina's neck. At the critical moment, Uzumaki Kushina opened the Madara pattern again. The heartbeat instantly reached more than 200 per minute. The body temperature also rose rapidly to 39 degrees. The substantial improvement in physical function also allowed Uzumaki Kushina to jump to the middle stage of cage level. With a backhand sword, cut directly on the ninja sword. Bang! Advertisement Namikaze Minato felt a tingling sensation in his palms. The ninja sword almost flew away. Uzumaki Kushina's attack is gradually becoming fierce. The 3 types. Red Mirror of the Sun. 4 shapes hyphenation point Phantom Sunbow. Nashor's fang in Uzumaki Kushina's hand seems to come alive. Nimble, swift, dangerous, it's as if Baron Nash himself is here. Namikaze Minato can only defend against Uzumaki Kushina, who is a swordsman with Madara pattern. With the help of Flying Thunder God's agility and own physical skills, he constantly fights with the Vortex Kushina. The battle was fierce for a while to ultimate. The silhouettes of the two kept flickering on the battlefield one after another, changing positions, making it impossible for the ninjas in the audience to figure it out. The contest between life and death is so dazzling. Fire dances on Uzumaki Kushina's Nashor's fang, directly wrapped the battlefield. Everyone can only see the 2 figures that are constantly flashing. Invite to death. You must guard against it. Jiraiya sat on the toad's head, and there was a hint of wonder in his eyes. To be able to fight evenly with Namikaze Minato, this Sun Pillar really lives up to its reputation. I'm afraid even the Uchiha clan can match the manipulation of flames. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. There seems to be an overwhelming interest in Uzumaki Kushina. He also wanted to know where such a powerful Uzumaki Kushina came from. It's just incredible. With nearly 100 rounds of confrontation, Namikaze Minato also noticed that Uzumaki Kushina's strength is too violent. After turning on the Madara pattern, its speed, power and reaction are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Namikaze Minato even had the illusion that he was fighting Yui. Could this be Uzumaki Kushina, who is now known as the Sun Pillar? Uzumaki Kushina doesn't speak, just frantically dancing the fangs in his hands. 11-shaped Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. The entire battlefield has been reduced to a sea of flames. Namikaze Minato has almost nowhere to hide. A variety of fancy sword skills, almost impenetrable. Fly like a dragon. 12 shapes. Flame dance. The last sword cut out. The powerful force penetrated directly through the ninja sword in Namikaze Minato's hand, and directly smashed into his body. Advertisement boom. Namikaze Minato was directly thrown into the air, sliding on the ground for more than 10 meters. Click. Endurance knife breaking. The corner of Namikaze Minato's mouth also seeped a trace of bloodline. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Kushina now has such power. Really powerful. Especially when the mysterious Madara lines appear on the face, the speed that seems to be an afterimage and the power that reaches the limit can obliterate any elite Jonin. Even cage-level powerhouses have to wait. A gleam of light flickered in Yui's eyes. He could see that Namikaze Minato was no match for Uzumaki Kushina. No matter how many tricks Namikaze Minato has, it is still not enough to kill Uzumaki Kushina. It is ironic that Namikaze Minato, who is evenly matched with himself, can't help but Sun Pillar Uzumaki Kushina. The Konoha allied forces were defeated when they saw their own yellow flash. There are also timid expressions on their faces. In the eyes of Yui, if a ninja has fear, then it will be vulnerable. The whole army will launch a general attack with me. We must defeat the opponent. Yayoi seized the opportunity and directly ordered all the ninjas behind him to launch a general attack on the Konoha-san Shinobi coalition forces. In an instant, there was a roar, and the mighty Cloud Shinobi ninja picked up their weapons like crazy, and rushed directly towards the Konoha-san Shinobi coalition forces. Seems unstoppable. Are you crazy? Luo Sha was a little surprised. With such a disparity in strength, the opponent is still so brave and fearless. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. The Uchiha clan is with me. Blocked the opponent. In an instant, a group of Uchiha people of Grandmaster Firestyle stood out from among Lee Dahao and Konoha Shinobi. The Uchiha clan has a long history in Konoha. His tribe is also brave and good at fighting. Grandmaster Firestyle and Pupil Art. Even the sea-level Firestyle ninjutsu that is widely circulated in the ninja world, the Great Fireball technique is the first of the Uchiha clan. This is enough to see the Firestyle accomplishments of the Uchiha people. Firestyle Great Fireball technique. Hundreds of Uchiha people gathered together immediately, and the sky was full of fireballs like rain. Huge fireballs blast towards the Cloud Shinobi coalition one after another. Firestyle, which can cause large area damage, is naturally the most suitable existence on this battlefield. The raging flames that cover the sky and the sun, with a scorching light. A little carelessness, this Cloud Shinobi ninja will lose most of it. Yi Yue's expression was calm. Since he dared to attack with the whole army, he naturally had his own confidence. In his mind, compared to the so-called wealthy Uchiha clan, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi are truly brave and good at fighting. Chapter 97 Sanin can't stop it. Fight Jiraiya. Water style class. Stop Konoha's fire style. Yayoi waved his hand and commanded. In an instant, hundreds of water style ninjas stood up and made mudras with their hands. Water style. Water barrier. One after another water wall directly blocked the center of the battlefield. Countless fireballs bombarded the thick wall of fire. Boom. The wall of water and the ball of fire are annihilated at the same time. Thick steam spreads across the battlefield. The Cloud Shinobi ninja and the Konoha-san Shinobi coalition directly collided together. Although there is almost double the difference in quantity between the two sides. But the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who are not afraid of fighting are not afraid of death one by one. Even the Konoha Shinobi and San Shinobi ninjas are afraid of 3 points. Numerous elite ninjas of the Grandmaster breathing method, like lawnmowers. Almost everyone counts 1 against 10. The so-called suppression of the number of Konoha-san Shinobi coalition forces is also in the face of absolute strength, and it seems vulnerable. It just doesn't work as it should. Yayoi and 9 pillars rushed towards the strong Konohas. Just kill Konoha's powerful players, such as Sanin, Rasa, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, Yuyang Mako and others. Then you can control the lifeblood of this war. Konoha is naturally self-defeating. Especially the 2 commanders, Rasa and Shimura Danzo. As long as the 2 of them die, the 243 Konoha-san Shinobi coalition forces will naturally have no leader. Suddenly, a huge figure stopped them directly, boom. With a loud noise, an extremely huge toad lay directly in front of everyone. If you want to go from here, first ask me Jiraiya. Jiraiya sat on the toad's head with a confident smile on her face. He is tall and wears a forehead protector with the word, oil, written on it. Long white hair down to the waist. There are red marks under the eyes, wearing a red coat with brown clothes inside, clogs on his feet, and armor-like equipment on his hands. Jiraiya, one of the Sanin? Yayoi recognized this guy. He has also played against Jiraiya, a guy who is not to be underestimated. At least mid-cage level, Sun Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina and Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem. Master Yayoi. Let's deal with this guy. Uzumaki Kushina, who defeated Namikaze Minato, now looks confident. She believes that she can definitely deal with this guy. Yayoi thought for a moment. Advertisement, then I'll leave it to you, Uzumaki Kushina. Yayoi took the rest of the people and killed them again towards the crowd. They are really relieved. Let you 2 guys deal with me. Jiraiya grinned, revealing the white area of his mouth. He recognized Uzumaki Kushina, and knew this guy was good enough to beat Namikaze Minato. But if you want to deal with yourself, maybe you think too much. Toad was also holding a pipe in his mouth, and with a twitch of his hands, 2 huge ninja knives were pulled out directly. It's really difficult to deal with 2 little girls. Toad squinted and smiled. Jiraiya, is this the opponent you chose for me? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, not satisfied. Whether you are satisfied or not, you will know by looking at your strength. Toad jumped up, picked up the huge ninja sword, and slashed at Uzumaki Kushina and Wooden Golem. Uzumaki Kushina also exclaimed when he looked at the huge toad and ninja sword. What a big opponent. Pull out the ninja sword by Wooden Golem, and use the breathing method. No matter how you say it, it will definitely not be our opponent. A huge sword energy directly slashed on Toad's ninja sword. Bang! Toad backed up again and again in an instant, and its huge body staggered for a while. This little girl has great strength, Toad muttered. Aren't you full of Shima Senjin's food? You just have so little energy? Jiraiya patted the toad under his butt dissatisfied. Shut up. If you're not satisfied, do it yourself. Toad also said angrily. Then, stand up straight and strike again. Uzumaki Kushina directly raised the Nashor's fang in his hand, resisting the blow. Bang! This huge ninja knife was chopped firmly on Nash's fang. The ground directly shattered. The crack stretches for more than 10 meters, Bika. This seemingly strange blow can almost crush an ordinary ninja directly. But it can't knock down the Gnasher's tooth in Uzumaki Kushina's hand. The Madara lines on the right face are ignited. Uzumaki Kushina's power was once again multiplied in an instant. Powerful power rises to the sky. For a moment, Toad turned pale with shock. This little girl is not that simple. Toad hastily chopped a dozen times in a row. Every kick is caught by Uzumaki Kushina. Advertisement. Dang 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 dang. The entire ground can't bear the Toad's terrifying power, but Uzumaki Kushina seems to be getting braver as he fights. Wooden Golem on the side was not idle either. He directly picked up the ninja sword, Moon Breathing Method. One type Dark Moon Night Palace. The speed with which the wooden golem draws the sword is so fast that even the Toad can't see it clearly. The full moon blades flew up. Toad reluctantly used its strong strength to resist the attack by wooden golem and Uzumaki Kushina. But if you rely on strength alone and ignore skills, you will definitely die ugly. After a few rounds, there were many deep scars on Toad's body. Toad looked at the ninja knife in his hand that was full of gaps, and his heart trembled. It was the first time he had seen such a weird opponent. It's as if I'm not an opponent at all. It was the first time Jiraiya saw that the Toad was beaten so embarrassingly. He also stood up and stood on top of Toad's head. It seems that we can't solve them by you alone. Come on, let's fight side by side. Jiraiya made a mudra with both hands, and the hot fire-style chakra landed directly on his throat. Fire-style big flame bomb. The scorching flames rushed directly towards the two of them. Uzumaki Kushina raised Nashi's fangs. It seems that not only this Toad, but even the guy with the white hair above is also very powerful. 6 types. Burning Sun. The blessing of the breathing method of the sun. Fiery power is constantly flowing in Uzumaki Kushina's body. A layer of brilliance burned on Nash's fang. The swirling flame slash directly hits the big flame bomb. The seemingly unstoppable power was also directly resolved by the rotating slash. Uzumaki Kushina jumps up. 7 types Yangwatu. With a ring of flame attached to Nash's fang, Uzumaki Kushina thrusts upwards. Straight to Jiraiya. In order to protect Jiraiya, Toad hurriedly raised his arms and got down. In an instant, Nash's fang pierced directly into Toad's arm, leaving only the hilt exposed. The hot flames wrapped around Toad's arms and burned violently. With the sound of crackling and burning, the skin on the Toad's arm also burned and burst open. A howl pierced Jiraiya's ears. Jiraiya looked at the two in front of her with serious eyes. Sun Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina with Moon Pillar, by Wooden Golem. Is it because I think they are too weak? Chapter 98 Jiraiya lost? Toad was beheaded? Hot hot hot. Toad swung his arm and sent Uzumaki Kushina flying. With an elegant mid-air turn, Uzumaki Kushina landed on the ground. How about it? This is the price for underestimating us. Uzumaki Kushina looked very proud. Toad looked at his arms scorched black, with heartache in his eyes. I can't spare you, cried Toad. Jiraiya stood on top of Toad's head with a serious expression on her face. After fighting with the Toad for so long, this is the first time he has seen the Toad in such a panic. He is the mid-cage level strength, and Toad is also the early cage level. Together, the two of them can fight even at the peak of cage level. Now it seems that I really need to re-evaluate the Sun Pillar and Moon Pillar in front of me. It seems that I can't have a playful attitude anymore. Jiraiya looked serious. He jumped off the top of the Toad, fast printing in the air. Earth-style Wangshen Swamp. Slap your hands hard on the ground. In an instant, within a range of tens of meters around, the ground directly collapsed. It turned into a swamp. Uzumaki Kushina and Wooden Golem's feet directly into the swamp. It's hard to move, frowned by Wooden Golem, right now. The Toad instantly spit out a big mouthful of Toad oil. Similarly, Jiraiya is also a hot bomb, combined ninjutsu, fire-style Toad oil flame bullet. The range of the Great Flame Bullet itself is huge. Cooperating with the Toad oil flame bullet is like a fish in water. Burn all the places where the Toad oil is located. The overwhelming sea of flames. The scope seems to be bigger than Wangshen Swamp. Jiraiya didn't feel soft just because the opponent is of the opposite S**X. The legs are stuck in the swamp, and the movement is greatly restricted. Facing this big sea of fire again, at stake, turned to ashes with the flames. Jiraiya smiled lightly, as if she had great confidence in this blow. Even Uzumaki Kushina's eyes showed caution. The Madara pattern of the sun is shaking again. The power of the Madara pattern flows continuously throughout the body. Beside you, Wooden Golem, also felt a bit strange at this critical juncture. From your own body, heart beats crazy, 150, 117, 200 per minute. The body temperature is also rising rapidly. Lunar Madara lines appear on Wooden Golem's face. The second Madara swordsman appears. Awakened by Wooden Golem of the Madara pattern, the strength has greatly increased. Advertisement strength, speed, and responsiveness have all been greatly increased. The strength is also bought from the quasi-cage level to the initial stage of the cage level. Now standing in front of Jiraiya, there are 2 Madara swordsmen. Jiraiya also noticed the abnormality caused by Wooden Golem, but didn't pay much attention to it. Now dominated by Wooden Golem and Uzumaki Kushina. The overwhelming sea of fire is enough to burn the two of them into ashes. Is it possible that you can beat me up directly against the flames? Awakened by wooden golem of the Madara pattern, the eyes became sharper. 7 shapes of evil mirror moon reflection, dancing ninja sword, move violently. 5 fan-shaped shockwaves travel along the ground. Directly tear the swamp and even the flames into 5 parts. The flames in the sky were instantly shattered. Even in this sea of flames, there is no piece of clothing by wooden golem and Uzumaki Kushina. What? Jiraiya was shocked. Couldn't even this move kill him? 8-shaped moon dragon tail, burst out by the wooden golem, splitting the surrounding swamp directly. A huge horizontal slash, accompanied by countless round moon blades, shattered Jiraiya. Its speed and strength are impeccable. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes slightly. Cage level strength? Interesting. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair grows so fast that it wraps around her body. At the same time, the hardness is tougher than steel. Protect yourself firmly. This cut across the hair. Bang. Jiraiya's body backed up violently. Fortunately, it is firmly stopped. On this incomparably tough hair, a sword mark is very eye-catching. So smart? Jiraiya leaned back slightly. Uzumaki Kushina is not idle either. She is also a swordsman with Madara pattern, and her strength is even stronger than that of wooden golem. Stride forward and leap into the air. The breathing method was operated to the peak by her, and the flames continued to burn from her body. On the fang of Nash, the fire is burning, and the sword is shining. 10 shapes, brilliance and grace. Falling from the sky, a spiral slash wrapped in a flame as hot as the sun. Straight to Jiraiya. Ninja Law, Chaos Lion Hair Technique. Jiraiya's hair grows longer and sweeps towards Uzumaki Kushina. The flames of the flames directly devoured the hair. Ask for flowers, advertisement locked tightly on Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya strode back while making mudras with both hands. Earth-style earth flow wall. Clap your hands on the ground, and the ground moves directly. A huge wall runs between Jiraiya and Uzumaki Kushina. Charged from behind Uzumaki Kushina by wooden golem, slashing with his sword. A bang. The earth flow wall shattered, another backhand by wooden golem. 6 shapes Chong Yi Lonely Moon Infernal. Aim at a single point for a quick slash. Several wind blades slashed on Jiraiya's body. At the same time, it landed on Jiraiya's chest with Uzumaki Kushina's 10-type, Teruhui Enyuong. Click. With the sound of sternum shattering, Jiraiya's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to say something, but a mouthful of blood spewed out. Point 0. Flying upside down for tens of meters, and then gliding on the ground for a considerable distance before stopping the body. On the ground, a deep ravine, bloody gully, Jiraiya. Toad quickly reached out and grabbed Jiraiya. Jiraiya was hit by 2 swords in a row. Although she was strong, her sternum was also crushed. Dying. I'll go to Princess Tsunade to heal you, Toad said through gritted teeth. Jiraiya lay in the palm of Toad, smiled wryly and shook her head. Tsunade suffers from hemophobia, and my appearance will scare her to death. How can she heal me? After all, another mouthful of blood spilled out. You can't die. Absolutely not. Toad gently held Jiraiya in the palm of his hand, ready to jump for sail. How could Uzumaki Kushina and wooden golem let him go? Sister. This stinky Toad is going to run away. Cut him. The two ran to the Toad. Toad has no intention of fighting, and shows his chunin knife with his backhand. I want to stop the two of you. Uzumaki Kushina slashed out with a backhand sword, splitting the ninja sword in 2. Wooden golem stepped on the ninja sword in midair, and with the help of inertia, he jumped again. Cut out with 1 sword, 1-type Dark Moon Knight Palace. Iai-zan, whose speed was too fast to see clearly, slashed out. Don't give Toad a chance to react at all. Even if Toad has rich combat experience, he can barely raise his hand to defend at this time. Swish. The sword light flashed, the full moon flew. A huge bloody arm was violently chopped off. Accompanied by a tragic howl, it fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 99 Last Hope. Minato Class. Toad didn't care about the horrific wound, but quickly crossed the battlefield to find the trace of Tsunade. In an instant, almost half of the people on the battlefield saw the figure of Toad. Look, what's that? F*K. Flying Toad. Idiot. That's one of the Sannin, Master Jiraiya's summoning beast. Everyone looked at it carefully and instantly realized that something was wrong. Why did the Toad have a broken arm? Who is the man covered in blood in his hand? White hair, red clothes. Isn't this Jiraiya? Taking a closer look, Jiraiya is spitting out blood, her chest is sunken, and she is dying. Jiraiya is a cage-level powerhouse. Who beat her like this? What happened to Jiraiya-sama? Summoning beast was seriously injured. 1 arm was cut off. Jiraiya-sama was also seriously injured. Maybe only Tsunade-sama can save Jiraiya-sama. Seeing that Jiraiya was seriously injured, some people in the 6th 5-year plan were also stunned. Especially those Konoha ninjas. Who is Jiraiya? But one of the Sannin who became famous in the Second Ninja World War. Cage-level powerhouse. So seriously injured, even one of his subordinate summoning beasts had an arm chopped off. They fled in embarrassment. How to fight this? Can you still beat your opponent? How strong is the opponent? Konoha panicked instantly. Toad doesn't care so much, it just walks around the battlefield, constantly looking for Tsunade's figure. Because only Tsunade can save Jiraiya. Princess Tsunade, where are you? Come save Jiraiya. Jiraiya is dying. Princess Tsunade. Only you can save Jiraiya. A sound of calling, shouting sleepy everyone consciously. Is Jiraiya really dead? Those ninjas looking forward to Sanin were instantly covered in cold sweat. No will to fight. Cloud Shinobi's ninjas are powerful. Suppress everyone directly. The battle is bleak. The Konoha allied forces were still united just now. Although the Cloud Shinobi ninjas are extremely fierce, they can still resist. Advertisement after being yelled so loudly by this toad, I dare not hit it at all. Like a defeated army. Get beaten by Cloud Shinobi ninjas. In an instant, the battlefield retreated 5 kilometers. More than half of the Konoha coalition forces were killed or injured. Shimura Danzo, who commanded the war, couldn't sit still. Konoha and Sand Shinobi's people, retreat first, retreat. If this progress continues, the Konoha Shinobi will be wiped out. The Cloud Shinobi ninja chased for more than 10 miles before stopping. Because chasing Konoha Shinobi, standing too long. If Konoha can organize again, counterattack, they're dangerous. Even if the local ninjas are not wiped out this time, it is still a great victory. Haha. This battle was so damn enjoyable, Yui said happily. Watching Konoha and Sand Shinobi die and flee, it's so cool. Great victory in this battle. Next, it is only a matter of time before the Konoha coalition is wiped out. This time, not only Yui, Juzu, and even Kenpachi are all great contributors. Win the third ninja war. Just around the corner, Konoha temporary camp. The remaining ninjas of Konoha and Sand Shinobi add up to less than 7,000. And some are disabled. It can be said to be a great loss of vitality. Now huddled in a valley, temporarily resting, this valley is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and Cloud Shinobi did not follow up again for a while. Don't chase after the poor. Yui still understands this truth. The Cloud Shinobi army stays 10 kilometers outside the valley, ready to launch a general attack at any time. And Konoha and Sand Shinobi are equivalent to being trapped in this valley that looks like a natural fortress. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya lying on the bed, squinting slightly. Orochimaru's heart is also made of human flesh. Seeing the injured Jiraiya, he wanted to dissect him and do experiments. Actually, it still hurts a little bit. Tsunade, what are you going to do to save Jiraiya? Orochimaru asked. After a while, seeing that Tsunade did not answer, he continued to ask, Tsunade? I saw Tsunade feeling like he hadn't healed from the blood phobia, trembling all over, like sifting chaff. Looking at Jiraiya's injury, her face turned pale and her whole body was cold. Tsunade recalls the gutted Kato Dan. Orochimaru waved his hand in front of Tsunade, and found that Tsunade still didn't respond. Hey, let me kill people, but saving people is still a little bit worse. Advertisement. Orochimaru puts on his gloves and prepares to operate on Jiraiya first. Although the effect is not as good as Tsunade, it is still not a problem to revive Jiraiya. Uncle Snake. Master the core technology. If he wants to, he can also modify Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato sat aside, with anxious eyes. Is Mr. Jiraiya okay? Namikaze Minato asked. A small Katsuyu splinter emerges from Jiraiya's clothing. Mr. Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya is fine, just needs to rest. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and said, Rock Shinobi's battle is going well now, we can ask Rock Shinobi to allocate some troops to support us. Orochimaru glanced at Namikaze Minato, like looking at a child. Minato, you know, we're trapped in the valley, surrounded, not even a bird can fly out. How do we notify Iwagakure? Namikaze Minato was at a loss for words. After thinking about it, he said, I can go. Orochimaru shook his head with a smile. You speak like a child learning to speak now. It sounds like human language, but it's actually nonsense. Now Konoha Sand Shinobi's main force has been seriously injured and died in battle, and I can't do without your Yellow Flash. If Cloud Shinobi attacks again, you Yellow Flash is the king of straws. Namikaze Minato's eyes dimmed. Then what should we do? We will be trapped to death sooner or later. At this time, 3 ninjas pushed the door and entered. A ninja is wearing a black mask, and 2 partners beside him, one of whom is wearing goggles, has an innocent smile. There is also a girl with short brown hair and a pair of big dark brown pupils, and there are 2 purple patterns on her face. It's 12-year-old Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Rin Nohara. Sensei Minato, tell Rock Shinobi to ask for reinforcements, leave it to us. Kakashi has a sincere face. Namikaze Minato sighed, it's dangerous to sneak out from here. Kakashi, have you really decided? Uchiha Obito stepped forward, adjusted his goggles, and smiled confidently. Don't worry, Minato-sensei, we have become independent ninjas. Namikaze Minato nodded, slightly worried. Since this is the case, then our lives 4.2 are on you. Come on, Kakashi, Obito, Lin. Hearing Namikaze Minato's promise, Obito said to Nohara Lin beside him with a smile on his face. Look, Teacher Minato recognized us. Kakashi nodded. In that case, Minato-sensei, let's go. Orochimaru watched the 3 of Minato's squad leave the tent, smiled and shook his head. Minato, just these 3 brats, they could easily die on the road. Namikaze Minato smiled. I have confidence in them. All 3 of them are excellent ninjas. Kakashi was only 12 years old and became a Jonin. Although Obito is a bit frizzy, he can bravely complete the task with Lin's urging. In the dark, a white brain protruded from the ground. White Zetsu. That's right, White Zetsu said with a smile. They will be very brave to complete the task of Master Uchiha Madara. Chapter 100 Hunting Down the Minato Class. Help is at stake. Orochimaru smiled, non-committal to what Minato said. You are still too young. Even after experiencing this war, you still haven't seen through the cruelty of it. You must know that not everyone is you. They are all yellow flashes. There are many times more people who are weaker than you. They will be hurt and they will die. After that, he pointed to Jiraiya who was lying on the bed. Jiraiya is your teacher and also my companion. We all know how strong this old pervert is, so what can we do? Without his ancestral toad, it is estimated that he has been carried back by Cloud Shinobi village to show off his military exploits. What about you? How much better are you than Jiraiya? Namikaze Minato fell silent. He hadn't really thought about these things. He simply believed that as long as each mission was completed well, the war could be ended. Although he is a ninja, Namikaze Minato still yearns for peace in his heart. A pure idealist. He was silent for a long time before he asked, Mr. Orochimaru, how sure are you of rescuing Mr. Jiraiya? Orochimaru rubbed his chin and thought for a while. I'm 51% sure of saving him if it's normal, but I'm 99% sure if it's not normal enough to keep him alive. Namikaze Minato. Also, you'd better be prepared. If your 3 little apprentices die, and we can't get support from Rock Shinobi, we may only be able to use Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Minato frowned. The current Nine Tails Jinchuriki is just a 2-year-old girl. If she manipulates Nine Tails, she will go berserk. Orochimaru said, so what if you go berserk? Can't you kill the enemy if you go berserk? Minato fell silent. The 3 of Minato's class have already touched the outside of the valley along the trail in the valley. According to their current speed, it may take at most 2 days to reach the Rock Shinobi position. As long as nothing happens, on the way, Kakashi and others have been cautiously sticking to the edges of various rocks and hiding in the shadows, so as to avoid the Cloud Shinobi ninja who does not know where they will appear. Suddenly, there was a click, ringing behind his back. With a swish, Kakashi hastily pulled out kunai and turned to the back. It turns out that Uchiha Obito just accidentally kicked a rock away. Advertisement, idiot. Kakashi stood up and poked his head out cautiously. After finding that no one was paying attention, he knelt down and reprimanded Uchiha Obito softly. Sooner or later you're going to kill us all by being so fussy. Obito looked indifferent and smiled. It's okay, we're so covert, those Cloud Shinobi with brains full of muscle will not find us. Nohara Rin also followed Kakashi and said, that's right Obito, we are carrying out important tasks after all, we should be more careful. Seeing Ria standing on Kakashi's side, Obito instantly showed a mournful expression. I know, not next time. Really? The 3 of them continued to stick to the trail and walked continuously. Inside the Cloud Shinobi camp. In the camp, Yayoi, Juzu and Kenpachi have been discussing how to deal with the remaining Konoha-san Shinobi coalition forces. Now the terrain Konoha is in is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although Konoha has lost many people, even Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, was severely injured. But after all, there are still many wounded on both sides. If they attack rashly, they will definitely be in danger. Know that Konoha still has the most powerful Nine Tails Jinchuriki that has not been used. Although Nine Tails Jinchuriki is only 2 years old, Nine Tails is just as deadly. Yayoi Ake didn't have the confidence to throw Nine Tails flying like a crane. Yayoi pointed to the map and said to Kenpachi, right now we have about 500 seriously injured ninjas, and another 1,000 ninjas who are only lightly injured. It's best to wait until we gather all the troops we can fight and enter the valley in one fell swoop. This way we have the greatest chance. The same it can also minimize casualties. Kenpachi stroked his chin. It's not interesting, can't you just knock down the whole mountain with one knife? Yayoi was silent for a while, ignored Kenpachi, and continued. The other party still has a Nine Tails Jinchuriki that hasn't been used. That Nine Tails Jinchuriki is only 2 years old and has no ability to manipulate tailed beasts at all. If they are dying and use Nine Tails, then you and I will have to join forces to get rid of Nine Tails, Kenpachi. Rampaging tail beasts are far more dangerous than normal Jinchuriki. 9 tails? There was a gleam in Kenpachi's eyes. Is that the most powerful tailed beast? Advertisement. Yayoi nodded. Of course, 9 tails is the most powerful of the 9-tailed beasts. He may even have the power to destroy half of Cloud Shinobi. Although Konoha can't perfectly control the tailed beasts, we can't underestimate them. Kenpachi nodded, then looked to the side of Uzumaki Kushina. I promised you before, if 9 tails really appears, I will definitely snatch it back for you. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened. Really? That's right, I will also give you 9 tails, so that you can become the most powerful Jinchuriki. Kenpachi clenched his fist, and his eyes lit up. If Uzumaki Kushina became 9 tails Jinchuriki, then it must be much stronger than now. As long as Uzumaki Kushina becomes stronger, everything will be fine. Suddenly, a Cloud Shinobi ninja broke into the camp. Report to Lord Yayoi. We have found traces of the Konoha Shinobi on the side of the valley. It seems that they are going to sneak out of the valley. 377. Yayoi instantly became alert. At this special juncture, they must go out to find reinforcements. How strong are these ninjas? The Cloud Shinobi ninja thought for a moment, and said, one of them is at least Jonin level. Jonin? Yayoi breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't look so scary. Kenpachi waved Zanpakuto. Let me go out and chop them. No, it's just Jonin. It's not worth your shot. You have to stay here with me, ready to launch a general attack at any time. Yayoi glanced at the 9 pillars present. Wind pillar, Karui. You randomly order 10 ninjas to deal with them. This shouldn't be a problem for you. Karui smiled and said, of course it's not a problem. After all, he walked out of the camp with a ninja sword in his hand, randomly ordered 3 genin, 4 chunin, and 3 jonin, and chased in the direction pointed by the Cloud Shinobi ninja. Want to move, rescuers? Have you asked 9 pillars? The Cloud Shinobi ninja who was guiding the way watched Karui chase him out, with a weird smile on his face. In an inconspicuous corner, it slowly drilled into the ground. At the same time, the face has changed to that of White Zetsu. There shouldn't be a problem like this, White Zetsu said with a smile on his face. The task is almost half done. Chapter 101 Eye-opening for the first time. The power of Uchiha. To get to the Rock Shinobi battlefield from the valley trapped by Konoha, you must cross the southwest plains. On the road that must be passed, a large part of the road is on the plain. And the plain has no bunkers at all, only some huge rocks. In other words, if Cloud Shinobi's pursuers catch up at this time, the 3 of Minato's squad will be very dangerous. But fortunately, I didn't meet the so-called pursuers when I was about to pass through this plain. Now we can definitely complete the task, Uchiha Obito estimated optimistically. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the optimistic Obito and couldn't help pouring cold water on his face. Perhaps Cloud Shinobi already knew our movements and ambushed us in front. Uchiha Obito was taken aback, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his face. Kakashi. Don't scare me, Hitaki Kakashi smiled and did not continue speaking. Although he is a ninja who regards the mission as extremely important. But if you continue to be depressed, then life is too meaningless. Life still needs a little spice. Suddenly, Kakashi stopped laughing. He heard a strange voice. It came from under his feet. Boom. The ground in front of him suddenly shattered, and a Cloud Shinobi ninja jumped out half of his body, holding kunai zan towards Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi hastily swept past with a nimble backflip. But Uchiha Obito's feet went limp, his legs were hugged by another Cloud Shinobi ninja, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Obito! Lin shouted, ready to turn around and help the king. At the same time, another ninja also stopped in front of Lin, and the sharp kunai in his hand pierced Lin's eyes. Kakashi made 3 seals quickly, ugly, Mao Yishin. Lightning-style chakra ripples from the palm of your hand. Rakery. The blue lightning hit the hand like a sharp blade. Powerful enough to penetrate a human body, straight into the chest of a Cloud Shinobi ninja. Puff. The hand directly penetrated this ninja. Kakashi flicked his arm, and the ninja fell straight to the ground. Lin, are you okay? Kakashi asked. Lin shook her head. And being crushed to the ground by another Cloud Shinobi genin, Obito, who was in a stalemate, looked depressed. Kakashi. I have something to do. Help me, Kakashi. Seeing this genin's kunai about to go through his throat, Obito was also swaying profusely, almost exerting all his strength. Advertisement Kakashi hastily kicked the genin out of the way, grabbed Obito's arm and lifted him up. Why are you so careless? And you can't even beat a genin, it's too embarrassing, Kakashi said dissatisfied. Obito patted the dust on himself, snorted coldly. I was attacked, otherwise I wouldn't be able to defeat him. Lin pressed the healing jutsu on Obito's body and said, I know you're sleepy. Even in medical classes, very few people can use healing jutsu. Uchiha Obito didn't suffer any substantial damage, and the wound was almost healed soon. Let's get out of here quickly. It seems that our whereabouts have been exposed. If we drag on, our lives are in danger. Hitaki Kakashi said with a worried face. Suddenly, another figure passed by. I saw a total of 8 ninjas, and surrounded the 3 of them. The leader is none other than Pillar of Wind, Karui. Who are you guys? Uchiha Obito took out a kunai, placed it in front of him, and scanned the 8 ninjas in front of him. 4 chunin and 3 jonin, and 1 unknown. This lineup is coming to kill us? Make a fuss over a molehill. Kakashi's face was also sweating. Wind Pillar, Karui. Although he has never played against Karui, but with the opening of the Third Ninja War, the fighting between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi gradually increased. The reputation of 9 pillars is also gradually starting. Even Kakashi recognized the Karui in front of him as one of the 9 pillars. Strong Shadow. The one who killed Elite Jonin Hakura, it was her. Powerful. Run. Withdraw. Don't fight hard. Kakashi knows that the strength of this opponent may not be as simple as he imagined. It is the existence that can kill Elite Jonin. Now the strongest self in the 3-person team is only Jonin's strength. How could he be the opponent of Pillar of Wind, Karui? Karui looked at the 3 people in front of him, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Originally, she thought that the 3 people in the information were all Jonin, extremely powerful. That's why I took 10 people to hunt it down, but I didn't expect that it was just 3 little ghosts. But on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, this kind of kid in his teens is very common. Each country does not have too much combat power, so they can only use the students who have just graduated from the ninja school to make up for it. Ku-Wu throws the quasi. 3 body technique can be used smoothly, it's not bad. Advertisement take part in any battle and come back alive. You are Chunin. Come back alive. You can be named Jonin. But those who can really come back, there is no 1 out of 10. This is the cruelty of war. It's a pity, although you are not very old, but we are all ninjas, each of us obeys the orders of our master. Karui didn't let Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Lin just because of their age. The three ninjas fell into their hands just now, blessed by the breath of wind. Power travels all over the body, cut out with one sword. Rakery. Kakashi directly uses his hands as weapons, and directly uses Rakery when he throws them away. Bang. The powerful thunder and lightning kept tearing at the ninja sword. But the powerful force directly lifted Kakashi out. An extremely terrifying wound appeared on his hand. Hurry up. It's important to complete the task. There's a cave in the distance. Try to get rid of the enemy there. Hitaki Kakashi tore off a corner of his clothes and tied it to his hand as a tourniquet. No. Kakashi. I will fight by your side. Although the opponent is strong, Obito still stands in front of Kakashi. Fire-style Hosen Hanabi. Several, Qian Zhao, tiny fireballs flew towards Karui. Several swords flashed, and all these fireballs were smashed into pieces. It's just a C-rank ninjutsu, can't help Karui at all. Idiot. We must have a mission to complete, you go protect Lin. Hitaki Kakashi looked at Obito with a look of hatred. Besides, you are in the way with your strength and killed me. Obito snorted coldly, and said unwillingly, how is it possible? I am also very strong. Karui didn't give them a chance to chat, and once again slashed out with his sword. The target this time is the careless Uchiha Obito. Puff. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened. Hitaki Kakashi stopped in front of him, he held the ninja knife in his hand fiercely, cut his palm, and blood dripped continuously. It even penetrated his chest. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened. The eyes immediately turned blood red. 2 Tomo Sharingan, Chapter 102 The Final Eruption, follow Madara's will. Looking into Obito's eyes, everyone was shocked. Even among the Uchiha clan, Sharingan is a blood inheritance limit that only a very few people can open. Only when the emotions are greatly stimulated, the brain will burst out a special chakra, which will stimulate the eyes. Causes changes in the eyes, commonly known as eye-opening. There are very few Uchiha people who can open Sharingan themselves. This requires great talent. Obito. Hitaki Kakashi was a little shocked. Hitaki Kakashi. I will avenge you, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. Obito with Sharingan turned on is so ferocious that he can seem to see everything around him. Whether it is the movement of the enemy or the flow of chakra, even a little bit of movement can be predicted. Like a leaf, after being crazy about Shabian, he immediately hugged Kakashi, and then pierced another Chunin's throat with a kunai backhand. Facing Uchiha Obito who was so excited, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Sacrifice a fart. I'm not dead yet. Hitaki Kakashi lifted his clothes and saw that only the flesh had been pierced. The internal organs are still intact. It's just that the palm was a little miserable, and all the flesh and blood turned up. Rakery cannot be used casually. Go straight through the cave in front of you to the Rock Shinobi battlefield. Be quick. Kakashi took Obito 213 and Lin and prepared to break out. Too young. Karui smiled. What if Sharingan is turned on? But it's just the quasi-Jonin's strength. It's about the same strength as the second-year-old who wears a mask and pretends to be mysterious. Karui punched it out. Breath of the wind envelops the body. The wind blade is attached to the fist. Blast straight to Obito. Eye-opening Obito is very clear about every move. I saw through Karui's movements in an instant. Obito, who was obviously only a quasi-genin, dodged the blow by bending over. Backhand seal. Fire-style great fireball technique. The huge fireball blasted directly towards Karui. Karui clenched his ninja sword tightly. 3 types. Seirenkei's tree. Surrounding itself, 3 wind blades cut out, smashed the fireball instantly. At this time, the 3 members of the Minato class have entered the cave. Just go through this cave and you'll be sent straight to the Rock Shinobi battlefield. Advertisement. Not only can they report their names, but they can also seek reinforcements. Support the Konoha alliance. Run. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Obito, along with Hitaki Kakashi and Rin, ran for their lives in the cave. A senior, Beeb, ninja rushed out from the side and drew his knife. Lightning-style chakra poured in. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened. Kakashi. Watch out. Hitaki Kakashi turned around and saw this Jonin. At this point, the ninja knife was almost stuck to his scalp. Rakery. Rakery is activated again, and the chakra in the body is consumed crazily. The palm pierced the Jonin's chin diagonally upward at an extremely weird angle. The blue lightning quickly dissipated. Hitaki Kakashi looked at his wrist. The blood had solidified and turned black. Too bad, I can't continue to use Rakery, otherwise I won't be able to keep this hand. Hitaki Kakashi frowned. On the battlefield, Lin didn't have time to heal herself. Uchiha Obito stopped directly and stopped behind Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, you guys run first, I'll hold them back. Lin turned her head and said, Obito. Hitaki Kakashi was very rational. He caught Lin and fled madly towards the inside of the cave. Live both or die, which one to choose? Hitaki Kakashi is distinguishable. Seeing the two without looking back, Uchiha Obito showed a smile on his face. 2 Jonin hold ninja swords and pour lightning-style chakra and wind-style chakra respectively. Obito stepped back slightly. Sharingan saw through their movements one after another. Instantly saw their flaws, directly locked their wrists with both hands and used force. Quack. The wrist was directly twisted. A few howls. Uchiha Obito stretched out his mouth to catch a ninja sword and held it in his mouth. Slit the throats of 2 Jonin. Now standing in front of him, There are only a few Chunins in Kabian. Karui, holding a ninja sword, walked towards Uchiha Obito. Have you decided yet? Fight to the death like a hero? Uchiha Obito sneered, holding the ninja sword in his hand. I'm not going to die, I'm going to be Hokage. If you can survive, maybe you will really become Hokage, but now you must die. Cut down with one knife. Click. Advertisement. The ninja sword imbued with the breath of wind method directly cut off the Chunin sword in Uchiha Obito's hand. Slashed on his shoulders. Fire style great fireball technique. A fireball flew past Karui's face. Can't even do ninjutsu? Karui was about to find out about Uchiha Obito's life when he heard a boom. The fireball exploded directly on the top of the cave. The cave trembled twice instantly, and several huge rocks fell straight down. Even the battle just now was fierce. Now the chain reaction is activated. The whole cave is collapsing crazily. Looking at the huge rock above his head, Karui was about to chop it into pieces. But I found that the ninja knife couldn't be pulled out at all. I saw Obito holding the blade as if he didn't know the pain. Put it firmly on your shoulders. Court death. Karui stepped back instantly, watching the cave collapse. Obito was buried straight into the rocks, then the whole cave collapsed one after another. Karui also took his men and escaped from here before the cave was completely destroyed. Looking at the constantly rumbling cave behind him, Karui was very clear. Uchiha Obito is definitely gone. I guess even Kakashi and Lin can't escape. Absolutely buried together in the cave. Lord, Fengju, what should we do? A Chunin asked. Go back and report. I don't know about those two guys, at least that Uchiha kid is sure to die. Karui took back his ninja sword and returned to the Cloud Shinobi camp with the few remaining men. In the cave, Hitaki Kakashi and Rin are stuck in the cave. There are walls all around. Reikari, gritting his teeth, another Reikari hit the stone wall. There was a bang. The stone wall collapsed, exposing a little light outside. It seems that it will take a little more work to get it out. Lin wrapped Hitaki Kakashi's palm and looked outside. Uchiha Obito was crushed firmly, leaving only one head exposed. Speaking of the outside, it's just a gap in the rocks. He could feel that his body was almost unconscious. Excessive blood loss. Completely passed out. Two white Zetsu emerged from the rocks at this time, and looked at Obito with their heads exposed. Look. There's only half of him left. The left side of the body was directly smashed, but fortunately the head was still outside, and the two Sharingans were saved. Take it back and let Master Uchiha Madara treat it. 80% of our mission has been completed. Chapter 103 Nine Tails Runaway, Three-Tailed Beasts Melee. Leaf Camp. The Minato class has been out for 3 days, but there is still no movement. Even Namikaze Minato panicked himself. Fortunately, Jiraiya was revived by Orochimaru, and she is almost recovered by this time. With a bandage on his body, he sat next to Namikaze Minato, arms folded. Minato, maybe we won't be able to wait for Rock Shinobi's rescue, Jiraiya said earnestly. Your 3 apprentices may have already encountered an accident. Namikaze Minato sighed. He didn't believe it, but there was no news for so long, it was obvious. Namikaze Minato is no fool. 3 days have passed, and the strength of both sides has almost recovered. A decisive battle can be launched at any time. Konoha also ambushed many people on both sides of the entrance of the valley, and placed many institutions. Cloud Shinobi didn't dare to break in randomly, but just being sleepy is enough. They were trapped to death. No food, no fresh water, almost out of ammunition and food. There are not many Bingliang pills left to feed the hunger. Now that everyone still has the strength, maybe they can still fight out. When you are almost hungry, how can you still have the strength to rush? It would be too embarrassing if 7,000 troops were killed here. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo and Luo Sha walked into the tent together. Order to go down, break out in half an hour, Rosa said. If it drags on, San Shinobi really can't hold on. Breakout was also discussed with Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo is also a little jaw-dropping, come here. A little girl with red hair walked into the tent and looked at everyone present. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. A 2-year-old girl. Minato, in a moment you break her seal and throw her into the Cloud Shinobi camp. Shimura Danzo ordered. His eyes were like a falcon, looking at Minato maliciously. Namikaze Minato pondered for a moment. Commander, it's up to you. Shimura Danzo's face changed slightly. Let a 2-year-old girl go to fight, although it is for the village, but her image will still be damaged. He wouldn't let himself do this kind of thing. He's the one to be Hokage. Namikaze Minato, I order you in the name of Commander Konoha. Shimura Danzo's face showed a hint of anger, and Namikaze Minato still shook his head. Jiraiya saw what Shimura Danzo meant and smiled. Forget it, leave this task to me. Minato has been busy contacting Rock Shinobi for rescue recently, and he is really tired. Jiraiya walked out of the tent with Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Advertisement. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, glared at Minato viciously, turned his head and left. Inside the Cloud Shinobi camp, after 3 days of rest. At this time, Cloud Shinobi is strong and strong. The 9 pillars are ready. Yezuki Kenpachi and Yezuki I, also ready to fight. 6,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas are ready to go. Notice to go on, attack the Konoha coalition in 10 minutes. Yeui I waved his hand and took command. At the same time, Kenpachi was invited to assist him. It is said to be an assistant, but in fact Yeui is to teach Kenpachi how to fight. Kenpachi, look, how should we fight this battle? Yayoi pointed at the map. Kenpachi touched his chin and said without hesitation, go in and chop. Yayoi, look at the mouth of this valley, it is extremely long and narrow. Only 500 ninjas can break in, and they will definitely be surrounded by the Sand Shinobi coalition forces behind the valley. What should we do now? Tell them, 7,000 of you have been surrounded by us, come to demoralize them. Yayoi, come on, I'm tired. Destroy it. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Earth shattering. The whole ground is shaking crazily. Yayoi rushed out of the tent in a hurry, her eyes widened immediately. I saw a huge orange-red fox that slapped more than a dozen ninjas into the air with a slap. There are 9 dancing tails behind this fox. Just standing here, it seems like you can see the heart-shattering chakra on this fox. 9 tails demon fox. Yi Yue's eyes widened. All the Jonin rushed out. Stop him. Fire-style great fireball technique. Lightning-style Sanda Maliudu. All kinds of ninjutsu landed on 9 tails' body, and one after another smoke exploded on 9 tails' smooth fur. But that only D off the 9 tails. With a backhand punch, more than a dozen Jonins were smashed to pieces. Is Konoha crazy? He used 9 tails. Isn't 9 tails Jinchuriki only 2 years old? Yayoi clenched her fists tightly, even though Cloud Shinobi upholds the martial spirit. But it doesn't mean that the 2-year-old's life can't be taken seriously. This is so beastly. Ask for flowers. 9 tails is gone. Wooden Golem gritted his teeth and looked at 9 tails. As a Jinchuriki, she could tell that 9 tails was so violent that he almost lost his nature. Advertisement. It is completely manipulated by anger and other negative emotions. A Konoha squad rushes out, ready to take advantage of the chaos and kill Cloud Shinobi enemies. But when passing by 9 tails, he was blown to pieces by a tailed beast bomb with his backhand. Even Konoha's people are not spared. This is an indiscriminate attack. All the 9 pillar members present rushed out, breathed wide open. In front of them is the most powerful tailed beast of the 9-tailed beasts. Complete 9 tails. Sun Pillar, Uzumaki Kushina directly slashed fiercely at 9 tails. But only one mark was left on 9 tails, Dragon of 11 Sun Halo Head Dance. A series of high-speed slashes, flames fly. Uzumaki Kushina, who opened the Madara pattern and whose strength is in the middle of cage level, also felt a little weak. So strong. 9 tails slapped Uzumaki Kushina's Nashi's fang with one claw, almost smashing the Vortex Kushina directly. Uzumaki Kushina was pinned down hard. Damn it, what a lot of strength. Uzumaki Kushina was also slightly surprised. Just hear a roar, from Wooden Golem to Matabi with 2 tails. A cat demon covered in blue chakra flames bit 9 tails' neck hard. 9 tails let out a miserable howl and directly wrestled with Matabi. Dust and smoke agitated on the battlefield. Countless affected ninjas were thrown out, lying on the ground howling miserably. Not only the ninjas with Cloud Shinobi, but also many ninjas from Konoha and Sand Shinobi were accidentally injured. Shimura Danzo's palms were slightly sweaty. The battlefield is out of control now. Turned into a battle of 2-tailed beasts. After all, Matabi is only 2 tails, and the amount of chakra is not as good as 9 tails. Quickly pinned to the ground by 9 tails, yin-yang chakra blended together. Tailed beast bomb. Just as everyone was sweating because of Wooden Golem, a young figure stood up. 6 tails Jinchuriki. Foam. Foam. Just when the tailed beast bomb was about to bombard Matabi directly. 6 tails Seiken appears. Descended from the sky, crushed on 9 tails. Tailed beast bomb explodes right in 9 tails' mouth. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rises. Chapter 104 8 tails lost. Kenpachi chops 9 tails with a knife. For a moment, a burst of flames spewed out from 9 tails' mouth. Smoke kept coming out of his mouth. 9 tails shook his head, looking at 6 tails in her way in front of him. Instinctively disgusted, he bared his fangs. The crimson chakra emerged from 9 tails' body and slapped Seiken directly. With a puff, Seiken was directly thrown into the air. Countless highly corrosive liquids splashed out of it. Most of it was sprayed on 9 tails. Scoff. Numerous smoking black spots appeared on 9 tails' fur. 9 tails also seemed to be enraged, grabbed Matabi's throat with one claw, and smashed towards Seiken directly. Boom. Matabi hit Seiken directly. Looking at this scene, layers of fear appeared in Yaoi's eyes. Could it be that, is the power of 9 tails? One hit too, and it didn't even reveal the slightest disadvantage. Killer Bee on the side stepped out, looked at Yaoi and said, "Brother, let me go." Today's Killer Bee is also 8 tails Jinchuriki. If Erway and 6 tails can't beat, can adding 8 tails still beat it? Besides, the only attack that can compete with 9 tails is 8 tails. If the 3-tail beasts can't beat a 9 tails, then it's really time to sleep. But Yaoi still felt uneasy. This 9 tails is also a super cage level tail beast. Can these 3-tailed beasts really beat? Why are you so guilty? Let's see if 6 tails and Erway are rivals. Yaoi sighed. If they can solve 9 tails, it's a good time. Seiken and Matabi are already on their feet. Under their huge bodies, all ninjas are almost like ants. Even if you get a little closer to them, you will be affected by the battle. The current 9 tails don't feel like Konoha's tail beast. Anyway, Whoever gets close to me will kill him. Matabi jumped to his feet. Burning blue flames all over, hit Nine Tails hard. Nine Tails fiercely protected their body. Matabi's huge body falls directly on the tail. Those 9 huge tails are like an indestructible shield. No matter how fast the blue flame is, it can't disturb the 9 tails at all. Advertisement. 9 Tails raised his head, and the tailed beast bomb in his mouth condensed again. Seiken took advantage of the fact that the tailed beast bomb hadn't formed yet, so he opened his mouth and blasted out a star beast. The rich tail beast chakra directly knocked 9 Tails back several steps. Matabi was also able to fall to the ground. In 9 Tails Fox's vertical pupils, there was a scarlet murderous intent. Open the mouth and gather the tailed beast chakra in several parts in one breath. Continuously spit out tailed beast bomb from the mouth. A series of tailed beast bomb blasts out. Facing such a terrifying force, Matabi and Seiken can only avoid the edge temporarily. Dodge the tailed beast bomb barrage around the 9 tails. One tailed beast bomb after another fell into the crowd. Many ninjas from Konoha Shinobi, or Cloud Shinobi, many of them were directly blasted into the sky. Even most of this valley has collapsed, terrain-changing battles. Seiken and Matabi seized the opportunity to stop, opened their mouths and blasted out 2 huge tailed beast bombs. 2 tailed beast bombs flew directly towards 9 Tails. 9 Tails didn't show any weakness either. He opened his mouth and fired another tailed beast bomb. 3 tailed beast bombs collided directly. In an instant, the whole ground trembled crazily. Wave after wave blasted out one after another. Many people were directly thrown out. Matabi and Seiken's tailed beast bomb was directly thrown by 9 Tails' tail booster. Boom. Strong explosion. With a few clicks, the ground shattered one after another. Huge rocks are constantly flying across the sky, being crushed into dust by chakra in the air. Matabi and Seiken were also directly blasted out. The 2 tailed beasts fell to the ground, unable to exert any strength for a while. 9 Tails landed on all fours and charged towards Matabi. Seiken hastily spit out a series of highly corrosive gas, ready to stop 9 Tails. Unexpectedly, 9 Tails opened its mouth directly, fired a tail beast cannon, and directly blasted the rich gas away. The 9 tails on the back are directly wrapped around Matabi. Let Matabi use fire style to attach to his body one after another, trying to break free. Also to no avail. 9 Tails leaps into the air with Matabi. At a height of tens of meters, smash Matabi to the ground. Boom. Immediately within a radius of 100 meters, everyone was blown away by the huge impact wave. There is also a huge pit in the ground. Matabi was lying on the ground covered in bruises. Advertisement. Even chakra has weakened a lot. As part of 10 Tails, the amount of chakra in Matabi can't keep up with 9 Tails. 9 Tails lifted Matabi into the air again. Boom, hit the ground again. Killer Bee and Yui emerged from the ruins. Killer Bee also got out, watching 9 Tails beat Matabi fat, and his eyes widened. Without any explanation, let's move forward. As he ran, 9 huge octopus tails appeared behind him at the same time. Complete 8 Tails appears. The 8 tails behind it are wrapped around 9 Tails and Matabi respectively. Hard, pull Matabi straight out of it. Matabi, who broke free, lay on the ground and shook his head. In the fight just now, it was true that he was seriously injured. When everyone in Konoha saw this scene, their eyes widened. What's going on today? Why so many tailed beasts? 9 Tails, 8 Tails, 6 Tails, 2 Tails, 4 tailed beasts. 9 Tails looked at 8 Tails who suddenly appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, he slapped 8 Tails hard on the face with his paw. The huge body of 8 Tails also directly fell to the ground. Boom. Damn. It's exactly as I expected. Even 3-tailed beasts may not be able to kill 9 Tails. Yui frowned. 8 Tails stretches out its tail to entangle 9 Tails. And the sharp claws of 9 Tails cut off 8 Tails instantly. The huge octopus tail fell to the ground, splashing layers of dust. How can we kill 9 Tails? Yui Chu 3.8 frowns. The strength gap between tailed beasts is still quite huge. For example, the strength of 6 Tails is a little stronger than the normal cage level. Even though 8 Tails is powerful, they can barely beat 9 Tails with 2 moves. It is simply impossible to kill 9 Tails. Even if the 3 tail beasts teamed up, they might not be the opponent of 9 Tails. If it is an 8-tailed beast, there may be some drama. But where can I find the 8-tailed beasts at this time? Suddenly, Kenpachi came out with Zanpakuto on his shoulders. During the battle just now, he had been sizing up 9 Tails. It has to be said that he is also very curious about the strength of 9 Tails. I want to see what kind of strength the current 9 Tails is like. Leave this little 9 Tails to me. Yui Kenpachi smiled, carrying Zanpakuto, and rushed up. He's been on 9 Tails for a long time. Chapter 105 Crazy Beating. 9 Tails Who Doubt Life. Kenpachi joins the battle. Yui's heart was pounding. Does Kenpachi have the strength to compete with 9 Tails now? Thinking of Kenpachi once beheading 1-tailed Jinchuriki, Yui also gained great confidence. Juzu stood beside Yui, his eyes burning. Their strongest strength is only cage level. For the runaway full-body 9 Tails, if they go up, it is estimated that they are close to death. But Kenpachi is different. Kenpachi's strength, unfathomable. Suddenly, Kenpachi stopped his body, turned his head and ran back to Yaoi. Axe. Kenpachi thought for a while, found Kushina, and said, "You said earlier that what you want is 9 tails, right?" Uzumaki Kushina stared and nodded. "That's right, wait until I bring him back and give it to you." Kenpachi carries Zanpakuto on his shoulders and continues to the 9 tails. In the melee of the 4-tailed beasts, the human figure that suddenly appeared was extremely conspicuous. Wearing a Shinigami Haori with a black eye patch. With that Zanpakuto in hand, he rushed up to 9 tails. Seeing this figure, Shimura Danzo also widened his eyes. There is still someone who dares to meddle in the battle between the tailed beasts. Who is this person? Shimura Danzo never had Kenpachi, 18 just heard the name. This person is Kenpachi of Cloud Shinobi. Luo Sha's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. As for Kenpachi's strength, he always thought it was just cage level, and the strongest is only in the middle of cage level. But now they are directly facing 9 tails? Isn't this sending you to death? Danzo-sama, don't underestimate Kenpachi. Even if it's because of 1-tail Shukaku, he is no match. Shimura Danzo was a little surprised. This child must be removed. The enraged 9 tails pressed 8 tails under him and beat 8 tails violently. As for 6 tails in her way, he didn't pay attention at all. For him, he is the strength of Chawing. These 2 little-tailed beasts are only slightly stronger than ordinary shadows. Can you see it yourself? There is also a huge gap between tailed beasts and tailed beasts. Suddenly, he saw a figure flying towards him. It is Kenpachi. Tiny Bug, 9 tails was furious, and slapped him with a backhand. This power is enough to smash ordinary humans into meat paste. But only saw the flash of the knife. With a bang, 9 tails' hand was thrown flying. 9 tails was taken aback, looking at Kenpachi in front of him, baring his fangs. Is it impossible to kill with a knife? Advertisement? Kenpachi, whose strength was suppressed at the early stage of cage level, saw himself go down with a knife. Not a single mark on 9 tails' claws. Shame. Rip off the blindfold. Ryotsu burst. Like a small nuclear bomb, it exploded directly. Layers of airwaves are constantly coming out of Kenpachi's body. Straight into the sky. This kind of aura made 9 tails stunned. Why does this human being's strength seem to be a bit powerful? Kenpachi cuts out with a backhand. The huge knife light directly landed on 9 tails' chest. 9 tails let out a miserable howl, and his body was thrown into the air. After turning several times in the air, it landed on the ground. Bang! 9 tails was a little startled, shaking his head, as if a little dizzy. I just kicked off by a human? Kenpachi didn't give 9 tails a chance. He was even more excited when he saw that 9 tails resisted his knife as if nothing happened. Is this the strongest tailed beast, 9 tails? Kenpachi laughed and slashed at 9 tails again. 9 tails crossed his arms, ready to block this. With a bang, a huge bloodstain appeared directly on his arm. 9 tails' chakra leaked from the wound one after another. 9 tails was taken aback. How is it possible? How can humans be so strong? He discovered that the current Kenpachi's strength is simply unlimited. And it doesn't seem like it's working out yet. Shimura Danzo watched Kenpachi go down with the knife, and actually cut 9 tails. He was so excited that he almost gritted his teeth. Can a human be evenly matched with a top-tailed beast like 9 tails? When has my quasi-cage level seen such an outrageous battle? This is 9 tails. The strongest tail beast. Go berserk, the kind that can fly half a Konoha. 9 tails opened its huge mouth, and the tail beast chakra condensed. If claws can't kill you, can't tailed beast bomb either? I really don't believe it. Looking at the tailed beast bomb, Kenpachi stabbed it without thinking. Whatever your big black bead is, no matter how strong I will show you. Ryotsu near 6 pads level vents. Explode right in the mouth of 9 tails with the tailed beast bomb. Boom. 9 tails' brain went blank. Advertisement. The huge body fell directly to the ground. Plop. There are layers of dust splashing around, scars all over the body. 8 tails got up at this moment, seeing the miserable 9 tails, his eyes widened. 9 tails, which even I can't beat. They got F*********. Yuki doubts life. I'm afraid the only one who can do this is the old man, except for the former ninja god Senju Hashirama. 9 tails reluctantly got up and looked at Kenpachi with a trace of fear in his eyes. What followed was masked by anger. He really did not believe that a human being would have such power. Claw out hard. Kenpachi strikes again. A huge bloodstain instantly appeared on 9 tails' chest. Ryotsu burst. The light of the knife is like a waterfall. 9 tails howled miserably, flew out again, and landed among the Konoha shinobi crowd. With a plop, countless Konoha shinobi were directly crushed to death. Shimura Danzo looked at the 789 tails which was so close to him, trembling all over. If he had walked forward just now, he would probably be belching towards Liang now. 9 tails looked at Kenpachi and opened his mouth wide. Tailed beast bomb barrage. Tailed beast bombs spewed out one after another. Kenpachi didn't change his face. While running towards 9 tails, he waved Zanpakuto in his hand. One knife. Another knife. One tailed beast bomb after another was directly chopped off. Then there's a shovel, sliding to the front of 9 tails, and then kicked hard. 9 tails' body was kicked off directly, flies steadily in the air. He would never have guessed that Kenpachi is so powerful. Kenpachi enhanced by Hogyoku, physical strength, natural horror. Kenpachi mentions Zanpakuto. Nothing fancy, nothing superfluous. Chop. Keep chopping. Countless Ryotsu exploded from Nine Tails. Looking at Kenpachi, there was also a trace of surprise in Yei's eyes. He has never thought that Yei is so strong. If third Raikage could blow Eight Tails' head off, then Kenpachi can blow Nine Tails' head off. When Nine Tails fell to the ground, he was covered in scars and was almost dying. It was the first time that Nine Tails suffered such a severe beating. Thinking back to when I was controlled by Uchiha Madara, the humiliation is probably nothing more than that. A line of hot tears almost fell from the eyes of Nine Tails. Chapter 106 Capture Nine Tails Success. Konoha withdraws. Kenpachi stepped on Nine Tails, like a victor. Layers of Ryotsu burst from his body one after another. The whole person is like a small self-propelled nuclear bomb. There is not even a speck of dust on the Shinigami feathers. Zanpakuto was on Nine Tails' neck, making Nine Tails dare not move casually. The remaining ninjas in Konoha looked at Nine Tails with astonishment in their eyes. Nine Tails are no match. What is the strength of this Kenpachi? Is the real strength Super Cage level? The current Konoha village can't produce a few Super Cage level powerhouses. Even first Hokage, known as the god of ninjas, has been hiccuping for so many years. The last one who can hit Nine Tails on the ground should be first Hokage. Oh yes, plus Uchiha Madara. Could it be that Kenpachi can already stand shoulder to shoulder with these two greats? Shimura Danzo widened his eyes and said, hurry up and take back Nine Tails. If this goes on, Nine Tails will definitely fall into the hands of Cloud Shinobi. Jiraiya crossed his arms and said, recover what? Do you think this is Jinchuriki? The tailed beast in Jinchuriki ran away? Shimura Danzo's scalp tingled. What do you mean? Could it be that you broke the seal? Released Nine Tails? Jiraiya nodded. A little girl can't control Nine Tails. You should know this. If you don't release Nine Tails, this Nine Tails Jinchuriki won't have the slightest fighting power. Besides, it's up to you. Shimura Danzo's legs went limp, and he almost sat down on the ground. Cloud Shinobi probably won't steal Nine Tails, right? Shouldn't it? Seiken and Matabi also changed into Jinchuriki form at this time. Together with Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, Killer Bee. Killer Bee looked at Nine Tails and also sighed. What a bad fight. Nine Tails is stronger than I thought. Nine Tails can be 1-on-3 without losing the slightest bit of wind. It is indeed the strongest tail beast. If it hadn't been for him to show up, maybe the current Matabi would be a disaster. Matabi, who is only stronger than the usual cage level, cannot be the opponent of Nine Tails, a super cage level powerhouse. On this point, Yei was really careless. Matabi shouldn't be playing. Nine Tails looked at Kenpachi and lost his temper. Is it easy to provoke someone who can promote himself like this? Baobuki is stronger than Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Kenpachi smiled and greeted Uzumaki Kushina below. Kushina, this Nine Tails is for you. This is the strongest tail beast. Advertisement. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Nine Tails, his eyes widened too. It's like I can't believe it all, although Kenpachi said, give Nine Tails to yourself. But she always thought it was just talk. After all, the strength of Nine Tails is too strong, and this is Konoha's tail beast weapon. Not so good and strong, but seeing the current Nine Tails, Kenpachi stepped under his feet. This scene is more like a dream. Grandmaster Sealing Technique, and Uzumaki Kushina with an extremely large amount of chakra. It can be said that he is the best candidate to become a Jinchuriki. Nine Tails looked at Uzumaki Kushina and couldn't help but tremble all over. It was obvious at a glance that she was from the Uzumaki family. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki family can be said to be unrivaled in the whole ninja world. Nine Tails was also sealed back and forth by two Uzumaki clans. The experience of being a Jinchuriki is too painful. There is no freedom, and you are tied up in a dark space all day long. Even if it is released, it will be used as a weapon. Being sealed by these so-called Jinchuriki is worse for Nine Tails than being ridden by Uchiha Madara. Don't even think about it. I won't be sealed by you again. Cloud Shinobi kid, you kill me. Nine Tails muttered. Kenpachi laid the knife across Nine Tails' neck. I won't kill you. I will beat you half to death, leaving only one breath, and then let Kushina seal you, or you will be sealed obediently, then we will have something to talk about. Nine Tails wants to cry but has no tears. Are you being threatened? Super cage level powerhouses are threatened. Shimura Danzo looked at Nine Tails with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. No matter what, Nine Tails cannot be captured by Cloud Shinobi. Don't you want this Uzumaki kid to be a Jinchuriki? It is good. I let you be. Shimura Danzo drew a shuriken directly from behind. Wind-style chakra poured into it. Wind-style shuriken. Advertisement. Several shurikens are given terrifying cutting power by wind-style chakra. Cut straight to Uzumaki Kushina's neck, incredibly fast. Shimura Danzo is quasi-cage level after all. It is still possible to plot against individuals. But he underestimated the strength of Uzumaki Kushina. The current Uzumaki Kushina is not the little girl in Konoha. Now one of Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars, Sun Pillar. Uzumaki Kushina quickly discovered Shimura Danzo's tricks, and the flame sword of Nashor's Fang flashed. Several shurikens that had been cut in half fell to the ground. You plot against me. Uzumaki Kushina gritted his teeth and looked angry. It's really despicable to plot against people. Yi Yui nodded Shimura Danzo with her chin, and said to Nine Tails. See clearly? This is Konoha's ninja? Despicable. You also suffered a lot in Konoha, right? Nine Tails was silent and did not speak. Our Cloud Shinobi village is different from them. We advocate strength. We admire strength. We are a country of martial arts. After Yui Ai finished speaking, she pointed to Wooden Golem and Killer Bee and said, There also are Jinchuriki, but in Cloud Shinobi village, no one will discriminate against them, including the tail beasts in their bodies. On the contrary, we treat Jinchuriki and Tail Bee all respect. As long as you join our Cloud Shinobi, I promise to treat you preferentially. Nine Tails dissatisfied. Isn't it trapped in Jinchuriki's body? I don't see the light of day? Just as he was about to continue to refute, he saw Kenpachi's knife light up. Forget it. If you don't want to, don't mention it again. We respect your, Zhao's, opinion. Do you want to be cut in half vertically or horizontally? Nine Tails was silent. After a long time, I just opened my mouth and said, It doesn't matter whether my life can be saved. The main thing is that I admire you Cloud Shinobi village. Okay. I listen to you. Tell me, who is my Jinchuriki from Nine Tails? Although the tailed beast can be revived after death, the period of time is not fixed. It may take a few weeks, and it may take 2 or 3 years if it is long. Such a long period of emptiness is still uncomfortable. Uzumaki Kushina stepped forward and stroked Nine Tails' hair. Since this is the case, we must get along well, Big Fox. Nine Tails sighed. Moral decline. The world is going downhill. Danzo looked around. Nine Tails was executed, and Konoha Shinobi killed more than half of them. The strong men above Jonin also suffered countless casualties. This battle cannot be over. Withdraw. Withdraw. Danzo gritted his teeth. Mist Shinobi has run away. What can we not run? Chapter 107 The Promised Sword Master appears. The long-awaited challenge. Now Nine Tails also surrendered to Cloud Shinobi village. How to fight this battle? Six Tails originally belonged to Kirigakure, but in the end it was taken away. Now Nine Tails is up for grabs too. Could it be that Cloud Shinobi fights specifically to snatch other tail beasts? How shameless. Condemnation. My backer Danzo severely condemns Cloud Shinobi for his misbehavior. And an absolute critique. Stop fighting. Withdraw. Konoha Shinobi had suffered heavy losses after the tailed beast battle just now. Now I heard Danzo say that I want to withdraw, immediately withdraw from the army. In the tailed beast battle just now, the tailed beast bomb of the 3 tailed beasts directly blasted a mountain around the valley. You can still sneak out this way. Luo Sha was still thinking about countermeasures honestly, when he suddenly heard Danzo yell to retreat. Konoha's ninja retreated instantly like a tide. Only the ninjas of Sand Shinobi are left. Take a closer look. There are only a few thousand Sand Shinobi ninjas left. There are 2,000 left. Luo Sha looked sad and indignant. We also withdraw. Watching Konoha Sand Shinobi retreat one after another, Cloud Shinobi ninja also cheered again and again. The battle in the Southwest Plains has also come to an end. Watch as Cloud Shinobi ninjas sweep through the war, searching for survivors and loot. Uzumaki Kushina is also preparing. The 9010 tails will be sealed soon. Thinking that he can become the most powerful Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes seem to be shining. Hands together. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. The Uzumaki family has an extremely powerful chakra. And this trick uses this chakra wisely. Become a power that can counteract the tailed beasts like the Uchiha clan. 5 chains protruding from Uzumaki Kushina's back. Bind 9 tails directly while dragging 9 tails chakra directly into yourself. Advertisement because we have already talked about it before, and now Kenpachi's knife is still parked on his neck. 9 tails is nothing to resist. Let Uzumaki Kushina drag himself inside her. 9 tails directly turned into a terrifying chakra, which was sealed in Uzumaki Kushina's body. 4 elephant seals. With the curse seal emerging on the stomach, the seal is also coming to an end. Cloud Shinobi village completes Jinchuriki again. Yi Yue's eyes were full of joy. The current Konoha village originally had 2-tailed beasts. They are 2 tails Matabi and 8 tails Gyuki. After this war, 6 more Saikens have been added along with 9 tails Kurama, the most powerful of the tailed beasts. The strength leapt to the top of the ninja world. Now it seems that winning the war is only a matter of time. Next, the most important thing is to get the Cloud Shinobi ninjas in order before heading to the final battleground of this war. Rock Shinobi Battlefield. It is also the fiercest battlefield. Although the battle is fierce, it is best to rectify now. Kenpachi also happily patted Uzumaki Kushina on the shoulder. I really like you, strength, more and more. Uzumaki Kushina blushed slightly. Yui Ai waved and called a communication ninja. Go and contact the Rock Shinobi Battlefield. To see when we arrive, it would be better, and learn about the battle situation by the way. There has been no news from the Rock Shinobi Battlefield for several days. The Land of Earth also has 2-tailed beasts. There are 4 tails Sun Wukong and 5 tails Kakuo. In addition, there are many strong people in the Land of Earth. It can be said that this is a tough battle. The communication ninja took the lead and retreated. After a while, he walked over with a gloomy face. I have contacted our brothers. Now all the communication lines with the Rock Shinobi Battlefield have been cut off by Iwagakure. We are temporarily unable to contact Lord Third Raikage. What? Yayoi Ai's face changed wildly. There are many strong people in Rock Shinobi. Third Tsuchikage Onogi and the two Jinchuriki are extremely difficult opponents. Even if Third Raikage can beat 8 Tails all over the head, it is not easy to deal with Iwagakure's many strong men and armies at the same time. Advertisement. Although Water Column, Shi and Flame Column, Purgatory Yi are strong, they serve as the guards, Biba, of Third Raikage. But relying on them alone, it is still difficult to turn the tide. If something really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Notify the army. Don't rest. The whole army is on the move. Be sure to rush to the Rock Shinobi battlefield as soon as possible. Yi Yui, who was worried about Third Raikage's comfort, couldn't help but ordered. Although his subordinates suffered heavy casualties now, he can't control so much now. There is one more thing. The communication ninja's expression also became weird. Say. Yayoi Ai was burning with anxiety. We also met a strange guy, but he doesn't seem to be interested in us. He is wearing a yellow armor and a strange helmet, which looks like he has several eyes. He also has a strange sword in his hand. The strength is very strong. Several of our companions challenged him and were all beaten. Yayoi raised her eyebrows. Oh, and this person, what is the background of this person? The communication ninja was silent for a while and said, this person always says some strange words, such as, your sword is my sword, and what kind of form was born in La? I really can't understand this kind of polite words. Oh right. He seemed to say that his name is Wuju Juggernaut. Yi. Kenpachi's eyes lit up. Isn't this one of those 5 superpowers? The first Wusheng Jax who appeared has already challenged him. It was a hearty battle. So much so that every time I think about it, I still feel unfulfilled. I didn't expect to hear from them again this time. Promise Sword Master Yi? I can't wait to challenge him. This person, I want to challenge him, Yi Yui said with enthusiasm. Just thinking about it makes me unable to hold back. Yayoi Ai rubbed her chin, hesitated and said, but we are going to support Lord Third Raikage now. Yayoi Kenpachi's IQ came online once in a while and said, now we have just finished fighting, and we are exhausted, after a long journey, let alone fighting, I am exhausted. Let's rest for 2 days, and I will challenge that guy by the way. Yayoi thinks what Kenpachi said is right. After all, although the communication path has been cut off, the matter has not yet reached the point of seriousness. And my ninjas are all exhausted, it's impossible not to take a rest. Okay. Then let's rest for 2 days. Satisfied, Kenpachi carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and said to the little ninja in front of him, where is that Wuji sword sage, Master Yi? Take me there quickly. The communication ninja nodded and said, Master Kenpachi, please follow me. Suddenly, Uzumaki Kushina also stopped Kenpachi. I'm going too, I want to challenge him too. Uzumaki Kushina, who has mastered the power of 9 tails, and can't wait to do it. This Wuji swordmaster who suddenly appeared is a good opponent. Okay. Count you in. Follow me. Chapter 108 Challenge Master Yi. Kushina's full strength. A dense forest. This is an important place connecting the southwest plain and the east. The surrounding trees are towering into the sky, and countless bushes are overgrown. It is a rare piece of green land in the land of thunder. Right here, just happened, a series of fierce battles. I saw a few Cloud Shinobi ninjas lying on the ground in disorder, with scars all over their bodies, howling miserably. There are also fragments of the weapon beside him. It was as if he had just been beaten violently, and it is true. I saw a person wearing a yellow armor suspended in midair in a strange posture. At the same time, a long sword floated in front of him. Countless obscure characters spit out from his mouth, and a layer of light shone on his body. Although those Cloud Shinobi ninjas were beaten up by Master Yi just now, their hearts were full of ecstasy. Master Yi is not so much beating them as he is pointing them. Everyone has a new level of understanding in their hearts. Even the shackles they haven't touched for a long time are about to be broken. It can be said that this is a bloody battle. At the same time, they also admire Master Yi in their hearts. 5 body cast. Although they don't know where Master Yi came from and where he will go, they know that Master Yi is definitely an amazing person. His sword is unpredictable and powerful. Elegant and swift swordsmanship makes these Cloud Shinobi ninjas unpredictable. In successive battles, Master Yi is like playing with a child, causing them to lose one after another. And Master Yi is very willing to accept their challenge. He has always wanted to find someone who can inherit his Wuji swordsmanship. As the last inheritor of Wuji Sword Dao, Master Yi is very clear about his mission. Also, very curious about this fertile but often sighted land. Also very respectful. In the past few years, he has traveled to many places, but he has never revealed his name. Now that the war is coming, Master Yi seems to have seen the moment when Noxus blew up his village with alchemy explosives that night. War brings anger, and anger also brings impulse. If it wasn't for the war, how could Wuji Dao be the only one left? Now, only the way of promise continues in his heart. Looking at these ninjas, Master Yi thought of the little monkey. But they are far from empty qualifications. I have to say it's a pity. Advertisement. At this time, another ninja drew out his ninja sword and stood in front of Master Yi. Now it's my turn to challenge you. This Cloud Shinobi ninja is the strength of Jonin, Grandmaster Ninjutsu. He is also well known in Cloud Shinobi village, and he also wants to know if he is the opponent of Master Yi. Even if he lost, he would only suffer a slight injury and he could still get Master Yi's guidance. Why not do it? Master Yi showed a kind smile on his face and slowly held his sword. At this time, the Cloud Shinobi ninja seemed to be able to see the silence and depth in Master Yi's eyes through Master Yi's helmet. Eat me. Cloud Shinobi Jonin poured lightning-style chakra directly on the ninja sword, faced Master Yi neatly and slashed out fiercely. Master Yi raised his long sword and flicked it lightly. The elegant blade swung away the ninja sword, and it stopped firmly half an inch in front of Cloud Shinobi Jonin's throat. Just one move, and this Jonin lost. Cloud Shinobi Jonin's eyes showed a trace of astonishment. He backed up abruptly and slashed out several times again. The moves are fierce. Like the tide, several swords were slashed out, but Master Yi blocked them all. At the same time, Master Yi's elegant and swift sword edge is constantly provoking Cloud Shinobi Jonin. For a moment, the two seemed to be fighting back and forth. But that's just the surface. Cloud Shinobi Jonin's face grew more and more frightened, while Master Yi always had a smile on his mouth. You have to learn to defend yourself. Master Yi's sword sharpened again, like a ghost. Sometimes Cloud Shinobi Jonin even suspects that Master Yi has 9 swords. Dude, not even the 7 swords killer bee is this fast. None of the other 7 knives can match Master Yi's 1. Small wounds appeared on Cloud Shinobi Jonin's body continuously, and each wound represented a life. If it wasn't for Master Yi's unintentional killing of him, this Cloud Shinobi Jonin would probably have died so many times. After all, this is just a simple challenge. In the end, this Cloud Shinobi Jonin looked at the numerous small wounds on his body, and finally dropped the ninja sword in his hand to the ground. I lost. Cloud Shinobi Jonin closed his eyes and said helplessly. Obviously, he is no match for Master Shen at all. Between the two of them, one is in the distant sky and the other is in the bottomless abyss. The gap is really too big. Seeking Flowers Zero Master Yi smiled lightly and said, You are very good, but you are still too ordinary. Maybe you are blinded by war and driven by anger, which will slow down your sword. He retracted the long sword, wiped it with the palm of his hand, and the tiny blood drops on the blade disappeared. Advertisement, Master Yi is really amazing, I admire him. Cloud Shinobi Jonin just wanted to take back his ninja sword. I saw dozens of small cracks suddenly appeared on the ninja knife. Cracks gradually become visible. Click. The ninja knife shattered into a dozen pieces. This is what the fight just brought. Cloud Shinobi Jonin swallowed, took a few steps back, and began to recall the battle just now. Looking at the wounds on his body, it seems that he can see how useless his defense is. As long as you can see through the swordsmanship behind all the wounds on your body, you can make a breakthrough. 0. Master Yi swept towards the crowd. Anyone else want to challenge me? The strength of these people is uneven. There are genin, and there are also elite jonin. It's just that they are not the type they want. Suddenly, he raised his head. Feeling 2 different auras, they rushed towards me. Is it a challenger too? Cage level? Master Yi smiled again. It seems that an interesting challenger is coming. I saw 2 people appearing in front of Master Yi. Kenpachi. Uzumaki Kushina. Master Kenpachi. Master Hilyu. A Cloud Shinobi ninja recognized the 2 of them. Yayoi Kenpachi looked at Master Yi with great interest in his eyes. Interesting. Let me be your opponent. Kenpachi drew out the Zanpakuto with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Uzumaki Kushina at the side tugged at the corner of Shinigami's Haori. Master Kenpachi, leave this guy to me. I want to see how strong I am now. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes are very pure. Now she's the Jinchuriki of 9 Tails, and because of Kenpachi, 9 Tails is obedient. It can be said that Uzumaki Kushina is now the perfect Jinchuriki. She also can't wait for a battle to test herself. Kenpachi nodded and stroked his chin. Okay, you can try it. Master Yi always had the same smile on his face. It doesn't matter who it is, I will respond to any challenge. Chapter 109 Kushina New Mode. 9 Tails Chakra. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The huge chakra from the Uzumaki family is constantly wandering in Kushina's body. She can't wait to challenge the self-proclaimed Master Yi of the Everlasting Sword Master in front of her. Please advise. Uzumaki Kushina pulled out Nashi's tooth, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Looking at Nash's fang, Master Yi was taken aback for a moment and then laughed. What an interesting guy. Moderate tattoos appeared on Uzumaki Kushina's face, and as Uzumaki Kushina's breathing gradually increased, her strength jumped directly from the early stage of cage level to the middle stage of cage level. Now Uzumaki Kushina's strength is more terrifying than all challengers except Kenpachi. One shape round dance. An arc-shaped flame slashed directly towards Master Yi's head. The speed is extremely fast, the power is terrifying. 073. Master Yi was also the first time he had seen such a powerful challenger. The strongest challenge to him recently is only the strength of elite jonin. For Master Yi, there is no threat at all. Of course, Uzumaki Kushina is also not a threat to Master Yi. The long sword in Master Yi's hand was light and swift, and it directly blocked Nash's fang. The powerful force rippled directly, and the countless blasting flames were directly stopped in front of Master Yi. Conditions precede brute force. Master Yi flicked the long sword in his hand again, and Li directly passed into the vortex Kushina's currency. Uzumaki Kushina directly backed up again and again, staggering a few steps. Her eyes widened. So far, Kushina has not seen through Master Yi's power. Master Yi is like a deep ocean, bottomless. Uzumaki Kushina just kept on doing nothing and kept dancing with Nashi's teeth in his hands. The sword edge carries flames, advancing layer by layer. Golden flames, gradually burning, the second type hyphenation point by Luotian. The three types. Red mirror of the sun, four shapes hyphenation point phantom sunbow. After a series of slashes, Master Yi still stood firmly on the spot, not even moving his body half a step. But Uzumaki Kushina was panting and sweating profusely. There seems to be a force on the sword edge of the Sword Master of Promise, which can pass through Nashor's fang and directly hit his body. Every time a blow is blocked, I feel tired for a while. What kind of power is this? It's amazing. Uzumaki Kushina bent over and panted. A concentrated will can penetrate stubborn stones. Advertisement: the Promised Sword Master threw a sword flower, but did not make any move to pursue the victory. In the eyes of Master Yi, Uzumaki Kushina is a good opponent. Also a rare opponent. At least before, he hadn't met a cage-level strongman, which also made him full of emotion. After traveling for so long, I finally met a cage-level strongman. He had heard about Shadow in the Land of Fire, Land of Earth, and Land of Wind. Those are the greatest ninjas in the village. Even cage-level powerhouses are rare. Now, finally saw one. Uzumaki Kushina was suppressed by the power of the promise, as if his internal organs were aching like a fire. But in an instant, a warm current came. The pain was instantly suppressed a lot. Chakra from Nine Tails gradually wandered around Kushina's body. At this time, Kushina seems to have gained a new life. The chakra in the body is instantly filled. This is. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened. Nine Tails smiled confidently and said, "Use my strength. Let that guy who looks like he has several eyes see how powerful we are." In less than half a day, Nine Tails recognized Kushina as one of their own. The main reason is that if Nine Tails really did something disobedient, in case Kenpachi picked it up and beat him up. That's kind of not worth it. Good, Nine Tails, it's up to you. Uzumaki Kushina also wants to see what the Nine Tails can do. I saw that the Nine Tails chakra package was in full bloom. At this moment, Kushina was shining with golden light all over her body. At the same time, the flames of the breath of the sun are also continuously flowing on the body. Combustion. At the same time, the mark of Sage of Six Paths and the Guyu also appeared on his body. The breath is also instantly raised to an extremely powerful level. Open the Madara pattern, so that Uzumaki Kushina directly promoted from the early stage of cage level to the middle stage of cage level. With Nine Tails chakra mode, Uzumaki Kushina jumped from the middle of cage level to the peak of cage level again. The mighty chakra is constantly circulating on Uzumaki Kushina's body. In an instant, Uzumaki Kushina drew his sword and cut it. Lai Yan rolled towards Master Yi together with the blade at an almost unbelievable speed. When Master Yi saw this scene, Yao Jiao also smiled. Is it the peak of the hero level? It's still a little bit worse than the god level. But this is a little worse, but it is a gap, not bad, very strong. Advertisement: this is the affirmation from the everlasting swordmaster, Master Yi. After coming here, this is not the first time that Master Yuan praised others so much. Alpha Raid. Master Yi is flying back and forth by Kushina's side. The long sword in his hand slashed towards Kushina one after another. Its speed is even faster than Kushina, even better than Yayui. Uzumaki Kushina can almost only defend passively. The Nashi's fang in his hand can't catch the trace of Master Yi at all. One sword after another, all fell on Uzumaki Kushina's body. Thanks to the Nine Tails chakra wrapping her body, Uzumaki Kushina was not too traumatized. When Master Yi reappeared in front of Kushina, he held the sword in his hand and sharpened it once again. Today's Kushina has several wounds on her body. Luckily, Nine Tails chakra's self-healing abilities are extremely powerful. 7 forms Yangwadu. Uzumaki Kushina clenched the sword in his hand and stabbed hard. A ring of flames bursts from the golden Nine Tails chakra. Similarly, Master Yi also cut down with a single sword. Needlepoint to weed on. This Nashi's fang cut directly on the edge of Master Yi's sword. Boom. The golden flame set off 3.1. The ground went from wet to dry, and finally completely cracked. This scorching flame has already squeezed out the last drop of water. Straight to Master Yi. A smile appeared on the corner of Uzumaki Kushina's mouth. Now let's see how you deal with me. This blow is the pinnacle of cage-level strength. Behind the flame, in addition to the sound of burning, there was also a slightly vicissitudes of life sound. Don't be proud and blind your eyes, promise Kendo. On the sword in Master Yi's hand, a row of light directly lit up. Cut out with one sword, the sword light is like a waterfall. The flames were split instantly. The sword's edge is indestructible, piercing through all flames. It stopped dead in front of Kushina's eyes. It seems as if one more inch can penetrate Kushina. Chapter 110 Full Firepower. A decisive battle against the promised juggernaut. Kushina's eyes widened, as if she hadn't recovered yet. Although possessing the power of Nine Tails, coupled with the addition of the Madara pattern, Kushina is equivalent to the peak cage level combat power at this time. But Master Yi is not easy. It's still too young to compete against Master Yi. Nashor's fang was still trembling slightly in Uzumaki Kushina's hand. It seems to be afraid of the next moment. Sha Tian's sword pierces through Ju Shin. But obviously Master Yi would not do this. In the eyes of Master Yi, Kushina is a rare challenger and a very talented person. Even more rarely, Kushina is a master with a sword. Do you want to learn my Wuji swordsmanship? Master Yi smiled slightly. Uzumaki Kushina was taken aback, as if he didn't know what this meant. For so long, countless people have challenged themselves. This is the first time Master Yi has extended this invitation to anyone. Be your own disciple. Even in Runeterra, Master Sha only has one disciple. Although this disciple is a bit special. That's why Master Yi wanted to find someone who could really learn his own Wuji swordsmanship. For example, Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina 18 was stunned and asked, "What is Wuji Kendo?" Master Yi flicked his long sword, and a ray of light attached to the edge of the sword. The Tao of Promise continues in my heart. The long sword flicked. A gully opened in the ground instantly. Wuji Kendo is a concept of using the sword. It needs to be comprehended, tempered, sharpened the mind, until the body and mind become one. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly realized, I see, can I learn then? I don't know why, but it sounded really powerful. Master Yi asked again, are you looking forward to peace? Uzumaki Kushina nodded. Although she is the sun pillar of Cloud Shinobi, she has fought against ninjas in many villages. But after all, Kushina lived in Konoha when she was a child. She still looks forward to the day when the war can be ended. The promised sword master smiled, and his eyes shone. The sharpest sword's edge is not equal to the serenity of a peaceful heart. Master Yi still hopes to have such a reliable disciple as Kushina. Although Kong is strong, it is not particularly reliable. Sometimes, it would even give Master Yi a headache. But Kushina is different. Master Yi can see that Kushina wants to become stronger. At the same time, he also has this qualification. Kenpachi scratched his head. Master Yi, hurry up and teach her Wuji Kendo, and I will challenge you after I finish teaching. Master Yi only remembered at this time that there is also Yaoi Kenpachi. Advertisement. Master Yi just glanced at Kenpachi, and saw that Kenpachi's strength seemed not to be inferior to Uzumaki Kushina. Even stronger, it may be close to the god level, but most of its strength seems to be suppressed by something. As a result, it is only around the early stage of cage level. Master Yi was curious. Even so, he still said, the teaching of Wuji swordsmanship does not happen overnight. Kenpachi flicked Zanpakuto. Simple, you fight with me, and after I conquer you, you will teach Kushina Wuji Kendo. Master Yi asked, don't you want to learn the Wuji sword? Yaoi Kenpachi shook his head. For such a complicated thing, he didn't want to learn at all. Not interested either. Anyway, he knew that if he met any enemy, he would just kill it and finish the job. He has never been interested in Wuji Kendo or anything like that. Master Yi smiled and said, it's interesting, then I will accept your challenge. Yaoi nodded, and Zanpakuto hit Master Yi directly. Ryatsu vertical and horizontal, but I saw a little sword light, like a dragon flying. Smashed Ryatsu straight away. Yaoi stepped back slightly and stopped, with a joyful smile on her face. Master Yi is really strong. He immediately pulled off his blindfold. On time. Ryatsu burst open, powerful power, directly rippling. The vertical and horizontal Ryatsu is completely irresistible. 120% power, comparable to 6 pads class. Master Yi clenched the sword in his hand, and this heart that had been calm for a long time also caused waves. I haven't met such a strong person for a long time. At least after coming here, I have never seen such an opponent again. Comparable to a god-level opponent. Maybe Jax will be happy if he sees Kenpachi. Slash with one knife. The light of the knife is like a waterfall. The strong Ryatsu exploded, and the entire ground seemed unable to bear the knife. Master Yi also took out his strength at this time. With a turn of the sword, a sudden blow, swift long sword. Wuji Kendo is instilled in it, the sword light is bright. Clash of swords. Boom. Advertisement. A ray of light burst directly from between the two of them. The ground cracked like a spiderweb. The powerful breath even directly lifted the surrounding trees. The two retreated one after another. The smile on the corner of Master Yi's mouth is still the same, and the light of the sword in his hand is still bright. Kenpachi is also hot. Haven't fought like this for a long time. After the first battle with Jax, I have been looking forward to this battle. Now it's finally here. Master Yi wiped the edge of his sword. The body shakes. Alpha Raid. In an instant, Master Yi turned into an afterimage. Afterimages that are hard to catch with the naked eye. It seems to have disappeared directly on the battlefield. But it's everywhere. Numerous hidden slashes and new speeds from unimaginable angles. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid it has already been turned into pieces. However, Master Yi's current opponent is Kenpachi. I saw Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's hand, slashing on Master Yi's sword one after another. A dozen loud bangs in a row. Every time, there will be a huge wave of Ryatsu. The surrounding trees are crushed by this Ryatsu after another. Heartbreaking. Those ninjas who had challenged Master Yi earlier were scared to death and hid behind Kushina. But even Uzumaki Kushina did not expect that the battle between the two would be so fast. Fear. Especially Master Yi, the strength he displayed now is not at the same level as when he was fighting before. Even in the fight against Nine Tails Chakra Mode himself, Master Yi still didn't show his full strength. Uzumaki Kushina is ashamed, still excited. After all, Master Yi agreed to accept himself as a disciple. After learning Wuji Kendo, I will definitely become stronger. On the battlefield, the original green space has become lifeless. There are countless huge and terrifying ravines on the ground, like scars on the earth. Kenpachi's eyes are blood red, and his dumb smile is not straight up. If it goes up for a while, it probably reaches the back of the head. Devour. Nozarashi, Ryotsu, who was already very scary, has been raised to a higher level at this time. Master Yi. This is the battle I've been looking forward to for a long time. I hope you will also show your true skills. Kenpachi liberates Zanpakuto. Shili is once again insanely prosperous. Facing Wuju Juggernaut, Kenpachi is fully fired. Chapter 111 Bankai half liberated, win or lose. Zanpakuto liberation. The power of Kenpachi, the multiplier of ascension, is astonishing and terrifying. Kenpachi's Zanpakuto is liberated without any special abilities. But that doesn't mean Kenpachi's Shikai is weak. On the contrary, it is powerful to the point of sighing. From the road to simplicity, no bells and whistles, just pure power boost. Speed, power, responsiveness. The terrifying Ryotsu twisted around Kenpachi. As if to tear this poor space apart, Kenpachi stomped hard on the ground. Immediately, his figure appeared directly in front of the Wuji sword master. Slender hands hold Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto has also undergone radical changes. From the rough and slender blade of the original blade, it became extremely huge. Cut it out. With the bursts of roars, the power of this knife seems to be able to directly chop Master Yi's head. But Master Yi also had a smile on the corner of his mouth. That's right, young man, your power is pure and exciting. Master's handwriting. The next moment, the sword in Master Yi's hand was also shining brightly. At the same time, Master Yi seemed to be burning with a layer of dazzling light. Plateau blood. For a time, Master Yi's speed and strength also increased several times. The power of the two is almost equal to each other. On one side is Kenpachi's almost berserk, invincible area. On one side is Master Yi, as fast as an afterimage, with swift and fierce super speed. Immediately wrestled together, just a few seconds. The two have fought for hundreds of rounds. The sound of gold and iron clashing continued to be heard. Then there was a deafening sound. Every collision is a torture for this land. It used to be a beautiful forest, but since the two fought against each other, a huge basin appeared in the center of the forest. A barren basin. Kenpachi and Master Yi are constantly fighting in the center of the basin. With the horror of Zanpakuto's liberation, Kenpachi's heart also burned. And monstrous joy. This is the battle. The 9 tails I fought with last time is nothing to mention. Compared to you, it's just a civet cat. The excitement in Kenpachi's eyes is hard to hide. Advertisement. This sentence was not only heard by Master Yi, but also Kushina, who was watching the battle, and the 9 tails in Kushina's body. 9 tails. What the hell? I'm obviously very strong, okay. I can't say I'm weak, I can only say that you are too strong. The strongest cat in the world is Matabi, right? Wasn't he being beaten by me? But Master Yi ignored these trivial details, and the long sword in his hand danced one after another. It seems to be guiding something. Kenpachi's movements also gradually added some details from the most primitive roughness. Makes every slash of Kenpachi faster, stronger. This feeling of becoming stronger in battle makes Kenpachi infinitely addictive. The two fought continuously for half an hour. The sound of thunder echoed continuously in this forest. Oh, right. Half an hour later, this forest has completely turned into a barren land. Countless knife marks and sword marks walk in every corner of the forest. Hardly a single intact tree can be seen. Kenpachi's heart is still boiling with enthusiasm. He is like a beast, tireless and painless. The more you fight, the braver you are. At this time, Kenpachi, every slash is faster and more powerful than before. Although Kenpachi doesn't bother to learn Wuji Kendo. But to another extent, Master Yi also acted as Kenpachi's teacher. This kind of feeling, Kenpachi, a fighting maniac, can naturally feel it. For Master Yi, Kenpachi has full respect and gratitude in his heart. Bankai half liberated, the power of Yuno Hana Retsu. All done. Immediately, the Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's hand changed again. Filled with blood. That piercing blood, it's chilling. Master Yi also showed surprise in his eyes. Is this the strongest power of Kenpachi? It's not yet possible to use the real Bankai though. It is only able to stimulate semi-liberation, but just having this power is enough. I saw the light of Zanpakuto flashing again and again. Countless blood seemed to surround Kenpachi and Master Yi. The blood blade blasted towards Master Yi one after another. The winding and extending blood blade made Master Fu finally feel a little pressure. Sure enough, the boy in front of him was stronger than he imagined. And he was so eager to fight. Advertisement. He must be very lonely in this world. Master, always lonely. Not to mention existences like Kenpachi. The sea of blood stretched, enveloping Master Yi. The huge blood blade, like a guillotine, cut towards Master Yi. Master Yi raised his sword horizontally, the way of the promised sword. Zhanghuang masterpiece. The long sword kept wearing away the blood blade. Finally, the long sword broke open. The blood blade directly penetrated Master Yi's body. Blood splatter. In the end, he still couldn't reach this half-liberated calendar region. Plop. Master Yi half kneeled on the ground, clutching the huge wound on his abdomen, blood spurting from his mouth. I lost. Master Yi laughed. He sensed that this battle should be won by Kenpachi. He intentionally shifted his body half an inch towards the Bloodblade so that he could kill himself directly. Back to Runeterra, no regrets. But Kenpachi also missed the Bloodblade by half an inch. Make yourself just a serious injury. In the final analysis, he still lost. You can't die yet. Aren't you going to teach Kushina Uji Kendo? You can't just go back to Runeterra like Jax, leaving me alone and finding no opponent. Kenpachi smiled and put on the blindfold. The strength has returned to the early stage of cage level. This battle is really hardy. It is because of this that he can't let go easily. Master Yi sheathed his long sword and said with a smile, "It seems that you really don't want me to go. But practicing Wuji swordsmanship is a long and firm process. Little girl, can you persevere?" Uzumaki Kushina nodded hastily. Uzumaki Kushina can tell from the summary of the battle just now that Master Yi is definitely very strong. Wuji Kendo is also strong. Master Yi said, "It will take at least a few years for you to get started. I will guide you well in these few years. If there is anything you don't know, you can ask me." Kenpachi raised his eyebrows and asked, "That is to say, in the past few years, you have made us the people of Cloud Shinobi village?" Master Yi shook his head and said, "I will only teach Wuji sword as a teacher. Although I often use violence to solve problems when necessary, in the final analysis I am still a person who yearns for peace and I will not get involved in your wars." Kenpachi said, "Then I challenge you, you will not refuse?" "Since it's a challenge to exchange ideas, how can I have no reason to refuse?" Kenpachi was ecstatic. "It seems that in the next few years, I will not be lonely anymore." Open black lens bracket ding. Successfully defeated Wuji swordsman Yi close black lens bracket chapter 112 reward distribution. Master Yi presented sword Yuming. Mythical equipment. Sunflame cloak. The flame sex artifact in charge of the goddess of dawn, Leona. When the cloak burns in the sun, it will emit scorching heat, like a sun rising from the ground. Close black lens bracket. Legendary equipment. Blade of the Ruined King. The weapon of the Ruined King of Shadow Island, Viega, has the power to plunder the flesh and soul of the enemy. Close black lens bracket. With the Juggernaut admitting defeat, this reward was also issued. In Kenpachi's hands, a cloak and a dark purple sword with a bit of coldness appeared in an instant. Under the sunlight, a layer of scorching flames burned on the surface of the cloak, but in Kenpachi's hands, the flames seemed very gentle and did not hurt Kenpachi. It seems to have the function of identifying the master. Kenpachi raised the Zanpakuto and slashed hard at the sunflame cloak. I saw a layer of flames burning on the cloak, forming a film, directly blocking Zanpakuto. The sunflame cloak was intact. It seems that attacks below the cage level cannot damage the sunflame cloak. Kenpachi squeezed his chin. "Can I wrap this cloak around my body?" "Just putting it on the back like this can only stop the attack from behind. The door in front is still wide open." This design, 807, is not humane at all. "Kushina, here you go." Kenpachi casually threw the sunfire cloak to Kushina. "Anyway, I have a Shinigami Haori, so I don't need this sunflame cloak." Kushina caught the sunflame cloak and recognized it immediately. The material of this cloak is absolutely extraordinary. Immediately happily put it on. Immediately, under the sunlight, Kushina seemed to be burning with a layer of flames. Like a little sun. Huang is unstoppable. Thank you, Kenpachi-sama. Kushina was delighted, and it could be seen that she liked the sunflame cloak very much. Kenpachi then flicked the blade of the Ruined King from his hand. This thing is very thick, and when you hold it in your hand, it is icy cold. It also looks extremely sharp. Whether it is the sunflame cloak or the blade of the Ruined King, whichever weapon is placed in Valoran will probably set off a new bloodbath. But like Nash's tooth, for Kenpachi, it is tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. He still likes his nozarashi. Weapons are enough. For clothes, Shinigami Haori is enough. Advertisement. So what's all the bells and whistles for? Bia, is it possible that wearing brightly colored clothes can resist yourself a few more swords? That's not the case. It would be nice to get your attention. But who is this blade of the Ruined King given to? It seems that no one is used to using this giant sword. Probably not bad for Killer B. Suddenly, Master Yi's eyes lit up. Looking at Blade of the Ruined King, a different feeling rose in his heart. Good sword. Although he usually doesn't use giant swords, but as the Wuji Swordmaster, as long as it is a sword, even a sword made of wood, it can show a different kind of power. As for the Blade of the Ruined King, Master Yi immediately fell in love with it. How can the weapons of the Ruined King of Shadow Isles be vulgar? Little brother, how about giving me this sword? Master Yi's eyes sparkled. He felt a burst of breath from the weapon, the breath of Valoran continent. Even recalled a long story, the story of Blessed Island. Let Master Yi smell the taste of his hometown. Really? Here it is for you. Kenpachi smiled and handed the Blade of the Ruined King directly to Master Yi. Master Yi waved it a few times, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. Good sword. The corner of Master Yi's mouth was full of smiles, and he took out his hand, and another sword appeared in his hand. This sword looks dilapidated, but it seems to have a different smell on it. Kenpachi glanced at the sword with a handle, and there was a lot of interest in his eyes. This sword is called Yuming, and there is a powerful force sealed in this sword. It's just that I have never been able to figure out the way to comprehend it, and it is not a sword that ordinary people can manipulate. I once wanted to give this sword to one of my friends. I am an apprentice, but he refused, but since you gave me this sword today, then this Yuming will be given to you. Changing Yuming for Blade of the Ruined King is very suitable in Master Yi's eyes. Although this sword was given to him by his master, but Master Yi also saw that this Blade of the Ruined King is not extraordinary. I can't use Yuming myself, since that's the case, it's better to give this sword to the right person. Kenpachi took Yuming and raised his eyebrows slightly. This Yuming seems to be very ordinary, but there seems to be another force hidden in it. Like my own soul blade, Yachiryu and Yunohana Retsu. Advertisement: this power needs to meet the right people to be channeled out. I accept it, and I will definitely find someone suitable for this sword. Kenpachi smiles. It's not impossible to go back and let the 9 pillars try. What if one of them could use the sword? Master Yi smiled and said, that would be great. Suddenly, Kenpachi remembered something. Oh, by the way, Jax told me before that it seems that some kind of void creature came to this world, do you know? Hearing the word void creature, Master Yi suddenly couldn't laugh. The brutality of void creatures is no less than that of Noxus's army. Noxus is human after all, but the void creature is really a completely distorted monster without any creature. And very powerful. There are only a few people who have been able to fight against the void creatures. Master Yi shook his head and said, I've never seen a void creature before, but since Jax said it, then there must be a void creature descending on this land. We must eradicate the void creature. Otherwise the world will be destroyed. There will definitely be catastrophe. Kenpachi said. Anyway, we don't have any news about void creatures, why don't we learn about Cloud Shinobi first? Master Yi grinned and said, okay, but if a void creature really appears, we can't retreat. Kenpachi nods. A void creature that both Jax and Master Yi feared. There is no doubt that the strength must be very strong. Even without Master Yi's invitation, I would definitely fight them. Cloud Shinobi position. Yayui is still waiting for Kenpachi to return. I heard that Master Yi is very strong, very strong. Although I don't know how strong Master Yi is, but when Yayui saw his subordinates who came back to report, they were all beaten up. Also a little apprehensive, suddenly, 2 familiar figures were seen in the distance. Kenpachi and Uzumaki Kushina are back. Who is that next to him? There are 2 swords on his back, one of which is the 2-handed épée, Blade of the Ruined King. Wait, 7 eyes, helmet, GN. F*K, isn't this the promised sword saint, Master Yi? Recruited by Kenpachi, Chapter 113 Yumeng Awakens. The 3rd Raikage is at stake. Yayui Ai's heart trembled with excitement. Fortunately, Yezuki Kenpachi is back. Yayui Kenpachi smiled and patted Yayui Ai on the shoulder. Pointing to the sword master of promise, he said, let me introduce to you, this is Master Yi, with 6 pads level strength. 6 what? 6 pads level? Let's talk shit. 9 Tails is also super movie. Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, dare not say that he is a 6 pads class. You 7-eyed fellow have the nerve to say that you are at the 6th Dao level? Yayui Ai only thought Kenpachi was joking with herself. Hello, hello. Yayui looked at Master Yi with a smile on his face. Now that Kenpachi brought him back, we're all family. The Cloud Shinobi ninja muttered, isn't this the guy with the 7 eyes? Master Yi. This is a helmet, okay. Gifted to me by the great inventor Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger produced. Must be a boutique. You know what a fart. And this helmet has a name too, it's called 7 Degrees Inside Eyepiece. What shit 7 eyes? 10,000 horses flew by in Master Yi's heart. Kenpachi looked at the wooden golem who surrounded him, and had an idea, and directly handed the Yuming that Master Yi had given him to wooden golem. You still have a handy weapon, right? This Yuming is for you. Master Yi looked at Yuming held by wooden golem and smiled faintly. This is given to me by my master. Only 1 in a million people can activate the true power of Yuming. So far, I have traveled more than half of Valoran continent, and I have only seen 1 person who can activate this sword. Everyone sighed and marveled. So what is the reason for this sword to be so big? Look at Master Yi again, standing here is like a sharp sword. There are 2 swords on his back. One of the giant swords looks extremely fierce, which makes people feel chill. It really is Master Yi. Master, wooden golem nodded thoughtfully. Shake Yuming. Suddenly, a ray of light burst from the dream. Yuming instantly changed into another look. The sun is shining. Yuming seems to have turned into another sword. Advertisement. A true ghost of dreams. Master Yi had black lines on his face. Could it be that I met a guy like Sora again? It's fate? Are you interested in learning the way of promise with me? Master Yi looked at wooden golem with a smile on his face. Wooden golem said dully. What is the Tao of promise? Is it powerful? This is the essence of self-denial, patience, and fighting. It's called the promise. Master Yi looked like a master, and pulled out the blade of the ruined king from behind. This thick giant sword is in his hands, but it is like a child's plaything, although it is easy to be driven by the master's will. A ray of light emerged from the blade of the ruined king. This light is in stark contrast to the original dead color of the blade of the ruined king. Slash. Boom. I saw a deep ravine directly appearing under Master Yi's sword. More than 10 meters along the way, all were cut into 2 by sharp objects. All the Cloud Shinobi ninjas present were shocked. Did Master Yi use chakra? No, then what kind of power is this, to be able to cut such a deep ravine with 1 sword? Even all kinds of ninjutsu masters present thought that they couldn't do this. Especially an understatement to do this, master. This is master. Surprise also appeared on Yui's face. Could it be that Kenpachi told himself just now that this expert is at the 6 paths level? It is true? Master Yi had a hidden smile on his face. The pinnacle of human martial arts is probably talking about himself. Wooden Golem was taken aback, and said, then why did you come back with Master Kenpachi? I had a duel with him, and I lost, so I promised Kenpachi the legendary Kushina Wuji Kendo. You can't beat Kenpachi-sama, so why don't I just ask Kenpachi-sama as my teacher? Master Yi was tired. Master Yi let out a long sigh, as if he had aged dozens of years for a moment. Could it be that you were getting old? As the last Grandmaster of Wuji Kendo, he was despised just like that. That's all, just kill yourself and play with the Valorant soybean monkey. Seeing Master Yi's decadent expression, Wooden Golem hastily changed his words. I was wrong, I decided to learn the way of promise from you. At this time, Master Yi's eyes reappeared a layer of luster. Good. I hope you can carry forward the way of promise, it will shine brightly on this continent. Even if I'm no longer here someday, there will be someone who will inherit the way of promise. Advertisement. Master Yi smiled all over his face, and put the blade of the ruined king on his back again. Yui also had a smile on his face, although it is still unclear the true strength of Master Yi. But it can also be seen, at least the strength of the peak cage level. Cloud Shinobi Village is adding another hero, ask for flowers. Suddenly, a communication ninja stumbled over. The ninja was covered in wounds and bloodlines. Yui looked at the communication ninja, but there was a puzzled expression on his face. The communication ninjas I sent out are all back, which side of the battlefield is this? Seeing the grief and indignation on the face of the communication ninja, he hugged Yui directly. Lord I finally came out. There are 10 ninjas in our party. I am the only one who came back to report. Yui's heart skipped a beat with a vague bad feeling. What's going on? You speak slowly. The communication ninja wiped away his tears and said, the big thing is not good. Master Shadow and the others have been ambushed and blocked in a valley for 2 days and 2 nights. Yui's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? How's the Western Front going? 0. Rock Shinobi originally had 5,000 people, but suddenly joined forces with Konoha and Sand Shinobi's defeated army to form an army of 10,000 ninjas. The sudden reinforcements directly smashed the defense deployed by Lord Third Raikage, and our ninjas suffered heavy casualties. Lord Water Pillar, Lord Flame Pillar, and Lord Third Raikage stopped each other in order to protect our only 1,000 remaining ninjas' 10,000 days room. Yui trembled all over, her eyes almost burst into flames. Didn't Konoha and Sand Shinobi get beaten away? Why did you go to the Western battlefield again? Also united the Sand Shinobi battlefield and trapped Lord Third Raikage. And I lost 2,000 ninjas, but there are only 3,000 ninjas in the Western battlefield. Only 1,000 left? Yui trembled all over. Shimura Danzo and Rasa, 2 old thieves it was God's will not to kill them before. Thinking about it, they just went back like this. It can be said that if they steal chickens, they will lose money and lose troops. Especially Danzo. Losing so many manes and 9 tails will not be reconciled. Even if you work hard, you will get some results back. The result is the life of Third Raikage. Master Third Raikage won't die in battle so easily. He still has the Water Pillar and the Flame Pillar beside him. Although Kushina was also anxious, she knew that there was still a chance for timely support now. I just wanted to rest for a few days, but I didn't expect that the enemy is deceiving people too much. Yui's eyes were about to burst into flames. What about 10,000 troops? 5,000 are all defeated soldiers with no arms or legs. Pass my order. The whole army is going out. Go forward at full speed. Be sure to reach the western battlefield before dark. Chapter 114. Onoki is young and frivolous. Fight against Kenpachi again. Yui was so anxious that she couldn't even keep her composure. The enemy's surprise attack is really too fast, it's too fast. Originally, the western battlefield just wanted Third Raikage to hold off the Rock Shinobi army. Wait until the Southwest Plains battlefield and the Eastern battlefield are over before supporting the western battlefield. But things are not as simple as they thought. I can only blame them for being too soft-hearted. No weeding. This time, what a shit Shimura Danzo. All to die. Yui's eyes almost spurted blood. He swears that if anything goes wrong with the third generation movie, let the whole ninja world be buried with Third Raikage. When a village is encountered, a village is destroyed. Meet a city and slaughter a city. 6,000 Sand Shinobi ninjas are rushing towards the western battlefield. And Master Yi is among them, inside the 450 camp of the coalition forces. Shimura Danzo, Rasa, and Onogi of the 2-day scale gathered together. The surrounding lineup is also quite luxurious. Sanin, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, explosion-style ninja hunting, Yellow Earth, 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi, 5 tails Jinchuriki Han. The weakest is also Elite Jonin. There are countless quasi-cage level powerhouses. These plus the 10,000 ninjas outside are all the remaining troops of the coalition army now. After all, Shimura Danzo is not reconciled to failure. Helpless, the loss is too much, especially 9 tails. It makes Shimura Danzo's heart bleed. If you just go back like this, How will Konoha's people see themselves as the commander-in-chief? I will definitely say that I am not good at commanding. But if you can kill third Raikage and go back, it will be different. Advertisement totally different. The commanders of the 3 major ninja villages sat together to discuss countermeasures. Just kill third Raikage now, and we've dealt with a big enemy. I suggest sending out all the elite. Be sure to kill third Raikage. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth in hatred. Damn Cloud Shinobi ninjas. He can't wait for third Raikage to die quickly. Luo Sha seconded. That's right, kill third Raikage first. The enemy's army will be in chaos. Onogi looked at the two of them, but smiled. I think we have a better choice. Surround this third Raikage without killing him, and consume him alive. Take advantage of this time to track the main force from Cloud Shinobi village, and finally dispatch all our elites to capture the enemy's main force together with third Raikage, completely annihilated in one fell swoop. Onoki folded his arms, his eyes shone with wisdom. This. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened. The opponent is a character who can't even deal with the cage level 9 tails. How can we wipe them all out in one fell swoop? Killing third Raikage now will only defeat the enemy morale. Let's take advantage of the victory and pursue it. We must win. Stupid. Onogi snorted coldly. Can our rock shinobi be the same as your Konoha-san shinobi? We have 2-tailed beasts in our hands. There are countless elites. We will definitely kill this Cloud Shinobi ninja. Afterwards, Onoki stood on the chair, looking straight at the 2 commanders present. Besides, can our 10,000 people really kill third Raikage so quickly? His flesh and blood are cast like fine iron. He can easily dodge my dust escape, and he can only rely on the superiority of numbers to kill third Raikage alive. Wouldn't it be nice to take advantage of this little time to gather around and fight for aid? Shimura Danzo frowned. Anyway, you have also cut off their communication line, so they can't spread the news. Onogi showed his wise eyes again. Haha. I expected this earlier, and deliberately let go of one of their communication ninjas. I believe their reinforcements will arrive as soon as tomorrow morning. Shimura Danzo and Rasa stared at each other for a moment. Almost scolded. Really don't give up if you don't die. Are you happy to really lure those beasts from Cloud Shinobi? Tie 4 Tails Sun Wukong to a chain to play with monkeys and play with 5 Tails Kakuo together as a warm baby. What crime have I done? Finally escaped. Come to this rock shinobi position to die. Suddenly, a communication ninja broke in. Report, our scouting ninjas have discovered the main force of Cloud Shinobi. The leaders are Yaoi Ai from the Southwest Plains battlefield and Yaoi Kenpachi from the Eastern battlefield. Their 2 teams have successfully joined forces and brought 6,000 ninjas to the court. We are here, visually, we can arrive as soon as tomorrow morning. Okay, I see. Onoki waved his hand, signaling the ninja to back down. Let the ninjas get ready tonight. Annihilate the opponents in one fell swoop tomorrow morning. Onogi smiled. Advertisement. Although small in stature, he is ambitious. Our ninjas now have a total of 1,100 people. Now 10,000 people in the valley are besieging third Raikage. Now we will draw 3,000 out of these 10,000 people to form a 4,000 ninja army. Now send our lead to wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. Onoki folded his arms and scanned everyone present. Shimura Danzo, you lead Konoha Sanin and Namikaze Minato, plus our 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, and confront them head-on. Kill as many people as you can. When third Raikage dies in battle, we draw the rest. The 7,000 soldiers of our army plus our entire main force will wipe out all those Cloud Shinobi rebels. Onoki waved his hand, as if holding Zhongshan Sheji. As if they had won the war. Shimura Danzo shook his head like a rattle. I won't go, we just got off the battlefield and are exhausted. Master Tsuchikage, you look strong and strong, you should take these people to the Cloud Shinobi reinforcements. After seeing Kenpachi, Shimura Danzo didn't want to fight Cloud Shinobi. Anyway, the reinforcements were called by Onoki himself, and he was the one who went there. Originally, the communication line was cut off, and third Raikage was killed, so let's forget about it. Lucky Onoki, let go of a Cloud Shinobi ninja. Cloud Shinobi reinforcements have been called again. Shimura Danzo didn't want to die, he didn't want to deal with Cloud Shinobi forces. Onoki's face showed anger, and said, we must go. This is an order. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. Helpless, now I live under the fence. Luo Sha, come with me to 2.2. Shimura Danzo grabbed Luo Sha's shoulder with a look of enthusiasm. Luo Sha is also a genuine shadow. If I let him help me, I, Shimura Danzo, should not die. Luo Sha, who was pretending to be dead, saw Shimura Danzo suddenly entangled him. Look at that. Onoki's murderous expression again. Okay. Listen to you. Add a 4 Tails and I don't believe you can't kill a Cloud Shinobi. Luo Sha decided to go all out and fight Cloud Shinobi again. Anyway, it wasn't his own ninja who brought him, and it wasn't his own elite who died. At worst, I will lose my old life of Cage, as long as it can win a little benefit for Sunagakure after the war is over, even a little bit of fertile land. It's worth it too. Konoha-san Shinobi Alliance 2.0 has been formed. Slash towards the Cloud Shinobi troops in a mighty manner. Chapter 115 Challenge Master Yi. Crazy Jiraiya. Yaoi Ai was furious in her heart. All he wants now is to kill Shimura Danzo with his own hands. Originally, he just wanted to let him go, but instead, he sent the remnants of their army into the Rock Shinobi battlefield, trying to kill third Raikage. 10,000 ninjas. Even if the third Raikage is really solid, it won't last. And after the previous battle, they had to rest for nearly a day. Plus now, it is estimated that 2 days have passed. If it drags on for a while, third Raikage is probably really in danger. Suddenly, another communication ninja arrived. Report, Master Yui. There is a team of Konoha-san shinobi in front of you. A total of 4,000 people. Among them are many rock shinobi ninjas. Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozi is also among them. A trace of killing intent flashed across Yui's eyes. Very good, iron shoes can't be found anywhere, and it doesn't take much effort to get them. They want to die, so we will fulfill them. Yui gritted her teeth, since Konoha's people came to die by themselves, then don't blame yourself for being merciless. Master Yi was also among the crowd, following the Cloud Shinobi troops. Peace and inner peace are the most powerful. It seems that they still don't understand this truth. Master Yi showed a frank smile. In front of the Cloud Shinobi troops, a large number of 18 horses appeared. These Konoha-san shinobi coalition forces seem to have waited for a long time and have already set up their formation. Yui glanced at the crowd, and immediately saw Shimura Danzo in the crowd. This time Shimura Danzo did not stand in a conspicuous position, because he was afraid that his life would be lost. Unexpectedly, Yi found out. Dog thief. Take your life, Yui, will not kill you today. It's hard to solve the hatred in my heart. Yui pointed at Shimura Danzo, her eyes widened as if they were about to burst into flames. Shimura Danzo shivered suddenly behind his back. Oh hoo, it's over. Sure enough, he was staring at himself. Yui just wanted to continue cursing, but suddenly felt a shock behind her back. I saw Namikaze Minato put his shoulders on Jiraiya's body, and the two of them shook. Came directly behind Yui. Ninja Law, Chaos Lion Hair Technique. Jiraiya made seals ahead of time, and when she arrived at the position, her hair had already sprung out. Pointing at Yui's neck. Be quick, no one expected this sudden attack. Nobody thought of that, even Yui is the same. He barely turned his head and didn't even see Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato's movements at all. Speed of Flying Thunder God. Sneak attack. Tough as steel, but stronger than steel hair, like a sharp knife piercing Yui. But there was only a flash of sword light. Click. The hair was cut in half in an instant. Advertisement. Seeing that the sneak attack was unsuccessful, Namikaze Minato hurriedly led Jiraiya to use the Flying Thunder God technique again and return to the position. A look of caution. Their speed is fast enough. Even their own people have not responded to Ali. It was still discovered. Who is it? Among the crowd, an unattractive person looked at Namikaze Minato and smiled faintly. Sneaking back is not a good habit. Master Yi withdrew his sword. Who are you? You're not like a ninja, Jiraiya asked, frowning. Although he didn't know who Master Yi was, but in the situation just now, he was able to react and save Yui with a sword. This level of strength is not below the shadow level. Master Yi showed a calm smile. I'm Yi, I was the last successor of Wuji before, but now I'm not, the third from last. On the way, Master Yi briefly explained the way of Wuji to Kushina and Wooden Golem. Although it is only the foundation of the foundation, the outline of the outline. But it's also taught, right? The way of infinity is to follow someone. Not sure about the qualifications of Kushina and Wooden Golem though. But it's definitely more reliable than that monkey in the sky. Easy. Jiraiya frowned. Obviously, he had never heard of this character. Yui strode forward, with lightning flashing on her body. Ambush me unexpectedly. When I played against Namikaze Minato for the first time, I left his mark on myself. It seems that this imprint is really permanent. If one day when I was taking a shower, Namikaze Minato suddenly came over. How scary is that? Absolutely can't spare this man. Namikaze Minato shook his head with a wry smile. It failed this time, careless. Jiraiya seemed thoughtful. Is it Yi? I'll meet you. Jiraiya stepped out and looked at Master Yi. Master Yi smiled. Is this a challenge? He stepped forward slowly, then broke off a branch and used it as a weapon. Jiraiya smiled and said, if you don't use a sword, you can't be my opponent. Master Yi said slowly. In my heart, a sword is a sword, and if it is not a sword, it is not a sword. This branch is because I said it is a sword, so it is a sword. After all, Wuji's sword Dao poured into the branches. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from the branch. Burning like a knife. The smile on Jiraiya's face disappeared. Advertisement. He felt threatened. This guy, it seems that it is not that simple. Then ask for advice. Fire-style big flame bomb. A mouthful of fire, straight from Jiraiya's mouth. The mighty flame is like a small sea of fire. The promised sword master shook the branch in his hand. Immediately shattered the sea of flames. Then the branch stabbed sharply, and a sword light slashed towards Jiraiya. So strong. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback, hastily dodged sideways. With cage-level strength, he looked at the Wuji swordmaster and felt a burst of pressure. The body flickered forward one after another in an instant. Incredibly fast. Wuji Juggernaut looked at Jiraiya and smiled faintly. 420. Someone who has fought with himself for so long. There are too few people who can reach the strength of Jiraiya. That is Kenpachi and Kushina. Jiraiya slammed her hands on the ground. Earth-style Wangchen swamp. The area stretching for dozens of meters around it instantly turned into a swamp. Extremely muddy. Earth-style earthquake core. Immediately, the ground under Master Yi's feet suddenly collapsed. It collapsed tens of meters deep, countless mud streams poured down directly. Want to bury Master Yi alive? Seeing this scene, Kushina's eyes widened. I felt a tug in my heart. Master Yi. Although Master Yi hasn't taught her anything substantive yet. But if Master Yi dies like this, Kenpachi swept Kushina as well. Don't worry, if he dies like this, I will be the most ashamed. Kenpachi himself fought Master Yi for several hours, and even Bankai was forced out half-liberated to defeat Master Yi. Master Yi died so easily now. Sure enough, along with the mud flow, it poured into the deep pit where Master Yi was. A slightly hoarse voice came from the pit, Alpha Assault. As the potholes were filled, streaks of yellow sword light struck one after another. Jiraiya's eyes widened with a flash of instinct, puff. The blade went right through Jiraiya's stomach. Chapter 116 Fight for the Teacher, Kushinov's Old Purple. Jiraiya's eyes widened and her whole body trembled like chaff. Blood dripped continuously from the abdomen and pooled on the ground. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. There was a click. The branch in Master Yi's hand finally broke inch by inch. Jiraiya half kneeled on the ground, clutching the blood in her abdomen, and fell directly to the ground. There was silence on the battlefield. No one knew how to describe the scene in front of them. Jiraiya, who had made great achievements in the Second Ninja World War, was defeated by Master Yi just like that. It can even be seen that Master Yi has not used his true strength at all. The two swords on the back have never been issued from the beginning to the end. What kind of strength is this? Shimura Danzo's expression changed wildly. What is this man from? The clothes are weird, but the strength is still so terrifying. Is it also a cage-level peak powerhouse? The most terrible thing is that this person is actually his enemy. Namikaze Minato flashed to Jiraiya's side in an instant, bringing the unconscious Jiraiya back to the coalition forces. Jiraiya was badly injured in a fight with Kushina and Wooden Golem a few days ago. Now, it's even worse. Several medical ninjas hurriedly surrounded Jiraiya and began to heal Jiraiya with medical ninjutsu. Damn. Jiraiya-sama's injury is too serious. It's up to him whether he can make it through. We can only do our best. The 4 or 5 medical ninjas around had cold sweat on their faces. Even though they are experienced in many battles, they can only do their best in the face of Jiraiya, who was injured for the second time. The flesh on Shimura Danzo's face kept twitching. He scolded Onoki fiercely in his heart. What kind of medicine did he take wrongly, and he had to let himself take this remnant army to resist Cloud Shinobi in the future? Can you stop it? Might as well kill Third Raikage quickly? Master Yi stretched his muscles and retreated into the crowd. He had no interest in war at all, even a little disgusted. Advertisement this shot was purely because he challenged himself. Although it's a bit of a death, but I can't blame myself. On the side, Lao Zi volunteered. Danzo, let me try this guy. Lao Zi has been the Four Tails Jinchuriki for decades. Already perfectly controlled the 4 tails in the body. Even if you don't transform into a tailed beast, you can use the power tomb with the tailed beast as you like. Lao Zi, who is cage level in strength, is worthy of any opponent. Even if this promised sword master looks very powerful, he should not be without the power to resist. At least it's possible to save your life. Shimura Danzo looked at Lao Zi. Lao Zi is not from Konoha, but from Iwagakure. Now that Mist Shinobi has retreated, Konoha and Sand Shinobi are left with only a few remnants. At least on the battlefield of the Land of Thunder, the one with the greatest voice is Onoki, who has the most complete strength preserved. Lao Zi's status is not low among this group of people. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his chin. Go, be sure to kill him, contribute to the village. Lao Zi's eyes lit up, and he walked out of the crowd. That guy who claims to be the sword master of promise, I will kill you. Old Purple Grandmaster Lava style, and there are 4 tails in the body. A formidable opponent. Even in Cloud Shinobi village, his strength is not low. Yi Yui looked at the sword master of promise. After the shot just now, Yi Yui roughly estimated that the strength of the promised sword master is at least the peak of cage level. This old Z's strength is almost at cage level. What's more, there is a plugin called 4 tails in his body, and his strength is definitely not below the midterm cage level. Although there is still a long distance between the middle stage of cage level and the peak of cage level, if you are careless, you will still get into trouble. Master Yi looked at Lao Zi with a smile on his lips. The ninja just now is not my opponent, will you be? After all, Master Yi closed his eyes and continued. I am a peace-loving person, and I will not use violence to solve problems unless it is absolutely necessary. When the people from Konoha Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi heard this sentence, they thought it was Master Yi who was afraid. What? Are you scared by 4 tails Jinchuriki? Do you think that defeating an old wounded Master Jiraiya is the opponent of 4 tails? It seems that he is afraid of Master Lao Zi. Advertisement. This group of cannon fodder ninjas kept laughing. Only the few cage level and quasi-cage level powerhouses present knew how strong Master Yi was. Even if Lao Zi took the initiative to ask for Ying, he was also psychologically voluntary. I don't know if it is Master Yi's opponent, except for himself. Luo Sha was stronger than himself. If he can't beat Master Yi himself, the situation will have to be revisited. Kushina looked up at the sky. It's only afternoon now, not evening yet. The sun still hangs in the sky. Kushina stepped forward and said to Master Yi, Teacher, leave this opponent to me. Master Yi glanced at Kushina. Wei Wei nodded. Yes, I believe in your strength. Uzumaki Kushina stood opposite Lao Zi with a smile on his face, and pulled out the Nash area. Come on, Rock Shinobi's old Z, let you see how powerful our Cloud Shinobi is. Lao Zi looked at Uzumaki Kushina, and after simply looking up and down, he knew her identity. Cloud Shinobi's Sun Pillar. I heard that the weakest one of the 9 pillars is quasi-cage level. Old Z, want to see how capable you are. Lao Zi put on a fighting stance. He is wearing purple clothes and a breastplate ninja, the hair in the back is tied into a small ponytail, and he has a big beard, which is not very kind at first glance. Therefore, Kushina did not underestimate Lao Zi. A moment later, as Uzumaki Kushina's breathing gradually accelerated, Madara lines appeared on his face. Uzumaki Kushina, who is in the state of Madara pattern, has directly jumped to the middle stage of cage level. The two were evenly matched. On Nash's fang, the flames were burning. Tien Mahao. Under the scorching sun, the sun flaming cloak worn by Uzumaki Kushina burned with golden flames following Kushina's will. Like a small sun, the strong temperature even made the Cloud Shinobi ninjas tens of meters away feel hot all over. This is. Lao Zi frowned slightly, and found that Kushina's strength seemed to be stronger than he imagined. Is this the 9 pillars? A huge tail appeared behind Lao Zi, and at the same time, the chakra in his body became thicker. Borrowing the tailed beast chakra has improved Lao Zi's body a lot. Lava-style chakra mode. Lao Zi shouted loudly, his whole body was covered with high-temperature lava, it was the color of fusion of flame and rock. The same scorching high temperature, the ground under the feet is constantly melting the tent. Lava-style burning river rock technique. Several huge magma balls, burning with astonishing temperature, flew directly towards Kushina. Chapter 117 Complete 9 tails join the battle, the pinnacle of the tail beast. Several magma balls roared and flew in front of Kushina with a high temperature that could melt everything. Lava style, which combines fire style and earth style, has extremely powerful destructive power and defensive power. Not only 4 tails, even the old purple body can also be used. He himself has this layer of blood inheritance limit. Uzumaki Kushina showed no trace of fear on his face, he clenched the Nasher's fang in his hand, his figure exploded, and he slashed out with several swords. Boom! The magma balls were chopped into pieces one after another, and the hot magma spread on the ground. At this time, Lao Zi's figure directly turned into a blazing red light, he clenched his fist, and punched out. Lava-style chakra mode is as dangerous as lightning-style chakra mode. Lightning-style chakra mode can stimulate cell activation and greatly enhance your physical fitness. And the lava-style chakra mode can make yourself indestructible, and at the same time, the strength is incomparable to ordinary people. A layer of lava attached to Lao Zi's body is like armor. Both defensive and lethal. This punch can kill at least one elite Jonin. Uzumaki Kushina didn't change his face, and directly pulled the Rian cloak behind his back with his big hand, and slammed it directly in front of him. In the end, the fist landed on the sun flame cloak. The flame from the sun seems to be able to penetrate the lava armor formed by old Z's lava-style chakra. Immediately, a trace of pain appeared on Lao Z887's face. A huge force shook Uzumaki Kushina's body, but the impact was completely dispelled by the sun flame cloak. The mythical equipment of the sun sect is not so fragile. One shape round dance. Stimulating the breathing method, a layer of flames burned on Nash's teeth again. It directly fell on Lao Z's body. Boom, old Z's body retreated tens of meters, but there was no scar on his body. Just left a deep scratch. In no time, this scratch was healed again with lava-style chakra. A smile appeared on Lao Zi's face. The lava armor formed by my lava-style chakra is not so simple. Young people. Lao Zi shook his head slightly, and his figure rushed out again, blasting out. Since the opponent couldn't do anything to him, Lao Zi also let go of his heart. The action kicks off. It seems that Kushina is not taken seriously at all. But Lao Zi seemed to have forgotten something. Opposite him is a Madara sword wearing a sunfire cloak and holding Nasher's fang. Advertisement old Z's attack is of little use to Uzumaki Kushina. It's not bad if you can keep up with yourself. Lao Z's successive attacks were easily resolved by Kushina. The two of them are like two suns, constantly setting off bursts of monstrous flames on the battlefield. Although the battle between the two was fierce, everyone could see it. Whether it is Lao Zi or Uzumaki Kushina, neither of them used their full strength. Still trying. Can this old purple really beat Uzumaki Kushina? Shimura Danzo's face was full of worry. What if Lao Zi can't beat him? At that time, only the other two Sanin and Luo Sha will be present at the cage level powerhouse. I am only a quasi-cage level, and I can hang myself up with 9 pillars. Shimura Danzo suddenly felt bad. Lao Zi also noticed that Kushina's strength is really extraordinary. He stopped and looked at his body. Despite having lava-style chakra mode, this Kushina's sword skills are no joke. With Nash's fang using the breathing method, every time the sword cuts on him, although it is not fatal, it is still a sharp pain. Especially the cloak that Kushina is wearing, like the sun. A cloak that still burns. This directly exceeded Lao Zi's scientific cognition, especially when he was close to the cloak, he could feel as if his internal organs were burning. And the material of this cloak is unknown, even if it is blasted by lava, it is still golden. There were also several deep sword marks on his body. According to this progress, it is estimated that he is not far from death. Can't hide anymore. I saw the scarlet chuck, BIFG, emanating from Lao Zi's body. Half-tail beastization. Tailed Beast Chakra Mode. At this time, Lao Zi was covered by the Scarlet Tail Beast Chakra, and his eyes on Kushina were even more fierce. He clapped his hands directly to the ground. Immediately, the ground trembled wildly. Countless magma directly tore through the ground and rushed into the sky. Sprayed directly onto the ground, together with the ground, it turned into a magma river. In order to avoid the magma, the ninjas on both sides retreated hundreds of meters. Like a volcanic eruption, countless magma turned into waves, trying to submerge Kushina. Advertisement Kushina looked at the magma rushing towards him, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's too easy for me, Uzumaki Kushina, to use this trick to kill myself. Yayui and the others looked at Kushina's body like an ant in front of the magma, their eyes widened, and they thought a little. Watch as lava engulfs Kushina. Old Z was also smiling on the distorted face of the tailed beast chakra. I am Four Tails Jinchuriki, of course invincible. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze directly. In the magma, a ray of light burst open. Bright golden light burst out from the gap in the magma. Immediately, I saw the golden tail condensed by the nine-tailed beast chakra, directly breaking through the magma. Seeing this scene, Lao Zi suddenly trembled in his heart. This chakra fluctuation, could it be 9 tails? Shimura Danzo was also pale. Could it be just a few days of work? Kushina surrendered 9 tails. No way, this is 9 tails. Is the Uzumaki clan really that powerful? Shimura Danzo's eyes went dark when he saw the huge body of 9 tails appearing. Almost lost my temper. Asterisk a carat asterisk dollar asterisk carat 9 tails, who was completely tailed into a beast, let out a roar from Yang Tian. The huge 9 tails condensed from golden chakra, with black stripes on their body. The terrifying oppressive force almost drained the air in front of everyone present. Hiss, lava flows down from 9 tails, just like hot water for bathing. To 9 tails, it can't pose any threat at all, and Uzumaki Kushina just stood inside 9 tails. Suddenly, a light flashed in 9 tails' hand. I saw an oversized Nashor's fang being held by 9 tails. The golden flame condensed by 9 tails chakra and the flames of the breath of the sun is constantly burning on Nashor's fang. The large sunfire cloak was also draped over the back of 9 tails. At this time, 9 tails seemed to be like a sun on the ground. Old Z, who turned into a half-tailed animal, stood in front of 9 tails, like a child. 9 tails reached out with a big hand, and the huge claws directly grabbed Lao Z. Lao Z. My mentality has collapsed. Chapter 118 9 Tails Chaos 4 Tails. Master Yi's mentality exploded. Lao Z never expected it. The Uzumaki Kushina in front of you is not just a 9 tails Jinchuriki, but a perfect Jinchuriki. 9 tails, who has completely turned into a beast with a body tail, also holds the 2 magics of Nash's Fang and Sunflame Cloak, and his strength is also standing in the position of Super Shadow. Even Master Yi raised his eyebrows, although he couldn't see the eyebrows with the helmet on. This 9 tails is a bit interesting. Facing this form of 9 tails, Lao Zi's heart trembled wildly. What is this stuff? Are you a tail beast? Isn't this Gundam? Lao Zi still didn't give up. Lava-style sea needle. Lao Zi gathered all the lava in his body to one place. Instantly sprayed towards 9 tails, powerful lava, overwhelming. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the lava, directly manipulated 9 tails, and cut it down with a single sword. Fighting with half-tailed beasts and full-tailed beasts is just for death. A sword directly split the lava, and it landed on Lao Zi's body. Lava-style granite. Lao Zi gritted his teeth and manipulated the lava to condense together. The indestructible lava envelops Lao Zi's entire body like armor. This is the strongest defensive ninjutsu of Grandmaster according to Lao Zi. If you can't even resist this move, then Lao Ji can only find another way to fight Ju Ji. But Lao Zi obviously underestimated the power of Uzumaki Kushina. Also underestimated the power of 9 tails, also underestimated the power of Nashor's Fang. Uzumaki Kushina opened the Madara pattern, which is the midterm strength of Cage level. And 9 tails is the strength of Chawing. The Sunflame Cloak is also an artifact of the Sun Sect. As for Nash's Fang's father, Baron Nash's strength is needless to say. The superposition of these kinds of power can only be described by the word horror. Click. The lava armor shattered. There was another crisp sound, and more than half of Lao Zi's chest was sunken. Chakra languished in an instant, and the 4 tails in Lao Zi still don't want to die. Once Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will annihilate along with Jinchuriki. 4 stars still knows this. The ever more intense tailed beast chakra spews out again. Infused into Lao Zi's body. While healing Lao Zi's injuries, it also made Lao Zi enter a complete tailed beast. A roar. Advertisement 4 tails Sun Wukong is born. 4 tails, which is almost the same size as 9 tails, has its hands folded in front of its body, lava attached to its arms. Lava hardens quickly. Indestructible, however, 9 tails' next sword shattered the lava again, cutting into 4 tails' arm. 4 tails howls. Kurama. 4 tails gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain and said to 9 tails. Are you really going to kill them all? We are one? 9 tails sneered. The 9 big-tailed beasts are one body, share a space of consciousness, and can talk to each other. 4 tails, times have changed, and tailed beasts can't die. 9 tails grinned. Hundreds of years ago, the 9 tails fought each other, and the 9 tails were the strongest. Even ordinary 9 tails are super cage level players, 4 tails is simply not enough to watch. 4 tails' eyes widened, anger appeared on his face. He is not afraid of death, anyway, the tail beast can be resurrected after death. But the most annoying thing about 4 tails is that people call him 4 tails. Kurama. Lousy has a name. I am the Sun Wukong named by Sage of 6 Paths under the water curtain cave of Wagwo Mountain. Don't call me 4 tails. With a roar, almost everyone on the battlefield heard the howl. 9 tails chuckled, sorry, 4 tails, I forgot that you hate people calling you 4 tails the most. I'm so sorry 4 tails, I will pay attention, 4 tails, you are my good brother, how can I forget about that, 4 tails. You're treating me like a human being, isn't this bullying? Do you think I'm afraid of you because you have a lot of tails? 4 tails glanced at 9 tails' body, as well as Nash's fang on 9 tails' hand in the sunflame cloak. Well, it really can't beat you. Suddenly, an ordinary swordsman below couldn't sit still. Master Yi suddenly appeared in front of 4 tails, and asked with a strange expression, what did you say is your name? 4 tails snorted coldly, Monkey King, Master Yi. Are you Sun Wukong? Isn't Sun Wukong a little monkey? How did you become an orangutan here? Sun Wukong is from the Vastai clan. Think macaque, not a gorilla, the name Goku was chosen by me. Again, your name is Sun Wukong? 4 tails was taken aback. Is there something wrong with this old man? My uncle is the grandson bestowed by the Sage of 6 Paths under the water curtain cave in Wagwo Mountain. Before he finished speaking, he saw that Master Yi's expression was not right. 4 tails was taken aback, and did not dare to continue. Advertisement, ask for flowers, if Sun Wukong was here, you would probably be beaten to death by him, Master Yi said honestly. With Kong's strength, he could pick up the 4 tails and kill them 10 times. Kushina swallowed, and she also noticed that Master Yi's face was not right. Teacher, do I like to solve this guy by hand? Uzumaki Kushina asked. Master Yi sighed, cut him. Nasher's tooth is a golden masterpiece. 1 shape round dance. The second type hyphenation point by Luotian. The 3 types. Red mirror of the sun. The sword skills of the breath of the sun are used by Uzumaki Kushina to the fullest. Combined with the strength of 9 tails, each sword has the power to destroy a mountain. A series of long swords with flames fell directly on 4 tails' body. Even though 4 tails uses lava style to resist 9 tails, the terrifying power is not something that 4 tails can contend with. The strength of 4 tails is considered to be mid-low among tailed beasts. Facing the super cage level 9 tails combined with Nash's fang, they can't resist at all. The final sword falls. Immediately, the long sword pierced through the abdomens of the 4. The tailed beast chakra flowed out weakly. Thump. 4 tails knelt directly on the ground, burning with flames all over. Dissipate directly. Lao Zi fell to the ground at this time, his body was covered with scars. There is not much chakra left in the body. A group of medical ninjas hurriedly surrounded Lao Zi. All kinds of medical ninjutsu were used on Lao Zi. But at this time, Lao Zi was already covered in wounds, and his consciousness was blurred. With the power of revolving heaven, in just 10 seconds, Zi stopped breathing. Seeing that the 4 tails Jinchuriki is no match for the opponent, Konoha-san Shinobi Alliance 2.0 is also in chaos. Even the top combat power Lao Zi can't stop the opponent. Rose's eyes widened. This third ninja war is really exciting. The powerful from all sides fell one by one. How should this battle proceed? Shimura Danzo on the side also had a gloomy face. Lao Zi with cage level strength also died. Now there are not many cage level people around me. Withdraw? As far as Onobi's virtue is concerned, even if he withdraws, Onobi will ask Shimura Danzo to organize a Konoha-san Shinobi Coalition 3.0 to continue to resist Cloud Shinobi ninjas every minute. Everyone looked at Shimura Danzo, waiting for Shimura Danzo's Order 9. Chapter 119 Danzo who doesn't open his eyes. Unwise sneak attack. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched. A man can bend and stretch, withdraw. Shimura Danzo was disheartened, there were too many high-end combat powers on the opposite side. The old Z who can be beaten to death in his own family, and the old Z given by Rock Shinobi also burped. Sanagakure was originally weak in national strength, and now Luo Sha is the only one who has cage-level combat power. How to fight this? 9 tails is enough to serve them all in one pot. Suddenly, the light on Uzumaki Kushina's body gradually dissipated, and the huge golden 9 tails slowly disappeared. Complete tail beastization removal. This is the first time that Kushina has entered into a full-tailed beast mode. Even though 9 tails wanted to help Kushina wholeheartedly, it still couldn't last long. After the tailed beast is removed, chakra and the spirit are exhausted, and the same day hits. Uzumaki Kushina felt his eyes go dark and almost fell to the ground. But soon recovered. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina in the Shimura group, 463, is like looking at an enemy. This is 9 tails. Perfect Jinchuriki, 1 blow to the 4 tails guy. Just stand on the opponent's side. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth with hatred. The last sneak attack on Uzumaki Kushina failed, but this time it will definitely succeed. Summoning technique Nightmare Taper. The summoning beast, covered in red like an elephant, appeared directly in front of everyone. In an instant, open your mouth, and there is a powerful suction in an instant. The target of this suction is Uzumaki Kushina. Now Kushina's strength has not yet fully recovered, only Zunying is around. Facing this kind of suction, there is no defense at all. Instantly dragged towards the nightmare. At this moment, Shimura Danzo also sneered, and jumped directly to the other side of the nightmare. Prepare to use the power of the nightmare to increase the power of your wind style. This blow, Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, must be killed. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep soundly. Wind style vacuum Daidama. In an instant, a large group of wind style chakra bombarded Kushina like a cannonball. This sudden sneak attack made Uzumaki Kushina completely unresponsive. Don't even know how to defend yourself. He simply gritted his teeth and pulled the Rian cloak directly in front of him. The flames enveloped Kushina directly. The vacuum jade bombarded the Rian cloak. A bang. The Sunflame cloak is intact. How could this kind of mythical equipment be thrown into trouble by this B-level ninjutsu? Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo also turned pale. Oh hoo, layer eggs. The sneak attack failed. After blocking the blow, Kushina simply threw out the Rian cloak. The flaming sun flame cloak hit the nightmare's mouth directly. The nightmarish taper, which was burning with flames, howled miserably, turned into white smoke and disappeared on the spot with a bang. The nightmare was broken, and the attack failed. Danzo's face paled. Zaraki Kenpachi also had a lot of anger on his face. If we talk about fighting in an above-board manner, if you lose the enemy, you will lose the enemy. But isn't your sneak attack too much? Zaraki Kenpachi draws out Zanpakuto, chops it up and throws it away. Seeing Ryotsu leaning towards him, Shimura Danzo felt chills all over his body. This Kenpachi can hit Super Shadow's 9 tails on the ground. With such a knife, can he survive? Luo Sha, save me. Shimura Danzo howls. Luo Sha's eyelids were also jumping wildly, but he had no choice but to manipulate the gold sand into a shield and directly protect Shimura Danzo. Life and death depend on fate, wealth and honor. Whether this gold sand can protect you depends on your luck. Anyway, Luo Sha did my best. The countless golden sands are like a hill. Even so, it still doesn't bring Danzo a sense of security. Boom. Ryotsu directly bombarded Gai Jinsha. Shimura Danzo tried his best to dodge, but was still cut off with an arm. A howl. Shimura Danzo fell directly to the ground, clutching his broken arm, with a distorted expression on his mouth. It hurts. It hurts so much. Kenpachi also raised his eyebrows when he saw that Danzo was not killed with a knife. Zanpakuto points to Rasa. The next one will kill you. Luo Sha's face turned pale. Brother Kenpachi, let me explain. Danzo staggered to his feet. You must not die yourself. I'm going to be Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, Hokage will be mine. I can't die here. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and ran towards the crowd with a shake. Suddenly, there was a coolness behind. He felt a gust of wind passing by behind him, as if someone had come behind him. He turned his head and saw that it was Yui Ai with lightning-style chakra wrapped around her body. Advertisement. It's you, vicious dog. Let your ninjas attack third Raikage. Yui Ai pulled Danzo up with a big hand. At this time, Yui Ai's expression scared an adult to wet the bed for 3 years. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and said, You spare me. I have a good relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I can ask him to share Konoha's resources with you. Land or money can be given to you, as long as you spare me. Yui Ai snorted coldly, and said, It's okay, after killing you, I will kill that old dog Sarutobi. Lightning style. Let me explode. Yui grabbed Shimura Danzo and raised her hands high. Shimura Danzo, who had already had an arm chopped off, was only quasi-cage level even in his heyday. Under cage level, no one can resist this move. Shimura Danzo's face is ashes. Is he going to die? Damn. If there is a next life, I must learn that kind of ninjutsu that cannot die. It is best to give me 10 lives. Boom. A blow like thunder. The land that stretches for dozens of meters is directly cracked. Countless razors are running wild. Everyone was pale. When the thunder light dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Shimura Danzo was smashed to pieces. Not even a complete body can be seen. Luo Sha's eyeballs almost popped out, tongue tied straight. Shimura Danzo just died. As the Third Ninja World War, the commander-in-chief of the trap leaves. To be killed by Yui Ai just like that, Konoha shinobi's hearts were broken in an instant. The commanders are all dead. Why is there still a 2.1 in this battle? Pack up and go home to dry your child's diapers. Konoha shinobi scattered in all directions in an instant. Only the sand shinobi and rock shinobi ninjas were left with a dazed look and a stunned look. Withdraw. Withdraw to the rock shinobi position. If given a chance to do it all over again, Luo Sha would never agree to participate in the Third World War. Even if it was Third Kage who died, it's a pity that life cannot be repeated. This battle can no longer be fought. Withdraw. Looking at the defeated ninja alliance, Yui Ai snorted coldly. If they have brains, they will choose to throw in the towel, otherwise they will end up like Shimura Danzo. Although Konoha has completely retreated from the army now, Third Raikage has not been rescued yet. After all this time, every minute of delay adds to the danger of Third Raikage. Follow them. Must save Third Raikage. Yui Ai's voice was very manic. Chapter 120 Bloody Battle to the End. Fear of the Void breaks ground. The remaining Luo Sha and the others couldn't get any limelight in the face of the highly motivated Cloud Shinobi ninja. The strongest people are dead at this time, what else can they do? I'm afraid I can't do anything. If you continue to resist, you will only die in vain. They still have a lot of numbers in their hearts. And how many tailed beasts does Cloud Shinobi have? 2 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails, a full 4 tailed beasts. An ordinary tailed beast is enough to set off a bloodbath. Facing Cloud Shinobi who has 4 Jinchuriki, isn't he looking for death? Luo Sha wants to cry but has no tears. Rock Shinobi position. When Onoki heard the news that 4 tails Jinchuriki was killed, Danzo was killed, and Luo Sha was defeated, he was furious. Boom. He slapped the table hard. Onoki never imagined that he trusted Shimura Danzo and the others so much, and finally showed himself this. 4,000 people can't stop Cloud Shinobi half a step. Not only Shimura Danzo, but also his family's 4 tails Jinchuriki were killed. Will this Shimura Danzo play? 3 on 1 can be counter-killed? Master Rock Shinobi, maybe we really underestimated Cloud Shinobi, 5 tails Jinchuriki Han 18 said with a frown. He could see that the enemy that even Lao Zi couldn't deal with should not be that simple. Carrier from Explosion Style said, "That's right, according to the intelligence of my subordinates, Cloud Shinobi has also mastered the power of 9 tails now. If this is true, even we may not be their opponents." Onoki frowned. He touched his chin, and twitched his big nose. Cloud Shinobi themselves are very martial, and now that the war is starting, their combat effectiveness is also fully displayed. 3 tails Jinchuriki plus 2 column-level combat forces can hold them back. Mist Shinobi, Sand Shinobi and Konoha were also beaten by Cloud Shinobi repeatedly. Maybe this Cloud Shinobi is really not as simple as I thought. It's more trouble than I imagined. Onoki slapped his thigh. Give me an order to fight the 3rd Raikage quickly. Be sure to kill the 3rd Raikage before the Cloud Shinobi troops arrive. Now he can only place his confidence in 3rd Raikage. If 3rd Raikage dies, it is an irreparable loss for Cloud Shinobi too. Advertisement: although there are 2 pillar-level fighters protecting 3rd Raikage, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, a hero can't stand the crowd. Now there are 7,000 people blocking 3rd Raikage in the valley, plus the remaining 3,000 defeated troops. They can form a coalition of 10,000 ninjas. Can this 10,000 ninja coalition fail to defeat 3rd Raikage? In the valley, 3rd Raikage was covered in blood at this time. The blood is not his own, but the ninja coalition's. His back was full of corpses, and beside him were the exhausted Yanzu Purgatory Yi and Shui Zhu Shi. Although the 2 of them had grandmaster breathing techniques, they were also exhausted after a series of wheel battles. Only the 3rd Raikage is still capable of fighting. What to do, Lord 3rd Raikage? The 3 of them hid behind a boulder and took a rest. Hundreds of ninjas stood in a row, searching for them like a carpet. Although they know they are tired, there are so many of them. Most of these ninjas are only the strength of Chunin and Genin. If they are placed in normal times, they will definitely not pay attention to them. But now it has been fighting for 2 days, and the fighting has never stopped. Purgatory Yi and Shi are almost at their limit. 3rd Raikage looked at the exhausted 2 and frowned. It's useless for the 2 of you to stay here now. I'll kill a bloody path for you too. You run away. 3rd Raikage closed his eyes. He had to admit that he was old. Even if 8 tails was here when he was young, he could still give 8 tails a headbag. But now I can't even beat 10,000 people. I have to say, I'm still quite useless. Since I'm such a waste, it's better to give some position to the people who come after me. Shi gritted his teeth and said, Master Raikage, if we want to leave, we would have left. We once swore to protect Master Raikage to the death. If we have to sacrifice, we must sacrifice first. Purgatory Yi nodded. That's right, Master Raikage, why don't we fight a bloody road for you? Ying Ying can't do without you. 3rd Raikage snorted coldly and said, So much nonsense. You are still young, unlike me. You are already old men. Since I am old, I will dedicate myself to the young people. At this time, 3rd Raikage once again wrapped up a layer of lightning-style chakra. Lightning-style chakra mode. He has the strongest body in the ninja world today. What's more, he has also practiced the thunder breathing method for several years. Although I have been fighting for 2 days, I still have enough strength. Master Raikage. Lien Ji had just finished speaking when Raikage rushed out suddenly. Advertisement. Rock Shinobi trash. 3rd Raikage punched a backhand, directly sending a person flying tens of meters away. With a bang, it hit the wall. Here, Raikage is here. Everyone spotted Raikage instantly. Kill him, Master Rock Shinobi will reward you. He's Raikage. Make sure to kill him, superior. Hundreds of people rushed towards Raikage together, and countless kunai shurikens flew in the air, forming a huge shadow. Several long-range ninjutsu blasted towards Raikage one after another. However, in the face of these attacks, 3rd Raikage just kept sprinting, turning his body into the strongest spear. All attacks falling on 3rd Raikage are like scratching an itch. Purgatory Yi and Shi gritted their teeth, and rushed out of the doctor together with 3rd generation Ying. The 3 continued to fight on the battlefield, half a day later. After the 3 defeated hundreds of people again, the slightly weaker Purgatory Yi and Shi finally couldn't hold on, and leaned against the boulder beside them. Only 3rd Raikage is still fighting, and 3rd Raikage was also panting heavily, with a rare tiredness on his face. This fight has been too long. For 3rd Raikage, it's a deadly load. But there was still a dark crowd in front of him. 3rd Raikage knew that if there were no reinforcements, he would probably have to explain himself here. Although their attacks do not pose any threat to themselves. But you will be tired too. Master Raikage, Shi gritted his teeth and said, the two of us should fight a way out for you. Third Raikage shook his head, the only way to go is you. Third Raikage has looked away, anyway, I am not a successor. Yayui is a very good ninja. He is also the perfect candidate to become Lei Ying of the 4th generation. If you have an old bone, you will be 4 if you die. He looked up at the people in front of him, and suddenly his pupils constricted. I saw the ground split instantly. A pair of horn-like bony spurs are embedded on both sides of a ferocious face, with 2 feet on the ground and 4 limbs on their backs, like a purple-red crayfish that has been crossed with bugs and grown disabled. 5RW Chapter 121 Big Bug Kogas, one child at a time. Third Raikage's eyelids twitched wildly. Even if he considers himself to be knowledgeable, he still has no idea what kind of monster this thing in front of him is. But if Kenpachi was standing here, he might recognize it instantly. Fear of the Void. Shogath, nicknamed Big Bug, Kogas shook his head. At this time his body was not much bigger than a normal person. Although the Ninja Coalition forces were shocked for a moment, they quickly reacted. What kind of monster is this? It looks ugly and cute. Kill him and talk. Everyone seems to have forgotten the Third Raikage, brandishing their weapons and killing Kogas. However, they didn't notice the trace of ferocity and hunger in Koga's eyes at all. Kogas has an insatiable hunger. He comes from the void and wants to devour all life. It was true in Runeterra, and it is true here now. Kogas roared, and the ground trembled violently. A large piece collapsed in an instant, and dozens of bone spurs emerged from it, directly piercing these ninjas to the sky. Rupture. After the bursts of howling, looking at the ninja who fell to the ground and kept howling, almost losing the ability to fight, Koga's eyes were full of greed. He was so hungry that he wanted to devour everything. In an instant, he took a big gulp and swallowed a ninja directly into his mouth. BOJ. With a bang, the ninja entered Chogas's stomach. Kogas seemed to appreciate the deliciousness. Pick up another ninja and chew it a few times. Sound of chewing. Nom nom nom. Blood flowed from the corner of Koga's mouth. With those who eat genin, Koga's body seems to have changed. The bone spurs on his body began to twist, and at the same time his body seemed to grow a little bigger. If it was only the size of an ordinary person before, it is at least a head taller than an ordinary person now. The body is also much stronger. Kogas grinned at the corner of his mouth, as if he was smiling. After coming to this world, Kogas has been in a deep sleep. Sleeping underground. But all of a sudden, he felt a constant vibration on the top of his head. Moreover, a lot of blood seeped into the mud and flowed into Koga's body. Kogas instantly woke up from his slumber. He felt endless hunger. Advertisement as an unpretentious cook, of course Kogas has to find something to eat. As soon as I got out of the mud, I saw these ninjas. Mom, dinner is ready. Kogas directly ate all the ninjas on the ground in 2 bites. At this time, his body expanded several times again. It is even much higher than Yayui Eye. Those ninjas stared at Kogas, their eyes widened. They have never seen such a terrifying monster. Kill without blinking an eye. Even a tailed beast isn't so outrageous, is it? Eat people and grow bigger? How do they know? Shogath's complex biological structure is capable of rapidly transforming matter into physical growth. Not only will it increase muscle mass and density, but it will also make the shell hard as a diamond. Kill him first. This monster must not be kept. A few ninjas rushed out, swung their ninja swords, and slashed at Chogas's body. Pooh. The skin of Kogas, who has not yet fully grown up, is not particularly tough. This ninja knife was directly inserted into Koga's back. But Kogas ignored this ninja, but swallowed his last ninja first. Immediately, Koga's body grew up again. Flesh and bone spurs continuously sprang out from the body, entangled the ninja knife. Immediately, the ninja knife was covered with tougher flesh, and then a layer of bone spurs covered its surface. Looks like Chogas grew it himself. Monster. The ninja's legs softened and he almost knelt down. Pants are hot. Kogas stretched out his claws and directly pressed the little ninja to the ground. With a big grin, he leaned against the ninja and sniffed it carefully. One last laugh. Your soul shall be food for the void. After all, he swallowed the ninja into his stomach in one gulp. Shogath's hunger cannot be satiated, therefore, his greedy eyes swept to everyone present again. Where have these ninjas seen such monsters from the void? All flee separately. Mom, there are monsters. Advertisement. I'm not a ninja anymore. I want to go home and farm. Is this a creature from the underworld? I look like a creature from the underworld? In this world, there has never been such a terrifying monster, or anyone has imagined it. Even Third Raikage was silent for a moment. F*K, what the hell is this? Am I dying of exhaustion? Is this hallucination? Kogas looked at the big moving stakes in front of him, and jumped on them excitedly. The group of ninjas fled in fright. Even so, there are still quite a few ninjas who directly became Kogas's meal. However, Kogas seems to have never noticed that Third Raikage behind them is still Purgatory Yi and Shi. Knowing that Kogas was gone, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what strength that Kogas is. But it can also be seen that at least cage-level strength. It is estimated that it is on the same level as the tail beast. The most terrible thing is that this monster seems to be getting stronger. The purpose of this monster is definitely not to help us, he just happened to not notice us. Third Raikage took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. Kogas didn't look back when he came out of the ground. When he saw a group of ninja stakes in front of him, he immediately chased after him. How can there be 3 ninjas behind? Anyway, for Kogas, this is a buffet. We still don't know where this monster came from, and the worst part is, he seems to get stronger the more people he eats. Shi was covered in a layer of cold sweat. His strength is only quasi-cage level, and he will not be an opponent of Kogas in any case. Wang Haojiao, suddenly, I heard a plop, and the movie also lay on the ground. Purgatory Yi hurriedly helped Raikage up. After careful inspection, he was relieved. Looks like he's just passed out from exhaustion. We need to get Raikage out quickly, now's our golden opportunity. Shi nodded hurriedly, and the two carried Raikage and rushed out of the valley. I thought it was another bloody battle, but the sudden appearance of Kogas seems to have changed the situation of the battle. In a sense, their lives were all given by Kogas, Cloud Shinobi troops. Yayui has just found 1,000 ninjas under Raikage and learned of Raikage's current location. Hasten to find Raikage with an army of 7,000. Suddenly, Kenpachi's eyelids twitched slightly. How do you feel like something is going to happen? Master Yi's expression was unnatural. He seemed to feel a familiar and terrifying aura. Breath from the Void. Chapter 122. The mouth is so good, eat whatever you want. Master Yi frowned slightly, although it has been a long time since I left Valoran. But for Void, Master Yi was still deeply impressed. This thing is definitely not a simple guy, very strong. That is the overlord from another plane. Even in Valoran continent, it is very rare for someone who can confront the Void head-on. Damn it, how can I feel the breath of the Void? Master Yi was a little puzzled. Wouldn't it also come to the Void here? Even if Valkyrie Jax and Void have been fighting for so long, there is no winner. It is enough to see that the Void family is not simple. Even the weakest Void creature is enough to set off a bloodbath here. I am afraid that only cage-level experts can stop the Void creatures. Suddenly, Yayui Ai's heart beat wildly. I saw 3 very familiar figures appeared in front of me. Shueju Shi, Yenju Purgatory Yi, and 3rd Raikage. It's just that 3rd Raikage has been unconscious. Shuezu Xi and Yenju Purgatory Yi brought him here alive. A smile appeared on Yayui Ai's face. You ran out? Yayui Ai rushed up to meet him, looking up and down at 3rd Raikage. Fortunately, I just passed out. Life is fine. She nodded. Fortunately, 973 escaped and almost died inside. A trace of seriousness appeared on Purgatory Yi's face. We met a weird and scary guy. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to come out alive. Yayui Ai raised her eyebrows. Who is it? Purgatory Yi sighed, and described the appearance of Void Fear. And the weirdest thing is, that guy actually grew bigger after eating people. It seems that his strength has also increased a lot. We conservatively estimate that he has at least cage-level strength. Master Yi at the side gasped. F***K. How does this describe so much like Kogas? People call it fear of the Void, commonly known as the Big Bug. Power is pretty straightforward. Eat people and become stronger. Master Yi at the side took a deep breath. Go to Purgatory Yi. How big was that monster when you left? Purgatory Yi thought about it. About the height of 3 people. Master Yi's mouth twitched slightly. How tall are the 3 of them? Advertisement. So now it is conservatively estimated that it is at least 10 meters high. Kenpachi on the side raised his eyebrows slightly. Master Yi, does this mean? Biff, Master Yi nodded. That's right, this should be the fear of the Void. Kogas, I didn't expect him to come here too. We must be prepared and go all out, because I can't guarantee that I can defeat him. Master Yi told the truth. If Kogas has grown up completely, then even Master Yi himself doesn't know the chances of winning. Kenpachi asked. Does it mean that the more people he eats, the stronger he becomes? Master Yi nodded. That's right, as long as we kill him while he can't grow up, we still have a good chance of winning. Kenpachi grinned. Oh ho, I remember at least 10,000 people there. Master Yi. Are you kidding me? If 10,000 people eat it, wouldn't Kogas be invincible? Sand Shinobi position. Onoki was frowning, thinking about how to deal with Cloud Shinobi, when suddenly a ninja broke in. 3rd Raikage killed. Onoki thought he was here to report the results of the battle. The ninja shook his head frantically, and said in a trembling voice, Master Rock Shinobi. Something is wrong. A monster has appeared. Onoki was taken aback. Monster? That's right, this monster will grow bigger if it eats people. And it's extremely powerful. It has eaten more than 1,000 of us now? F***K. Onoki was stunned. More than 1,000 people? What about 3rd Raikage? The Rock Shinobi ninja muttered for a while, and said, We don't know where the 3rd Raikage is now, but I think our top priority now should be to deal with that monster. How big is that monster? Onoki said dubiously. He has lived to such an age, has he never heard of such a monster? Could it be the secret weapon cultivated by Cloud Shinobi? The Rock Shinobi ninja muttered, it should be at least 30 or 40 meters high. Onoki sucked the air in front of him fiercely. 30 or 40 meters high? Are you sure you're not joking? Tailed beasts are only this tall, take me to have a look. When I came out of the valley, I was stunned because of drunkenness. He felt that he didn't want to go on inside, because outside the valley, you can see the huge body of Chogas. At least 50 or 60 meters high. That ninja did not expect that Kogas grew up so fast. He wasn't that tall when he left. Advertisement. This is about the same height as the tailed beasts like Shukaku Matabi. Respond to the enemy. Deal with this monster first. Onoki still knows the seriousness of the matter now. If this monster is allowed to grow, the consequences will be absolutely incalculable. The rock shinobi ninja rushed forward in an instant. Earth-style earthquake core. The ground collapsed in an instant, and Koga's body sank directly into the ground. Boom! Koga shook his head, as if he didn't realize what happened. But he still knows, it's probably because of those little bugs. Koga roared. A terrifying sound wave came directly from his mouth. Wild scream. In an instant, the dozens of ninjas in the front all knelt down on the ground, covering their ears, almost spitting blood from their mouths. Puff! In the end, these dozens of ninjas still couldn't resist, bleeding directly from their 7 orifices, and fell to the ground. At this time, Onoki had already borrowed Earth-style ultralight heavy rock technique to fly above Koga's. At the same time, he was dragging a small mountain in his hand. Earth-style super-weighted rock technique. Onoki directly smashed the hill towards Koga's, and at the same time urged the heavy rock technique. This made the weight of the hill magnify countless times. Onoki's eyes were full of killing intent, although he didn't know what the origin of this Koga's was, but let Koga's gobble it up so recklessly. We'll definitely get stronger. At that time, it will be a disaster for the whole ninja world. Koga's looked up at Onoki. Blink blink. Looking at the hill flying towards him, he simply opened his mouth. Amu. Nom nom nom. Gudong. He directly swallowed the hill, chewed it a few times and swallowed it into his stomach. Hiccup. Onoki's face instantly turned green. What the hell is this? It's okay to eat people, even mountains can be eaten. Are you afraid of indigestion? I don't even look at how many Jianwei Shaoxi tablets you have to eat for such a big body. Why don't you know how to lose weight? He didn't know that Koz could convert almost all substances into the growth of his own body. In Valorant, there are Jacks and others who can sanction him. But here, Kogas can eat whatever they want. Chapter 123 5 Tails Jinchuriki lost. Yaoi I attacked. Kogas burped, looked at the big wild tree floating in the air, and slapped him directly and exhaled. Boom. Onoki fell heavily to the ground, and immediately felt a sharp pain all over his body. This guy, is he Super Shadow? Onoki frowned. The strength of this Kogas is really weird. At this time, the 2 huge hooks on the back of Kogas directly pierced through several ninjas who were approaching, handed it to his mouth, and swallowed it. Shogat's hunger is never satisfied. What's wrong with him? He just wants to fill his stomach. This guy is not something we can handle. Hand him over to Cloud Shinobi. Onoki clenched his teeth. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. How to beat this thing? At this time, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han stood up. Master Rock Shinobi, this guy has eaten a lot of our ninjas. If you don't kill him, I'm afraid the whole ninja world will be in danger. Onoki thought for a moment. Han is right. Kogas has grown so terrifyingly in such a short period of time. If this continues, the entire ninja world may be at stake. Tail Beast Chakra Book Sword leaked from Han. Rich Scarlet Tail Beast Chakra. Directly entered the half-tailed animalization. Boil-style unparalleled strange power. Han raised his chakra to the extreme in one breath, and then burst out directly. With a fierce punch, it directly hit Koga's huge body. Boom. This terrifying power is rare in the entire ninja world. The powerful force directly caused Kuz to take several steps back. Seeing that his fists were embedded in Koga's body, Han stared wide-eyed. This Koga's body is too terrifying, right? After such a punch, it seems that nothing happened. Han kicked Koga's hard, and then drew out his fist. Tailed Beast Chakra condenses in the mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. The Tailed Beast Bomb exploded directly on Shogath. Boom. Koga's body trembled slightly, and he retreated continuously. The Tailed Beast Bomb, capable of blasting a mountain, hit Koga's, causing a dent to appear. Koga's was furious and waved his hand, trying to catch Han. And Han hurriedly turned into a scarlet afterimage, dodging the blow. Seeing that he couldn't catch Han, Koga's simply grabbed dozens of ninjas again and swallowed them. Wounds on the body heal instantly. At the same time, the body seems to have grown a lot. This guy, how should he defeat him? Advertisement. Han's eyes were full of fear. Koga's ate it up and slapped Han on the back with his paw again. Puff. Blood spurted from Han's mouth. The body is directly embedded in the ground. All the bones in my body seem to be shattered. If it wasn't for Chakra the Tailed Beast to protect and heal his body, Han would have died 18,000 times. What the hell is going on with this monster? Han Lien crawled back to Tsuchikage's side. Master Tsuchikage, I'm no match for him. Let's retreat. Han undoes the Tailed Beast, and almost kneels directly in front of Tsuchikage in a weak body. Seeing Tsuchikage still hesitated, Han persuaded, we don't have to stay here. Let Cloud Shinobi deal with them. If he kills all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas, we will reap the benefits. Even if Cloud Shinobi kills this monster, he must huge damage. When the time comes, Cloud Shinobi will still be ours. Onoki thinks what Han said makes sense. Retreat first. The coalition forces retreated frantically. Yaoi saw Koga's huge body a few kilometers away. At this time, Koga's almost ate up everything around him, and his body was as high as 100 meters. Yue's eyes widened. F*K made the same cry as Tsuchikage. What the hell is this? Is this a F**************** G crayfish upgraded? It was the first time Yaoi saw this kind of monster. It directly caused irreparable damage to his heart. He really didn't expect that such a wonderful creature actually existed in this world. Yaoi eyes shook her head, thinking she was dreaming. Sure enough. Master Yi affirmed his deduction. It really is the fear of the void Chogas. This monster has grown so big. Yaoi looked at Master Yi. Master, how should we deal with this monster? Master Yi frowned slightly. We can only do our best. We must not let him grow again, otherwise, it will be easy to destroy your world. Master Yi has seen the power of the void, and knows exactly what kind of existence the void creatures are. It was a creature twisted to the extreme, it must be completely killed. The Cloud Shinobi ninja came before Cho'Gath, asked for flowers. Cho'Gath had just finished his buffet when he turned around and saw the Cloud Shinobi ninja again. The corners of his mouth were drooling. The two huge hooks on the back rushed towards Cloud Shinobi and everyone. Pooh! The two Cloud Shinobi ninjas who didn't react were directly swallowed by Koga's. So strong! Yaoi's eyes widened. Perhaps this guy's strength is really not simple. Advertisement. He takes a step. I have to deal with this guy. Master Yi on the side raised his eyebrows slightly. Come on, he didn't think Yaoi would be the opponent of this void-fearing Koga's. Yaoi let out a loud drink. Breath of fire, breath of thunder. Double breathing method urges. 0 bless yourself. Fire Thor mode. As soon as he came out, he decided to go all out. The figure trembled violently. The speed has already surpassed the cognition of human vision. Appeared directly in front of Koga's. Jump up, fire god guillotine drop. The breath of fire and the breath of thunder are all blessed on the legs. From top to bottom, smash it. The peak strength of cage level can be seen at this moment. Boom. Directly and fiercely bombarded Koga's. Cho'Gath's body trembled violently. Just sat down on the ground. This powerful force can still move Ko's. Does this human have the ability to fight against void creatures? Master Yi smiled slightly, it just seems a little bit forced. Fire god of thunder lateral bolt of pain. Chop. Suddenly a hand knife, it slammed hard on Koga's head. Cho'Gath's head was directly split open a crack. This blow seemed to anger Koga's. To Koga's, humans are nothing more than ants, but this ant dared to challenge himself. Rupture. The ground is torn apart in an instant. Countless huge bone spurs sprang out. Insert to Yaoi. Yaoi looked at these bone spurs, her eyes widened too. So strong, each can literally tear itself apart. Lateral bolt of pain. The hand knife infused with the breathing method directly chopped up all these bone spurs. Facing Koga's, Yaoi is still determined to go out. Chapter 124 Yaoi's bloody battle against Koga's. Master Yi makes a move. Facing Yaoi, Kong Kong's frightened expression turned ferocious. In his eyes, humans are just bugs. Although bugs can bite people, they are just bugs after all. Koga's opened his mouth wide, and countless bone spurs burst out instantly. Swish. There were at least dozens of bone spurs flying towards Yi's head. Huge bone spurs, each as thick as an adult's arm. If it is hit, ordinary people will definitely die. Even though Yaoi's body is far superior to that of ordinary people, she is still invincible. Should this guy, whom Master Yi called the fear of the void, really appear in this world? Yaoi didn't have time to think about it. The speed of him in Huo Lei Shen mode is also countless times faster than ordinary people. I saw that his body grew countless times faster in an instant. Like a shadow. Even the eyes of everyone couldn't keep up with 900 on Yaoi. The original Yaoi's speed was outrageous, but now Yaoi has a double breathing method. Although there are many bone spurs and the speed is extremely fast, it is still helpless Yaoi's back was already densely pierced by bone spurs, but she still jumped to the top of Koga's head. Fire god guillotine drop, hit it hard again, accompanied by the crackle of flames and the hiss of thunder. Yaoi's fists blasted out, with full force, a few bangs. The fire burst open, and chakra erupted directly from it. Koga's also roared, and many cracks appeared on his body. But he doesn't seem to know the pain. Koga's came to this world with only one feeling. That is hunger. An insatiable hunger. Other feelings have long been thrown out of the sky. Looking at Yaoi, Koz noticed that he was different from the others. The chakra on this ninja is very strong, and the flesh is extremely strong. No body in a million. Great supplement. Looking at Yaoi, it's like a human being looking at bird's nest, deer antler and ginseng. Open your mouth wide and bite down, advertisement. Yaoi evaded in a hurry, and Koga's bit the ground with one bite. Click. The ground was directly bitten out by Koga's. Although he didn't eat any flesh and blood, Koga's still swallowed the rock in his mouth. Crunchy. Yaoi's face was darkened. What kind of mouth is this guy? Does he eat anything? Once again chakra gathered on his fist, and a heavy punch hit Koga's on the jaw. With a bang, a dimple appeared in Cho'Gath's jaw, but obviously, this level of attack is of little use to Koga's. The most terrifying feature of this rough-skinned and thick-skinned void creature is that it can devour everything. At the same time, it can also transform the substances it devours into its own flesh and blood. Comparable to invincible. If the void creatures were really that easy to deal with, Jax wouldn't be running all over Valoran looking for his helpers. I saw countless bone spurs growing out of Koga's wound, directly filling up the pit. Koga's has been devouring and growing. Koga's looked at Yaoi in front of him and seemed to be finally angry. A long howl. Terrifying sound waves drilled into Yui's Naohai. Even if Yui's double breathing method was close to him, he was almost vomited by the shock. He covered his eyes, couldn't even maintain the breathing method, disengaged the Huolei Shen mode, and half knelt on the ground. In a cold sweat. This guy, I'm not his match, Yui had told the truth. From the current point of view, the power of this unknown Koga still exceeds Yui's expectations. Even if he has the power of cage-level peak in Huolei Shen mode, under his continuous heavy blows, it seems that Koga still hasn't been hurt. Could it be that only Chaoing is the opponent of Koga's? If that's the case, isn't Koga's strength too heaven-defying? Yi Yue's expression was not calm anymore. It turns out that this is the fear of the void that Master Yi said. Really tyrannical. Master Yi nodded and said, that's not bad, even in Valorant, there are not many mortals who can face the void head-on, leave the rest to us. After all, Master Yi directly pulled out the blade of the Ruined King on his back. Glowing lights flashed from the blade of the Ruined King one after another, revealing a chilling light. A legendary weapon of this level also caused Koga's to grow his mouth, revealing the bone spurs and teeth in his mouth. While rushing towards Master Yi, he swallowed several Cloud Shinobi ninjas on the road, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them directly. Not even a chewing motion. Seeing the volume of Koga's expanding one after another, Master Yi also knew in his heart that if he didn't get rid of Koga's now, advertisement, then the consequences are endless. There was no trace of fear on Master Yi's face. A big hand touched the blade of the Ruined King. A bright golden light flashed out directly. Promise Kendo. Alpha Raid. Master Yi's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. I saw countless sword marks flashing on Koga's body. Every blow hit Koga's hard, explosions sounded one after another. The bone spurs and flesh and blood on Koga's body were chopped off one after another. Master Yi clenched the blade of the Ruined King tightly with both hands. It was like going deep into no man's land. The chopped Shogas screamed. Seeing that Koga's, who Yui couldn't do anything just now, was so shattered in Master Yi's hands, everyone's eyes widened. Could this be Master Yi's true strength? Koga's finally became angry and began to fight back. Several hooks stabbed towards Master Yi directly one after another. At the same time, the wolf stepped on the ground. Immediately the ground burst open. Dust and smoke several meters high are directly stirred up. When the dust cleared, Master Yi held a huge sword and stood in front of Koga's with a stern expression. Koga's strength skyrocketed one after another, swallowing at least 1,000 people in one breath. Want to put Master Yi to death? This made him have not had time to adapt to his own strength. Boom. It's so strong, it's already at the god level, right? Master Yi turned his head to look at the crowd. Koga's let out a miserable howl, and his huge body sat directly on the ground. Although under Master Yi's combo, this Koga's was almost powerless to fight back. In the next battle, Koga's will gradually adapt to his surge in strength. Master Yi didn't change his face. He carried the huge sword in his hand, cut off several bone spurs one after another, and gave a loud shout at the same time. But Master Yi noticed that this was only temporary. Everyone above cage level, I need your help. The light on his body flashed again. His whole body was like a sharp sword, and he rushed towards the doctor directly towards Koga's. Countless bone spurs grow vertically and horizontally. Everyone hurriedly covered their faces. At that time, if Koga's cannot be killed, then he and the Cloud Shinobi ninjas behind him will most likely die under Koga's hands. Chapter 125 Void Fear reveals Kamui. Nine Tails is in a hurry. Although Master Yi is a generation of kendo masters, but he has a traditional predecessor in his bones. Master Yi has always believed in one sentence. That is, a real master always has the heart of an apprentice. Now that he needs Cloud Shinobi's companion, Master Yi will say it without hesitation. There are actually very few cage-level powerhouses present. Yui just lost the battle with the Huolei Shen mode. It will take some time to recover from exhaustion. The same goes for third Raikage. Most of the 9 pillars are only quasi-cage level. With the addition of Jin Chiriki, there are not many strong men above the super strong. Kenpachi, Uzumaki Kushina, by Wooden Golem, Foam, Killer Bee. Only these 5 people. Moreover, the Foam and Wooden Golem have to be fully tailed to reach the cage level. Seeing the 5 people fight out, Master Yi nodded. Enough. The rest of the people, all retreat 100 meters away. Absolutely don't get close to the fear of the void. The remaining quasi-cage level people are just courting death. Complete courting death. 18 will not only be eaten alive by Koga's, but will also continue to strengthen Koga's strength. Let them who are not rich even worse. Everyone obeyed and retreated instantly. Come on, the 5 of us will solve them together. Master Yi smiled lightly. Kushina nods. She is the first to enter full tail beast transformation. Immediately, 9 Tails' golden chakra stretched out from her body. In an instant, the huge golden 9 Tails appeared in front of everyone. 9 Tails shook his hand. Nash's fang was held in his hand. At the same time, the Sunflame cloak was draped behind his back. Flames burst. 9 Tails is like a miniature sun. Unstoppable panic. A roar. By Wooden Golem and Bubble also followed by Tailed Beast. Matabi and Seiken stood around 9 Tails. 8 octopus tails also grow on Killer Bee's back. 8 Tails Gyuki joins the battle. Kenpachi also carried Zanpakuto and stood beside the crowd, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He could see that Koga's was very strong, This battle must be hardy. Come on, the third unparalleled powerhouse. Although you are a little special, I am still very happy to fight with you. Kenpachi had a warlike grin on his face. A crowd of Cloud Shinobi ninjas stared wide-eyed as they looked at these strong men, posing for a decisive battle. Is this the first time we have seen a battle of this level? Now we can boast for at least 10 years, big buddies of Cloud Shinobi, come on. Four-tailed beasts, 2 6-pads level powerhouses. This is currently Cloud Shinobi's strongest lineup. Advertisement Nikogas looked at them, but it seemed that he was just looking at a few big stakes. Hunger strikes again. His eyes were bloodshot. The bigger the body, the hungrier he is. Rupture. In an instant, the ground exploded, huge range, fully stretching tens of meters. Encased all 6 Cloud Shinobi powerhouses, everyone dispersed instantly. Countless bone spurs directly pierced the ground and pierced into the sky. Those purple-red bone spurs are as thick as trees. The end is as sharp as a sword's edge. If he was stabbed, he must be dead without a whole body. It seems that he has gradually adapted to his power. Master Yi suddenly slashed out with his sword. A deep sword mark directly appeared on Koga's body. Still not fatal. Seiken, Matabi, Yuki stand together while gathering the tailed beast chakra. Tailed beast bomb. 3 huge tailed beast bombs blast towards Cho'Gath. Koga's opened his mouth wide, instantly burst out countless bone spurs. Spike of fear. Countless bone spurs shot towards everyone one after another. Straight into the tailed beast bomb, 3 bangs. In the distance of Cloud Shinobi, only the huge bodies of Nikogas and a few tailed beasts can be seen. And the rising mushroom cloud, can a few strong men do it? Can they defeat this monster? Damn monster. Get out of the land of thunder, let him see our wrath. Kenpachi then exploded with a shockwave and flew close to Cho'Gath. Rip off the mask. Ryotsu broke out, 120% power. The 6 pads level Ryotsu exploded like a bomb. Slash out suddenly. Boom, sword light vertical and horizontal. Ryotsu burst. Slashed fiercely on the body of the Fear of the Void. Crack. Koga's let out a miserable howl, and one of the huge hooks on his back was chopped off. Chop. 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 Kenpachi slashed at Koga's body one after another. Countless wounds appeared one after another on Koga's skin. These wounds are huge and deep, shocking. Finally, Ko fought back. He stretched out his huge, hard claws, directly blocking Zanpakuto. Advertisement there was a bang, like chopping on fine iron. Zanpakuto was shocked, but he didn't cut down, just cut a deep ravine. Kenpachi narrowed his eyes slightly. Koga's also opened his mouth wide. Insect. Say it, snap it up, it's on Kenpachi. Kenpachi's face was pale, and his body flew upside down in an instant. With a bang, it hit the ground. Dust and smoke are surging, spreading everywhere. In the huge pit is the body of Kenpachi. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened. What a powerful force. It was the first time she saw Kenpachi being thrown like this. 9 Tails jumped up instantly, clenched Nashor's fang with one hand. The other hand directly pinched Koga's head. With a bang, Koga's was pushed to the ground. 9 Tails held up the giant Nashor fang, breath of the sun. Huo Yan climbed on Nashor's fang one after another. Golden flames ignited, with the sunflame cloak burning beside 9 Tails in flames. Such 9 Tails are really like the sun. A sword was stuck in Koga's head. Poof! Pierced Cho'Gath's gigantic head. Koga's let out a miserable howl, his whole body twitching non-stop. Seeing the success of the sword, Uzumaki Kushina thought that Koga's had been dealt with. She wanted to manipulate 9 Tails to break free, but found that she couldn't break free at all. A huge cross-shaped wound appeared on Koga's chest. Grinning, he let his guard down. It is Kenpachi and Master Yi. Nailed 9 Tails directly to the ground. There was a light in Koga's eyes, as if he had discovered that the chakra was a great tonic, and he bit it down again. Koga's opened his bloody mouth wide and bit 9 Tails' head directly. 5 bone spurs pierced 9 Tails' body directly from all directions. Unexpectedly, a few huge bone spurs shot out from the ground directly. Pooh! 9 Tails hurriedly turned her head and was bitten on the shoulder by Koga's. Boom! How is this possible? Nail it firmly, it's like eating chicken feet again. Just ripped off a chunk of chakra. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened. But suddenly, a sword light and Ryotsu slashed one after another. Chapter 126 Bankai are all gone. Slash Cho'Gath, plop. 9 Tails' body fell to the ground. Half of his body has been completely swallowed by Koga's. Fortunately, 9 Tails at this time is just a chakra aggregate. If it is the main body, it is estimated that it will be directly disabled. Uzumaki Kushina also showed a fearful expression on his face. It seems that I underestimated him. I thought this guy would die if his head was knocked off. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Nash's tooth still stuck in Koga's head and sighed helplessly. Master Yi smiled and said, "It's okay, this blow still caused severe damage to Koga's, but the vitality of void creatures is not easy. If you are careless, you may pay a terrible price." Uzumaki Kushina nodded. The blow he had just now hadn't completely dealt with Koga's. It seems that the void creatures are indeed as terrifying as Master Yi said. How strong and brave is the person who chooses to be the enemy of the void? Suddenly, the voice of 9 Tails came. Most of my chakra was plundered by him, I couldn't support it and completely turned into a tailed beast, and the rest is left to you. Nine Tails has a very tired voice. Kushina nodded, thank you, Nine Tails. Nine Tails is helpless. The complete tail beast transformation was lifted, and Kushina returned to the ground again. Seeing Chaoying's Nine Tails end, everyone in Cloud Shinobi raised their hearts again. As for Kenpachi, carrying Zanpakuto, he also raised his eyebrows as he looked at Koga's, who was even bigger after swallowing the Nine Tails chakra. Master Yi, let's deal with this guy together, I can't wait to fight him. Koga's body at this time was at least 120 meters long. And Nine Tails is only 70 meters high. Master Yi nodded and said, just right, let us fight side by side. In an instant, the two of them rushed out. Like a cannonball, it hit Koga's directly and fiercely. Koga's huge body shook violently. Master Yi drew the blade of the Ruined King. Slash with one sword. Pooh, a huge wound appeared directly on Koga's chest. Jerk. In an instant, huge wounds spread across Koga's body like a ravine. Koga's let out a howl. The Ryotsu on Kenpachi's body exploded, and the wolf slashed out. Boom. The light of the knife flickered, and it slashed directly at Koga's body. Koga suffered from pain and backed away again and again, his eyes widening. He is angry. Stomp hard and step on the ground. Crack. Crack. Click. Bang. The ground was directly torn apart by this powerful force. Countless bone spurs, like giant pillars, grow crazily from the ground. Stretching for hundreds of meters, densely packed. Advertisement, even the surrounding high mountains were shattered, and countless bone spurs stabbed towards them vertically and horizontally. Inevitable. Master Yi smiled, holding the blade of the Ruined King in his hand. Wuji Kendo adds to the body, the golden light is bright. Since avoidance is inevitable, it is better to kill a bloody road. Alpha Assault. Master Yi's body shuttled among the bone spurs one after another. Like, and Kenpachi. The two of them, with one sword and one knife, slashed at Koga's one after another. The bone spurs stretching along the way were all smashed by the two of them. There is no way to stop these two strong men standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Seeing Master Yi and Kenpachi's weapons slashing towards his head, Koga's roared. He directly raised his two giant claws, blocking the weapons of these two people. Crack. There were also deep wounds on the paws. Bugs, die. Koga's screamed loudly. Intense sound waves, constantly reverberating in the field. Both Kenpachi and Master Yi were shocked by the frequency of vainly trying to pierce the eardrums and smash the mind. I almost couldn't even hold the sword in my hand. This trick again. Kenpachi frowned. Liberate. Nozarashi. Zanpakuto liberation. The mighty Ryotsu bursts out of Kenpachi again. Boom. Powerful power exploded directly from Kenpachi's body. Ryotsu burst. Like a nuke. Cut it out. Ryotsu burst. Click. An arm of Koga's was cut off by Kenpachi. At the same time, Master Yi also shook his body. The whole body is shining, together with the sword in hand. Plateau blood. Master Yi's speed has directly increased to the peak. For a moment, although the body only trembled slightly. But hundreds of swords have been cut, the dense wounds are coming. Click. Chobus's arm exploded directly. A howl. The two claws of Koga's were all cut to pieces by the two of them. Chobus was furious. More bone spurs and tissues grew out of the body. Advertisement rushed to the two. I want to penetrate the two. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide open. Countless bone spurs spray. Master Yi and Kenpachi dodged their attacks one after another. The corner of the mouth is slightly raised, an arc of confidence. This kind of attack still can't help me wait one no matter how much Kenpachi has, it will be new one after another. Koga's body was broken one after another. Bankai everything is done. Blood sprays from Kenpachi's body, like standing on a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The Zanpakuto changes shape while freshness stretches out from the Zanpakuto. Huge blood blade. Sweep to Koga's, the newly grown tissue and bone spurs of Choga's. All were abruptly swept away. Choga's let out a miserable howl. The body retreated hastily, and with a bang, he sat down directly on the ground. Koga's stared wide-eyed, as if in fear. How does this human being have such a powerful force? Like me, at the same time god level? Kenpachi let out a roar. Blood blade vertical and horizontal, stretches like lightning. It directly pierced Koga's body. Koga's let out a miserable howl, his whole body twitching unceasingly. Can't move at all. The blood blade grew within Cho'Gath. Like a tree, it directly grows countless branches. Kenpachi laughed a few times and pulled out the blood blade directly. It's like dismantling Cho'Gath directly. Fear of the void? Cho'Gath? It's really interesting to fight with you? Yes, successfully defeated void fear codes. Close black lens bracket. Master Yi shook his head. We haven't completely won yet. Koga's has just returned to the plane of the void, and sooner or later he will set foot on the land of Valoran, and we will continue to fight him, forever and ever. Kenpachi didn't care. Kenpachi's whole body Ryotsu burst again. HMPH, this kind of guy, cut him every time you see him. These cracks gradually widen. Immediately, countless blood blade branches grew from every corner of Chobus's body, obtained. Koga's body was directly decomposed and fell to the ground. However, to no avail. Finally shattered. Are we victorious? Uzumaki Kushina asked. Immediately, countless cracks stretched out on Koga's skin. Click. Shoga's howled miserably. With a slight convulsion, Kosa's life is gradually coming to an end. Chapter 127 Reward the Power of 3 Phases, 4th Raikage succeeds. The Unparalleled Powerhouse Challenge reward has been completed 3/5, and the reward is being drawn. Close black lens bracket. Mythical level equipment 3-phase power. The treasure of the Balanced Sect's township, and the weapon used by the founders of the Balanced Sect. Close black lens bracket. Seeing that 3 swords suddenly appeared in his hand. Each of the 3 swords has a name: Flare, Bee Sting, Net Eclipse. Although these 3 swords are not ordinary things, if they are taken out alone, they are ordinary. On the continent of Valoran, it is not considered top. But his most powerful point is to combine 3 weapons into one. Kenpachi put the 3 swords together. At the same time, a bright light flashed from the sword body. A mythical weapon, born from Jongdan, the power of 3 phases. The 3 weapons are rotating and connected together. Between the light flow, the power flickers. Just by taking a look at it, one can know that the power of the 3 phases is definitely not ordinary. Kenpachi raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? Why are my rewards all such fancy things? Can I use it? It's fine if you got me a ruined king's blade and Nasher's sunflame cloak. What does this give me a big fan for? Forget it, keep it, there should be someone suitable for him. Suddenly, Kenpachi took a look at Killer Bee. Killer Bee is a 7-sword ninja. Can skillfully manipulate 7 ninja swords at the same time. The strength cannot be underestimated. Kenpachi 717 beckons for Killer Bee to come over. Killer Bee, this 3-phase power is for you. Killer Bee's eyes straightened when he saw the power of the 3 phases. F*K. Just what equipment? Looks great, what can I use? Seeing Killer Bee's surprised look, Kenpachi also smiled. Take it if you like it, it will do you no harm. The power of the 3 phases is the treasure of the Kinku sect. Put it on Valoran continent, even if the news that you have the power of 3 phases spreads. If you are not really capable, you will die in 3 days. Killer Bee played with the power of 3. Immediately, rays of light burst out from the power of the 3 phases. Advertisement blade strafed. In the hands of Killer Bee, the power of the 3-phase force bursts into ultimate. Kenpachi stared. Seems like a good fit for Killer Bee. Good. Yui also let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the corpse of Kogas on the ground disappearing slowly, he felt relieved. The monster finally died. Looking at the ninjas under him, each of them suffered heavy casualties. Yui said, let's take a rest. This rock shinobi should not have retired yet, their strength should not be underestimated. Everyone nodded. Just had a bloody battle with this Chogas, let them fight rock shinobi, totally can't do it. After all, this rock shinobi is not vegetarian, they also just chose to hide in order to temporarily avoid Koga's edge. A comeback is only a matter of time. Killer Bee on the side also nodded, that's right, and Lord 3rd Raikage is still unconscious, we have to wait until Lord 3rd Raikage wakes up before deciding what to do next. Rock Shinobi Camp Onoki looked shocked. What, you say they took care of that monster? Hearing his subordinates report that Kogas had been beheaded by Cloud Shinobi, Onoki was also stunned. Nikogas is not easy. Even I couldn't do anything about him, but was killed by Cloud Shinobi. I originally wanted this monster to weaken Cloud Shinobi's strength as much as possible, but I didn't expect it to be so unreliable. After I planned to let Kogas clean up Cloud Shinobi, I directly blasted his head with the dust escape. Even if he is a monster, he must not be able to live without his head. Six Tails Jinchuriki Han said, they must have spent a lot of energy trying to kill that monster. Should we just wipe them all out? This is the best time. Onoki frowned slightly, after thinking for a long time. In the end, Onoki still shook his head, not only Cloud Shinobi, but we also suffered heavy casualties. If we follow up now, even if we can annihilate Cloud Shinobi, we still have to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Han wondered. Then shall we wait? Onoki nodded, and said, let all the ninjas rest. BIFD. For 3 days. Then we will have a decisive battle with Cloud Shinobi. Inside the Cloud Shinobi camp, Yui also noticed that the decisive battle was coming soon. Mist Shinobi, Konoha and Sand Shinobi retreated successively. Only Rock Shinobi remains. The decisive battle will come sooner or later. At this time, 3rd Raikage was lying on the bed and suddenly coughed twice. Yui hurriedly came to Raikage's side. Master Raikage, how are you doing? Advertisement 3rd Raikage looked around and said, have we won the war yet? Yui shook her head and said, not yet, but that's it. 3rd Raikage nodded. It seems that I am still old and can't move anymore. Actually, not 3rd Raikage is old, it's that he's getting old. Even if he is old, he is still a strong man at the peak of cage level. Let the current Yui and 10,000 ninjas fight for 3 days and 3 nights, Yui probably won't be able to come back. No, Master Raikage, you are Raikage, you will not grow old. Yui said hastily. 3rd Raikage smiled helplessly and said, let Kenpachi and the others come in. Kenpachi and Kushina, led by Wooden Golem and Killer Bee, walked into the camp one after another. 3rd Raikage sat up and looked at Kenpachi and others. You are all the future of Cloud Shinobi, the pillars of Cloud Shinobi, and I am already old. Perhaps, this position of Raikage is indeed going to be passed on. Yui's heart trembled. 3rd Raikage looked at Kenpachi and said, you have the best strength and the highest potential. It's just a pity that you have great ambitions and don't want to be troubled by these trivial matters. You don't like Raikage's position. It's a pity. Kenpachi nods. Third Raikage was right, all he likes is fighting. Dry rack. Let him rule the country, how boring is that? Third Raikage looked at Yaoi. So, this position is still for you. Yaoi just wanted to decline, hesitated for a moment, and said, I understand. He knew that he couldn't just refute. From now on, you will succeed the fourth Raikage. Be sure to conquer Cloud Shinobi. Destroy all our enemies. Third Raikage was very relieved. He has cultivated Yaoi for so long, and finally waited until this day. It's time to let go. Yaoi nodded, after walking out of the tent. Yi Yue's eyes flickered with fighting spirit. From now on, he is the fourth Raikage. Send me an order. 3 days later, prepare for a decisive battle with Rock Shinobi. Yaoi made an estimate. 3 days is enough for Cloud Shinobi to gather all the top combat forces. This battle will surely end the Third Ninja World War. Kenpachi picked up Zanpakuto, eyes excited. 3 days? It seems that after 3 days you can fight. Woohoo! Take off. Chapter 128 Uchiha Madara's Plan. Onoki Surprise Attack. It's not just Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village that are gearing up for battle. In the unknown deep underground, there are still undercurrents surging. Uchiha Madara, with a large tube stuck in his back, looked at the boy beside him. How is your recovery? Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Obito, like a kind old grandfather looking at the younger generation. There is no conspiracy in the eyes. Uchiha Obito looked at the other half of his body grown from Hashirama cells and moved his limbs. Freedom of movement is no longer a problem. It seems that I will be able to get out of here soon and return to the battlefield. Uchiha Obito looked very excited. What he wants to achieve the most is to get out of the ground, return to the Third Ninja World battlefield, and fight side by side with his master Namikaze Minato and good brothers Obito and Lin. Then make contributions and become a generation of great Hokage. This is Uchiha Obito's dream. Uchiha Madara smiled. Little sample, want to leave? There is no door. Even if you really want to leave, you have to fulfill my plan step by step. To be thought that I saved you is really to die for charity. Are those people in your eyes really that important? Uchiha Madara asked with a smile. Uchiha Obito nodded seriously. Of course, in my eyes, companions are the most important people. Uchiha Madara said, perhaps one day, you will find that companions are useless. Only when you are strong can you be truly powerful. Uchiha Madara is such a person who doesn't believe in the power of his companions, but only in his own history. In his eyes, everyone is just a tool that is not very easy to use. Only Senju Hashirama has a special place in Uchiha Madara's heart. Before Uchiha Obito could respond, Uchiha Madara said, okay, go back and rest first. Obito had to back down. At this time, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu walked in front of Uchiha Madara. We have found the revived Three Tails, and locked the location of Lin. We can start the plan at any time. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly. The plan continued in an orderly manner. His time is running out, although he can continue to linger here, but if he leaves the chakra supply of Geto statue, he will still die. Such a body to complete Project Tasuki no Mi? Nonsense. He has to take advantage of this Obito guy. Very well, when Obito's body and Hashirama cells are completely fused, it is estimated that the decisive battle between the Rock Shinobi Ninja and the Cloud Shinobi Ninja will begin. Although in this dark underground, Uchiha Madara can be said to know the outside world like the back of his hand. Advertisement 100,000 White Zetsu is his eyes. These eyes spread all over the 5 great countries. After their decisive battle, it must be the weakest time. If we continue to implement the plan at this time, we will be successful. White Zetsu chuckled, so what are we going to do now? Black Zetsu also said, yeah, we can be a little boring during this time. Uchiha Madara said, you keep an eye on the outside world. When you have nothing to do, go chat with Obito and brainwash him. It's just such a simple character. Uchiha Obito has potential, but his heart is not in Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu understood what Uchiha Madara meant and backed off. Cloud Shinobi position. Before the start of the battle, there is still one last day. In this day's time, they have almost prepared. Most of the wounded have almost recovered, and now they have about 6,000 full combat strength. On par with Rock Shinobi ninjas, the difference is only the top combat power. Yi Yui, who succeeded the 4th Raikage, ordered the ninja to arm. There shouldn't be Rock Shinobi coming to sneak attack in the village, right? Killer Bee was a little worried. Yaoi smiled confidently and said, how could Rock Shinobi suddenly run to our rear? Could it be that they can fly? Besides, there are 2 column-level guards in the village, so of course there will be no problem. Everyone is at ease. After all, the village is their base camp. If the village is gone, then even if the war is won, it won't make much sense. Not worth the candle, and Rock Shinobi still doesn't seem to understand the strength gap between them. Onogi looked at his subordinates and said, tomorrow we'll launch a decisive battle. I want to show the group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas, we Iwagakure are the most brave and good at fighting. The mighty Rock Shinobi ninjas are marching towards the Cloud Shinobi position. Outside the Cloud Shinobi position, several scout ninjas are patrolling in the distance. I'm afraid that there will be trouble. If Rock Shinobi comes to sneak attack, it will be trouble. Ask for flowers. However, in the secret place, several Rock Shinobi ninjas formed seals with their hands, and their bodies sank slowly into the ground. Earth-style Earth Dragon hidden. A few of them shuttled underground, running towards several Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Before those Cloud Shinobi ninjas could react, the Rock Shinobi ninja appeared behind them. Advertisement 1 hit kill. The last line of defense is the Cloud Shinobi position. A Rock Shinobi ninja grinned. The purpose of their surprise attack team is to cause trouble in the Cloud Shinobi position. When the time comes, the Rock Shinobi ninja can take them by surprise and kill them all. What a wonderful idea. In the Cloud Shinobi camp, Yayui was still looking at the battle map. After becoming Raikage, Yayui must learn to truly view war with the eyes of a shadow. He has to think about how to fight to minimize casualties. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly. Earthquake. Yayui was taken aback, and then responded to Gulai, no, how could there be an earthquake? In an instant, the ground split open one after another, and several huge hills rose up. Cloud Shinobi's tents were torn apart, Earth-style, digging up the ground. A few Rock Shinobi jonin, smiling as they watched the Cloud Shinobi camp be torn into several parts. Several Rock Shinobi ninjas followed. Tsuchikage also shot. Clasping both hands on the boulder, the weight of the boulder increased dozens of times. Everyone be alert. Be alert. The Earthquake Core jointly launched by several Jonin-level ninjas also has a special effect on changing the terrain. Earth-style Great Earthquake Core, Earth-style Super-Weighted Rock Technique. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. At the same time, he punched the boulder with one fist. Wide open. Boom. The huge boulder smashed towards the Cloud Shinobi position. These Cloud Shinobi ninjas panicked. Rock Shinobi Grandmaster Earth-style, and one of the characteristics of Earth-style is that it can greatly change the terrain. He floated in the air with the super light and heavy rock technique holding the huge boulder in his hands, and smiled coldly at the Cloud Shinobi ninja who fell into the ground. The ground collapsed tens of meters in an instant, and the Cloud Shinobi position, which was still exposed just now, fell directly into the ground. Yayui raised her head, with anger in her eyes. This is to keep Cloud Shinobi buried alive underground. Damn Rock Shinobi. How despicable. Damn Onoki 4. Chapter 129 Onoki fights Yayui. Lois fights. Although Yayui had already guessed, this Rock Shinobi would launch an attack in advance. Therefore, he laid down layers of protection, and nearly 100 scout ninjas continued to patrol. Just to be able to detect Rock Shinobi's sneak attack in advance. But I didn't expect that Rock Shinobi's sneak attack came so violently. Using Earth-style ninjutsu to pass through the ground? Damn, I should have thought of that. Yayui felt dissatisfied. Onoki floated in the air with an insolent expression on his face. Ha ha ha. Yayui, you simple-minded guy. You Cloud Shinobi ninjas are all going to die here today. Onogi had a smile on his face, as if the outcome was already in his hands. When this boulder falls, at least 2/3 of the Cloud Shinobi ninja will die. At that time, wouldn't the situation be one-sided? Cloud Shinobi, that's all. Yayui snorted coldly. Lightning-style chakra is infused into the 040 of the body. Cell activation, jump up. Like a flash of lightning, it rushed directly to the boulder. Lateral bolt of pain. Chop. The knife in the hand was as fast as lightning, moving like an afterimage, and directly bombarded the boulder at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The breathing method of thunder stimulates the movement, and the power is poured into the physical body one after another. Boom. The boulder immediately fell apart, turned into dust. Onoki, you old dog. Yayui's eyes were about to split open, and lightning flashed all over her body. Onoki was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this fatal blow, and Yuanren was eliminated by Yi's blow. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Onoki once again formed a mudra with both hands, and a powerful chakra burst out. A huge Earth Dragon rose directly from the ground, carrying thick sand and stones, and rushed towards Yayui. Earth-style Tyrone Gun. This is not over yet, because Noki has urged Earth-style ninjutsu one after another. He knew that if Yayui got close, he would definitely not be Yayui's opponent. You must not let Yayui get close to you. On the ground, several spikes rose up, piercing towards Yayui. Lateral bolt of pain. The hand knife was slashed, and the doctor stabbed and the 10 dragons were all blown away. To Yayui, this bit of ninjutsu is nothing more than that. Yayui flew into the air, and ruthlessly swept towards Onimu. Guillotine drop. Advertisement thunder poured into it. Although it is not in the mode of Huolei Shen, but if this blow hits, Yimu will definitely die. Looking at the unstoppable Yayui, Onoki's heart trembled wildly. This Yayui really has some skills. Earth-style super-weighted rock technique. Onoki directly used the weighted rock technique on his body, and his body instantly fell to the ground. Boom. Hit the ground. Earth-style Earth Dragon hidden. Before Yayui's leg hit her face, Anomu sank into the ground and jumped out tens of meters away. And this kick also hit the ground heavily from top to bottom. Boom. The ground directly shattered into a huge hole, and the cracks stretched and wreaked havoc. Countless gravel and dust are stirred up. People who watch are terrified. All the Rock Shinobi ninjas hiding in the dark came out, a total of 6,000 people. If this big wild tree doesn't come out again, it's probably in danger. Onoki was in the distance, panting heavily. My forehead is full of sweat. He really didn't guess that Yayui's combat power was even more terrifying than he imagined. Underestimated Cloud Shinobi. Yaoi Ai stood on the ground, his whole body trembling with thunder. Looking at the flustered Onoki, he smiled and said, "Is the so-called Tsuchikage so weak? It really opened my eyes." When the two of them were fighting, Cloud Shinobi's ninjas also reacted one after another and returned to the battlefield. The two sides confront each other. Kenpachi carried Zanpakuto to Yaoi Ai's side. Squinting his eyes slightly, he looked at Tsuchikage. Is this Tsuchikage? Can he fight? No matter how Kenpachi sees it, this shadow is not necessarily his opponent. Is this a strong side? Onoki snorted coldly. Quasi-cage level Lois, one step out. You are the so-called Kenpachi, right? How dare you insult our Tsuchikage? You want to die. The Lois stepped out, and the 10 arms were instantly covered by hard rock. Earth-style rock fist. Blast out with one punch. The power of this punch is overwhelming, but Kenpachi stood on the ground, motionless. Huang Tu sneered, "Do you want to be punched to death here by me?" This ninjutsu was taught to him by Onogi himself, and its power is terrifying. With this punch, I'm afraid Kenpachi's head will fly. Advertisement. When the fist was about to touch Kenpachi's forehead, Kushina at the side drew his sword and slashed it. Boom! The rock covered by the fist was shattered in an instant, and the powerful force also lifted Huang Wang's whole body into the air. After rolling several laps in the air, it landed on the ground. Bang! Huang Tu was lying on the ground, his whole body in severe pain. How is it possible? Who are you? Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly and pulled out Nashi's fang. How dare you dare to hit Master Kenpachi? On Nashi's fang, a golden flame adhered to it. Huang Tu stood up, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is this Cloud Shinobi's new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? But it's just a girl, I thought she was capable. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly, if you make more noise, I'll kill you with a sword. Kushina definitely has this ability. Onoki looked at Kushina. Who has the ability to kill this Kushina? There's a reward for this Tsuchikage. Could it be that a little girl can overwhelm her own elite? Joke. Huang Tu laughed and walked up to Inomu. Master Tsuchikage, don't look at him as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He is just like a dead man in front of me. Huang Tu shook his body and came to Kushina. Kushina raised her eyebrows and glanced up and down at the Lois. Until it is smashed to pieces. These two huge earthen hemispheres directly merge. Lois made mudras with both hands, gathering chakra who looked inside. Kushina sighed and shook her head. Earth-style mountain technique. In an instant, the Lois used a large amount of chakra to create two huge hemispheres, trying to clamp Kushina directly. His expression was a little frozen. Huang Tu sneered, and slapped his hands on the ground heavily. Onoki opened his mouth wide and said with a smile, Yaoi, is this your subordinate? Is this money worthless? Bang. Everyone laughed. After all, they haven't seen Kushina's strength with their own eyes, so how do they know how terrifying Kushina is? Without the power of 9 tails, this Lois is only 1.7 like a dead man. The corners of Huang Tu's mouth rose. Now, I should be smashed to pieces, right? 9 tails Jinchuriki. Die. This Lois is only a quasi-cage level ninja, letting him deal with him is just a dead end. Boom. Caught Kushina directly inside. Huang Tu raised his fist and said, Why are you so dazed? You guys, I don't know how many times you can catch me. Chapter 130 Killing 2 Admirals, Kushina's Promise Kendo. A smug smile appeared on Huang Tu's face. This mountain technique is activated by a quasi-cage level powerhouse like him, not to mention a human. Even a tailed beast can be trapped for a while. As for if it is a human being who has this ninjutsu, it is almost certain to die. He was already waiting, blood flowed out from this huge sphere. Click. The smile on Huang Tu's face suddenly disappeared. I saw countless cracks on the sphere, and flames rushed out of it at the same time. Boom. The sphere shattered, and countless fragments flew around. Kushina is still standing in place. The sun-flaming cloak on the back, the burning golden flame. The whole person is like a sun, exudes dreadful heat. How is this possible? Huang Tu's eyes widened. Could it be that this person's strength is far greater than his own death? Kushina smiled and said, I can't even use the power of 9 tails against a guy like you. After fighting against Kogas, Kushina discovered that the bullshit rock shinobi Konoha powerhouses that he had heard before were actually the same thing. I guess I can't even beat Kogas. 18 She stomped her foot on the ground fiercely, and her body rushed towards the Lois. Layers of flames are burning from behind, but Huang Tu could only see a huge flame rushing towards him. Earth-style earth flow wall. Unwilling, Huang Tu slapped his hands on the ground, wanting to resist. A wall blocked in front of him, a sword light flashed. Then the flames blazed. The golden flame attached to the blade pierces the Lois. One shape round dance. An arc-shaped slash struck Huang Tu's chest fiercely. Puff. A large stream of blood sprayed out of Huang Tu's mouth. At the same time, the sternum directly shattered. Almost cut in half by a sword. The flame continued to burn on the wound, burning the life of the Lois. This is. Huang Tu's eyes widened, as if he still didn't believe that he was going to die. 2-type hyphenation point Belotion. 3 types. Red mirror of the sun. A set of sword skills slashed at Huang Tu's body. The body of the Lois was already burning with raging flames. Not only the power of the sun's breath, but even the sun's flame cloak is burning the Lois. With a plop, the Lois fell directly to the ground. Everyone was horrified. Advertisement. Onoki stared at Huang Tu's body and was stunned. He couldn't believe that this Huang Shi died just like that. Huang Tu is a quasi-cage level strongman. Even if Kushina is a cage level strongman, he won't even have a counterattack. Onoki clenched his fists, sweat dripping from his forehead. That's a loss of one admiral, not reconciled. Carrie on the side also widened his eyes. Damn it. You actually killed Huang Tu. Hunting was furious and jumped out. As the elite explosion-style ninja in Rock Shinobi, his strength should not be underestimated. Even the Grandmaster Blood Successor Limit Explosion style. Kushina smiled lightly. Are you here to die too? Now that she hasn't even brought out the power of 9 tails, this Lois is no longer an opponent. Kushina itself is the strength of the early cage level, and also holds the legendary weapon Nashor's Fang and the mythical equipment Sunflame Cloak. Even if you don't open the Madara pattern, you can still fight against ordinary cage level midterm powerhouses. Open the Madara pattern and use the 9 tails chakra, and even compete with the cage level peak powerhouse. As for complete tail beastization, it is already the strength of Chaoing. And the only thing that can be obtained here is the explosion style. But I don't know why, but this hunting seems to be very confident. Chakra gathers within him, instantly burst out, explosion-style thunder punch. Carrie punched Nash's Fang hard. There was a loud bang. The shock wave of the explosion immediately set off. Amidst the airwaves and dust, Kushina took a few steps back. Hunt is even more confident. Punch out. Successive explosions sounded in turn. The dust and smoke are surging, and the flames are soaring into the sky. Onoki looked at this scene and showed a satisfied smile. What, nothing more than that. One explosion style can suppress it. It seems that it is really ordinary. On Hunting's face, he was even more confident. Punch out again. But I saw a sword light passing by again. Bang. I saw one of Hunting's arms chopped off by the roots and flew out. After several laps in the air, it finally landed on the ground. Hunting howled miserably, retreating again and again. I saw Kushina shaking the Rian cloak and smiling. You are far from my opponent. It's not that Kushina is arrogant. Advertisement but the truth. Carrie's eyes widened, and he sat down on the ground. Clutching his broken arm, his body trembled slightly. Could it be that this person's strength is much stronger than I imagined? Carrie stood up and wanted to run back to Onogi, however, it was too late. Kushina cut out with several swords. The sword's edge burning with golden flames kept falling on Carrie's back. Bang count. Several bloodstains exploded on Carrie's back. He fell straight in front of Onoki, just steps away from Onogi. There was a chill down Onoki's back. Only now did he feel that he underestimated Cloud Shinobi. Onoki raised his head and looked at Cloud Shinobi and the ninjas. Before Mist Shinobi was defeated and Konoha Sand Shinobi lost one after another, it was not because they were careless or too weak. But Cloud Shinobi is too strong. They always thought that they were the 4 major ninja villages besieging Cloud Shinobi, a battle that must be won. But these 673 ninja villages all underestimated Cloud Shinobi. Onoki thought for a long time, and finally smiled. It's all up to this point. How can we do it if we don't fight? Although Sanagakure has suffered heavy losses now, it may be too late to stop the loss. But that means all the hard work was in vain. Han seemed to have seen through Onoki's intentions, and rushed out directly. While sprinting, the tailed beast chakra rippling from the body. Cover the whole body. Half-tail beastization. Uzumaki Kushina's hand touched the blade. The former Wangtu and Carrie have been killed, and Rock Shinobi can't afford more losses. At this time, the Han is already holding the heart of killing. Boil-style unparalleled strange power. Uzumaki Kushina and Han each retreated more than 10 meters. Boom. During these 3 days, she also learned something from the hands of the Sword Master of Promise. It seems to be an opponent. Boom. Although it is only the foundation, it is enough to enhance one's own calendar. The frenzied power from the tailed beast exploded directly. Uzumaki Kushina also snorted coldly, raised Nashi's fang and slashed out with a sword. Immediately, a golden light attached to the blade. No matter what, kill an opponent. Wuji Kendo. Concentrate the whole body chakra on one point, and blast out with a heavy punch. This sword directly hit Han's fist. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly. Chapter 131 Fight Among Tailed Beasts. 9 tails versus 5 tails. Seeing the flashing light on Kushina's blade, Master Yi smiled slightly. The talent is really good. Although it is only the foundation, it is not easy to be able to do this in 3 days. The golden light shining on Nash's fang was much dimmer than Master Yi's, but it also shone with a frightening brilliance. Kenpachi also raised an eyebrow. Yes, but it's not enough. Kenpachi feels Kushina's potential is more than that. However, being able to do this step has surpassed how many people do not know. Kushina strode forward and blasted out with a sword. Immediately, the sword slashed directly at the man's arm. Bang! Although protected by the tailed beast chakra, Han was cut and flew out. At the same time, a huge wound appeared on his hand. If it weren't for the tailed beast chakra, it is estimated that this arm would not be able to keep. Hateful. Han endured the severe pain and looked up at Kushina. At the same time, a bad thing was discovered. The tailed beast chakra can heal the ninja's wounds, but the wound on Han's arm does not heal. On the contrary, it is more serious. How come? Han stared wide-eyed, wondering what happened. How could it be like this? Seeing Han's frightened expression, Kushina smiled. Full of pride, in 3 days, he had initially mastered the Wuji sword. This speed has been beyond the reach of many people. Even if it is empty, Yi and Kushina are comparable. The potential of the Uzumaki family is indeed endless. Mentioning Nashor's Fang, Kushina slashed at Han again. Han recovered from his panic. Boil-style Chow-Wu technique. In an instant, corrosive acid dew sprayed out from the armor on his body. As a five-tails Jinchuriki, Han has the power to utilize the blood succession boundary boil style. This acid mist, even the finest refined iron, can turn into molten iron in an instant. Kushina also saw the way of these acid mist. This acid fog, only the Sunflame Cloak can resist it. Kushina clenched Nashor's teeth, the sixth type Scorching Bone and Flaming Sun. Nash's fang kept spinning, and a ring of flames enveloped the whole body. It directly dispersed the seemingly indestructible acid mist. Boom! Attacking again, the wolf stabs out with a sword. A puff of steam spewed out from Han's body. It drove his body to rush out suddenly. Boil-style unparalleled strange power. One punch hit Kushina's body. Its power is so great that it even made a big hole in the ground. Advertisement, go to hell, 9 tails, Han sneered. Ordinary ninjas, being hit hard at this angle, can be said to be immortal or maimed. However, the pain on the fist came suddenly. I saw the flame burning directly on the fist. Kushina snorted coldly, backed up slightly, and let go of Han's strength. Even if the flames of the Sunflame Cloak get close to him, he will be burned. Not to mention Han's fearless pounce. Just die. Han's eyes widened. How is this possible? Kushina hits backhand with another slash. After taking the previous few sword strikes, Han knew how outrageous the power of Nashor's Fang was. If he was hacked like this again, he probably would have to explain himself here. Behind Han, the 5 tails rushed directly in front of him. Block this sword. Boom! Han's body suddenly burst out. After rolling several laps on the ground, he stopped his body. Hateful. Han's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that this guy had such power. Is this still human? Sure enough, I have to use all my strength? Han gave a loud shout. Totally tailed beast, 5 tails Kakuo. In just a short period of time, Han has entered into a complete tailed beast. The huge body stood directly in front of Kushina. The tailed beast chakra is condensed in the mouth. Tail cannon, instantly sprayed out. Kushina was shocked. Chakra of 9 tails hastily wrapped Kushina. In this world, the person who least wants Kushina to die is probably 9 tails. Once Kushina is killed, the 9 stars will die for 10 weeks. Although 9 tails can be revived, the resurrection of tailed beasts is still too painful. In an instant, golden chakra envelops Kushina, 9 tails chakra mode. The speed is several times faster. Just dodge the tailed beast cannon. Boom! The tailed beast cannon exploded directly on the ground. Despite being dodged by Kushina, Kakuo was not reconciled. Tailed beast bomb condensed in the mouth again. Tailed beast bomb barrage. One after another, the tailed beast bomb shot out towards Kushina. Kushina zigzags back and forth, dodging most of the tailed beast bombs with golden light. Advertisement at the same time, on the way close to Kakuo, the tailed beast chakra also blessed him constantly. When there is still half a step away from Kakuo, it has already entered the full tail beast mode. 9 tails let out an angry roar, and directly pressed Kakuo with one hand. With a plop, Mu Ochaku was pushed to the ground, facing 9 tails, which is beyond cage level. Kakuo also showed a hint of amazement in his eyes. 9 tails grabs Kakuo by the horns and throws it hard. With a bang, it fell into the rock shinobi position. Directly smashed and killed many rock shinobi ninjas. Kakuo stood up with difficulty, shaking his head to dispel the dizziness. At the same time, he raised his horn and rushed directly towards 9 tails. Fold the horns. Facing the menacing Kakuo, Kushina could not see any fear in his eyes. Pull out Nashor's Fang, Sun Sword, slashed hard on Kokuo's body. With a howl, Mu Ochaku was pushed into the air by Nash's Fang. 9 tails gathered chakra, tailed beast bomb. Kushina shouted loudly, tailed beast bomb explodes. Fried on Kokuo's body. Immediately, Kakuo fell to the ground covered in charred black. Nearly dying. Damn. Han. Kill him. Onoki was not reconciled to the defeat of Han, and ordered. 5 tails Kakuo stood up, a sharp light flashed in his eyes again. Open your mouth wide. Also gather tailed beast bomb. This is the strongest mystery of the tailed beast. Li Hao. No matter who it is, no one can ignore this kind of attack that can blow away a mountain range in one shot. Play tailed beast bomb in front of 9 tails. After trembling for a moment, a bright light suddenly came out. Han stood up, although he was covered with wounds. He looked at Onoki, gritted his teeth and said, I can still fight. 2 giant tailed beast bombs on top of each other. Han nodded hard. You can give it a try. Onoki thought for a moment and asked, can you still turn into a tailed beast? A huge mushroom cloud rises. Boom. So, the battle is not over yet. Han changed back into human form and fell to the ground. It's like playing with an axe. Finally, the complete tailbeastization can't stand it. The airwave directly lifted Han's body. Standing in 9 tails' body, Kushina said to Onoki, Tsuchikage, you will never win this war. Chi is like a gossamer, dying. Onoki was silent for a moment. Nine Tails also opened his mouth, and a tailed beast bomb blasted out. Chapter 132 Five Tails Show Off. Ono Wood's dust escape exploded. Onoki looked at the huge Nine Tails, and the fighting spirit in his eyes still remained. If he wanted to give up, he would have given up a long time ago, instead of struggling until now. Although there is still a significant gap in strength between the two sides, it does not mean that a battle cannot be fought. Several medical ninjas rushed to treat Han's wound, and Han swallowed the Bingliang pill. Chakra quickly responded. In just a moment, Han walked in front of Nine Tails again. Facing Han's comeback, Ju Shenshi just smiled lightly. The you before were no match for me, let alone your broken body now. If I were you, I'm afraid I wouldn't stand here and continue to embarrass myself. Kushina was not polite at all, but Han seemed indifferent. I am a ninja, as long as I can complete the task, since Master Tsuchikage continues to let me fight, I will naturally not back down. The man shouted loudly, and the tail beast chakra vented out from the body again. The previous combatant was injured. Although preliminary treatment was carried out, it was still a drop in the bucket. Coupled with the erosion of the body by the tail beast chakra itself, today's Han can be said to be fighting with his back to the wall. In this battle, he was doomed to fight with all his might. With a beast roar, Five Tails Kakuo once again stood in front of Nine Tails in a completely beast-tailed posture. Nine Tails raised Nash's fang and directly slashed out 940 with a sword. With a bang, a flame mixed with sword light slammed down on the top of Five Tails Kokuo's head. And Kakuo just sprints towards Nine Tails at full speed. And Onoki also floated into the air at this time. With the mudra of both hands, chakra gathers together. Earth-style rock arm, suddenly, the ground parted. A huge arm made of rock stopped directly in front of Kakuo. Blocked the sword. With a loud bang, the arm of the rock was torn apart, and as the smoke and dust flew up, Kokuo's body also came out of it. 2 against 1? Kushina raised an eyebrow. The Cloud Shinobi ninja saw that Onogi and Han attacked Kushina together, and they were all aggrieved. It's disgusting. It's 2 against 1. Isn't the battle between the two Jinchuriki not fair enough? Tsuchikage is still messing up. Too shameless. In the face of everyone's ridicule, Yin Yemu didn't care at all. For him, as long as he can win the war, it is enough. Kushina smiled and said, don't worry, no matter how many people they have, I still believe in the strength of myself and Nine Tails, Bifa. Ever since Nine Tails was defeated by Kenpachi, he has made a point. As long as you follow Kenpachi's advice, you won't suffer any disadvantages. Advertisement therefore, for Kushina, Five Tails has always been full of assistance. Although Kushina's full tail beast transformation could only last for a few minutes before. But now, at least 20 minutes or more. Moreover, the control over the tail beast chakra has become more and more refined. Kakuo jumped up, raised the horns on his head, and headed towards Nine Tails. Fold the horns. Kushina cut down cleanly with one sword. When the blade was only a few meters away from Kakuo, Onoki lay on Kokuo's body directly. Both hands were on Kokuo's back as chakra poured down like a tide. Earth-style ultralight heavy rock technique. Kokuo's weight is several times lighter in an instant, and his speed is also several times faster. Kushina cuts empty with one sword. Kakuo changed direction again and headed towards Nine Tails. Earth-style super-weighted rock technique. Kokuo's weight increased several times again. Heavyweight up. The power of this blow also increased countless. With a bang, it directly hit Nine Tails' chest. Nine Tails snorted and almost flew out from the top. He took a few steps back and leaned directly against a mountain behind him. With a bang, as the sand and stone rolled down, most of the mountain peak was directly smashed into pieces. Damn it, it's so tricky for these two guys to cooperate. Kushina said dissatisfied. Onoki can use ultralight rock technique and super heavy rock technique at any time to give Kakuo a boost of speed and strength. Making this Kakuo den was tricky several times. At least this speed has surpassed Nine Tails at this time. And Kokuo's side is also suffering. Due to the burning effect of the Sunflame Cloak, Kokuo's 5 corners were already burning with flames. Making Kakuo was also gnashing his teeth. Are you sure you want one to beat them both? Nine Tails asked. This Onoki is a strong cage-level player, and at the same time he is in his prime. Coupled with the extremely appropriate coordination with Kakuo, the combination of the two of them is a headache. Although Nine Tails would not be able to defeat Nine Tails for a while, it would be extremely troublesome for Nine Tails to deal with the two of them. It's just a cage-level powerhouse and a tailed beast. Advertisement. Kushina snorted coldly. Immediately, he raised Nash's fang. The golden flames burned again and again. Immediately, a layer of flame was attached to Nine Tails' body again. Kakuo looked at Nine Tails with a hint of fear in his eyes. Kakuo ran again. Also, energized the boil-style chakra. Immediately, a layer of extremely high-temperature steam was directly attached to the body. This steam is like a layer of armor, which can resist part of Kushina's attack. Onoki also flew into the air. Open your hands. Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. Onoki tilted his whole body chakra. This dust escape is an ninjutsu developed by second Hokage. The 3 kinds of chakra are integrated into one, and the blood successor is eliminated beyond the limit of the blood successor. It is even possible to directly decompose the enemy into atomic state. It can be said that the power is extremely amazing. Facing Nine Tails, Onoki really did his best. Seeing the dust escape, Nine Tails inhaled slightly. Not good, this blow can't be head-on. Nine Tails directly spit out a mouthful of tailed beast chakra, condensed into a small tailed beast bomb, and then wrapped around the blade, and launched a new one. Immediately, tailed beast bomb turned into the shape of a sword, and swept towards Onoki. At the same time, Onoki let out a loud shout, and directly launched the Chen Dun in his hand. I saw a white enchantment crashing into the tailed beast bomb. A burst of dazzling white light exploded in the sky and the earth. Everyone hurriedly covered their eyes, for fear of being blinded directly. What followed was a loud bang that could almost shatter the eardrums of people. There was a bang. The sky was full of dust and smoke, the flames raged into the sky. The powerful airwaves are like waves, rushing towards the four directions. Onoki gasped heavily, and a huge deep pit had appeared tens of meters in front of him. Has Chen Dun been forced out? Onoki, it seems that you are going to die. Nine Tails smiled, and then Kushina said. Onoki snorted coldly. Nine Tails, don't underestimate contemporary filmmakers. At the same time, the hands spread out again. Dust Dun appeared in Onoki's hands again. Chapter 133 Nine Tails vs Tsuchikage. Seeing Onoki mobilize Chen Dun again, Nine Tails just smiled faintly. There was no trace of fear at all. Indeed, the power of Dust Dun is terrifying, even Nine Tails has to avoid the edge temporarily. But his consumption of chakra is also infinite. Even if Onoki is in his prime now, he can use Dust Escape continuously. But how many times can Onoki be used? Nine Tails opened his mouth, with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Tsuchikage, how many times do you think I can use Tailed Beast Bomb? And how many times can you use Dust Escape? You're just digging your own grave if you fight me like that. Tsuchikage snorted coldly, the killing intent in his eyes still persisted, and the chakra in his body was still mobilizing with all his might. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Lee Technique. The huge Dust Escape is flying towards this Nine Tails again. It seems to be directly blasting Nine Tails into powder. Nine Tails opened his mouth, and another tail beast blasted out. It exploded above the Dust Escape, rolling up waves of dust again. Earth-style Gangly Style Technique. Onoki spit out a large stream of clay from his mouth again and sprayed it on the ground. As soon as the clay touched the ground, it seemed to be alive, and instantly condensed into a huge rock monster. And Onoki stood on the body of the giant rock monster, making seals with both hands. Earth-style Rock Fist Technique. Earth-style Weighted Rock Technique. A layer of hard rock is directly attached to the fist of the rock monster, just like a fist. Then, through Onoki's Weighted Rock Technique, the destructive power of this punch was suddenly increased several times. With such a punch, it directly hits Nine Tails. Nine Tails also snorted coldly, raised its claws, and swept directly at the giant rock monster. With a bang, the fist and claw collided directly. After the deafening noise, the rock monster collapsed. No matter how hard it is just a stone. It is still impossible to compete with the Super Cage level 9 Tails. Onoki floated into the air with sweat on his face. And Kakuo bypassed Nine Tails stalking up again, and sent a tailed beast bomb towards Nine Tails' back. Nine Tails turned his head, and the tail beast chakra in his mouth was fused together in a ratio of 2 to 8. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb pushed on top of Kokuo's tailed beast bomb. Compared with Kakuo and Nine Tails, there is still too much difference in strength. His tailed beast bomb was pushed back abruptly by Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb. 2 tailed beast bombs explode directly on Kakuo. Advertisement boom. The ground exploded immediately, and powerful forces came in successive impacts. Kakuo howled miserably again and again, his body was directly blown into the air. At the same time, the body keeps shrinking. By the time it hit the ground, Kakuo had assumed the form of Jinchuriki. Han gasped heavily and died all over his body. The steam armor on his body also shattered into several pieces, spilling on the ground. At the same time, the body seems to have lost a lot of weight. Complete tail beast transformation twice in succession, this itself is a huge load for Han. Now, his strength is finally exhausted. Looking at Han who was unable to recover, Wei Wei didn't show the slightest sympathy. Chop the weeds. He raised the Gnasher's tooth in his hand and chopped it down. The huge flame exploded in an instant, dazzling light flashed, and the ground was broken again. The surrounding mountain peaks have even been flattened by a layer. The ninjas of Rock Shinobi watched Lien Han die at the hands of Nine Tails. All of them were shaking like chaff. Isn't even 5 Tails Jinchuriki an opponent? Damn it. This Nine Tails is too strong. Are we really going to lose? Onoki also had a look of astonishment. Unexpectedly, Iwagakure's 5 Tails Jinchuriki also died in front of him now. Explosion Styles Carry and 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han all died in today's battle. Iwagakure can be described as a heavy loss, almost an irreparable loss. Tsuchikage also had a gloomy expression on his face. Are you really wrong? Could it be that this Cloud Shinobi is really unbeatable? It's just a 9 Tails, there's nothing to do with him. What's more, it's Yayui and the remaining 9 pillars. The war has been fought for so long, and what has been won? Mist Shinobi endured the knife and 7 people were killed, 4 were killed and 3 were injured, 3 Tails was beheaded, and 6 Tails was confiscated. Almost all the strong Iwagakure died, and 1 Tail Shukaku was also lost. At the same time, Konoha Shinobi Village suffered heavy casualties, even 9 tails, the only tail beast, was robbed. Advertisement in this battle, they have no way to deal with Cloud Shinobi. Why, am I really wrong? Shouldn't this war be winnable? Onoki gritted his teeth and couldn't believe that things would turn out like this today. Asking for flowers. Kushina looked at Onoki with a confident smile on his lips. Tsuchikage, there is no way you will win this battle, don't you understand by now? Kushina smiled lightly, and chakra from 9 tails boiled again. Chakra, the mighty-tailed beast, is feared. Even the cage-level Onogi, standing in front of the 9 tails, still looks so small. Onoki's face was gloomy, and his hands gathered dust again. Even if it is really my fault, I will continue to fight, because Yin Yin will never retreat. Onogi's chakra was elevated to a pinnacle. Originally chakra was exhausted too much, now it is almost impossible to activate Chen Dun again. But Onoki persisted. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. Onoki let out a loud shout, and directly launched the dust escape. The boundary stripping technique is an enhanced version of the original boundary stripping technique. Whether it is power, range, or speed, it has been upgraded to a whole new level. In the ninja world, it is also called invincible. As a blood successor limit, even the cage level strong must avoid 3 points. 9 tails narrowed his eyes, looked at the ever-expanding dust escape, and smelled a threat from it. As long as it is hit by dust dungeon, it will naturally be broken down. This kind of ninjutsu is completely irresistible. Even Third Raikage, who has the toughest physical body in the ninja world today, can't fight recklessly. However, 9 tails rushed forward with Nash's fang. Seeing 9 tails rushing towards him, Onoki didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes. Immediately, a huge white cube continued to expand in front of Onoki. Everything that touched it, whether it was a rock or the ground, was annihilated into dust. It hit 9 tails directly. On one side of 9 tails' body, he let the dust bombard half of his body. And Kushina was still standing in 9 tails' body, pushing 9 tails with difficulty. He rushed directly in front of Onoki. With a heavy punch, it hit Onoki's chest. Bang! Onoki vomited blood directly from the mouth, his eyes went dark, and he hit the ground heavily. After sliding on the ground for tens of meters, he barely stopped. And the blood spattered from his mouth. Even though he still retained a trace of consciousness, he still didn't have the slightest strength to move his body. Chapter 134 The End of the War. Uchiha Madara Restlessness. There was a crash. A layer of dust lost control and flowed out from Onoki's sleeve. Just now, if Onoki hadn't used Earth Style to condense a layer of protection on the surface of his body, it is estimated that it has already turned into a corpse by now. The Rock Shinobi ninja looked at Onoki lying on the ground, and none of them dared to move. They couldn't believe that this big wild tree was hit hard by 9 tails. Dying. At this moment, half of 9 tails' body has been blasted into ashes by the dust escape boundary stripping technique. There is only half of the body left, and it still barely maintains a complete tailed beast. Even so, the oppressive feeling this gave the Rock Shinobi ninjas still made them dare not take half a step closer. Kenpachi is carrying the Zanpakuto, squinting slightly. So they only have this ability? They can't even beat a Kushina. It seems that I still overestimated them. After all, Kenpachi shook his head helplessly. He originally wondered if Rock Shinobi would have some good guys in 420. You can fight them yourself, but now it seems that what I think is still too good. This Rock Shinobi's strongest combat power is not even the opponent of Kushina and 9 tails. So what's the point of the Rock Shinobi ninjas? But that's all. Several medical ninjas rushed to Onogi's side and began to use medical ninjutsu to treat Onogi's wound. It's just that Onogi's injury is too serious, and it's impossible for him to stand up now. Onoki looked at the sky, his mind went blank. He didn't expect that the powerhouses of Rock Shinobi would be so vulnerable on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War. Not even a 9 tails Jinchuriki can do anything about it. This is the tailed beast weapon, only one is enough to shock other ninja villages. Make them dare not provoke war again. It's just that the emergence of this war has changed too much. Nearly half of the tailed beasts were captured by Cloud Shinobi, and the remaining half will not be revived until it is unknown. Even if it is resurrected, who will capture the seal? The balance created by first Hokage was broken by the Third Ninja War. Onogi smiled wryly and said, it's very military. He knew that this battle could not be fought no matter what. Advertisement today. Rock Shinobi has none of the top combat powers, and the remaining ninjas can't do anything to Cloud Shinobi at all. In this battle, although Cloud Shinobi also lost some ninjas, there is no doubt that they are the biggest winners. As for the future of the other 4 major ninja villages, we can only resign ourselves to fate. Those Rock Shinobi ninjas couldn't believe what Onoki said, and they all looked at each other in dismay. Do you really want to retreat? So the previous sacrifices were all in vain? Onoki looked at them with firm eyes. Retreat. Now that I have been severely injured, Cloud Shinobi 9 Pillars and Yaoi are still staring at me. If I really want to continue fighting, will all these people from Rock Shinobi be planted here? The Rock Shinobi ninja had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield with the seriously injured Onoki. Ninja Village also withdrew from the battle on the last road, and we really won this battle. Yaoi looked excited. After fighting for so long, the battle is finally won. Uzumaki Kushina also removed the full-tailed beast, and walked next to Kenpachi. Master Kenpachi, 5 tails Jinchuriki and Tsuchikage have been defeated by me, and Rock Shinobi has retired. Yezuki Kenpachi smiled and nodded. really not bad. I remember when I first met Uzumaki Kushina, she was not even as strong as Jonin. But now, it is already possible to defeat 2 cage-level powerhouses by one person. Although it still has the credit of the tail beast in the body, it is obvious that Kushina's strength has grown quite well. Asked by Wooden Golem, Master Raikage, now that they have retired, what should we do next? A trace of anger appeared in Yi Yue's eyes. During this war, he became Raikage. However, the price paid by Cloud Shinobi Village is not as big as other ninja villages. But it cannot be ignored. Even if they admit defeat, they must not let them go. Even if you surrender, you have to peel off a layer of skin. In a few days, I will notify the other 4 great ninja villages. This matter must not be finished like this. At least I have to give Cloud Shinobi an explanation. Yaoi snorted coldly. The current Cloud Shinobi needs an explanation from the 4 great ninja villages. The bottomless underground. Uchiha Madara, with a tube inserted into his back, raised his eyelids and looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu in front of him. Master Uchiha Madara, the war outside is now over. Advertisement Black Zetsu said to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised her eyebrows. Oh, how's it going? This war was launched by Uchiha Madara secretly manipulating Black Zetsu in order to balance the strength of the 5 great ninja villages. He also wants to know whether this war has achieved his expected goal. It seems to be different from what Uchiha Madara-sama expected, Black Zetsu said. Cloud Shinobi Village has repelled the siege of the 4 great ninja villages, and it didn't even hurt its vitality. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Is Cloud Shinobi so strong? Did you underestimate them? Thinking back to the time when I was with Senju Hashirama, except Konoha's other ninja villages, which one is not worship? Susanoo Buddha, 2 people destroy the 4 countries. Even the tailed beast was assigned by Senju Hashirama. Konoha's name was chosen by himself. If it weren't for Tobirama blowing the pillow wind, even the position of first Hokage might be Uchiha Madara's. Is Muyi Luo lonely like this now? Uchiha Madara sneered. It seems that today's Konoha really doesn't have a decent strongman. White Zetsu said. Now 9 tails and 6 tails are all surrendered by Cloud Shinobi, and now Cloud Shinobi has 9 tailed beasts. And the remaining ninja village doesn't even have a single tailed beast. 4 tailed beasts. 1.3 was defeated successively. Now only 7 tails is still alive, and it is not under the control of Cloud Shinobi. He needs someone who can resurrect himself after his own death. Then, it's time for Obito to go out and complete the plan for me. Uchiha Madara said flatly, he's the only one left. The situation with the tailed beast seems to be worse than Madara-sama expected. It turns out that the ninja world is so useless now. That is my goal. White Zetsu smiled awkwardly. Uchiha Madara's complexion was extremely pale. It's a pity that I can't do without this ghetto statue now, otherwise I would have completed Infinite Tsukuyomi long ago. A long sigh. Only 7 tails. The final Infinite Tsukuyomi can be activated only if the 9-tailed beasts are united as one. The person I'm looking for, have you found it? Uchiha Madara continued to ask. Uchiha Madara smiled, and it seemed that he was not all out of the game. White Zetsu smiled and said, although the Uzumaki family is almost dead now, there are still many. We have found one, Uzumaki Nagato. The chakra in his body is quite large, suitable for insertion into the adult's plan. For Uchiha Madara, the tailed beast is the real focus. After a pause, Uchiha Madara asked again, where's the tailed beast? Uchiha Madara's complexion changed slightly. Chapter 135 The plan begins. 3 tails raid Cloud Shinobi Village. So long has passed, and now Uchiha Obito can perfectly control his new body. All this time, Uchiha Madara never let Black Zetsu White Zetsu tell him about the outside world. Now Obito also wants to know how the war is going now. Is it over? Has Konoha sacrificed, and how? But Uchiha Obito is still working on his new body. Today, he can be said to be much stronger than before. Already Jonin's strength. In such a few days, although with the help of Hashirama cells, the progress is so fast, it can also be said that Uchiha Obito is indeed a genius. Suddenly, he jumped off the bed, walked around several rooms, and walked up to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, when will you be able to go out? Uchiha Obito looked at the gray-haired old man with a large tube attached to his back and said. Although Uchiha Madara is old, there is still an indescribable haki all over his body. He looked at Uchiha Obito and said with a smile, when you get used to your new body, you can go out. Now you are wandering outside, just looking for death. Uchiha Obito crossed his arms and snorted 18 coldly. I'm Jonin's strength now. If I make meritorious service in the war, I can definitely become a Hokage. Up to now, the dream of being king has not changed. He wants to be Hokage. Uchiha Madara glanced at Obito. Really? Obito nodded. Uchiha Madara smiled. Whether it is Konoha's name or Ying's name, in the final analysis, they are all chosen by themselves. I am the one who should be the shadow most. If that is the case, maybe there are 5 major countries and a few ninja villages. In the whole world, there is only one Konoha Shinobi village, the Land of Fire. It's just a pity that Senju Hashirama is not the same as himself. After so many years, Uchiha Madara doesn't care about these things, but when I think about it, I still can't help calling Senju Tobirama a grandson. Uchiha Obito saw that Uchiha Madara really didn't want to let himself go out, so he sat cross-legged on the ground and said, if you don't let me go out now, then when you let me go out, I will definitely not go out. If you die here, you won't go out. Obito emphasized at the end. Seeing such stubborn Obito, Uchiha Madara just smiled and shook his head. Advertisement, how about the ninjutsu I taught you? Uchiha Madara asked. Obito stood up and said, Kairen is all proficient. Uchiha Madara casually throws Senju Hashirama's Uchiha fan to Obito. As soon as he caught the round fan, he opened his eyes and saw a fireball flying towards him. Obito hastily backed away and waved his round fan. Uchiha rebound. According to Uchiha Madara's instruction, Uchiha led Ochaku to use Uchiha bounce to eject the fireball directly. With a bang, it exploded on the wall. It stirred up countless dust and smoke. Watching this scene, Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. It seems that Obito's qualifications are really good. In this case, after Black Zetsu finishes processing, he can start the next step of his plan. Cloud Shinobi Village. Yayoi sat in a camp on the border of the Land of Thunder, where Iwagakure retreated. At this time, 6,000 Cloud Shinobi ninjas are guarding here. Yayoi looked up at the Rock Shinobi ninja in front of him. You said that Onoki agreed to surrender and would give us a lot of compensation? Yayoi narrowed her eyes slightly. The country of Thunder is an island country. Although its military power is strong, its resources are still too few. Especially mineral resources. Ninja swords, kunai, and shuriken all require a lot of refined iron. And this kind of iron, the output of Thunder Country is really too low. Rock Shinobi nodded. That's right, Master Tsuchikage said that Iwagakure will unconditionally provide the Land of Thunder with a lot of resources within 3 years, as long as the Land of Thunder is willing to let us go. Yayoi smiled. I have to say that although Iwagakure is the most stubborn one, but also one of the funniest, Third Raikage was just sitting next to Yayoi. Although he has resigned from the position of Raikage, he abdicated to Shion. But Yayoi has just taken office after all, and Third Raikage still has to guide him for 2 days. We can think about this matter, advertisement Third Raikage said. Yayoi smiled. What's the use of Tsuchikage being so low-key? Why don't we just kill Rock Shinobi, and then their resources department will still be ours? The Third Ninja World War has already begun. If it ends like this, it will be too boring. Third Raikage frowned slightly, and said, although we have a chance of winning in the expedition to the 4 great ninja villages, after all, we just expelled them and killed and injured too many ninjas, the most important thing is to recuperate. Third Raikage has been in office for so long, and he can see through the current situation at a glance. Losing the tailed beast, the 4 great ninja villages are already on the verge of collapse, and it's never too late to take action, and they can reap great benefits. But doing it now is overdrawing the vitality of Cloud Shinobi Village, so it's not worth it. Yayoi frowned, and said, if Kenpachi was here, he would have killed this Rock Shinobi ninja long ago. I can already give him face by saying a few words to him. Do I still have to give Tsuchikage face? The war is coming to an end. Kenpachi has packed up and is ready to return to Yunlei Gorge to continue his cultivation. But if Yayoi said that there was still a war, Kenpachi would definitely come over and kill the other 4 shadows. Third Raikage coughed twice in embarrassment. In this war, Kenpachi made great contributions. The strength has also improved quite well. For a time, all the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi respected Master Yi very much. Seeing Third Raikage's expression, Yayoi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The current situation is already very good. Yayoi looked puzzled and said, what happened? Why are you so excited? The Rock Shinobi ninja smiled. Fourth Raikage is really wise. Also frequently mentors Cloud Shinobi's ninjutsu ninjas. Rock Shinobi ninja. I'm not, don't listen to him. Now Master Yi is teaching Wuji Kendo by Wooden Golem and Uzumaki Kushina every day. 377. The Cloud Shinobi ninja looked panic-stricken, and said, I was sent by Mr. Tangzu. Several Rock Shinobi ninjas got 3 tails from nowhere. They brought him into the village. Now the village has lost countless lives. In particular, he also brought back the promised sword saint, Master Yi. The Rock Shinobi ninja swallowed. He looked at Rock Shinobi ninja. You go back. I will agree to your Tsuchikage's conditions. But you Tsuchikage don't want to continue playing tricks. Otherwise I will make you die ugly. Yayoi's eyes widened, and instantly looked at that Rock Shinobi ninja with blood-red eyes. He turned around and was about to retreat, but saw a Cloud Shinobi ninja stumbling in. Master Third Raikage, what you said is indeed good. We should take a long-term view. Third Raikage dares to bet that if there is no Kenpachi, whether his old life can be saved, at least Cloud Shinobi will have a skin in this war. After carefully evaluating the situation, he let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 136 Yayoi returns to defend against Cloud Shinobi. Obito fell for it. Hokage Kenpachi Volume 1 Rock Shinobi looked at Yayoi in front of him tremblingly. He felt that Yayoi could eat him directly. This is absolutely impossible. Master Tsuchikage respects Cloud Shinobi Village very much now, and it is impossible to do such a treacherous thing. Yayoi nodded slightly, but said nothing, but it's scarier than talking. Anything else to explain? The Rock Shinobi ninja was stunned for a moment, and then felt cold all over. F*K. What the hell is this? After Tsuchikage retired from the army, he caught a tailed beast from somewhere and threw it to Cloud Shinobi Village. At the same time, he also asked himself to report to please make peace. What kind of logic is this? How is this possible? Yayoi ignored the Rock Shinobi ninja, looked at the Cloud Shinobi ninja who reported the message, and said, is this true? That Cloud Shinobi ninja nodded wildly. That's right, that's the way things are. Yayoi turned to Rock Shinobi and said, "Are you still explaining?" The Rock Shinobi ninja barely calmed down, looked at Yayoi and said, "My lord, there must be something else hidden about this matter. Since Master Tsuchikage has retired, we will not attack Cloud Shinobi from behind. This is not our Iwagakers, make pie." After Yayoi nodded, she said, "Take it down and get up." Several Cloud Shinobi ninjas stepped out, directly dragging this Rock Shinobi ninja, dragging him down forcefully. "You are wronged. Your Excellency, you are wronged." Yayoi turned to look at Third Raikage and said, "What should we do about this?" Third Raikage rubbed his head. "What the hell? Three Tails attacked Cloud Shinobi Village at this time. There are only 1,000 ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village now, and there are earthen platforms there. If it was an ordinary ninja sneak attack, it would naturally not cause too much loss. It's just that it's Three Tails." Third Raikage pondered for a moment, and said, "Until the matter is clarified, you cannot kill that Rock Shinobi ninja for the time being. This matter may not be easy." Yayoi laughed and said, "If I wanted to kill him, I would have killed him long ago." Third Raikage nodded. Although Yayoi is still very irritable in individual matters, she has gradually gained a bigger picture when it comes to matters of right and wrong. This is still a good thing, and it also means that he, the successor of the Fourth Raikage, has established himself well. Advertisement. "Run back to Cloud Shinobi first, and try to get rid of this trouble before it causes more damage," said Third Raikage. Yayoi frowned. "Now we are at the border of the Land of Thunder, and we are too far away from Cloud Shinobi Village. By the time we rush back, it may be too late. Master Third Raikage, do you want to ask Kenpachi to come out of Unlay Gorge?" According to Kenpachi's foot strength, it is estimated that he has reached Yunlei Gorge now. If you let him go out from Yunlei Gorge and go to Cloud Shinobi Village, maybe half a day will be enough. Third Raikage shook his head and said, "It's just a Three Tails, you and I both have the ability to solve this problem. Kenpachi's cultivation is still very important. If it's just a Three Tails, there is no need to let Kenpachi Tien dodge." Then, Third Raikage said, "I will lead 3,000 people to continue to sit on the border, and you will lead 3,000 ninjas, Kushina, Wooden Golem and other column-level fighters to Cloud Shinobi to solve this problem as soon as possible." Third Raikage got up immediately and said, "Understood." Cloud Shinobi Village. At this time, 3/5 of Cloud Shinobi Village had been destroyed. Helpless, this Three Tails Jifu is a tail beast after all, and its strength is above the ordinary cage level. The 1,000 ninjas who guarded Cloud Shinobi are now 500 dead or injured. Tudai stood on the roof of a building, panting heavily. His strength is only at the early stage of cage level, and it is not easy to suppress a Three Tails. Three Tails twisted its own tail frantically at this time, smashing the building next to it. Countless kunai and various ninjutsu fell on Three Tails one after another. But the ridiculous thing is that even the carapace of Three Tails has not been broken. They're not Kenpachi, but they don't have the chops to kill Three Tails. Faced with this attack, Three Tails didn't even shake his body, as if he didn't care. Tudai drew out the red ninja knife on his back, jumped directly from the building, and his figure kept flickering towards Three Tails. He who cultivated the breath of flame has cage-level strength. Even if it won't be able to kill Three Tails Jifu for a while, at least it can slow down his pace. One-type hyphenation point Shiranui. The earth platform rushed directly towards Jifu and slashed out with a fierce sword. Seeing a red glow, Three Tails' body thumped. The original indomitable momentum was instantly shattered. And Tudai felt the ninja sword in his hand tremble suddenly, and almost flew out of his hand after a while. What a solid protection. How did Lord Kenpachi manage to kill him with one blow? Tudai widened his eyes. Kenpachi easily killed Chairman Isofu with a single sword strike. And with all his strength, he could only force Three Tails back temporarily. The gap between them is indeed like heaven and earth. For a while, the earth platform had another layer of awe towards Kenpachi. Much admiration. Advertisement Three Tails looked at the earthen platform in front of him and seemed to be agitated. Opening its mouth wide, the tailed beast chakra condenses. In an instant, a tailed beast bomb blasted out. Dodge, dodge quickly. Tudai orders the remaining ninjas to dodge the tailed beast bomb. Residents have already been evacuated, there is no need to add unnecessary injuries now. In an instant, the ninjas dispersed, and the tailed beast bomb exploded behind them. Boom. Watching the huge mushroom cloud rising, Tudai gritted his teeth and held the ninja knife in his hand. A small half of Cloud Shinobi Village was directly blasted into ruins. Seeing the destruction of his former homeland, Tientai hated Rock Shinobi from the bottom of his heart. Damn guy. Tudai clenched the ninja sword in his hand. All of a sudden, Jifu stopped. It seemed to feel great pain, suddenly shrank into a ball, and rolled towards Cloud Shinobi Village. With a bang, it directly shattered the wall of Cloud Shinobi Village and disappeared. Damn it, if Lord Kenpachi is here, how can I make such a mistake? Hatred rose in Tudai's eyes. The woods outside Cloud Shinobi Village. Three Tails' body kept getting smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a human form. Lin. At this moment, Lin stared, goodly how. With wide eyes, her eyes were dull, and it took a long time for her to recover. A tailed beast was implanted in her body, and a spell was left in her body. Can't even commit suicide. Several Cloud Shinobi ninjas rushed out and began searching Three Tails. Watching Three Tails disappear suddenly, the earthen platform also noticed it. This is Jinchuriki's full tail beast transformation, and Jinchuriki can't completely control the tail beast yet. That being the case, we must quickly find this Jinchuriki and find out who he is. At this time, Lin seemed to have noticed that someone was searching for her. Too bad, if I'm found out, Sleepy Leaf will definitely be in trouble. Lin wanted to die, but not now. She hurriedly hid in a corner, praying that the Cloud Shinobi ninja would not find her. Ground. Obito was still working on his new body when White Zetsu's head popped out of the wall. Obito. Something is wrong. The girl named Lin you mentioned seems to have an accident. Chapter 137 Obito's Fury. Double Mangekyo. After hearing this, Obito was shocked. How did this happen? What happened? Take me to see it. Uchiha Obito was trembling all over. The people he worried and cared about most were Lin and Kakashi. He has been here for a long time, and the outside world doesn't know anything about it. Now that I finally heard about the situation from the outside world, it was said that something happened to Lin? Isn't this killing him? White Zetsu's expression was very nervous, and his voice trembled with a hint of anxiety. Lin is now being hunted down by many people. People from Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, and even Konoha are looking for him. Uchiha Obito had a black question mark on his face. What the hell, it's okay for Cloud Shinobi to chase and kill Lin. Isn't Rock Shinobi one of our own? Isn't Rin a Konoha ninja? Let me talk about why you want to hunt down Lin. Hey, she is just a chunin. But Uchiha Obito was still a teenager after all. He stood up hastily and said, take me out. After all, he rushed to the door quickly. This is said to be a door, but it is actually a particularly large stone wall. The outside world can be seen directly behind the wall. It's just that the stone wall is extremely hard, and it is difficult to break through it with ordinary means. And now Uchiha Madara is a deadhouse, relying on White Zetsu and Black Zetsu to help inquire about the news outside. Whether it is White Zetsu or 957 Black Zetsu, there is Mayfly technique, no need to walk at all. Just go through the wall. Therefore, the only door seemed extremely tasteless. But why does Obito think so much now? He kicked it straight up. With a loud bang, Ochaku was bounced to the ground. Pain. Obito grinned. He didn't expect the wall to be so hard. White Zetsu pretended to be concerned and said, be careful, don't worry. Master Uchiha Madara woke up. Obito snorted coldly, I can't control that much anymore. He punched hard against the wall. The reaction force directly smashed the flesh body made of the Hashirama cells that Obito had just connected. Hateful. Obito hugged the broken half of his body, killing intent flashed in his eyes. White Zetsu hastily attached himself to Obito, saying, I'll help you, go out with my power. With the help of White Zetsu's body, Obito blasted the wall with a punch. White Zetsu wraps itself around Obito's body, forming an Uzumaki mask. Advertisement on the mask, a pair of Sharingan is particularly eye-catching. When Obito left, Uchiha Madara looked up and smiled. What a liar. Outside, Kakashi is searching for Lin alone. He got the news that Lin was captured by Rock Shinobi. Although he still doesn't know that those Rock Shinobi ninjas are controlled by Uchiha Madara, and Lin has become Three Tails Jinchuriki. But Kakashi knew that he had to find Lin. Obito was dead, he couldn't let Lin die on the battlefield. Damn Rock Shinobi. Backtracking. Kakashi gritted his teeth and traveled through the forest around Cloud Shinobi to find the traces of Lin and Rock Shinobi ninjas. According to the news he got, Lin was caught near here. Suddenly, he saw the sound of fighting in the distance. The cautious Kakashi touched it silently in an instant, squatting on the tree trunk beside him. Several Cloud Shinobi ninjas are fighting several Rock Shinobi ninjas while Lin is lying on the ground. Although Lin is still conscious now, she is too physically exhausted, and was quickly found by the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi wants to kill Rin. Kakashi quickly saw the clues. Rock Shinobi seemed to want to protect Lin, and surrounded her, while Cloud Shinobi ninjas kept attacking, and the target seemed to be Lin behind them. Anxious Ninja is full of hatred. Most of Cloud Shinobi village was destroyed by Lin. This Three Tails Jinchuriki must die. These Rock Shinobi were also manipulated by Uchiha Madara, who kept protecting Lin. Damn. Let go of Lin. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and walked among the ninjas. Whether it is Rock Shinobi or Cloud Shinobi, can't take Lin away. Where did the Konoha Shinobi come from? A Cloud Shinobi ninja saw Kakashi and threw a kunai backhand at Kakashi. Kakashi tilted his head, dodged the beef, and kept running towards Lin at the same time. Call for support. A Cloud Shinobi ninja makes a mudra with both hands. Suddenly, a piece of fireworks appeared in the sky. Oops. The enemy is calling for reinforcements. Lin must be taken away before the reinforcements arrive. Kakashi swung the kunai, cut the throats of several chunin, and jumped up at the same time, making seals in the air. Rakery. Several lightning bolts flashed out of his hand, stabbing towards a Cloud Shinobi ninja who was approaching Lin. Lin looked up at Kakashi, as if seeing a savior. She was nailed with a spell, unable to kill herself, and could not tell about it. Advertisement Lin stood up, exhausted her last strength, and walked towards Kakashi. When Kakashi was about to cut the throat of Cloud Shinobi, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Rakery smoothly penetrated Lin, destroying the spell in her body at the same time. However, the talisman is left on the heart, and if the talisman is destroyed, it means Lin dies. Seeing Lin collapsed in front of him, Kakashi was shocked. What did I do? Kakashi looked at the blood on his hands and trembled unceasingly. Did he kill Lin? Kakashi's heart fluttered suddenly. The last companion died in his hands. Kakashi's eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Those rock shinobi ninjas looked at Kakashi, fainted, and were slightly taken aback. This Konoha shinobi actually killed the Three Tails Jinchuriki no Hara Rin? They didn't have time to think about it, because there was rock shinobi ninja in front of them. Now that the Three Tails Jinchuriki are dead, just take out rock shinobi and they're done. Time to solve this Kakashi problem. Just when those Cloud Shinobi ninjas thought they would be fine after taking care of the last rock shinobi, they suddenly saw a figure walking out of the bushes. It is Obito. Obito's eyes are bloodshot. It is Sharingan. But not the three Tomo Sharingan before, but Mangekyo. Wood-style cutting technique. Obito Yongtian suddenly roared. Lin's death, Obito cannot forgive. With the insight of Sharingan, Obito shuttles among the ninjas. Break up. Divide the body, anyway, as long as Obito is subdued. Kamui. Who is this guy? The Cloud Shinobi ninja reacted instantly and rushed towards Obito. Make Obito shuttle among the ninjas, like entering no man's land. At the same time, due to White Zetsu's body, it has brought great blessings to his physical fitness. Although he doesn't understand the cause and effect, his companion Kakashi killed Lin, which still brought him a great shock. The space is instantly distorted. Sharingan. He is a Konoha shinobi. He backhanded a Cloud Shinobi ninja straight into the chest. As soon as he arrived, he witnessed the scene of Kakashi piercing Lin's chest. Immediately, the ninja's body was immediately occupied by countless crazily growing branches. Looking at a ninja wielding a ninja knife not far away, Obito's eyes were red. Chapter 138 Obito takes every step. Kenpachi raises his sword. The ninja who was wielding a ninja knife suddenly froze for a moment, and then saw his body twisting gradually. How is this going? The man watched the surrounding space continue to distort, and was instantly frightened out of his wits. But Obito didn't give him a chance to back down. Suddenly, Kamui literally tore his body apart, swallowing most of his torso into the alien space. Seeing this scene, the ninjas around were all out of their wits. Today's Obito not only has a Sharingan but a complete pair. Countless attacks penetrated Obito's body without hurting a single hair of his body. At this time, those people know how terrifying Obito is now. Our attack can't touch him at all. What ninjutsu is this? While roaring, Obito urged Kamui to continuously defuse the opponent's attacks, and at the same time smashed all the people close to him with Kamui. Wood style runs through the enemies around one after another, spraying blood on the battlefield one after another. Obito's body is covered in blood, the blood of the enemy. Suddenly, Obito stopped and tore off his clothes instantly, exposing the chest of White Zetsu's body. Countless trees shot out directly from the body, turning into a giant tree, and the countless twisting trunks smashed all the dozen or so ninjas around, and rose to the sky. These Cloud Shinobi ninjas all died at the hands of Obito. Obito crouched down, panting heavily. He has not recovered from Lin's death. Looking at the trembling rock shinobi ninja who was constantly cowering in front of him, he let out a loud shout. Fire-style blast and flurry. Obito uses Kamui to warp the space around him while breathing out huge flames. The flame winds like a giant snake, spinning and blasting towards the opponent. The range is huge, cover tens of meters, powerful, can smash everything. This fire style immediately devours all remaining rock shinobi ninjas. Looking at the corpses around him, Obito dropped to his knees. A world without Lin. I don't recognize this world. Then, Obito uttered that famous line, I want to create a world with balls. By the time the Cloud Shinobi reinforcements feel it, everyone is dumbfounded. A giant tree stands on the ground, and the stretching branches are full of broken corpses and blood. Advertisement at the same time, all the rock shinobi ninjas were burned into coke. A spiral flame scorching mark is placed on the ground, which is particularly eye-catching. In the end, what happened? The sound of the platform has changed. He really couldn't imagine what kind of battle happened here. Who did it? Quickly report this to Master Raikage. Tudai ordered a ninja nearby. Ask him to request Kenpachi to leave Yunlei Gorge and return to Cloud Shinobi. There may be powerful enemies appearing. Yes. Underground. Without saying a word, Obito walked up to Uchiha Madara without even tidying up the bloodline on his body. Uchiha Madara, give me strength, I want revenge. Obito's eyes were bloodshot. He is in a very chaotic mood now, and there is only hatred in his heart. Because of Sanagakure's Kaisuke's disappearance, a war started, in which he almost died. And in this war, Konoha's Kakashi was also his companion, and he killed his most valued Lin. Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi also want to kill Lin. In Obito's eyes, these ninja villages are all responsible for Lin's death. He wants revenge. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly. He knew exactly what happened because he directed everything. Even White Zetsu who helped him run out was because of his own orders. But he still pretended to be confused. What happened? Lin, Konoha, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi were killed together. This ninja world has no hope for me, and I want to avenge Lin. Uchiha Madara smiled. After revenge? What does your revenge have to do with me? All I want is one. That's the Eye of the Moon. How do you accomplish the ninjutsu that can create the new world that you mentioned earlier? Obito remembered the infinite Tsukuyomi mentioned earlier by Uchiha Madara. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can create the new world. And there is Lin in that new world. Uchiha Madara smiled. There's no rush, wait until your strength is strong enough. Uchiha Madara then paused, and said, besides, if you want to complete this plan, you still need someone's help. Obito was taken aback. Who is it? Advertisement. There is a village called Rain Shinobi Village, and the leader of Rain Shinobi Village at this time is Hanzo. There is an organization affiliated with Akatsuki who works under Hanzo's subordinates. There is a person named Nagato in Akatsuki. He has Rinnegan and can help you complete the project. Tasuki no Mi. Ask for flowers. In a low voice, Uchiha Madara told the king all her plans. Change Nagato's will after his death, let him use the power of Rinnegan to collect tail beasts, and finally resurrect Uchiha Madara. Wait until Uchiha Madara gets back his own Rinnegan and use 10 tails to complete infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito was silent for a moment when he heard the plan. Why did he have to resurrect Uchiha Madara to complete infinite Tsukuyomi? Isn't it all the same who becomes 10 tails Jinchuriki? A smile formed on Obito's mouth. Uchiha Madara seemed to see through Obito's mind, and also smiled lightly. When I saved you, I left a spell in your heart. If you go against my will, you will die. Uchiha Madara is also a little surprised. Why is Obito's ambition so big? If it's just anger and despair over Lin's death, it's more than that. His first desire was to create a world with Lin. The second is to take revenge on the world. The ninja villages of Cloud Shinobi, Konoha, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi all played a vital role in Lin's death. Obito's face turned cold. I will teach you all my ninjutsu, as long as you are obedient. Uchiha Madara sneered. Cloud Shinobi. We don't even know who that person is. Obito's face changed slightly, and he nodded. Yui cleared her throat, and said, that strong man hasn't appeared yet, and his visual strength is at least accurate. I saw Kenpachi smashing the door with one kick. Brother, you put down the knife first. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Where's that dangerous guy? Where's that ninja? Get him out, I'm going to kill him. This strength, ordinary elite Jonin can't do it. He carries the Zanpakuto on his shoulders, his face is bright and his eyes are sparkling. It can only be a strong person above Xuanying. Yui and Tutai were still discussing what to do about the tragic death of dozens of Cloud Shinobi, when they suddenly heard a bang. Tower. Dozens of Chunin Genin and 2 Jonin died tragically. That's good. Yui. Kenpachi snorted coldly. Next time you see him, call me first, I'll cut him down and say justice. Chapter 139 Bewitching Yahiko failed. Obito colludes with Hanzo. As soon as Kenpachi came back, he saw that at least half of the Cloud Shinobi village had been turned into ruins. Almost didn't recognize it was Cloud Shinobi village. Reluctantly, this 3 Tails came to Cloud Shinobi to play and blew himself up. No one could have imagined it. Even with a cage-level initial strength Tutai sits in charge, Isauzu almost destroys Cloud Shinobi. Most of the troops are not in the base camp, so there is no way. If 3rd Raikage was in Cloud Shinobi, Isobi would have beaten him up. As for Kenpachi, it will definitely be a direct physical super. Yui coughed twice, and said, Brother Kenpachi, don't worry, this mysterious strong man will definitely appear again, it's only a matter of time. Kenpachi scratched his face. If you want to fight, you can fight. If you don't fight, why are you still hiding? Yui looked helpless. After being silent for a long time, Yui continued. 3 Tails. Iwagakure has already clarified that they never had any information about the rebirth of 3 Tails in 087. The real manipulator of 3 Tails may be someone else. 3 Tails Jinchuriki Lin may also be used of. Kenpachi rubbed his chin. This guy is really beating around the bush. He doesn't dare to show his face with such a complicated operation. Yui nodded. We are also guessing who did it, but we don't have a clue yet. Yui is also helpless. This guy has no clue at all, like AF********** G ghost. But now the 4 major ninja villages have all surrendered, and have given us a lot of resources and money. Konoha even allocated a large piece of land close to us. It can be said that he has completely surrendered to us. We're here, we have indeed gained a lot of benefits in this war. After all, Yui said, no matter who that person is, we're sure that we can defeat him. Kenpachi nodded and said, is there anything else I need to do now? Is there no more battle to fight? Yui said, for the time being, we don't have any plans for the next step. We should restore the ninja village, we should practice and practice, but we must guard against this dark hand in the dark. Kenpachi nodded, put Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and said, in this case, I will go back to Yunlei Gorge. After the Third Ninja World War, Kenpachi can be said to have made outstanding achievements in battle. But he wasn't really having a good time. The strength of the opponents is too weak, and there are only a few strong ones, which are not enough for him to fight. The current self might as well go back to Yunlei Gorge to practice under the quilt. Yui nodded and said, okay, you can go back to Yunlei Gorge for now. If there is anything, I will send someone to notify you. Kenpachi smiles lightly. As long as the enemy dares to appear in front of him, Kenpachi is sure to kill him. In his eyes, the so-called cage level is nothing more than that. Looking at Kenpachi's back, Yeji Iwei. Perhaps the ninja world will return to peace recently, but this peace is estimated to not last long. Advertisement: the peace gained through deterrence by force is only a false peace in the end. Rain Shinobi Village. Yahiko, Nagato and Konan take shelter from the rain in a house. Looking at the rain outside, Yahiko seemed to have a trace of sadness on his face. That fellow Hanzo, the tasks assigned to us are getting more and more difficult. A lot of us died last time. Although the Akatsuki organization is leaning on Hanzo's side now, Hanzo, a very suspicious guy, wishes that Akatsuki would not grow up. Once there is improvement, all kinds of messy and difficult heaven-defying tasks will be arranged. As a result, the current Akatsuki organization, except for those hardcore core personnel, is nothing but cannon fodder. If this progress continues, the Akatsuki organization will soon collapse. Time issue. Suddenly, Yahiko looked up. He keenly noticed that someone was coming. I saw a man with a white mask standing outside the door, looking at them. The rain fell all over the sky, but it seemed to pass through his body and fell to the ground. But Obito's clothes were not wet at all. Who are you? Yahiko asked cautiously. He could see that this masked man was definitely not a simple character. It is estimated that there is a purpose. Obito closed his eyes, recalling the last scene of Uchiha Madara's life. It was the name Uchiha Madara that was lent to him. I am Uchiha Madara, Obito said. Yahiko had a black question mark on his face. Hi, I'm Senju Hashirama, Yahiko said with a strange face. Then, he asked again. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Although Yahiko is not from Konoha, he also knows how many years ago Uchiha Madara was. That was the character when the 5 Great Ninja Village was first established. After fighting Uchiha Madara, the god of ninjas, he was seriously injured and died. You tell me your name is Uchiha Madara now? Obito smiled softly and said, Isn't Akatsuki's dream just to create a new world? I can realize your dream. Nagato, who was inside, came out. At this time, Nagato, with his red hair hanging down, blocked Rinnegan. At the same time, there was a hint of timidity on his face. Advertisement like a child who hasn't grown up, he stood beside Yahiko and said, Let him come in and talk, after all, it's still raining outside. Yahiko glanced at Nagato and said, We still don't know who he is and what he wants to do. How can we let him in? It's enough not to kill him. Obito recognized Nagato immediately. Uzumaki Nagato, the man in the mouth of Uchiha Madara. A boy with Rinnegan, with the same eyes as Sage of 6 Paths. Very good, not bad, it doesn't matter if you don't want to see me, you will want to find me one day. The face beneath Obito's mask broke into a smile. He saw it, and wanted Akatsuki to help him complete Project Tasuki no Mi, Yahiko must die. Yahiko is a stumbling block in front of him and Nagato. After Obito finished speaking, his body sank slowly into the ground. Looking at Obito, Yahiko's face was full of fear. This man is not a good man, don't listen to him under any circumstances. Yahiko said. Inside the room, Nagato and Konan nodded one by one. Night. Hanzo sat in his room and closed his eyes. In the corridor outside, several guards are constantly patrolling. Although Hanzo seems to have fallen asleep, but in fact he is still paying attention to the wind and grass outside subconsciously. 0.9. With such a serious suspicion, he will not fall asleep steadily. Suddenly, the guards outside made a muffled sound one by one, and fell to the ground one after another. The sound of his body falling on the floor woke up Hanzo instantly. Who is it? Hanzo clenched the sickle beside him and stood up. With a creak, the door swung open. Obito walks in. Who are you? Hanzo gritted his teeth and asked. Obito said in a low voice, Hanzo, I'm here to talk to you. Hanzo stood up, narrowing his eyes slightly. I don't like talking to people who can't even show their face. Obito ignored Hanzo, and continued. Let's talk about how to get rid of the Akatsuki organization, or let the Akatsuki organization become your puppet forever. Hanzo was silent for a moment. Go on. Chapter 140 Yahiko is dead. Nagato awakens Rinnegan. Obito found a random place and sat down. I know that Cloud Shinobi village is not peaceful now, and you need the strength of the Akatsuki organization to help you fight against the enemy. Although the Third Ninja World War is over now, Rain Shinobi Village, as a battleground for military strategists, is still difficult to truly calm down. Because of the three tails, the Land of Earth, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Wind are all suspicious of each other. Neither of them trusts the other, causing tension in Rain Shinobi Village to grow. As the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo is naturally the most worried one. Therefore, he included Akatsuki under his command. But the Akatsuki organization is not his own after all, and Hanzo is still unwilling to trust the Akatsuki organization. He can only constantly check and balance the power of the Shao organization. I trust the Shao organization, he is mine, but you are not mine. Hanzo sneered. The masked man came over suddenly, dealt with his guards, and broke into his house. Still talking about wanting to work with yourself? What are you doing? Why? Obito said calmly. Really, now that the Akatsuki organization is growing stronger, why are you so sure that the Akatsuki organization will obey 18's orders? Hanzo was silent. He really didn't believe in the Akatsuki organization. Obito continued. The current Akatsuki leader Yahiko's ambition is completely different from your goal. He is destined to leave you. At that time, he will be your worst enemy. Maybe you will die in his hands. Hanzo clenched the sickle in his hand and snorted coldly. I will be defeated. How can it be possible? I have never been defeated in my life. Obito opened his eyes. Sharingan's hook jade kept swirling in his eyes. Hanzo shuddered when he saw Sharingan. Are you from Konoha? Obito shook his head and said, Konoha? That's a place I hate. Let's make a deal. I'll help you deal with Yahiko, and you help me deal with Konoha's ninja. Hanzo was silent for a moment, then asked, then what should I do? You go to apply for negotiations with Konoha, saying that you want to negotiate peacefully, seek Konoha's asylum, let the Akatsuki organization serve as a guard during the negotiation, and when the time comes, together with Konoha's ninjas, and the Akatsuki organization will wipe out everything. Before Hanzo could reply, Obito disappeared in front of him. Although Hanzo did not get an affirmative answer, Obito knew that Hanzo, who was suspicious, would definitely take this matter to heart. On the agenda, after a few days, negotiation place. Shao organized a group of more than 10 people to follow, and the large troops stayed far away. When they arrived at the negotiation site, Yahiko found that the people from Konoha turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Advertisement, what happened? Yahiko's eyes widened, as if he hadn't reacted yet. He looked at Hanzo beside him. And Hanzo sneered. Clapped hands. Immediately, countless range shinobi ninjas appeared on the cliffs on both sides. Yahiko, your mission is over, now you should disappear. Hanzo smiled slyly, and a dense crowd of ninjas surrounded the range shinobi ninja. Yahiko seemed to understand something. You want me to die? Yahiko snorted coldly, as if he was not reconciled. He took out his kunai, looked at Hanzo in front of him, with a killing intent in his eyes. If you die, Shao Quan can be preserved, otherwise the Shao organization will be destroyed today. Hanzo dropped his harsh words. In fact, no matter whether Yahiko dies or not today, he will definitely not let the Akatsuki organization go. The influence of the Shao organization is getting bigger and bigger, and it is almost overshadowing him. At that time, it may really be the day when I die. There was a trace of helplessness in Yahiko's eyes. If you die yourself, return to protect Quan Shao? Uncertain. But if I don't die, the Shao organization will definitely not be able to keep it. Hanzo, please don't break your promise. Yahiko smiled wryly. If I die, the Akatsuki organization is just a rabble and is not your opponent at all, so it is enough to kill me alone. Nagato on the side looked at Yahiko and shouted, you mean it? You can't listen to him. In Nagato's eyes, Yahiko is his relative. If he dies, what should he do? Puff. Kunai stabbed into Yahiko's body, and with blood splashing, Yahiko lay on the ground. Very good. Hanzo smiled. Then he turned and left, leaving the last order before leaving. Kill them. Seeing Yahiko collapse beside Nagato, and countless range shinobi ninjas approaching them, Obito in the distance smiled. Nagato, you are mine now. He put the blood-stained flame fan beside him. The rest of the Akatsuki organization also died in the hands of Obito. Now, Nagato is alone. When the time comes, he will definitely listen to what he says. Nagato roared, and instantly used the ninjutsu he learned from Jiraiya to attack the range shinobi ninja beside him. Although he is kind by nature, he is a member of the Uzumaki family after all, with an extremely large amount of chakra, and at the same time possesses the nature transformation of the Grandmaster. Advertisement. All kinds of ninjutsu are displayed vividly in the hands of Nagato. For a while, no one could stop the furious Nagato. Hanzo made a mudra with both hands and slapped the ground with one palm. Fire-style detonation flame formation, countless detonators appeared under Nagato's feet. Keep wrapping around Nagato's legs. Oops. Nagato's eyes widened. Suddenly, at this moment, the space around Nagato twisted. All the detonating symbols were sucked into the different space. As the surrounding space twisted again, Tien also appeared beside Nagato. Looking at Obito, Hanzo's eyes widened. He realized that he had been tricked by Obito. Who the hell are you? Hanzo was about to continue talking, but suddenly his whole body trembled, and his eyes turned into Sharingans. After being hit by Obito's illusion, Obito directly used the wood-style cutting technique to penetrate Hanzo's body. At this time, Nagato, who was furious, finally couldn't hold back his anger. The mighty chakra burst open and the hair was thrown back to reveal the Rinnegan hidden within. Summoning technique. Gedo statue. Kenpachi, who was far away in Yunlei Gorge, also had his eyelids twitch. Nagato knelt on the ground, panting heavily. In Nagato's eyes, Yahiko's death is due to the continuous war between several ninja villages. Obito walked over and looked at Nagato. After half an hour. Only by completely making war disappear in the world can you make your death worthwhile. Dao Thunderbolt was summoned by Gedo statue and bombarded this land one after another. Good, leg saved. Obito touched his chin. Nagato looked up, looking at Obito. With a roar, Gedo statue, the body of 10 tails, appeared behind Nagato. He asked hoarsely, what is the way you said to stop the war? Now Nagato's heart has long been filled with rage. With the massive consumption of chakra, Nagato's flesh and blood withered away, and his whole body lost a lot of weight in an instant. In the whole land, only Nagato and Konan are left alive. Obito laughed. We can talk slowly, eyes glazed over. Strange, it seems that some strong person has appeared. Kenpachi's heart surged with fighting spirit. With the complete awakening of Nagato Rinnegan, Chapter 141 Post-War Reconstruction, recall the Kenpachi. Kenpachi raised his eyelids. Even if some strong person really appeared, he would not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, it is full of fighting spirit. After a moment, he lifted Zanpakuto and looked at Unohana Retsu in front of him. Unohana Retsu touched his Zanpakuto, looked up at Kenpachi, and asked, are you ready for the next practice? Kenpachi smiles. Of course, I can't wait. In this Yunlei Gorge, it is estimated that only Kusajishi Yachiru and Unohana Retsu can cheer him up. Very good. Unohana Retsu trembled, and instantly turned into an afterimage, slashing towards Kenpachi. The two fought together in an instant. In the practice of fighting, Kenpachi can not only strengthen his body through Hogyoku, but also further improve his own strength. Hogyoku is only the second stage now, and there is still a long way to go to reach the third stage. At the same time, only after reaching the fifth stage, Kenpachi can use Bankai to fully liberate. There is a long way to go. In just a few seconds, the two had met dozens of times. Every time there is a collision, the strength of the two will increase by 1 point. Gradually, the battle between the two has entered a fierce battle. Every time a knife is cut, the whole earth will tremble violently. Bankai is all done. Unohana Retsu played Bankai unceremoniously. In an instant, large swaths of blood sprayed out, and Unohana Retsu seemed to be standing on a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Every move can involve a large amount of blood. Liberate, Nozarashi. Kenpachi was also unceremonious, freeing his own Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto suddenly became huge, and Kenpachi's power was multiplied again. The collision between the two was fierce one after another. This battle is destined to last for a long time. The outside world during Kenpachi's practice. After the Third Ninja World War, every country has made a lot of moves. Advertisement: due to Konoha's heavy losses in the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take the blame and abdicate. This move did not surprise many people. In this war, Konoha killed and injured the elite can be said to be innumerable. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's right and left hand, Shimura Danzo, also died in the hands of Yui. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen's manipulation of Konoha much weaker. The position of 4th Hokage was handed over to Namikaze Minato, who performed outstandingly in the Third Ninja World War and made great achievements in battle. The Land of Winds began to search for traces of One-Tail's crane. In the Third Ninja World War, One-Tail Shukaku was beheaded by Kenpachi, and no one knows how long it will take for him to be resurrected. But fortunately, the trace of One-Tail Shuhei was found in the end. Luo Sha made a move and expended a lot of strength to reseal One-Tail Shuhei into his son Gaara's body. The rest of the countries are also searching for their own tail beasts, and in the end the 3 tails of the Land of Water have disappeared, and the rest of the star beasts have been recaptured by other countries. In this process, a lot of manpower and material resources were also consumed. The only thing that stopped was Cloud Shinobi from the Land of Thunder. The Land of Thunder, which has been dormant for several years, has directly secured its position as the leader of the 5 great nations with the help of the breathing method left by Kenpachi and the spoils of the Third Ninja World War. The strength is far stronger than the stacking of the other 4 major ninja villages. Konoha 54 years. Due to the war, Konoha's strength became extremely unbalanced, and the Uchiha clan grew stronger day by day. In order to balance the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved the Uchiha clan out of the center of Konoha, causing the Uchiha clan to complain a lot. In the same year, he attempted to launch a coup d'état. On the eve of the coup, the Uchiha family was exterminated by Konoha Uchiha Itachi, leaving only a 7-year-old child in the whole family. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, who defected, joined a mercenary organization named Akatsuki. Konoha 55 years. The power of the Akatsuki organization suddenly grew, and they successively captured 3-tailed beasts, 3 tails, 4 tails, and 7 tails. Yui sat in the Raikage building, watching the battle report on the table with eyelids jumping wildly. One-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara suffered several assassinations, but thanks to Sanagecure's tight protection, it has not yet succeeded. Assassination in the face of Jinchuriki is not too uncommon. After all, Jinchuriki's political significance is very heavy. But Gaara is already the 4th Jinchuriki to have an accident. It seems that this is a premeditated assassination against Jinchuriki. Yui frowned slightly. Is what the Shao organization wants as a tailed beast. The earth platform beside him cleared his throat. Today, he is already a mid-cage level strength. As Raikage's right-hand man, he often advises Yui. Advertisement. Is the Akatsuki organization the one who manipulated 3 tails back then? Tutai guessed. Yui nodded and said, it's very possible. Could it be that he wants to collect tailed beasts as weapons? If this is the case, maybe it is really troublesome. After all, the current Land of Thunder has 4 tailed beasts. If it's really tail beasts hereafter, you'll find them on the head of Cloud Shinobi village sooner or later. Now the remaining 4 major ninja villages add up to only 2 tailed beasts. We must prepare in advance. Yui nodded slightly and said, recall Kenpachi. Yui Kenpachi, this name can be said to have become famous in the Third Ninja World War. Although after the war, Kenpachi returned to Yunlei Gorge to practice. But in the past few years, Kenpachi's reputation has never declined. The evil spirit of Cloud Shinobi, this name can stop children from crying in the 5 great countries. Hearing that Raikage was going to recall Kenpachi, Tiantai was also relieved. As long as there is Yui Kenpachi, then everything is not a problem. Kenpachi's strength and soil platform are still very impressive. After all, a person whose strength can be so powerful can never be forgotten by anyone once they see it. Send me an order to recall Kenpachi, and all Cloud Shinobi are ready for battle. Yui slapped the table and gave orders. Qian Wangchao, in front of a waterfall in Cloud Shinobi village. Wuji Swordmaster Yi is supervising training by Wooden Golem and Uzumaki Kushina. The 2 of them are the only 2 apprentices of Master Yi now. Master Yi is still very concerned about the 2 of them. Today's Uzumaki Kushina already has the late cage level strength. Even Wooden Golem has reached the mid-cage level position. Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars, now Cloud Shinobi's important force. Suddenly, Master Yi discovered something. When he turned his head, he saw 2 people standing behind him. The 2 were wearing black trench coats embroidered with red clouds and bamboo hats. One of them also carried a huge scythe. Is this Nine Tails and Jinchuriki from her way? Hidan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the 3 people in front of him. The other person is said to be Yi, and his strength is estimated to be above cage level. Kakuzu glanced at Master Yi, and Soizao smiled slightly. I heard that the bounty is not low. Chapter 142 The Akatsuki Organization arrives. Undead Duo. Uzumaki Kushina and Wooden Golem stand up and look at Kakuzu and Hidan. Kushina didn't know anyone from Akatsuki's organization, but with Nine Tails' ability to perceive good and evil, she instantly realized that these 2 people were definitely not good people. Master Yi touched the sword behind his back. You're members of the Shao organization, right? According to the information, 2 people are in a team, and they have been catching tailed beasts recently. Master Yi said, looking at the 2 of them. Master Yi has been in Cloud Shinobi for the past few years. Although he doesn't care about worldly affairs and just concentrates on teaching his apprentices, he still knows some important information about Cloud Shinobi. Yayui also trusts Master Yi very much. Kushina understood the intentions of the 2 people in front of her, and it turned out that it was for the tail beasts in their bodies. You 2 dared to come to trouble us, you are really brave. Kushina folded her arms with an air of arrogance. As the most powerful person in the 9 pillars, she didn't believe that the 2 people in front of her could do anything to her. Not to mention, he is surrounded by Wooden Golem and Master Circle. In terms of intelligence, the few of you are above cage level. If you only have this strength, it may not be impossible for us to succeed. Kakuzu smiled lightly. He is someone who fought against First Hokage, and has his own unique views on fighting. 283 As long as he seeks stability, cage level cannot be his opponent at all. Only cage level. Master Yi smiled. Cage level is just the hero level of Valorant. If you only think he is cage level, it is still very dangerous. Cloud Shinobi has 4-tailed beasts, which is also a treasure trove for our Akatsuki organization. Hidan drew out the sickle on his back and put it on his shoulder, looking very confident. Master, let me deal with these 2 guys. Kushina snorted coldly and pulled out Nash's tooth. She hasn't seen a character who can fight with her for a long time. Master Yi looked at the 2 of them, nodded and said, yes. Do you want to deal with the 2 of us alone? That's too easy for us. Kakuzu glanced at Hidan and said, you deal with her way, and I will deal with Nine Tails and Yi. 1. After all, the 2 rushed towards the 3 of them respectively. Master Yi stepped back slightly. He didn't intend to make a move. Because he doesn't need to deal with this kind of enemy. Kushina waved Nash's teeth, and the breathing method of the sun urged. On Nash's fang, golden flames lingered, with a murderous aura. Beeb suddenly cut out with a sword, and a wave of fire hit. Boomed towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu's pupils narrowed slightly, and seeing a huge fire wave in front of him, he knew that Kushina's strength was not simple. Intelligence is sometimes wrong. Not to mention the top-secret information such as Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars. Advertisement, water-style water curtain tent. Immediately, a thick water cannon directly hit the fire wave. The flame and the water are intertwined, and as the 2 collide, the Ridao Garden Chi is also opened. Fire-style head hard. Kakuzu formed a seal again, and a sea of fire erupted instantly. The flames all over the sky directly scattered the water mist and blasted towards Kushina. 6 types hyphenation point scorching sun. The swirling flame and sword energy instantly shattered the sea of flames. In the first round, the 2 fought evenly, although neither Kakuzu nor Kushina used their full strength. Kushina's danger level rose a huge step in Kakuzu's heart. I heard that you were the perfect Jinchuriki during the Third Ninja World War. It seems that you are more dangerous than I thought. Kakuzu stared slightly. Against 9 tails, a super cage level tail beast, Kakuzu feels that his winning rate is not high, but it is not impossible. The Sharingan would be a great weapon against tailed beasts if left to Uchiha Itachi. It's just that the work of Erway and 9 tails was still given to him and Hidan. Lightning style false darkness. A thunderbolt twisted into a giant spear immediately, stabbing at Kushina's body. 4 shapes hyphenation point phantom sunbow. Kushina's body flickered suddenly, and several afterimages appeared instantly. It directly passed Kakuzu's lightning style, and at the same time stabbed him fiercely with a sword. Boom! Kakuzu was directly cut and flew out, and a deep wound appeared on his body. At the wound, flames burned, and even Kakuzu's black thread of earth grievance couldn't be stitched together. What kind of power is this? Kakuzu frowned. This opponent is much more troublesome than I imagined. Could it be that I really misunderstood Kushina? Kushina's eyes surged with fighting spirit again. The way of the promised sword. After several years of practice, Kushina is now proficient in Wuji Kendo. Although there is still a big gap with Master Yi. But among the cage levels, he can be regarded as one of the best powerhouses. Advertisement on Nash's fang, a bright golden light flashed. Even Kakuzu was a little surprised. Nash's fang also slashed towards Kakuzu fiercely. Earth-style earth spear. Kakuzu's skin instantly turned a deep black. The defense power has risen several levels immediately. With him using this technique, even Sha Chang's elite Jonin can hardly hurt half a hair on him. However, he underestimated the power of Wuji Kendo. I saw that the Nashi's teeth covered with a layer of golden light, like cutting vegetables, directly cut through the defense of the earth spear. Power poured into Kakuzu's body fiercely. Nashor's fang, which was burning with fire, pierced through Kakuzu's heart easily. Poof! Nash's teeth protruded through his body. Kakuzu also widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that even without the help of Nine Tails, Kushina's power would be so terrifying. Kushina snorted coldly and pulled out Nash's tooth. With a bang, Kakuzu's body fell to the ground. What? This kind of opponent still wants to fight against me. I really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Kushina snorted coldly and looked at Kakuzu on the ground. After only a few rounds, he couldn't hold on anymore. At this level, it was too bad. Suddenly, Kakuzu, who was motionless on the ground like a dead body, was shocked again. It bounced straight off the ground. At the same time, a mask with countless black lines spewed out from Kakuzu's mouth. The mask fell to the ground, cracked open, and collapsed on the ground. It's not easy, it can actually destroy my heart. Kakuzu's eyes were bloodshot. He has also captured 7 tails before. 7 tails Chome can be considered powerful among tailed beasts, second only to 8 tails and 9 tails. At the same time, Jinchuriki is also powerful, but he is far from Kakuzu's opponent. But Kushina is different. The breath of the sun can prevent Kakuzu's earth grievance from suturing the wound, and Wuji Kendo can ignore his own earth-style protection. Nice, reminds me of when I fought first Hokage. Kakuzu smiled. I'll fix you right away. Chapter 143 Fight Kakuzu, / the heart. Kakuzu cherishes his own life very much, otherwise he would not have lived so long. Living from the era of Senju Hashirama to the present, it is natural to have its own unique skills. Wind-style harm. A large gust of wind directly tore the ground, and a huge high-pressure wind ball swept in. Uzumaki Kushina stomped hard on the ground and shot the doctor when he was in shape. Suddenly, a sword struck the wind ball. The manic wind ball was squeezed and deformed in an instant, and exploded with a bang. The ground immediately shattered into dozens of pieces, and the dust and sand swept wildly on the ground. Kushina. A swipe of Nashor's tooth in the palm of your hand. Immediately, a golden light rolled into flames and burned up. The golden flame is extremely dazzling. Today's Kushina is much stronger than it was at the time of the Third Ninja World War. Even Kakuzu, an old monster-level opponent, should avoid his edge. However, Kakuzu doesn't seem to think so. Countless black threads shot out directly from Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu raised his fist, instantly released dense black threads from his arm, and punched Kushina. Tentacle punch. Such a punch, attacked at this speed, can directly break a person's heart with one punch. But obviously, Kakuzu underestimated the current Kushina. Kushina directly slashed with a sword. The golden flame immediately burned up. Turned into a dazzling slash, the gorgeous sword skill directly hit the tentacle fist. The combined power of Sun's breathing technique and Wuji Kendo is unstoppable. Kakuzu's arm was chopped off with a single sword. With a bang, it landed on the ground more than 10 meters away. Kakuzu's breathing was slightly rapid. He still can't believe that this Kushina can still have such strength. This troublesome fellow. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, a black thread stretched out from the severed arm and wound towards his severed arm. He who has practiced the secret technique of ground grievances can sew up his own wounds at will. Adding Kakuzu's ability to steal hearts, Kakuzu is now immortal. But the moment the black thread touched the broken arm, the black thread suddenly burst into flames. The power of the sun's breathing method remaining on the severed arm directly prevented Kakuzu from suturing the wound. How is this possible? Kakuzu's eyes widened. Advertisement. It was the first time that Dunu was deflated. Faced with this rare situation, Kakuzu also seemed to realize that he really underestimated this opponent. Is it Uzumaki Kushina? Kakuzu stared slightly. As expected of the ninja who became famous in the Third Ninja World War, he really has some abilities of his own. Even Kakuzu has to be praised now. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly, then took the Nashor's tooth and chopped it off at Kakuzu's head again. Even if you are really immortal, can you still move without your head? Just hit Kakuzu's heart, but Kakuzu is not dead yet. Kushina also noticed something strange. She knew that she would never miss. That proves that Kakuzu definitely has some kind of secret technique. Kakuzu watched the violent slash with a smile on his lips. Suddenly, the ground cracked. Countless shots were densely drilled out of the cracks. Immediately entangled Kushina. This sudden black line also caught Kushina off guard, and was directly entangled to death. Nine Tails, you're still too young. Kakuzu's body split open instantly. There are 4 masks, which are directly integrated into Kakuzu's shoulders. At the same time, 8 huge black lines branched out from Kakuzu's body. At this time, Kakuzu is almost invisible from the outside. Compound Ninja Law, Flame Wind Chaos Wave. The wind-style mask and the fire-style mask on the shoulders use ninjutsu at the same time. Hard work and oppression. The flame and the gust of wind directly merged together. Turned into a monstrous sea of flames. The continuous sea of flames spread directly for tens of meters. This entangled Kushina is almost impossible to hide from. Seeing the huge sea of flames rushing towards her, Kushina showed no sign of fear. The golden Nine Tails chakra directly wraps Kushina's body. Be aware that Kushina is not just a sun pillar, more Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina, who entered the Nine Tails chakra mode, directly split several chakra arms and tore the black thread wrapped around her body. At the same time, put your hands together. The tailed beast chakra is perfectly blended in an extremely perfect 2:8 ratio. Kushina, who has been a Nine Tails Jinchuriki for several years, has already mastered the power of Nine Tails proficiently. She can manipulate Nine Tails against Kakuzu at any time. Ask for flowers, and Kushina has never done so. I just want to see how much strength I have. Advertisement. Kakuzu was still suppressed without using the power of Nine Tails. Although he was caught by a sneak attack in the end, Kushina also believed that he could deal with Kakuzu even without using the power of Nine Tails. Now she just wants to make a quick decision. Tailed Beast Bomb. The small-tailed beast bomb instantly bombarded the Sea of Flames. The shock wave directly blasted the Sea of Flames away. A huge pit appeared in front of Kushina. The power of Nine Tails? Kakuzu raised his only arm, and immediately several black threads wound towards Kushina. Very fast. Kushina's body moved slightly. I saw a yellow light flowing through. Kushina appeared directly 10 meters away, so fast. Kakuzu couldn't help sighing. This speed is too fast. Could this be the power of Nine Tails? Suddenly, several black lines broke through the wall behind Kushina, and stabbed directly towards Kushina's back. As if Kushina had been on guard for a long time, he slashed with his backhand, directly chopping up all these black lines. Nine Tails have a unique ability to sense malevolence. It is completely impossible for Kakuzu to sneak attack Kushina in Nine Tails chakra mode. Suddenly, Kushina hit his stride again, one shape round dance. The power of breathing method is directly blessed on Nashor's Fang. A burst of flames approached Kakuzu's chest. Kakuzu frowned slightly, and his body was directly chopped off. Back again and again. The flames burning on his chest gave Kakuzu a headache even more. It was a wound he couldn't heal. This is the first time I have seen a situation that Earth Resentment and you can't handle. Lightning style pseudo. Before Kakuzu finished his preparations, Kushina's next sword slashed over again. 2-type hyphenation point Belotion. From top to bottom, Nash's fang pierced directly into Kakuzu's body at a strange angle. In an instant, another heart was also pierced. Oops. Kakuzu was shocked. I saw the lightning style mask burst apart in an instant, and fell to the ground together with several black lines. At this point of view, the 5 hearts have already been chopped off by 3 shi. Chapter 144 The Undead Duo Defeated. Get Kenpachi out. Uzumaki Kushina also seems to have seen Kakuzu's secret. It seems that your life is not unlimited. You are not immortal at all. Kushina smiled confidently. You have 5 masks in total, which is equivalent to having 5 lives. Now that 2 masks have been broken, it proves that you only have 3 lives. Kushina said his guess. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly. Even if you were right, so what? Can you beat me? You know I am stronger than you think. After all, with the water-style mask on Kakuzu's shoulders, chakra was brewing again. Water-style water curtain tent, huge blisters, directly attached to Kushina's body, hit a boulder behind him. With a loud bang, the huge boulder split into pieces and turned into a cloud of dust. Such powerful ninjutsu is really rare. As cage-level strength, 323. Even so, what's the use? Kushina snorted coldly, and then slashed out with a few backhand swords. The 3 types. Red Mirror of the Sun. 4 shapes hyphenation point Phantom Sunbow. 5 trains. 6 types hyphenation point Scorching Bone and Flaming Sun. The sword skills slashed at Kakuzu one after another. Even a ninja like Kakuzu, who has countless times more combat experience than ordinary people, still looks very weak in the face of such moves. In a short moment, there were several swords in succession, all of which fell on Kakuzu's body. At this point of view, the action is already a bit stiff. Obviously, the power of the sun's breath and the Wuji sword Dao has already caused great damage to the Angle's secret technique, Earth Resentment. Hateful. Kakuzu staggered back a few steps and looked down. I saw countless wounds on my body. Click a few times. The mask on Kakuzu's shoulders shattered one after another. Only one last fire-style mask left. Kakuzu hurriedly took a few steps back. Although he has the secret technique to resent you. But if the heart is gone, I am still a dead end. Hidan, withdraw. Kakuzu frowned and said. After a while, I found that Hidan didn't respond. Advertisement. Kakuzu's heart trembled and he looked back. I saw that Hidan had been chopped into countless pieces. Although Hidan is immortal, but the chopped pieces are all over the ground, obviously there is no way out. Isn't even Hidan an opponent? Kakuzu was a little surprised. Hidan's means, Kakuzu is known. As long as there is a drop of the enemy's blood, he can definitely kill the opponent. Apparently, Hidan wasn't hurt by Wooden Golem at all. No match at all. The information is really insufficient. Kakuzu frowned. For him, Hidan is not a very reliable companion, because there are very few guys who can't die like this. But in the current situation, he can only withdraw. Kakuzu backed away hastily, trying to get away from Kushina. But how could he be faster than Kushina? Kushina strides forward. Afterwards, Nine Tails chakra spewed out of her body continuously. In an instant, Kushina entered a full-tailed beast. Grab it suddenly. Nine Tails' huge claws grabbed Kakuzu directly. Kakuzu couldn't move immediately. Are you from the Akatsuki organization? What exactly are you trying to do? Kushina snorted coldly. The Akatsuki organization had already started to target her and Wooden Golem. It is estimated that Bubble and Killer Bee will also be targeted by the enemy soon. Kakuzu snorted coldly, with no fear on his face. What do I want to do? How'd I know? It's better to go to us. Kakuzu sneered. Kushina saw that Kakuzu didn't know what to ask, so he directly squeezed Kakuzu into a blood mist with a bang. Kakuzu died. Wooden Golem also came over, looked at Kakuzu's body, and heaved a sigh of relief. The one with the scythe is not easy to deal with. If he doesn't seem to be very smart, I guess it would be really difficult for me to deal with him. Wooden Golem shrugged. Kushina nodded. It seems that we have been targeted by the Akatsuki organization. We must tell the film master about this matter quickly. Reikage building. Yi Yui looked at Kushina and Wooden Golem in front of him, looked up and down several times, and finally let out a sigh of relief after seeing that the two of them were indeed not injured. If something happened to Kushina, Kenpachi would probably have skinned himself. We have already started to deal with the matter of the Shao organization, and we are collecting their information, Yi Yui said. Advertisement. Now we don't know who the leader of the Akatsuki organization is. We only know that Konoha's rebellious ninja Uchiha Itachi and Miss Shinobi's rebellious ninja Kisame are their members, and the rest are completely unknown. Obviously, the current ninja world really doesn't have much information about the Akatsuki organization. Tutai added from the side. I don't even know where their base is. However, what is interesting is that there used to be a mercenary organization in Rain Shinobi Village, also called Akatsuki, but the logic and goals of the two were completely different. After Hanzu's death, this Akatsuki organization also disappeared. Kushina nodded curiously. It turns out that this organization is quite mysterious. But two guys are already dead, presumably they won't attack Cloud Shinobi again for a while. At least you should measure your own strength. Yaoi eyes smiled and said, I have already ordered Kenpachi to come out. If Cloud Shinobi has Kenpachi, the Shao organization will not be able to achieve anything after that. Master Kenpachi? Kushina's eyes lit up instantly. The one she has been thinking about these past few years is Yaoi Kenpachi. Now hearing that Kenpachi is going to come out again, I can't help but feel very happy. Yaoi touched her chin. There should be news from Kenpachi soon. Yunlei Gorge. A group of ninjas walked into a cave. These 5 or 6 young ninjas were full of curiosity and fear on their faces. This Kenpachi is like a giant, people dare not approach. After a short run, he returned to the normal early stage of cage level. Suddenly, Kenpachi also felt the approach of several people. How strong is this? After putting on the blindfold, Kenpachi's breath quickly exhausted. Several Chunin were standing in the distance watching Kenpachi, their legs were already trembling. He casually picked up an eye mask from the ground. But at the same time, there was also a terrifying aura about him. When I saw you guys coming, I knew there was a show going on. Close your eyes and rest. Kenpachi grinned, his eyes glowed with excitement. Is someone going to let me cut it? In the cave. They were not ninjas from the Third Ninja World War, so they had only heard about Kenpachi. He raised his head and saw that it was the Cloud Shinobi ninja. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This small movement nearly suffocated several ninjas. Kenpachi sits cross-legged 0.3 on it, but just some hearsay deeds made them fear Kenpachi a lot. On a futon. Chapter 145 Kenpachi's transformation, strength soars. The corners of Yaoi Kenpachi's mouth rose slightly. After several years of continuous training, the current him, Hogyoku, has successfully entered the 3rd stage. The 5th stage is not far away. His strength and speed have been raised to a jaw-dropping level. Together with Ryatsu and defense, they are greatly improved. What the perfect beautiful jade in the body brings to Kenpachi is a complete transformation. And it doesn't seem to be the same as Aizen's Hogyoku either. Today's Kenpachi still maintains a normal appearance. It's just that the murderous aura and breath on his body have been raised to an unimaginable level. I'm afraid even if Master Yi is fully fired, if he faces Kenpachi, he will have to avoid the edge for the time being. Kenpachi looked up at the several Cloud Shinobi ninjas in front of him, although he had tried his best to restrain his breath. However, these Cloud Shinobi ninjas were still suppressed, almost unable to lift their heads. These young ninjas looked at Kenpachi with anxiety. It turns out that this is the evil spirit of Cloud Shinobi. Just a glance made them almost unable to breathe. This gap in strength is already comparable to Heaven, Earth, Cloud and Mud 18. Sword. Master Kenpachi. The ninja said with a trembling voice, Master Reikage ordered us to invite you out of the mountain. Hearing this sentence, Kenpachi seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Standing up straight, he laughed. There must be a very important enemy, otherwise, Master Reikage would not have sent someone to find me. Kenpachi's eyes were full of sharpness, breathtaking sharpness. The ninja swallowed. It takes a lot of courage to speak a complete and fluent sentence in front of Kenpachi. Could this be Cloud Shinobi's demon? The strong man who conquered the battlefield in the Third Ninja War? It really is a well-deserved reputation. Seeing the appearance of these ninjas, Kenpachi smiled slightly. It seems that these ninjas in front of them are still too young, and they can't even bear their own aura. Kenpachi closed his eyes slightly, and after a while, his breath instantly converged to a normal level. Although it is still amazing, it has made these ninjas feel a lot better. After all, this is my own person, so I still have to listen to what they say. At this time, these Cloud Shinobi ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear on their faces disappeared a lot. Although there was still a trace of deep fear, it was much better. Everyone was relieved. Dear Grandma, Laozi can finally speak the human language normally and fluently. An organization called Akatsuki appeared in the outside world, and it is collecting tail beasts everywhere, so Master Rakage asked Master Kenpachi to go out to fight against the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement: a ninja said with a strong spirit. Akatsuki organization? Collect tailed beasts? Kenpachi raised an eyebrow slightly. What are you doing collecting those little pets? Can I eat it? In Kenpachi's eyes, among the tailed beasts, 8 tails and 9 tails are slightly stronger. Especially 9 tails, which has reached Super Cage level strength. With Kushina, the strength is even stronger. It's just that 8 tails and 9 tails are now the tail beasts of Cloud Shinobi village. They want to collect tail beasts, isn't it, just to deal with our Cloud Shinobi village people? Kenpachi counted on his fingers. Now we seem to have 2 tailed beasts, 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails, a total of 4 tailed beasts, right? That means we are now the biggest enemy of the Akatsuki organization? All the ninjas nodded. Kenpachi's eyes lit up. Interesting, it seems that a new enemy has appeared. I just hope this enemy is more resistant than any of the 4 great ninja villages. Go. Take me back to Cloud Shinobi, Rakage building. Yayoi is sorting out the recent documents of Cloud Shinobi village, and at the same time sorting out the information about the Akatsuki organization in his hands. It has to be said that this Shao organization is indeed very mysterious at present. It seemed to be an ordinary mercenary organization before, but at some point, a group of strong men was gathered. Even there is no lack of cage-level powerhouses, otherwise, it would be impossible to collect so many tailed beasts in an instant with such a thunderous force. It can be said that this is a strong enemy, and the threat to Cloud Shinobi is no less than that of the 4 great ninja villages in its heyday. It would be nice if Kenpachi is here, but I don't know when Kenpachi will come back. Yayoi eyes shook her head slightly, but it should be soon. After all, the ninja has been sent out for a few days, and now Kenpachi should be on the way back. Kushina on the side was very excited. Master Rakage, is Master Kenpachi coming back? There was a hint of excitement on Kushina's face. In order to meet Kenpachi, she even gave up Master Yi's practice. Come to the Rakage building to meet Kenpachi. Yayoi eyes smiled and nodded. Of course, it should be here soon. The excitement on Kushina's face intensified. She wants to show Kenpachi that Kushina is stronger now than before. Kenpachi-sama should be very happy, right? At this time, Kenpachi has come to the outside of the Rakage building. Flying directly, kicked hard. A foot on the wall. Boom. Advertisement: the entire reinforced wall was directly kicked into pieces. Dust and smoke are everywhere. F*K. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The earth platform on the side drew out the ninja knife directly and looked around. Nima, who is so bold? The Rakage building was bombed in broad daylight. Do you want to die? After the dust and smoke dissipated, a figure standing like a sword appeared in front of the earthen platform. Tudai trembled all over. Oh, so it's Master Kenpachi. Excuse me. Can't afford to be provoked. Kenpachi stepped forward, shouldering Zanpakuto, his face full of excitement. Where is the Akatsuki organization? I want to hack them to death. Although Kenpachi's strength at this time has been suppressed by the blindfold at the early stage of cage level. But the killing intent and aura of 007 are stronger than before. For a moment, Yayoi Aidu was at a loss for words. This kind of breath, it seems that my own breathing is about to stagnate. How is this possible? Is this the current Kenpachi? Yayoi Ai and everyone were stunned for a moment. Only Kushina ran up to Kenpachi with an excited expression on his face. Master Kenpachi. Welcome back. Kenpachi looked at Kushina in front of him and squeezed his chin. Well, it's not bad. The strength seems to be much stronger than before. I like it very much. Keep up the good work. Kenpachi nodded in satisfaction. Kushina's eyes brightened even more. Master Kenpachi, I will work harder. Let me tell you, I killed 2 Akatsuki enemies together with Sister Wooden Golem. Hearing this, Kenpachi raised his eyebrows and smiled. Has the Shao organization been here? It seems that they are also very impatient. It seems that the Shao organization is really serious. So soon to attack Cloud Shinobi, but being able to be defeated by Kushina doesn't seem to be very strong. Yayoi nodded and said, we are already investigating this matter, and what we know now is that the ninjas of the Akatsuki organization should not be below cage level, and their strength is very strong. Kushina also nodded and said, that's right, the enemy I defeated. I heard that he also fought against the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. God of ninja? Senju Hashirama? Kenpachi had a pervert smile on his face. 6RW Chapter 146 One Tail arrested. Kenpachi to fight. The god of ninja Senju Hashirama, this name is still very loud in the ninja world. Even Kenpachi has heard of this powerhouse, and even wants to compete with Senju Hashirama. If Kenpachi was given a chance, he would definitely choose to fight Senju Hashirama. Unfortunately, Senju Hashirama is history. However, someone from the Akatsuki organization has fought against Senju Hashirama, which is good news for Kenpachi. It proves that the Akatsuki organization is not all weak. There are strong ones. After all, an organization that dares to collect all kinds of tail beasts must have its own advantages. Kenpachi smiled slightly, and his interest in Akatsuki reached its peak in an instant. That's right, next time if there is news about the Akatsuki organization, please let me know. Kenpachi grinned. Yayoi saw what Kenpachi was thinking now. That is to want to fight. The existence of the Shao organization made Yayoi feel a little troublesome. For this organization, the ninja world has too little intelligence. It is not even clear how many members they have. The only thing that can be known is that they are uniformly wearing Hongyan trench coats and bamboo hats. The strength is at least cage level. After all, the Akatsuki organization that can capture several tailed beasts must have its own unique advantages. That is strength. Soon, the Akatsuki organization should show up again soon, and we must defeat them by then. Yayoi clenched her fist. Suddenly, a ninja appeared at the door. Report to Raikage-sama. There are Sand Shinobi ninjas asking to see you. Sand Shinobi. Yayoi frowned slightly. Sand Shinobi in the Land of Wind is not far from the Land of Thunder. Since the Third Ninja World War, Sand Shinobi's strength has been greatly reduced, but it has been developing steadily in recent years. Didn't do anything too outrageous. Cage Luosha has also been seeking opportunities for development, actively cooperating with the Kingdom of Thunder. Yayoi still has a good impression of the current Sanagakure. After all, there are benefits. Call him in, I want to see what's going on. Sanagakure now preserves one-tail Shukuru, one of the few tailed beasts left in the ninja world. Could it be related to tailed beast and Akatsuki organization? After a while, I saw a ninja wearing a Sand Shinobi uniform, arriving. Advertisement. The ninja looked up, glanced at everyone present, and then fixed his gaze on Kenpachi. At the same time, he trembled all over. What the hell? Who is this guy? Why does it look so scary? It looks like he should be a cage-level strongman. Why does he feel more vicious than Yizai? Can't afford to be provoked. Boss. The Sand Shinobi ninja forced himself not to continue watching Yayoi Kenpachi. After all, he has more important things to do. Master Raikage, Sanagakure Island begs for your help now. The ninja gritted his teeth and said, oh, help. Yayoi narrowed her eyes slightly. What happened to Sanagakure? The Akatsuki organization attacked Sanagakure again. This time one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara was captured by them, and his life and death are unknown now. Our Sanagakure army is too weak, so we need the support of Cloud Shinobi. Today, Cloud Shinobi village is the top military power in the ninja world. The strength is comparable to that of the 4 major ninja villages tied together and multiplied by 2. Sanagakure turned to Cloud Shinobi for help, which is indeed the most reliable. The Akatsuki group attacked Sanagakure. One-tailed Gaara was robbed? Yayoi showed a serious expression on his face. No small matter, although I don't know the purpose of Akatsuki's organization to collect tailed beasts. But it must be unspeakable. They must not be allowed to successfully collect the full-tailed beast. Not even one more one? Any information? Yayoi asked. The Sand Shinobi ninja nodded, and said, all we know now is the identity of the duo of the Akatsuki organization. One is named Deidara, and the other is the Red Sand Scorpion. These two are very powerful, and even almost flattened Sanagakure. Many of our elites tried to stop them, but they all died in battle, and their strength is expected to be at least cage level. Sure enough, he is a strong cage level player. Yayoi is not surprised at all. Because the strength of the Shao organization is indeed very strong. Snatching one-tailed Jinchuriki is not a difficult task in comparison. After all, there are not many strong players in Sanagakure now. Do you know their approximate location? Yayoi asked. Now they still need information about the Shao organization too much. If you confront them head-on, you should be able to get a lot of useful information. Advertisement. Seeing that Yayoi seemed to have the idea of agreeing, Rock Shinobi's eyes lit up. Looks like Sanagakure is saved. The Rock Shinobi ninja nodded and said, according to the tracking ninjutsu we left on Gaara, we can probably determine their location now. After all, roughly draw a circle on the map, is a mountain. I understand. Yayoi nodded. He looked at Kushina and Kenpachi. Kenpachi and Kushina, together with Wooden Golem and 20 elite Jonin, go to this place and try to find clues about one-tailed Jinchuriki and Akatsuki. Kenpachi couldn't help but tighten his grip on Zanpakuto. At the same time, there was a sharpness in his eyes. Looks like there's going to be a fight. Really do not poke. Look well, I will definitely let them feel the suffering of the world. Kenpachi grimaced. In the Land of the Wind, in a cave. The project of sealing one tail has come to an end. With the loss of 2 combat powers, the progress of the 9 seals of the magic dragon also slowed down a lot for a while. Suddenly, Ju appeared in front of everyone. Cloud Shinobi has received news and is coming. Let's try to hurry up. In front of everyone is the huge Gedo statue. The chakra chain spit out from the mouth is gradually dragging one tail into his body. This terrifying sealing technique is to seal one tail within the body of Gedo statue's 9 phantom dragons. The members of the Shao organization, Jiao Jiao, stood around with their hands in seals, each with a slightly struggling expression on their faces. After all, it still consumes a lot of energy to activate this level of sealing technique. If it is an ordinary ninja, maybe even the sealing style cannot be activated. In the middle of the crowd, a ninja with red hair and nails all over his body looked towards him. Pain's Rinnegan glanced at him and said, when will you be there? For Pain himself, the Cloud Shinobi ninja was nothing to fear. Because he believes in his own strength. If Pain was afraid of Cloud Shinobi, he wouldn't have sent Coke and Hidan to capture 9 tails in her way for healing. Although they failed, Pain still believed that Cloud Shinobi's 4-tailed beasts must be his own in the end. Because he still has his own unique cards. It will be here soon, shall we prepare for it? The Red Sand Scorpion trembled slightly. After sealing one tail, clean up this cave, Deidara and I will deal with them. Chapter 147 The Seemingly Indestructible Barrier, that's it? Volume 1 Obviously, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion at this time is very confident in its own strength. Although he knew that the Comer was not kind, but as the strongest puppet master today, he still believed in this mere Cloud Shinobi, which was not enough for him to put it in his eyes. Deidara at the side glanced at the Red Sand Scorpion. Senior Scorpion, this Cloud Shinobi has heard that there are many strong people. It seems that the next battle may be very interesting for us. 17. Deidara's eyes were full of excitement. Obviously he was very excited about the unknown powerful enemy. Ju looked at the two of them and said, you know, among them is Cloud Shinobi who became famous in the first battle of the Third Ninja World War, Kenpachi, and Sun Pillar and Moon Pillar among the 9 pillars. Their strength should not be underestimated. As Ju, who was in charge of intelligence in the Shao organization, he naturally knows the strength of all parties almost like the back of his hand. Even Cloud Shinobi knows a lot of information with the highest level of confidentiality. Regarding Kenpachi, Ju still has a little bit of fear in his heart. Because the strength of this person is indeed too weird and unpredictable. It can be said that he even feels that Kenpachi has strength beyond cage level. Ordinary super cage level, maybe they are not Kenpachi's opponents. If this is the case, perhaps only if Pain makes a shot can he have the power to fight Kenpachi. To 740 on the Sun column and Month column, it is also famous. In the past few years of Kenpachi's retreat, almost all difficult tasks in Cloud Shinobi village have been handed over to 9 pillars. In the 9 pillars, the average strength is cage level. And the Sun Pillar and the Moon Pillar are the best among the 9 pillars. Sun Pillar Uzumaki Kushina, but 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and a rare perfect Jinchuriki, his strength should not be underestimated. Super cage level strength, naturally there is. This kind of enemy should never be taken lightly. Deidara smiled confidently. Although he is the youngest member of the Akatsuki organization, his strength is not weak at all. He also has never dealt with Cloud Shinobi ninjas. For the new enemy, Deidara can be said to be gearing up and ready to move. Seeing that both Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion seemed to have no problem, Pain nodded and said, in this case, the post-break mission is entrusted to you. The Sun Pillar and the Moon Pillar are both Jinchuriki-tailed beasts, and you should try to get them as far as possible. Catch them all. After using the Magic Dragon 9 seals, their chakra will be greatly depleted. Even Pain could barely keep the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara's strength. Since they want to take on Cloud Shinobi, give them that chance. Anyway, this enemy, in Pain's eyes, is actually nothing more than that. Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion smiled at each other. Cloud Shinobi. Easy. Outside. Advertisement. This mountain peak has already been blocked by a huge barrier. This kind of enchantment ninjutsu can be said to be quite superb, and all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas tried their best to break the enchantment, but they couldn't open it. They were panting and sweating profusely, looking up at the enchantment. Damn it, what is this barrier? Why is it so hard? Could it be that only those with cage level strength can open it? We can't even touch it? It seems that we really underestimated our opponents. We can still use this kind of enchantment ninjutsu. Everyone looked at the light barrier in front of them, and none of them cursed. Obviously, this enchantment is also a considerable test for them. For this mission, Sanagakure also dispatched his own experts. Elite Jonin Baki, and dozens of Sand Shinobi ninjas. And Baki couldn't find any way to break this barrier. Damn it, Master Gaara is in this mountain, we can't do anything. Baki gritted his teeth. His fists turned blue, but there was nothing he could do to deal with the barrier. Suddenly, Kushina stood up. This enchantment does look interesting. Uzumaki Kushina reached out and touched the outer end. I saw that the light curtain flickered, and there were layers of ripples flashing out. Then Kushina took half a step back and hit the bid with a punch. Boom. The enchantment suddenly trembled. Layers of huge ripples echoed in the barrier. But obviously, it still didn't hurt the enchantment in the slightest. This level of enchantment is still too difficult to deal with. And the enchantment sunk in a large piece, and then quickly recovered. Kushina squinted. This punch has the strength of the early cage level. It seems that even the strong of the early cage level can't break through this barrier. What kind of ability does this Shao organization have? Those who can form this kind of barrier must be stronger than those at the beginning of cage level. Perhaps it is already at the peak of cage level, or even beyond cage level. This kind of strength is also a huge threat to Cloud Shinobi Village. Now that he knew that Cloud Shinobi Village was such a powerful threat, Wooden Golem's expression became firm again. She walked forward, carefully looked at the barrier several times, touched her chin, as if she was calculating something. This enchantment should have 4 talisman papers. If these 4 talisman papers are torn off at the same time, the enchantment should be broken. Advertisement nod by Wooden Golem. She is still very confident in her guess. She trusts her own judgment. Baki frowned tightly. It's not that he doesn't believe the speculation by Wooden Golem. Because the strength of Wooden Golem is much stronger than Baki himself. Baki was just a little skeptical. How to find those 4 talisman papers, and then tear them apart at the same time. If there is a mistake in a piece of talisman paper, the current situation may become even worse. It's a bit difficult to tear off 4 talisman papers at the same time, Baki said after taking a deep breath. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't know they had to tear off the 4 talisman papers. But I don't even know where the talisman paper is. Isn't this messing around? Wooden Golem nodded slightly, although it is a bit difficult. This is the only way to break the barrier normally, otherwise you can only use brute force to break the barrier. Brute force to break the enchantment? Everyone fell silent. It is almost impossible to blast the barrier with brute force. Who has such a great ability? Perhaps only Kushina and Wooden Golem have such power. Kenpachi on the side squinted his eyes slightly. Isn't it just an enchantment? I feel tired just looking at you. After all, Kenpachi shook his head helplessly. This group of people is still too honest. I saw Kenpachi stepping out. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent burst out directly from Kenpachi's body. Kenpachi stands on the ground, but it is as amazing as standing on a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Hold Nozarashi tight. Cut out with one knife. Ryatsu burst. I saw a Ryatsu as tall as a mountain, directly bombarding the barrier. With a click, the barrier shattered. It burst immediately, like glass slag, and shot in all directions. Chapter 148 Deidara appears. Air raid on Kenpachi. Seeing that the enchantment in front of him was suddenly broken, all the people present were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. This seemingly indestructible enchantment was broken like this. How is this possible? Baki's eyes widened. This picture is too outrageous, right? Is this really human power? With the barrier shattered, Kenpachi took back the Zanpakuto. But at this level, it's nothing at all. Kenpachi shook his head slowly. The way everyone looked at Kenpachi changed instantly. Eyes full of fear. Especially the ninjas from Sand Shinobi. Such a formidable powerhouse as someone from Cloud Shinobi. Then he killed Sand Shinobi, isn't it just a snap of his fingers? With one slash, half of Nima's Sand Shinobi is gone. Oh yes, Sand Shinobi is only half left now. Cut it over, and the whole Sand Shinobi will be finished. Even Cloud Shinobi's Kushina and Wooden Golem gasped. It's only been a few years since Kenpachi's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. This is simply inappropriate. Inside the cave, the seal of the tailed beast has come to an end. Gaara floated in midair, her eyes closed tightly. There is no breath of life in the whole body, like a dead man. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Boom, it was as if the whole mountain was trembling. What happened? Pain narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a powerful force, which was released at this moment. A master who can unleash this kind of strength is estimated to be at least beyond cage-level strength. If this is really the case, then this opponent may really be worthy of careful consideration. How to fight him? But soon, the Emperor disappeared. Has the barrier been broken? But Pain still noticed something strange. This attack is aimed at the enchantment. At this time, the enchantment is completely torn apart. It shattered. The person who can shatter the barrier is at least a strong person in the late stage of cage level. Advertisement Kisame licked his lips. An opponent like this is still worth exciting. Uchiha Itachi also nodded slightly, and said, yes, it seems that the strength of Cloud Shinobi is not as simple as we imagined. You can push cage level late stage powerhouses at will. It seems that Cloud Shinobi's background is also extraordinary. Just a one tail has attracted such an uproar. Pain closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Release the 9 seals of the illusory dragon. Pain gave the order. I saw him forming mudras with both hands, and the chakra rippled immediately. Geto's statue suddenly closed his mouth and turned into a statue again. And Gaara's body also hit the ground. Bang! It stirred up dust several feet high. It's the last bit. Are we really going to give up? Uchiha Itachi asked. This one-tailed Jinchuriki's sealing work, but there is only a little bit left. Is that the way to go? Pain nodded, and said, the opponent has already arrived, we will not benefit from staying here. After saying that, he looked at the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. You two go to stop them, we retreat first. Remember, it is best to catch the enemy's Jinchuriki, and be sure to retreat. The undead duo had been lost before, and it was also a big loss for the Shao organization. If Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion are lost now, the future deployment will have to be replanned. Deidara smiled confidently and said, don't worry, leave it to us. Yes. After all, Deidara needed a huge clay and turned it into a clay bird. Deidara sat on the clay bird and immediately flew into the sky. The Red Sand Scorpion also slowly crawled out. Watching the two leave, Pain and the others also disappeared in place. And everyone in Cloud Shinobi is rushing to the cave. Suddenly, Kushina looked up. I saw a huge white strange bird flying in the air, hovering above their heads. What kind of creature is this? Soon, sharp-eyed ninjas also witnessed the strange bird. Just as they were still guessing what kind of strange species it was, suddenly countless clay spiders fell from the flying bird and landed directly on many ninjas. Boom! This clay spider just exploded, powerful shockwaves and flame bursts. Everyone was crying and howling in an instant. Death blockbuster. This is the ninjutsu of the Akatsuki organization, damn it. Baki quickly recognized the strange bird. After all, it was Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion who captured Gaara. He still has a little impression of Deidara's ability. The height of the strange bird dropped a lot in an instant. Advertisement, ask for flowers. I saw Deidara sitting on the clay bird with a smile on his mouth. Little ninjas, let me show you what real art is. Deidara made several clay birds again. Scattered in all directions, dozens of clay birds rushed towards everyone from all angles. Facing this dense crowd of clay birds, everyone has almost no way to defend themselves. Oops. Bucky gritted his teeth. If things go on like this, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Not good. At this critical moment, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly pulled out his hands. Immediately covered the golden tail beast chakra. Nine Tails chakra directly turned into a huge golden giant hand, protecting all the ninjas present. Point zero and all the clay birds landed on the clay birds. Boom. The crackling sound resounded through the sky. With the disappearance of the fire, everyone was firmly protected under the Nine Tails chakra. Not hurt at all. Damn tricky Nine Tails. Yum. Deidara was a little annoyed. This guy is really a rascal. Are you from the Akatsuki organization? Kushina looked up at Deidara. At the same time, with a wave of her hand, Nash's fang appeared in her hand. At the same time, the sun flame cloak was also put on Kushina's back. Under the sunlight, Kushina is like a sun, dazzling. Everyone was horrified. It turns out that Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina has such abilities. Deidara pointed to himself and said, "That's right, I'm Udala." Deidara seemed confident, although the attack was blocked by Nine Tails. But his task is actually just to stall the opponent. Just let Pain and the others retreat safely. Catching Nine Tails is just a bonus quest. At this time, the scorpion of surrounding sand also slowly crawled over. The scarlet sand scorpion hiding under the crimson flowing hue scanned everyone present. That's right, there are a lot of strong people. It seems that this battle is a bit interesting. Scarlet Luhu's tail flicked out, and under the refraction of the sun, it shone with a lavender luster. Quench poison. Baki looked at the two familiar old opponents in front of him, and he also clenched Ren. The scarlet sand scorpion and Deidara of Akatsuki. They captured Gaara and Deidara. Chapter 149 Deidara's Kushina, the contest of art. Baki's back felt cold. The strength of the person who can snatch Gaara from Luo Sha's hands is beyond doubt. At least above cage level. Be careful. His strength is much stronger than Kage-Sama. Baki pulled out kunai with a serious expression on his face. With the strength of elite Jonin, facing members of Shao organization like Deidara and the Scarlet Sand Scorpion, rushing up is tantamount to giving away his head. The strength is not at the same level at all. Even if you can barely parry a few times, you can't compete with it at all. In the end, of course, death is inevitable. Deidara hovered in the air. With good mobility, he hardly needs to confront his opponent head-on. Deidara's secret technique can be said to be weird and unpredictable, and even unconsciously, it will be blown to pieces. This is going to be a pretty tricky guy. Those rock shinobi ninjas who have seen Deidara's strength before, almost all of them have fear on their 130 faces. Even Baki took a deep breath and was still looking at his opponent, as if he still didn't dare to fight head-on. Want to save Gaara? Of course I want to. It's just that the opponent is too difficult to deal with. Deidara made a mudra with both hands. Detonate clay twin snakes. In an instant, two snakes made of clay broke out of the ground and directly entangled the two ninjas around them. With a click, the two ninjas were smashed to pieces. At the same time, a boom explosion. As the flames filled the sky, the two ninjas were directly blown into powder. Even the ninjas around him were all smashed to pieces. Damn it, everyone, shoot him down. A group of ninjas overdrawn shuriken and kunai towards the sky. It's just helpless that Deidara flies too high, and the speed of the clay bird is extremely fast. These kunai and shurikens can't touch Deidara's fine hair at all. What? Is this all you have? Deidara grinned, looked very proud. The red sand scorpion on the ground lowered its head helplessly. Stop making trouble, let's get rid of them all in one fell swoop. In the eyes of the red sand scorpion, although these ninjas are not easy to deal with, they are not his opponents. Killing them is only a matter of time. It's just that Deidara is so playful now, he's really afraid of complications. Deidara said indifferently. Are they still trying to kill me? It's better to let them appreciate my art? Deidara firmly believes that art is explosion. A moment of brilliance is the real brilliance. Idiot. Advertisement. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion said impatiently. Deidara was equally helpless. Okay, how about listening to you? After all, he threw out a detonating clay in the shape of a puppet. C3/18. Deidara mixed the highest level of chakra in her body. The puppet-shaped detonating clay fell rapidly. The speed is getting faster and faster. At the same time, the volume is also increasing. Before it hit the ground, it was already 10 times bigger than before. What? Baki's eyes widened. Everyone disperse. It was this ninjutsu that blew up half of Sunagakure. Baki will never forget this jutsu. Destroyed most of Sunagakure directly. Even Luo Sha couldn't stop it. With such power, if it is hit, it is estimated that everyone will be wiped out. Is this the ninjutsu? Kushina narrowed her eyes slightly. At the same time, he squeezed Nash's fang in his hand. After entering the tailed beast chakra mode, her speed, strength, and amount of chakra are all several times higher than before. Although this C3 number 18 looks very scary, in Kushina's eyes, that's the same thing. No matter how strong this Deidara is, can't it compete with the tailed beast? Kushina smiled smugly, not to mention, the strongest tailed beast. 9 tails. She clasped her hands together. Suddenly, 9 huge tails appeared behind it. It rushed directly to the sky, trying to wrap C3 number 18 directly. Minimize the power of this explosive clay. Boom. Explosive clay explodes with a bang. In an instant, the sky is full of light. Fried directly on the 9 tails chakra, and the remaining Nine Tails chakra stood in front of everyone. Like a shield. I saw Nine Tails chakra shaking violently a few times. It seems to have suffered a violent shock. Everyone trembled. There was a terrified expression on every face. After all, it was the first time they were so close to such an explosion. Advertisement. Even Kushina's expression changed. She really underestimated her opponent. I saw a huge fox head enveloping all the ninjas present. At this time, 1/3 of the huge fox head was also blown away. If the power is stronger, maybe they will be in danger. And the ground around everyone was directly blown out of a huge deep pit, scorched black. How? That's my art. Deidara looked smug. Although the opponent has not been solved yet, it is only a matter of time for Deidara himself to bring them down. Kushina looked up, a smile formed on the corner of her mouth. But you still forgot the strength gap between us. Deidara was curious. Oh, but you can't do anything to me now? With the high mobility of this clay bird, almost no one can hit the flying Deidara. Even with long-range ninjutsu, it is impossible. Let me guess, do you want to use kunai or shuriken? Deidara pinched his chin and smiled triumphantly. I saw the corners of Kushina's mouth slightly raised. Put your hands together directly. Immediately, 2 chakra arms stretched out from behind. At the same time, the yin and yang chakra are fused together in a ratio of 2:8. Tailed Beast Bomb. The Tailed Beast Bomb took shape, trembled instantly, and blasted towards Deidara at high speed. What? Deidara just remembered at this time, this Kushina is still Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Careless. Hastily turned sideways, pulled the clay with all his strength to fly 0.2 birds, barely avoided the Tailed Beast Bomb. The next hair can be followed like a shadow when it hit Deidara's clay bird directly. Boom. This clay flying bird exploded directly. At the same time, Deidara was directly blown out. After several laps in the air, Devola hurriedly completed the seal. A huge flying bird reappeared under Deidara, supporting Deidara. It didn't let Deidara fall directly to pieces. Deidara lay on the clay bird's body in embarrassment, her face scorched black. Damn it. This guy. Deidara snorted coldly. Seeing that Tailed Beast Bomb didn't deal with Deidara immediately, Kushina also smiled lightly. This Tailed Beast Bomb is just a simplified version, and its power is not high. But that's enough. One shape wall dancing. Chapter 150 Twisted Tailed Beast Bomb. Obito in person. Uzumaki Kushina jumped to his feet. The figure jumped into the air immediately. After practicing with Master Yi for many years, Uzumaki Kushina's ability to control his body has also reached an astonishing level. Even Deidara didn't expect that he would be locked on by the enemy in the air. Detonating clay spirit technique. Deidara manipulated 2 clay dolls and directly stopped in front of her. Uzumaki Kushina slashed the clay figure with a sword, and the clay figure split in 2. But the clay doll has not lost its ability to move, and it separates instantly. Straight up Uzumaki Kushina. At the same time, Deidara also flew to a safe distance with the big clay bird. Art is explosions. Yum. Deidara gritted her teeth. It was the first time he had seen an opponent like Uzumaki Kushina. It seems to be a way to ignore him directly. Deidara, who was judged as a problem child by Tsuchikage at the age of 9 and expelled from the village, has his own unique understanding of fighting. If not, he would have died 180 times long ago. Boom. 18 The flames burst. Haha. Get blown to pieces. Deidara looked excited. There has never been an enemy who has been bombed by this trick and can retreat completely. Undead also peels off the skin. I saw the flames constantly burning in the air. Smoky. All the ninjas held their breath when they saw this picture. Is it possible to be rescued after being bombed at such a distance? There's no chance of defending yourself. Could it be that Master Rizu is going to have an accident? Everyone's eyes widened. Obviously they were also very frightened. However, the tailed beast chakra outside of Kushina's body solidified directly in an instant. Like a shield, directly blocked the impact of this explosion. Although it only blocked a little bit of strength, it was enough for Kushina to retreat completely. In the flames, Kushina burst out again. He directly stepped on the body of the clay bird, and at the same time he slashed out with a sword. Deidara jumped back hastily and landed on the ground. At the same time, it directly detonated the clay bird. Boom. Kushina got bombed again. Tough opponent. Deidara gritted his teeth. Obviously, in Deidara's eyes, the threat level of Uzumaki Kushina has directly increased several times. After all, hard power is too strong. You can almost ignore your own explosion. Advertisement. In the flames, Kushina burst out again. Although some scorched black appeared on her body, it was obvious that she hadn't suffered substantial damage yet. Just this kind of attack can't help the current Uzumaki Ju Zinshin at all. With Tailed Beast Chakra mode turned on, she is as powerful as Super Shadow. Finger pinched the blade. Promise Kendo. I saw a layer of golden sword light burning again on Nash's fang. Integrating with the breathing method of the sun, the power of ascending will increase several times again. This sword can cut through almost everything, slash directly. Straight through Deidara's body. Kushina smiled slightly. How about this move? Deidara's expression froze instantly. But only for a moment. The color on Deidara's body suddenly disappeared, and the whole person turned into clay directly. Clay stand in, as firelight seeped through the clay double. An explosion is also a bang. Then to cover the explosion, Deidara also directly used the Earth Dragon hidden technique to escape from the ground. appeared tens of meters away. At this moment, he looked embarrassed. Obviously, the battle with Kushina still made him feel very difficult. Senior Scorpion. Let's withdraw. Deidara looked at Kushina in front of him, knowing that he was definitely not his opponent. If you don't run now, maybe you won't be able to run. Although the art concept of Deidara is completely different from that of Red Sand Scorpion. But he still respects this senior very much. The Red Sand Scorpion also frowned slightly. Watch Kushina carefully. Start looking at this opponent. It has to be said that Kushina is also a very formidable opponent in the eyes of the Scarlet Sand Scorpion. Its worth is all. Not to mention the Cloud Shinobi who became famous in the ninja world in the Third Ninja World War. Zaraki Kenpachi. This guy is definitely more of a threat than Uzumaki Kushina. The Red Sand Scorpion nodded slightly and said, our mission has been completed, there is absolutely no benefit in staying here. The group of strong men in front of them is not something the two of them can contend with. Want to go? Uzumaki Kushina absolutely refused to let them go, and cut them out with a single sword. Although Fei Luhu looks bulky, she is still very flexible. Directly dodged the sword, then, it stopped beside Deidara. Advertisement. Uzumaki Kushina clasped his hands together. The tailed beast chakra condenses into a giant fox head. Meanwhile the tailed beast bomb condenses. I saw the tailed beast bomb blast towards the two of them in an instant. If it goes on like this, it will definitely destroy half of the mountain. You two are hard to fly with wings. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly. However, Deidara of the Red Sand Scorpion showed no fear at all. The space around the tailed beast bomb was instantly distorted. Then disappeared directly into the mid-air. What happened? Uzumaki Kushina froze for a moment. What means? Is it the ability of the Red Sand Scorpion or Deidara? I saw the space between the two of them distorted again. A guy with a flame fan on his back, wearing a red cloud robe, and a mask appeared in front of everyone. Senior. Deidara looked very excited. As far as he knows, although these 053 masked men don't know their identities, they are extremely powerful. Who are you? This guy came out of nowhere. Even Kushina didn't sense his presence. Suddenly, Zaraki Kenpachi raised his eyebrows. He feels it. The strength of this guy is a bit interesting. The masked man smiled, then closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes again, they were already blood red. Mangekyo Sharingan. Baki was also confused. Uchiha Itachi? According to Baki's knowledge, there are only two Uchiha tribes left in the ninja world. One is Uchiha Itachi. The other one is Uchiha Sasuke. But obviously, this guy is definitely not Sasuke. But Uchiha Itachi doesn't seem to be like this either? You may have heard of my name. The masked man's voice was very low. Uchiha Madara. Before dying, Uchiha Madara lent her name to Obito. Uchiha Obito is following the will of Uchiha Madara at this time. The one with the same name as the god of ninja? Kenpachi's eyes lit up, and he took out Zanpakuto directly. Come fight with me. Uchiha Madara. This guy is a ninja as famous as Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Wouldn't it be great to fight him? Chapter 151. The Power of Kamui, Obito Kills? Uchiha Obito squinted at Zaraki Kenpachi in front of him. Although it can be said that he has a deep hatred with Cloud Shinobi, he still knows that now is not the best time to fight. After all, I only have Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion who are almost disabled by my side. It is not easy to defeat Kenpachi and the Sun and Moon Pillars. If something goes wrong now, it will have a considerable impact on future panic. Uchiha Obito smiled slightly. Why should I fight you? What are you thinking? He shook his head slowly. Fighting with you is meaningless to me at all. Kenpachi only took it as a provocation. The corner of his mouth grinned, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became even brighter. Can no longer hide it. Now he wants to have a fierce fight with Uchiha Obito. Master Kenpachi, if he is really Uchiha Madara. Kushina still had worry in his eyes. She used to be from Konoha village, so she is naturally very familiar with the name Uchiha Madara. This guy is as famous as Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Guarantee the strength of Chaoing. To fight with such a guy, you really have to think twice. What about Uchiha Madara? I want to punch him. Holding Zanpakuto, Kenpachi slowly walked towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. He had never seen such a fellow. Why do you start a fight if you don't agree with each other? Helpless. The Red Sand Scorpion snorted coldly, stood beside Uchiha Obito, and said, these guys still have some strength, it's best not to underestimate them. When Deidara fought Uzumaki Kushina, the Red Sand Scorpion saw it. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is not easy to deal with alone, let alone a Kenpachi and ear post. If it's just the two of them, maybe there is no chance of winning. Now with Uchiha Obito, naturally it is different. Yes. Uchiha Obito smiled slyly. Of course I want to see how strong they are. Kenpachi stepped forward abruptly. Boom. A deep pit was stepped on directly under his feet. At the same time, Kenpachi's speed, as fast as an afterimage, ran directly in front of Uchiha Obito at an extremely fast speed. Raised Zanpakuto horizontally and slash out with one blow. I saw that Ryotsu exploded directly from Kenpachi's body and poured into King Zanpakuto. Meanwhile on Zanpakuto, the light shines. Advertisement. A bright knife light cut directly at Uchiha Obito's head. Its aura seems to be chopping Uchiha Obito into powder. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a battle. Seemingly a random cut, the momentum is so magnificent. Everyone present firmly believed that it would be difficult for them to resist this blow. As this, Cloud Shinobi's demon. Damn, when will I be able to deliver such a blow? This level of strength is really amazing. Even Baki's face was covered with sweat. It turns out that during the Third Ninja World War that year, it was the 4 great ninja villages that were fighting against these strong men. It is indeed terrifying. No wonder Cloud Shinobi village will win the final war. Uchiha Obito looked at the lights of swords criss-crossing in front of him. Staggered flying. It seems that he can kill himself at any time. But Uchiha Obito remained unfazed. He knew that it was simply impossible to kill himself with just such a blow. Because their own strength is far more unpredictable than they imagined. Is this the evil spirit of Cloud Shinobi? It seems that it is nothing more than that. Uchiha Obito smiled faintly. Then, he activated his own pupil technique. Kamui. Immediately, the space in front of me was distorted. Twisted to the max. Jian Guang slashed at the distorted space, and was immediately swallowed up. It seems like it hasn't even been stirred up in the slightest. Even in the end, it turned out to be directly and completely resolved. This knife seems to have never appeared in this world. Everyone gasped for an instant. What ability is this? Can ignore Kenpachi's power. With the knife just now, it might not be a problem to cut the entire mountain peak. It was resolved so easily. Uchiha Obito said with a smile. Is this Kenpachi? It seems that the title obtained in the Third Ninja World War was just a waste of fame in the end. Obviously, Uchiha Obito didn't care about Kenpachi's blow at all. With Kamui, he is almost invincible. Kenpachi looked at this scene and felt very curious. Advertisement. He is still a little unclear about how his knife disappeared. But needless to say, this is the power of Uchiha Obito. If so, he is worthy of his title of Uchiha Madara. It really is interesting. Is this Uchiha Madara? It seems that you really have your own means? There was curiosity on Kenpachi's face. Although he doesn't understand the principle of Kamui, he knows that a person with such means is definitely not easy. Uchiha Obito one-handed Mudra. Kenpachi is calling. How can he have no reason to return the greeting? I saw him spit out a big mouthful of flames directly. Then, the space in front of him twisted again. The flame was directly distorted into a winding fire snake, circling and blasting towards everyone. No matter the scale or power, it has reached the level of breathtaking. Even the many fire-style players present thought that they would never have this kind of strength. Appeared. The fire style of the Uchiha clan. Damn, this scale is so big, are we really rivals? The opponent's random blow is so powerful. Facing this kind of fire style, everyone's scalp went numb for a while. A group of water-style ninjas stepped forward and hurriedly stopped them. Water-style water barrier. Several water barriers directly and continuously envelop everyone's bodies. Lees. The fire style bombarded the water barrier, making a deafening explosion sound. Immediately, streams of mist flew into the air. As the flames gradually dissipated, the ninjas were sweating profusely. Just one fire style that was released later, it actually had to resolve the water style of nearly 10 people. There is no doubt that there is a huge gap in strength between them. A ninja came out of the mist directly. Holding a ninja knife, he slashed towards Obito's neck. Go to hell. The ninja's eyes were full of fighting spirit. But Uchiha Obito just stood on the ground with a calm expression on his face. Let this knife hit him on the body. But the strange thing is that this knife went through Uchiha Obito's body. As if it didn't hurt Obito at all. What? The ninja was shocked. Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, looked calm. Kamui. Chapter 152 Hogyoku Strengthening. Farewell Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito has Sharingan after all. This can be said to be one of the top observation eyes, which can see through the opponent's every move. How could he not see this ninja's sneak attack? In Uchiha Obito's eyes, it's just child's play. The space is gradually distorted. This sneak attacking ninja was directly crushed by Kamui. It turned into pieces and fell directly to the ground. Seeing the miserable appearance of this ninja, everyone turned pale with shock. This is the first time they have seen such a weird and unpredictable method. In their eyes, Uchiha Obito killed the ninja without even moving his body. This power simply made them all fearful. Uchiha Madara, is this what you are capable of? Kenpachi was ecstatic. It was the first time he had seen an opponent with such strange methods. He didn't care if the opponent was Uchiha Madara or not, he just went straight up with Zanpakuto. Looking at Kenpachi, Uchiha Obito still looked cautious. He can deflect Kenpachi's attack with Kamui though. But in the fight just now, Uchiha Obito could see it. The power of Kenpachi is definitely not as simple as I imagined. 510. If the knife just now fell on him, then you must be dead. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. The space is warped again, this time enveloping Uchiha Obito and the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. Now that their task has been completed, they have successfully stopped their opponents and delayed the time. It doesn't make much sense for them to stay here any longer. It seems that your so-called Cloud Shinobi ninjas are nothing more than that. Uchiha Obito gave a contemptuous smile. In his eyes, not only Cloud Shinobi, but other ninja villages are doomed to be destroyed in his hands. Vengeance is of course revenge, but of course the prerequisite work must be done well. When Kenpachi arrived in front of Uchiha Obito, the three had already used Kamui and teleported to an unknown place. Damn it, Let them run away. Kenpachi snorted coldly, obviously he was still a little unwilling. After all, this kind of guy cannot be let go, otherwise, it is letting the tiger go back to the mountain. But now things have become like this, but there is nothing to do. It's more important to rescue Gaara first, Baki reminded. Advertisement in the eyes of the village of Sand Shinobi, BIDF, the current Gaara is naturally the most important. Not just Luo Shao's son, but also one-tailed Jinchuriki. Its status is self-evident. Kenpachi sighed helplessly. In fact, for him, whether Gaara is dead or not, and whether Sanagakure is destroyed or not, has nothing to do with him. He just wanted to find someone to fight with, but this trip to Kenpachi is naturally rewarding. The guy who claims to be Uchiha Madara does not seem extraordinary, but he still has his own strong side. That being the case, for Kenpachi, that's enough. It is good to have an opponent. Let's go ahead and find Gaara. Baki reminded again. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Baki can see that Kenpachi doesn't care about Gaara at all. It is natural that Gaara is just a passerby to Kenpachi, whether he is dead or not, has nothing to do with him. But Kenpachi also nodded slightly, then let's go. Anyway, people are leaving now, and being idle is also idle. Just a Gaara. How difficult is it to find him? Dozens of ninjas searched the mountain directly and carpet-like. Want to find Gaara's footprints, inside the cave. The crowd saw Gaara dying. If Jinchuriki lost the tail beast in his body, he would lose his life. Even for the extremely tenacious Uzumaki clan, after losing the tail beast, death is only a matter of time. Baki looked at Gaara in front of him, feeling chills all over his body. He can clearly perceive that Gaara is only a thin line away from death at this time. The 9 seals of the magic dragon is extremely harmful to Jinchuriki itself, not to mention the extraction of tailed beasts. If it wasn't for the last trace of one-tail Shuhei chakra hanging in Gaara's body, he might be dead now. Is there any help? Gritting his teeth, Baki looked at the busy medical ninja. These medical ninjas are helpless against Gaara. They can only do some basic measures, whether Gaara can survive or not depends on himself. Kenpachi stroked his chin. Watch me love dear, he waved his fingers. The power of Hogyoku gradually flowed into Gaara's body. Advertisement Kenpachi's perfect Hogyoku has entered the 3rd stage. And Kenpachi's mastery of Hogyoku is even more perfect. Helping Gaara regain his vitality is also a piece of cake. There is only a trace of chakra left in Gaara itself, and now the breath has calmed down. At the same time, the wounds on his body also disappeared a lot in an instant. Everyone stared at the picture, their eyes widened. They seemed to be in disbelief. Kushina also inhaled slightly. This is. When Kenpachi guided the practice of 9 pillars before, he used the power of Hogyoku to repair their bodies. Kushina and Wooden Golem are naturally very familiar with the power of this Hogyoku. Now feeling this power again, Kushina felt that this Hogyoku seemed to suddenly become much stronger. Watching Gaara gradually breathe, Baki also burst into tears. Although one-tail Shuhei was not saved, but fortunately, Gaara was rescued. Watching Gaara's vitality recovering gradually, Kenpachi also touched his chin. He surveyed his own Hogyoku's power. It seems that it is not only the existence of chakra, a beast with only one tail left in its body, like Gaara. Even if the Jinchuriki were completely deprived of the tailed beast, Kenpachi seems to be able to restore its strength again. It seems that Hogyoku is still good. Baki held Kenpachi's hand directly and said, Master Kenpachi. Thank you for saving Gaara. We, Sanagakure, will never forget this kindness. Kenpachi just nodded slightly. This is nothing to him. However, it was a little pleasant surprise for Kenpachi to discover the new role of Hogyoku. Okay, anyway, the mission is over, let's go home. Kenpachi's heart was still a little turbulent. After all, this time, he met a very powerful opponent. He felt that his future days would not be too boring. After all, he has the ninja god Senju Hashirama's nemesis Uchiha Madara overseeing him. You have the power to become stronger, hope this opponent doesn't pull too much. The Country of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Yayoi looked at Kenpachi, Kushina and Wooden Golem who had returned safely and nodded in relief. Gaara was rescued and they returned safely, which made Yayoi feel relieved. Who is your opponent this time? Yayoi asked curiously. Kenpachi chuckled. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 153 Clues. Head to Rain Shinobi Village. Uchiha Madara. Yayoi was stunned for a moment, then pouted and said, why is this name so familiar? Wait, you mean Uchiha Madara? There was a cold sweat on Yayui's back? Uchiha Madara was a figure who dominated the ninja world decades ago, and almost only Senju Hashirama in the ninja world can suppress Uchiha Madara. Logically speaking, Uchiha Madara should have died a long time ago. How could he fight Yayoi Kenpachi? Totally impossible. Yayui's voice was very low. Aren't you being fooled, and fighting Uchiha Madara, and I said I was Senju Hashirama. Watching Yayoi Kenpachi pull out Zanpakuto silently, Yayoi shut up. What's wrong with Nima drawing a knife when she disagrees with her? Do you really think I am Senju Hashirama? Kushina said. That guy not only has Mangekyo Sharingan, he even has a weird space-time ninjutsu that can even absorb Kenpachi's attack. It was the first time she had seen Kenpachi's attack completely stopped. Disappeared in this world directly. This kind of weird time and space ninjutsu is still particularly difficult. A guy with that kind of power, Uchiha Madara or not, is nothing to be reckoned with. To underestimate this kind of opponent is definitely to dig your own grave. Mangekyo Sharingan? Yui was a little surprised. Since the Uchiha genocide, the Sharingan has almost disappeared. As far as is known, there are only two Uchiha tribesmen. One is Uchiha Itachi, and the other is Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously, if it was one of these two people, everyone would recognize it. So is this mysterious Uchiha tribe actually Uchiha Madara? Yui is still not sure, because the fact that Uchiha Madara is still alive is outrageous. Advertisement: he should have died long ago. It seems that we still need more information about the Akatsuki organization. This organization is really weird. Not only are the members very powerful, but even the boss is unknown. What are they collecting tailed beasts for? No. Yui felt her head was getting bigger. The earth platform on the side said, "A few days ago, I have sent many scouting ninjas according to your instructions, and began to collect information about the Akatsuki organization in the 5 major countries. We haven't heard anything yet. Today's Cloud Shinobi village is the first military power in the 5 great ninja villages. Intelligence capabilities are among the best, and almost no ninja village can compete. Even so, they still haven't collected much information about. This organization is like a ghost, and there is no trace of it at all. In the past 2 days, there should be news soon. It means that we have sent so many ninjas." Yui said. More than half of the scouting ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village went out to find traces of the Akatsuki organization. Some of these scouting ninjas are the elite ninjas of the Grandmaster breathing method. Not only scouting ability, but also fighting ability is one of the best. It shouldn't be too difficult to find the Akatsuki organization. Maybe in the next few days, there will be news soon. Suddenly, a scout ninja walked in. "Master Yui, we have found clues about the Akatsuki organization." The ninja looked excited. Karui also walked in and said, "This time, we found traces of the Akatsuki organization in Rain Shinobi village. It seems that the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization is in Rain Shinobi village." Rain Shinobi village. Yui frowned. He turned around and I came out with information on Rain Shinobi village. Flipping through it a few times, took a deep breath, as if thinking about something. Rain Shinobi village did have an organization called Akatsuki, but it disappeared a few years ago. Presumably it was wiped out by the Hanzo group. But the strange thing is that Hanzo also died a few years ago, and the current leader of Rain Shinobi village is temporarily unknown. Although Cloud Shinobi village has one of the best intelligence capabilities, Rain Shinobi village is really isolated from the world, and there has been no major movement in recent years. Especially in recent years when the war has ceased, Rain Shinobi village, as a battleground for military strategists, is rarely visited. In Yui's eyes, Rain Shinobi village is just a small village, and successive wars have made Rain Shinobi village lag behind in both economic and military strength. So he has not cared much about Rain Shinobi village. It seems that we need to go to Rain Shinobi village. Yui took a deep breath. Advertisement: just find a few more people and push Rain Shinobi village to the ground, wouldn't it be enough? Ask for flowers. Kenpachi folded his arms and laughed. As long as the Rain Shinobi village is completely destroyed, if the Fanshao organization is really in the Rain Shinobi village, they will definitely reveal clues. We can't send out the whole army to prevent our opponents from attacking. Yui said. Karui, you, Kenpachi, Kushina and Wooden Golem, take a few teams of ninjas to Rain Shinobi village. Be sure to find the Shao organization traces, and all the information about Rain Shinobi village. This time, Yui was really serious. The movements and ambitions of the Akatsuki organization are too great. If they are not punished promptly, it may become a catastrophe sooner or later. Kenpachi said with a smile. It's fine to leave this opponent to us, but it's just a group of chickens and dogs, so they can only bully Sanagakure's low-grade ninja village. For the Akatsuki organization, Yui Kenpachi is not afraid. Yui nodded and said, "Okay, let's go to Konoha and find some helpers, it's just on the way." The current Cloud Shinobi village needs other ninja villages to provide some staff, and these ninja villages will not have the slightest complaint. Because the fist is the primary productive force. They not only respect Cloud Shinobi village, but also fear Cloud Shinobi village. Within the territory of the Kingdom of Fire, in a cave. Never found pain. Cloud Shinobi village has sent people to Rain Shinobi village, aren't you afraid? After all, never smile. He knew that this Rain Shinobi village had special meaning to Pain. To Rain Shinobi village? Just to die, Pain sneered. There are 9 tails Jinchuriki and 2 tails Jinchuriki, as well as Cloud Shinobi evil ghost Kenpachi, Fungju Karui, and a group of elite ninjas, and if there is no accident, there may be people from Konoha. Ju's intelligence capabilities are quite reliable. In the underground world, there are almost all white Zetsu. No matter where the information comes from, you can definitely know it at the first time. Recall Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and let Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion prepare for the battle. 4 strong men, plus Uchiha Madara, should be enough to deal with them. Pain is still quite confident. Although he can't control Uchiha Obito, he must be quite happy to ask Uchiha Obito to deal with a few ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village. The next battle will definitely be very interesting. Chapter 154. Duo blocking the way, Kushinov's Itachi. After a few days, the border of the Land of Fire. Kenpachi and others, with the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village, rushed to Rain Shinobi village. At this time, there is only a day or two left to the Rain Shinobi village territory. Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi also brought several Konoha's ninjas to help. For the Shao organization, all villages attach great importance to it. Knowing that Rain Shinobi Village might be the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was also anxious. After all, this is my back garden. If such a group of terrorists live in my neighbor's house, how can I sleep soundly? This century-old project of Konoha Village must not be ruined in my own hands. Rain Shinobi Village is only a few days away. Hitaki Kakashi squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at the map. For this task, Hitaki Kakashi still attaches great importance to it, because he also knows that this task is definitely not easy. Perhaps it is related to the future development of Konoha, 170. So he has to go all out. In front of everyone, two figures gradually walked towards them. Both of them were wearing red cloud robes and bamboo hats. Seeing this attire, everyone's nerves tensed instantly. This is someone from Akatsuki. Hitaki Kakashi pulled out kunai. According to intelligence, the Akatsuki organization was dressed like this. Could it be that the Akatsuki organization is here so soon? I really didn't expect that there are so many people here. Seeing the mighty people approaching more than 100 people, Nguo also took off his bamboo hat. This is. Hitaki Kakashi looked at Kisame, always feeling a little familiar. Uchiha Itachi also looked up, looking at Hitaki Kakashi. Long time no see, Konoha's ninjas. Hitaki Kakashi's pupils constricted. Uchiha Itachi, this face, he is too familiar. As Konoha's former genius ninja, Hitaki Kakashi is still very familiar with this person. He subconsciously touched his waist. Namikaze Minato's kunai pinned to his waist. As long as Namikaze Minato senses Kakashi's chakra wave, he can use Flying Thunder God technique to come to Kakashi's side at any time. The current Namikaze Minato is cage level anyway. If there is a last resort, Namikaze Minato must be dispatched. Kakashi, you are still the same. Uchiha Itachi smiled and threw off the bamboo hat. Advertisement. The pupils of both eyes rotate slowly. I saw it turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't look him in the eyes. This guy's illusion is very powerful. Sharingan's blood succession boundary is not easy. Hitaki Kakashi reminded the ninjas present. If you make eye contact with him, you will be caught by his illusion. Hitaki Kakashi seemed a little cautious. Over the years, Kakashi has also collected a lot of information about the Uchiha family. He still understands the most basic common sense of Sharingan. It's a pity that I don't have a chance to catch up with you, because this time my mission is to kill you all. Uchiha Itachi rode. Kill us all, what do you think is too simple? Kushina snorted coldly, we want to kill you, it's so easy. Kushina is now the power to drive 9 tails at will. Uchiha Itachi laughed and said, do you know that there are 2 kinds of power that can easily suppress the tailed beast? One is wood style, and the other is Sharingan, both of which can control the tailed beast perfectly. Do you want to try it? Would that control the Jinchuriki as well? Kushina stepped on the ground, and her body jumped out first. Pull out Nash's tooth and cut him off, the flames burst. Instantly penetrated Uchiha Itachi's body. Uchiha Itachi's body suddenly changed. Immediately, his whole body trembled, turned into countless crows, flew to the distance, and condensed into the appearance of Uchiha Itachi again. Crow stand in, hateful. Jushin Zidu swung his sword, turned his head and charged at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi met Kushina's eyes. The Sharingan began to spin. Immediately, Kushina's pupils also turned into Sharingan's appearance. The body is also a sudden meal. 9 tails in Kushina's body felt the power of Sharingan and instinctively felt a trace of disgust. He was once driven by the illusion of Uchiha Madara. Seeing Sharingan again, 9 tails is not in a good mood anymore. 9 tails shouted loudly, illusion solution. He directly disturbed the chakra inside Kushina. Kushina's body resumed its movement again, and without thinking too much, she directly slashed out with a sword. Uchiha Itachi jumped back violently, but was still cut off a part of his clothes. Have you disturbed the chakra circulation in your body with the tail beast? Uchiha Itachi laughed. It seems that the general illusion is really useless to you. 11. Uchiha Itachi didn't use Tsukuyomi, just a simple Sharingan illusion. Advertisement. It's just that this kind of illusion seems to be of no use to Kushina. No matter what kind of illusion, it will not be of any use to me. Kushina is clearly very confident. Mr. Itachi, let me deal with 9 tails. Hoshigaki Kisame to Uchiha Itachi. He still has great respect for Uchiha Itachi. You don't need to take action yet. Uchiha Itachi smiled lightly. I also want to see what strength 9 tails is. Although Uchiha Itachi is a member of the Akatsuki organization, but his actual identity is Mu Yian's undercover agent. There is no need to fight Kushina desperately, otherwise Uchiha Itachi would have activated Mangekyo Sharingan's ability long ago. He is also a little curious now, what kind of strength this 9 tails Jinchuriki is now. Fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi gathers chakra and spits out a mouthful of flame. A huge fireball, with scorching heat, jetted towards Kushina. The sword light flickered, and the fireball was smashed into pieces. One shape round dance. The arc-shaped flame flickered and slashed straight to Uchiha Itachi. However, Uchiha Itachi had already seen through this action, so he dodged sideways, and several shurikens flew out at the same time. This method is of no use to me. Kushina snorted coldly and dodged the shuriken directly. At this moment, a crow landed on Kushina's back. Kushina 0.1 instantly felt a chill behind his back. A crow clone appeared directly behind Kushina. Clone explosion. Uchiha Itachi made a mudra with one hand and gave a loud drink. Boom. The flames exploded immediately. This is almost zero-distance explosion, directly behind Kushina. Oops. Sun Pillar. Kakashi's eyes widened. Uchiha Itachi is indeed a genius ninja. He can't even see the movement of the seal, and he has completed several ninjutsu. This kind of talent and strength can be said to be one of the best in the entire ninja world. She'll be fine. Laughed by Wooden Golem. Behind her is the ghost of Yuming. The dust dissipated slowly, and Uzumaki Kushina was still standing there. And what flutters behind is the Sun Flame Cloak, Chapter 155 Power of God, Susanoo. After all, the Sun Flame Cloak is an artifact of the Sun Sect, a mythical equipment. Blocking such attacks is simply a piece of cake. Kushina stood in front of Uchiha Itachi, wrapped in bright flames, like a sun. Let Uchiha Itachi sigh. This strength is worthy of being one of the 9 pillars. Cloud Shinobi's 9 pillars are not only top-level combat power among Cloud Shinobi, but also among the best in the entire ninja world. Not many organizations would risk their lives against 9 pins and Cloud Shinobi. I am afraid that only Shao organization has such strength. Uchiha Itachi, you are no match for me. Kushina snorted coldly, lifted Nashi's tooth, and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi again. Uchiha Itachi squinted his eyes. He didn't want to really fight to the death with anyone, especially with Kushina's strength. Fire-style Impatience Claw Red. Uchiha Itachi let out a loud shout, and spit out several fireballs directly from his mouth, and at the same time, the shuriken was nailed into the fireballs. Flaming shurikens flew towards the crowd one after another. Kushina raised his heart, and suddenly cut 18 with a sword. Roads of flames stood directly in front of him, forming a huge wall of fire. The flaming wall of fire blocked all those attacks directly. Then he stepped forward and stabbed Uchiha Itachi with a sword. Bang! The sound of gold and iron clashing came. Seeing Uchiha Itachi outside the body, chakra condensed into a bone-like object. Wrapped Uchiha Itachi directly. Susanoo. Although it was only the initial stage, with only ribs and arms appearing, the blow was still blocked. Click. There was a huge mark in the ribs, and Uchiha Itachi's eyes became cautious. If it wasn't for the fact that this blow was too terrifying, he wouldn't even use Susanoo. It's just that looking at it now, it really is that I underestimated my opponent. This blow was probably much more terrifying than what I had initially imagined. I thought I could block this blow, but it seems that I was thinking too much. There was fear in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The rift widened and Susanoo's ribs shattered. Advertisement Uchiha Itachi's body also retreated again and again, and Susanoo's backlash also struck up in an instant. Uchiha Itachi's complexion became ugly, and the chakra in his body was also passing away rapidly. Mr. Itachi, are you alright? Hoshigaki Kisame asked hastily. He respected Uchiha Itachi a lot, so he didn't want Uchiha Itachi to die here. Uchiha Itachi, if you tell us about the Akatsuki organization and we are satisfied, we can spare your life. Uzumaki Kushina looked smug. It was just the initial confrontation, and he had the upper hand. It seems that this Uchiha Itachi is also in vain. Spare me? Uchiha Itachi sneered. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. As one of the only remaining genius ninjas of the Uchiha clan, he is far superior to ordinary ninjas both in terms of talent and strength. If the current Kushina is not too strong, Uchiha Itachi will never put Kushina in his eyes. Seeing Kushina belittle the enemy, Kakashi hurriedly reminded. Remember to pay attention, don't look directly into his eyes. Sharingan's illusion is one of the best, not to mention Uchiha Itachi's illusion. Once hit, it is almost certain death. Kushina nodded slightly. The usual illusion, the 9 tails in Kushina's body can help her dispel it at any time. But with some advanced Sharingan jutsu, it might not be so simple. Mr. Itachi, don't underestimate the enemy. This time our task is not to stop them, but to kill them all. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark said. The place they are going this time is Rain Shinobi Village. Where Pain is. If they successfully reach Cloud Shinobi Village, it will definitely have a big impact on the Shao organization. You have to get rid of them right here. Uchiha Itachi said, I see. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Itachi's right eye suddenly shed a stream of blood. Amaterasu. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, black flames spread one after another. Wherever it goes, it burns. Black flames wrap around the ground and rush towards Kushina. Kushina hastily raised Nash's fang and slashed out with a sword. A golden flame formed a golden wall of fire in front of him. Advertisement in the black Amaterasu also burned directly on the golden wall of fire, directly devouring the entire wall of fire. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Even the flames can't resist it. Kushina was shocked. It was the first time she saw this kind of ninjutsu. This black flame seems to be able to burn everything. Is this Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu? Kakashi frowned. This is Sharingan's pupil technique, which is the strongest attack pupil technique, and also the strongest defensive swallowing technique. As long as it burns, it will be 3 days and 3 days the night will never be extinguished. Even the flames can burn out. Konoha has sufficient information about Uchiha Itachi, and there are records about Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. However, this is the first time Kakashi has seen Amaterasu with his own eyes, and he is afraid of this terrifying power. Kushina snorted coldly, and a layer of golden tail beast chakra wrapped around his hands instantly. Tailed Beast Bomb. The black-tailed beast bomb directly blasted Amaterasu, who was still burning on the firewall. passed directly through Amaterasu, with a little black flame, rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. No matter how strong the flame is, as long as the operator is killed, it's not a problem. Kushina 680 looks very confident. This kind of self-confidence naturally comes from one's own strength. The power of this tailed beast bomb is enough to flatten a mountain peak with one shot. It's just a matter of blowing up a ninja. Uchiha Itachi raised his hand and made a mudra with one hand. Chakra continued to spread from the body. A layer of red skeletons instantly appeared outside Uchiha Itachi's body. And the skeleton gradually grew meridians, flesh and blood, and even put on a layer of armor. Susanoo. This is a pupil art that only Mangekyo Sharingan can use. With this substantial chakra, there is little that can be destroyed. The power is quite amazing, and Susanoo moved his hand horizontally, and a long sword burning with chakra and a huge shield appeared in both hands. Yata Mirror. 10-fist sword. Uchiha Itachi put the Yata Mirror in front of him, and let the tailed beast bomb explode on top of the Yata Mirror. A cloud of smoke and dust cleared away, leaving Susanoo intact. This is. Kakashi was also shocked. Konoha's intelligence department is not omnipotent. Although both Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu are recorded, there is really no information about this kind of Susanoo that can only be opened by very few people. This can even block the tailed beast bomb. Kushina looked at the intact Susanoo, her face darkened. Chapter 156 Sneak Attack on Kenpachi. Don't talk about Wood. Uchiha Itachi stood among Susanoo, looking indifferently at Kushina in front of him. He was very calm at this moment, but he was not underestimating Kushina. In the case of dealing with this kind of opponent, one must have a 12-point spirit. Uchiha Itachi stood among Susanoo and walked slowly towards Kushina. It's called Susanoo, and it can only be opened if you have both Amaterasu and Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi smiled, a trick he rarely used, but as long as Susanoo is used, the opponent is generally doomed. Susanoo. Known as the power of God. Susanoo symbolizes destruction, and everyone in the world says that once you see it with your own eyes, you will inevitably die. Kushina blasted Susanoo's shield with several tailed beast cannonballs. But no matter how fierce the offensive was, Susanoo didn't have the slightest scar. Not even an obstacle. How is it possible? Kushina was a little shocked. No matter how strong Susanoo's defense is, it won't be able to block so many hits from the tailed beast cannon, right? Even if it was him, he would probably have been blown away long ago. This Susanoo's shield seems to be able to block all attacks, Kushina analyzed. If this is the case, then it is not easy. Go around? A layer of golden-tailed beast chakra instantly attached to Kushina's body. 9 Tails Chakra Mode. In this mode, Kushina's perception and speed power have been raised to a very high level. In just an instant, he jumped directly to the side of Uchiha Itachi. Pull out the Tooth of Nash and cut it out with a sudden sword. Boom! This full-strength sword slashed directly on Susanoo's armor. The flames flickered and the flames criss-crossed. The golden chakra is wrapped in flames, bursting directly like the sun. Without the protection of Yata Mirror, the armor is naturally not so strong. With a loud noise, a huge hole was directly cracked. Uchiha Itachi could even feel the temperature of the sunflame cloak inside Susanoo's body. It's really like the sun. A trace of sweat fell from Uchiha Itachi's forehead. To maintain Susanoo, a large amount of chakra is needed for urging. Although the current Uchiha Itachi is in good condition, opening Susanoo for a long time is also a huge consumption for himself. No matter which aspect you look at, it is a quick battle. Uchiha Itachi raised his 10-fist sword horizontally and slashed horizontally with one sword. Kushina looked at the huge sword edge, subconsciously flickered out. The 10-fist sword swept directly into the crowd. Advertisement: several ninjas howled miserably, and were directly caught in the gourd by the 10-fist sword. Those who are stabbed by the 10-fist sword will be, forever, sealed in the illusion world of drunken dreams. There is the power to seal it in forever. At the same time, the 10-fist sword is also a kind of kusanagi sword, which has the ability to seal itself. Seeing all the ninjas being sealed into the gourd, Kushina's eyebrows frowned even tighter. The defensive ability of Yata Mirror and the sealing power of 10-fist sword. This Susanoo is completely capable of both offense and defense. Is this Uchiha Itachi really invincible? Uchiha Itachi was already drenched with sweat. Not even much strength left in the body. The intense consumption of chakra made it almost impossible for Uchiha Itachi to open his eyes. Slash the last sword. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, and manipulated Susanoo to issue a dry fist sword. It's just that this time it's not Kushina, it's Zaraki Kenpachi. In the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, Kushina is extremely fast. Even the 10-fist sword is very fast, but if it hits Kushina, there is not much possibility. Might as well chop Kenpachi. At this time, Kenpachi has not made a move. Faced with this sudden attack, Kenpachi felt a bit confused. What's going on? You guys hit you. What are you looking for? Karui on the side was also stunned. Master Kenpachi, be careful. Karui gritted his teeth and reminded. In this case, if you are not careful, you may end up with yourself. Kenpachi snorted coldly, and twisted his body at a weird angle. Swept away in an instant. Although I only have the initial strength of cage level, the real strength is firmly suppressed. But Kenpachi's own abilities are terrifying. This time, he dodged the 10-fist sword directly. Uchiha Itachi was shocked. What? This reaction? Uchiha Itachi is the one who owns the Sharingan, still pre-advanced Mangekyo Sharingan 1. You can clearly see every move of your opponent, so you can naturally see the trajectory of Kenpachi's actions. Almost with a reaction force that is impossible for an ordinary person, he instantly discovered his attack, and then used his amazing speed to dodge it. 10 fists and swords cut through the air. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed wildly. Advertisement chakra is running out. Kenpachi thrust his arm behind him, and Zanpakuto appeared directly in his hand. Since you want to compete with me, I will try. Kenpachi smiled and squeezed Zanpakuto tightly. Although the knife hadn't been cut out yet, the strong murderous aura made Uchiha Itachi tremble all over. What? This weird power, and this strong murderous aura. This Cloud Shinobi ghost is more terrifying than I imagined. This knife hit Susanoo directly, just for a moment. Susanoo is totally broken, Ryotsu all over the sky, straight to the sky. It seems to want to cut off the entire sky, and Yada Mirror didn't have time to block the blow. Uchiha Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew upside down. When he stood up, his eyes and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. Played procrastinated. Uchiha Itachi found himself underestimating Cloud Shinobi's strength. Although there are not many chakras of his own, there are always some chakras for Susanoo and Nine Tails to maintain for a while. But now Susanoo was directly cut to pieces by Kenpachi. The Cloud Shinobi demon lives up to his name. You want to sneak attack me? You don't talk about martial arts at all. Kenpachi, Nuo Jiao's, wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi with a single blow. But he is still very interested in Uchiha Itachi's pupil technique. Whether it is illusion or attack means, there is no shortage. That Susanoo is like the power of God. Is this the limit of blood succession of the Uchiha clan? The Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes kept swirling. It quickly regressed into Sanguyu. With the exhaustion of his physical strength, even the chakra to maintain the Sharingan is not enough. Uchiha Itachi clutched his Sharingan with a look of astonishment. Is this opponent really so terrifying? Mr. Itachi, can you still hold on? Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark is holding the big sword shark muscle. As the new 7 ninja swordsman, Hoshigaki Kisami's strength is not weak at all. He is a grandmaster water-style ninjutsu, and he has incredible courage. Uchiha Itachi shook his head slightly and said, "It's nothing, just need to rest. This Cloud Shinobi's ninja is far more terrifying than Konoha's, you must remember." Chapter 157 Hoshigaki Kisame vs Hitaki Kakashi. The amount of chakra in Uchiha Itachi itself is not particularly large. His biggest reliance is actually his own blood inheritance limit, his talent and combat experience. Uchiha Itachi's printing speed is so fast that it is almost invisible, and ordinary ninjas are no match for him at all. But against Kushina, Uchiha Itachi found himself too weak. If the amount of chakra can be increased several times, it is estimated that Kushina will not be able to deal with him so easily. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded slightly, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and said, "Since Mr. Itachi is not easy to deal with, of course I won't be too careless." The person he respects the most is Uchiha Itachi. Even Uchiha Itachi is not an opponent, so how could Kisame underestimate the enemy? Kushina maintained the Nine Tails chakra mode, and landed in front of Kisame. Even Uchiha Itachi is not my opponent, so you want to kill me? The confidence on Kushina's face is hard to hide. Uchiha Itachi is considered to be a rare powerhouse in the ninja world. But at this time, he was also at a disadvantage in the battle of Kushina. It seems that Nine Tails is of great help to Kushina. Kisame looked at Kushina, laughed a few times, and waved his shark muscles. "Kushina, I heard that you once severely injured the 7 ninja swords, and even the former owner of this ninja sword died in your hands. 887 really wonders if we can beat you here today." The Ziguishan Puffer Ghost was completely abused during the battle with Kushina. Now the dried persimmon ghost shark is the next owner of the shark muscle. He also had acquaintance with Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost a few times. In the eyes of Qianshi Guixie, the strength of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost is simply a world of difference compared to him. But he also seems to have forgotten that the Kushina of today is not the Kushina of the past. 7 ninja swordsmen? Kushina said, "It's just a group of chickens and dogs. Do you really think that group of mobs will be my opponents? Since you also inherited this ninja sword, let me see now have the 7 ninja swordsmen made any progress." The 7 ninja swordsmen are Kirigakure's top assassination force, but they can't even hurt Kushina's hair. But now the dried persimmon ghost shark, who doesn't know where the courage came from, clasped his hands together. Then he kicked hard on the ground. The ground immediately shattered, and Hoshigaki Kisame's body jumped into the air. Water-style water burst. From Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth, a large stream of water big enough to form a lake. Advertisement like a gigantic axe, it hit Cloud Shinobi hard. Kisame knew that his mission was to kill everyone present. Not only Kushina, even the rest of them, who are stronger than Kenpachi and weaker than ordinary ninjas, can't let any of them get out of here alive. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the large expanse of water and quickly made mudras with both hands. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Grandmaster's Hitaki Kakashi with several chakra attribute changes directly uses Earth style. Immediately, a huge earth wall appeared on the ground, blocking Denkei Chongo. There are even 2 huge dog heads engraved on the dirt wall. Boom! The blasting water directly smashed a huge crack into the earth flow wall. What a strong water style! Hitaki Kakashi was a little shocked. He is a ninja who survived the Third Ninja World War, so there is no need to question his combat experience and strength. And Hitaki Kakashi didn't get Obito's Sharingan, so he doesn't need to consume chakra all the time to maintain Sharingan. Therefore, his amount of chakra is quite sufficient. It's just that during the Battle of Kisame Kisame, Kakashi also discovered that this opponent is even more amazing than he imagined. Just for a short moment, Kisame waved the Samahata and smashed the wall with a single knife. With a bang, the earth flow wall only persisted for a few seconds before it was completely shattered. The strength and amount of chakra are amazing, almost like a tailed beast. Hitaki Kakashi showed fear in his eyes. This kind of opponent, in his eyes, is still very difficult to deal with. Several Jonin brandished various ninja tools directly, Bichi, infused with chakra, and smashed at Hoshigaki Kisame one after another. Kisame Kisame raised his arms horizontally, allowing those kunai shurikens to pierce into his body. Are you looking for death? A ninja was stunned. He had never seen this kind of ninja rush forward when he saw a ninja. But in just a short moment, those chakra attached to the ninja tools were all sucked into the body by Kisame Kisame. At the same time, the wound on dried persimmon ghost shark's body is also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, these chakras are a great tonic for me. Kisame Kisame stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking intoxicated. In an instant, Kakashi went directly behind Kisame Kisame, raised kunai infused with lightning-style chakra, and stabbed at the back of Hoshigaki Kisame's neck. Advertisement: if this kind of vital part is hit, it will definitely die. Kisame Kisame seemed to have sensed Hitaki Kakashi's movement long ago, and backhanded a Samahata, hitting Kakashi directly. Boom! When the smoke cleared, this Kakashi turned out to be just a clone. And Hitaki Kakashi's body also rushed over from the side. Rakery! The palm of the shining thunderbolt slashed at the throat of the dried persimmon ghost. No matter how strong you are, you will die if you lose your head, right? Hitaki Kakashi snorted coldly. Water-style water prison technique. Kakisame slapped Hitaki Kakashi's chest with his backhand. In an instant, an ellipsoidal water prison directly trapped Kakashi in its weight. Oops! Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and instantly felt a strong pressure, coming from all directions. And Kakashi is caught in the middle, even breathing is a problem. Meanwhile, chakra is being sucked away gradually. This guy, does he have the ability to absorb chakra? There was surprise in Hitaki Kakashi's eyes. If it goes on like this, I won't be able to hold on for at most 10 minutes. Although the current Kakashi does not lack chakra, but it can't stand being absorbed like this. Hitaki Kakashi of Konoha, so you only have this ability. Dried persimmon Kisame looked relaxed. Uchiha Itachi, who was behind him, took a few breaths and swallowed a Bingliang pill. The originally pale face gradually became rosy, and at the same time, the eyes returned to Mangekyo Sharingan again. Hoshigaki Kisame, you have to be careful, our opponent is not only Konoha. If it was just an opponent like Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi would not care at all. But if you add the Cloud Shinobi village ninja, the problem is completely different. How come? Mr. Itachi, don't worry, these guys are left to me to deal with. Hoshigaki Kisame is very confident, because he has captured a tailed beast alone. Chapter 158. Enter the battle by wooden golem, Ghost of Dreams. Being able to fight against a tailed beast alone is enough to prove the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame. He looked at Kakashi in front of him with only disdain in his eyes. This elite ninja of Konoha was actually vulnerable in the end. Dozens of Konoha shinobi watch as Kakashi is bound in a water prison, all panicked. In their eyes, Kakashi is their spiritual leader. How could Kakashi die at the hands of Hoshigaki Kisame? Seeing the dozens of people rushing towards him, Ganshi Guishui didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. These people are just Chunin Jonin's strength, they are not his opponents at all. He didn't know how many such opponents he had killed. Hoshigaki Kisame made mudras with both hands, let out a drink, and said, water-style water body technique. The 4 bodies of water appeared directly beside Chienshi Guishui. Although each water body has only 1/10 of the strength of the main body, and it cannot be too far away from the main body, otherwise it will be forcibly released. But under certain circumstances, the cost performance of water body is much better than ordinary shadow clone. Dozens of ninjas were directly picked up by 4 Hoshigaki Kisame's water body and violently beaten. These 4 avatars are like a wall, blocking everyone. And the strength of this shadow clone is also quite terrifying, even if it is scattered, it will heal quickly. For a time, these dozens of ninjas lay on the ground, crying and howling. Had it not been for Hitaki Kakashi who was trapped, perhaps they would have retreated long ago. Kakashi watched his subordinates being taken away and beaten violently, and took out the flying thunder god kunai from his arms with difficulty. So far, perhaps only the 4th Hokage can save them from the fire. Damn. This shark guy is so strong, we are no match for them at all. This is not a level fight at all. We are so weak. The strength of these ninjas may even be half or even 1/10 of Kakashi's. Naturally, he is no match for Kisame Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame walked slowly to Kakashi's side. Kakashi now, but there is less than half of chakra left, if it is delayed, it will definitely die. Not only these ninjas will die at my hands, but you, Kakashi, will die too. Ninjas like Hitaki Kakashi and Kisame have killed quite a few. Kisame Kisame is, in a way, a ninja through and through. In the process of carrying out the task, all the enemies are treated coldly, ruthlessly, bloodthirsty and brutal. He raised his sword shark muscle, ready to cut off the head of Kakashi who was trapped in the water prison. The moment the shark muscle fell, there was a flash of golden light. Kushina grabbed Hoshigaki Kisami's wrist at an extremely fast speed. Hoshigaki Kisame froze. Advertisement he felt a burning pain in his wrist. Great strength. Kisame took a deep breath, and directly poured his own chakra into his hands. Weird power. With a bang, powerful power was released directly from Hoshigaki Kisami's hands. And Kushina's body just trembled slightly. Nine Tails, you really surprised me a lot. Ghost Shark narrowed his eyes slightly, backhanded a Samahata, rounded his arms and smashed towards Kushina. And Kushina swayed slightly, avoiding Samahata, and then grabbed the dried persimmon ghost with one hand. Suddenly, the shark muscle twitched again and landed directly on Kushina's arm. In an instant, a large piece of chakra was plundered by shark muscles. Kushina groaned and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Nine Tails has more chakra, otherwise all Kushina chakra would be lost. She hastily stepped back a few steps, with seriousness in her eyes. He took a deep breath and frowned slightly. Is it really possible to absorb chakra? Although this ability is weird, it is not invincible. Kushina held up Nashor's fang, golden flames attached to it. Cut out with one sword. Boom, the golden flame exploded. The mighty chakra blooms in an instant. This successfully trapped Kakashi's water prison, which was broken directly. Gudong. A large stream of water spreads in all directions. Kakashi is lying on the ground wet all over. He took several breaths before he recovered. Being able to use a large-scale water style on this kind of terrain, it seems that you are really strong. Hitaki Kakashi said with a cautious face, it seems that I still underestimate my opponent. If you were more cautious, maybe you wouldn't be so embarrassing. Hoshigaki Kisame snorted coldly, and said, you still need Nine Tails to save you, Kakashi, it seems that you are nothing more than that. Ask for flowers, Kakashi chuckled lightly. Letting Kushina save himself may not be too glorious, but it is also a last resort. Advertisement. Hitaki Kakashi-sama has been saved. The powerhouse of Cloud Shinobi is really powerful. Hey, there's still a big gap between us and Cloud Shinobi. Seeing that Hitaki Kakashi was rescued, everyone was still rejoicing. After all, Kakashi is very important in their eyes. Disciple of the fourth Hokage, genius ninja. Kakashi took a deep breath and said to Kushina. You mainly attack with flames, and you are still at a disadvantage when dealing with dried persimmons and ghost sharks. Kushina said with a smile. With him alone, I can't extinguish my flame one. Zero Kushina's flame was cast by means of the breath of the sun, and it was amplified again by Nashor's fang. Not to mention the sun flame cloak, it is an artifact of the Solari sect, and it will not be restrained by Hoshigaki Kisami's water style. At this time, Wooden Golem said, Sister, maybe this opponent can be handed over to me. At this time, Wooden Golem also wanted to try to see what level his strength was. Kushina nodded. Okay, then let you deal with him. Fighting intent appeared in Wooden Golem's eyes. Stride out, pull out the spirit of Yuming. This is Master Yi's sword, and in the hands of Wooden Golem, it blooms with a different kind of light. Her talent shocked even Master Yi. Two Tails, Hoshigaki Kisame smiled. Unexpectedly, her way came out at this time, but it's just right, it's ready in one pot. With a cold snort, Wooden Golem rushed directly towards the dried persimmon ghost. Touch the sword with the palm of your hand, promise Kendo. There was a burst of bright light on the sword instantly. Dazzling, directly slashed towards the dried persimmon ghost shark. Hoshigaki Kisame also seemed to have discovered the power of this sword, and directly manipulated the water body to block him. It seems that you do have some strength, but it's not enough to beat me. Dried persimmon ghost shark pulled out the shark muscle, ready to chop Wooden Golem. At this time, several pieces of sakura flowers suddenly appeared beside Wooden Golem and fell. Dried persimmon and ghost shark are shocked. By Wooden Golem went straight through the water body small. Chapter 159 Who will repair the dam? Erway appears. Haunted. The power of the phantom spirit. With the twinkling of sakura flowers, Wooden Golem swung the ghost of Yuming and slashed at Hoshigaki Kisami's chest. Combined with Wuji Kendo, it can almost cut Hoshigaki Kisame in half. Puff. Blood splatter. Even though the dried persimmon ghost shark dodged with all his strength, he was still sent flying. A huge wound appeared on the chest. The whole person flew directly 10 meters away. Cough. Dried persimmon ghost squirted out a mouthful of blood, with amazement in his eyes. Seeing the blood flowing profusely in his chest, his heart trembled wildly. Kushina's strength is already very strong, but Wooden Golem is not easy to deal with. Can't heal? Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth. His vitality and chakra are far beyond ordinary ninjas. No matter how deep the trauma is, 340 can recover quickly. It's just not so simple now. The power of Wuji Kendo has deeply wounded Hoshigaki Kisami's chest. He has almost no strength now. How is it? Wooden Golem snorted coldly. Don't you take advantage of the burn? After all, a horizontal sword edge. At this moment, she is truly unstoppable. Seeing that the blow directly knocked Hoshigaki Kisame into the air, all the Konoha Shinobi players also stared wide-eyed. In order to rescue Hitaki Kakashi just now, dozens of people were hanged and beaten by dried persimmons and ghosts. There is almost no power to fight back at all, but in the hands of Wooden Golem, Kisame couldn't survive one move. -18. Is this the 9 pillars of Cloud Shinobi? They all look like ghosts. Even the moon pillar is so powerful by the wooden golem, so what about the demon Kenpachi? I heard that wooden golem is Kenpachi's apprentice. It is estimated that Kenpachi's strength is even more heaven-defying. Everyone looked at Cloud Shinobi's ninjas with fear in their eyes. Sure enough, it cannot be described with common sense. They looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, as if they were about to spew flames from their eyes. It was this person who hung them up and beat them up, crying and howling, throwing away their helmets and armor. Even almost killed Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement, it is simply irreconcilable. Now the dried persimmon ghost shark is seriously injured. Now is the best chance for revenge. To kill the dried persimmon ghost shark. Come on, let's kill this shark. One roared, and then led a group of people, rushing directly to Hoshigaki Kisame. Hitaki Kakashi widened his eyes and hurriedly shouted, "Don't be impulsive." He knows how terrifying the dried persimmon ghost shark is. Whether it is the amount of chakra or its own strength, it is far beyond ordinary people. Even if Ganshi Guixie is seriously injured now, but now he hastily stepped forward, he is still looking for death. "Damn it, are you courting death?" said by wooden golem dissatisfied. "This Hoshigaki Kisame has the power to absorb chakra. What if he recovers?" Kisame looked at the dozens of ninjas rushing forward. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When the first ninja was about to use kunai-ki to his throat, Kisame Kaki jumped up. Directly, Samahata stabbed the ninja in the abdomen. "Puff. Go straight through. Hey, thank you for your hospitality." Hoshigaki Kisame sneered, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Samahata can absorb the opponent's chakra and transfer it to the user's body. No matter how injured Kisame is, Samahata will always be Samahata. Uchiha Itachi shook his head helplessly. Only the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi and Kakashi are sane. Sure enough, all the chakra in the ninja pierced by the shark muscle flowed into Kisame Kisami's body. The huge wound on the dried persimmon ghost shark's chest also began to heal rapidly through these chakra. Although it was a slash by the Wuji sword, it healed quickly and only a scar remained. After a few more cuts, all the chakra on the surrounding ninjas were taken by Kisame. The dried persimmon ghost, who was lying on the ground just now, almost unable to move, immediately returned to its peak state. Open black lens bracket. Madness. Dried persimmon ghost stepped forward and directly entered the enemy's formation. In an instant, blood flew everywhere. Hoshigaki Kisame is like a meat grinder. These young ninjas are no match for Kisame. There is no strength to resist at all. During this process, Hoshigaki Kisami's physical strength and chakra have been greatly replenished. Oops. Looking at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was killing more and more fiercely, Kakashi's face was covered with cold sweat. It seems that he is still careless. If my men didn't rush up, I guess Hoshigaki Kisame would have died long ago. Suddenly, wooden golem rushes out instantly. Advertisement, of course, she can't allow Hoshigaki Kisame to act daringly. Doing things here, of course, has to pay a price. I saw that the wooden golem flashed in front of Hoshigaki Kisame in an instant, raised his dream spirit, and slashed towards Hoshigaki Kisami's throat. Dried persimmon ghost coldly snorted. He suffered a loss once, so naturally he won't be fooled. This sword cannot be resisted at all, it can only be dodged. This sword with Wuji sword Dao and Moon's breath is shining with breathtaking brilliance at this moment. Dried persimmon ghost coldly snorted and immediately jumped back. At the same time, he made mudras with both hands, mobilizing the chakra of the starfish in his body. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Dried persimmon ghost shark let out a loud drink and spewed out a mouthful of water. The water flow keeps growing in the air, and when it hits the ground, it has already become a huge water prison with a radius of nearly 100 meters. The ellipsoidal water dungeon can almost wrap everyone in it. At the same time, chakra is constantly absorbing everyone. Damn it. I can't move. What a large-scale water style. This person's chakra volume is so terrifying. Too strong. Everyone's eyes were full of horror, and they were all helpless in the face of this almost unsolvable trick. Once you enter the water dungeon, there is almost no room to struggle, not to mention the huge water seat created by the big explosion. Hoshigaki Kisame also sneered. Water-style mackerel ball technique. Huge 5.2 shark-shaped water bombs rushing towards everyone. Once hit, not only your own chakra is in danger, but even your own life is in danger. Suddenly, a row of light came out directly from wooden golem's body. Entered the full-tailed beast. Matabi let out a roar, and directly took a big gulp of the tailed beast cannon. Divide this ellipsoidal dungeon in two. In an instant, the water splashed all over the sky. Today's wooden golem and her way's cooperation is also quite tacit. Run chakra again. Tail beast chakra ready. Tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb, which shone with blue luster, flew directly towards Kisame. Interesting. Seeing that Matabi had actually cracked his own big explosion, Wishui raised his eyelids. This level of strength deserves to be called Yuzu. Chapter 160. The Madara pattern swordsman reappears. Kisame lost. After the huge ellipsoidal water prison exploded, the forest had turned into a river. For the dried persimmon ghost shark, the advantage of this terrain is really too great. We can't continue to procrastinate, we must eliminate the opponent in one go. Uchiha Itachi urged. Their task is to get rid of these people, but after so long now, there is not much progress. Those who died were just a group of miscellaneous soldiers. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, and Sharingan instantly shed a stream of blood. Amaterasu. Several black flames ignited around, forming several walls of fire. Directly wrapped Kenpachi et al. This time, you are doomed to escape. Uchiha Itachi said lightly. Hoshigaki Kisame also nodded slightly, and said, now, it's up to me. Surrounded by a river, the edge of the river is wrapped by Amaterasu. For Hoshigaki Kisame, it is simply a feng shui treasure. It's hard to run. Kenpachi said with a light smile, then we can only force it. Kenpachi is still waiting for Uchiha Obito to appear. In his eyes 18, only Uchiha Obito could hold his interest. This dry persimmon ghost shark and others are still not the top combat power of the Akatsuki organization. But the strength they have shown now is enough to prove that the Shao organization is not a bunch of rabble. The strength is definitely very strong, water-style 1,000 food dumplings. Hoshigaki Kisame let out a loud shout. On the surface of the water, countless shark-shaped water bombs instantly condensed, all rushing towards Cloud Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi. There are 1,000 shark-shaped water bombs, accompanied by the river water, one after another. The range is extremely wide. This kind of water style is probably rare in the entire ninja world. Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help sighing. Now being able to create a river in this kind of place, and use a large-scale water style, is enough to prove that the amount of chakra in Kisame is absolutely terrifying. It might even be as good as a tailed beast. In just a moment, countless ninjas were swallowed by shark-shaped water bombs. Blood stained the river red. A few ninjas wanted to rush out, but found that the surroundings were surrounded by Amaterasu. There is no hiding. Once Amaterasu is contaminated, it is sure to die. And that shark-shaped water bomb is also menacing. At this moment, it is really a dilemma. There was a look of horror on everyone's face. Advertisement: is this the strength of dried persimmon ghost shark? Suddenly, Hoshigaki Kisame incorporated shark muscles into his body. At the same time, it turned into a half-mermaid shape. Shark muscle fusion form. He got into the water in an instant, and in just an instant, he appeared beside a ninja tens of meters away. Smash this ninja into the air with one punch. In the water, the speed and strength of the dried persimmon ghost shark have reached an astonishing level. Terrible. How? None of you are my opponents, Hoshigaki Kisame sneered. At this moment, he seemed to be an invincible existence. Earth-style earthquake core. Kakashi gritted his teeth and tapped his hands on the water in an instant. In an instant, several huge stone pillars rose up from the ground, and they pushed Jongren to Kongchen. As long as it's not in the water, Hoshigaki Kisame isn't too much of a threat. But Kisame is not a vegetarian either, so he jumped up, ready to kill Kakashi directly. At this moment, Wooden Golem flashed out again. Your opponent is me. With a cold snort, Wooden Golem gripped the Yuming spirit tightly. Damn it, it's you troublesome guy again. It was hit hard by Wooden Golem just now. In the eyes of Kisame, Wooden Golem is a very dangerous existence. The way of the promised sword, another light drink from Wooden Golem. His whole body was covered with a layer of golden light. The long sword in his hand is even sharper. Is it still this trick? The same trick won't work for me a second time? Hoshigaki Kisame smiled lightly. It was just that he was careless just now. Now relying on the chakra of dozens of ninjas, Hoshigaki Kisame's wounds have fully healed. It is precisely because of this that he dared to fight recklessly with Wooden Golem. Because he knows his strength, in water, nearly invincible yourself. Water-style 5 food sharks. Dried persimmon Kisame clasped his hands together, and 5 shark-shaped water bombs landed, entangled and swam towards the Wooden Golem. These 5 shark-shaped water bombs can be reborn repeatedly until the enemy is killed. Wooden Golem snorted coldly. Her trump card is naturally more than that. By Wooden Golem not only the Irway Jinchuriki as well as the Moon Pillar. Still a Madara swordsman. With the appearance of the moon's Madara pattern, the adult's breathing gradually became faster. The body temperature soared to 39 degrees. Advertisement: at the same time, the heart rate increased to 200 beats per minute. Both speed and strength have been greatly improved. In just an instant, the body flickered and flickered out. This sudden increase in speed made the dried persimmon and ghost shark limitless. From the gaps of the 5 shark-shaped water bombs, they burst out suddenly. One type Dark Moon Night Palace. With a loud shout, Wooden Golem directly slashed at Kisame's body with a sword. The Juhei slash, which was so fast that it could not be seen clearly, was accompanied by round and moon blades, piercing a huge wound on Kisame's body. Blood splatter. Even in the merging form of shark muscles, the dual power of Wuji Kendo and Moon's breath still left a terrible wound on Hoshigaki Kisame's body. Hateful. Dried persimmon ghost shuddered all over, and then there was a sharp pain in his chest. He didn't expect that Wooden Golem could be so strong. It's not over yet. 2 types hyphenation point Juha enchanting the moon. 2 more sword marks left on Qianshi Guixie's body. The wound. Can't heal 333. Blood spattered from Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth. If it is normal, although such a wound is terrifying, it will heal quite quickly. But it is not so simple to integrate the power of Wuji Sword Dao into it. 3 types of disgusting moon eclipse. The power of the breath of the moon fell on Hoshigaki Kisame one after another. If it is not in the fusion state of shark muscle at this time, the dried persimmon ghost shark may have died long ago. Just when Wooden Golem was about to slash down with his sword again, directly killing the dried persimmon ghost shark, he saw a strange black flame entangled and burned up. Amaterasu. If he slashed with a sword like this, he probably won't be able to recover. Damn it. With a cold snort, Wooden Golem had no choice but to withdraw Nashor's fang. Then, a substantial skeletal arm formed by a giant chakra, directly shielding Hoshigaki Kisame. Our mission failed, retreat. Uchiha Itachi rode. He has seen it, if he continues to fight now, he will definitely fail. The end is death. It's better to retreat now. Kisame gritted his teeth, panted heavily in pain, and retreated to Uchiha Itachi's side while clutching his wound. But behind it is Rain Shinobi Village. There are also Red Sand Scorpions and Deidara. We don't need to die here yet. Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly. After all, Cloud Shinobi's enemies are not just himself and the Kisame people. Chapter 161 Puppet Sneak Attack. Artistic Duo. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark clutched the wound on his chest, his pupils trembling. He just looked at Wooden Golem like this, and seemed a little bit unwilling. One's own strength should be very strong, even a tailed beast may not necessarily be his opponent. But this Erway Jinchuriki has nothing to do with her. Didn't Deidara and the Scarlet Sand Scorpion fight against them before? Could it be that they can win this time? Dried Persimmon Ghost sneered. He continued. Is the so-called Rain Shinobi village really that important? He stood up, and chakra was continuously transmitted from the shark muscle, but even so, the injury of the Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark was too serious. Even with the help of shark muscle, it will not recover at all within 10.5 months. Obviously, the current Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark doesn't have much fighting ability. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, there is no other way now, the opponent's strength is still too strong, even if we can really kill them, we have to pay a huge price. Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to die here yet, he can die, but only at the hands of one person. That is his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Now he has no reason to fight to the death with Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Very good. Hoshigaki Kisame's voice was very hoarse, and he could tell that Uchiha Itachi didn't have any fighting spirit. He doesn't want to fight at all, but Kisame didn't say anything, he believed that Uchiha Itachi must have his own reason for doing so. Kisame has never served anyone in his life, except for one Uchiha Itachi. Retreat. Uchiha Itachi took Hoshigaki Kisame directly, shook his body, and disappeared in front of everyone. They ran away. Wooden Golem snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied. They were obviously short of the last point, but they still ran away in the end. It's okay, we're one step closer to Rain Shinobi Village. Kenpachi just had a smile on his face. The guys in Rain Shinobi Village are the real enemies, the real rivals. Now Kenpachi, don't think so much. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame et al. Grinding Kushina as well as being played by Wooden Golem is not bad. But to fight him, there is still a gap. In Kenpachi's eyes, only the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara is his real enemy. Advertisement, clean up, take a break and move on. Hitaki Kakashi sighed. In this battle, the Sleepy Leaf Ninja suffered a lot of casualties. Dozens of people, one is now less than half left, there was only half of it, and there was really no extra physical strength, so I went on to the next battlefield. Obviously, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are not the only ones blocking them. These two people are more useful for estimating their accurate combat power. If even the two of them are not opponents, the Akatsuki organization will definitely send more powerful people to fight. The current Konoha Shinobi players really need a break. Most of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village are elite Jonin of the Grandmaster breathing method. Although the number is small, the quality is quite high. In the battle with Hoshigaki Kisame, most of them were only wounded and few were truly beheaded. Shall we rest too? Karoi glanced at the wounded soldiers of Konoha, and there was a hint of innocence in his eyes. Looking at it now, these Konoha ninjas are like a burden. Can't keep up with them at all. Kenpachi smiled lightly, found a stone and sat down directly. It doesn't matter, the people of Rain Shinobi Village will die sooner or later. Kenpachi waved his hand, looking indifferent, although he is now looking forward to the battle in Rain Shinobi Village. But there is no rush for such a moment. The longer you wait, the more excited you will be when it comes time to fight. Kushina nodded and said, in that case, let's take a break. Suddenly, a Konoha shinobi walks towards Kenpachi and the others with a glass of water. Master Cloud Shinobi, thank you for your hard work. The ninja's voice was very sluggish, and his movements were extremely dull. Everyone didn't care about anything. Just as Kenpachi was about to take the glass of water, the Konoha shinobi suddenly took out a kunai and stabbed at Kenpachi's throat. Kenpachi looked confused. What is this operation? Do something? Kenpachi backhanded the knife and directly chopped the kunai away. Then he grabbed the ninja with one hand and pressed him to the ground. What are you trying to do? Advertisement, Kenpachi sneered. There are not many people who dare to sneak attack on themselves now. Suddenly, Kenpachi looked around the person and sensed a chakra line. This ninja is manipulated like a marionette, it's the puppet master. Kushina also sensed this chakra line and exclaimed. Puppeteer? Could it be the red sand scorpion? Kakashi also hurried over, took out his ninja knife and injected lightning-style chakra, cutting off all these chakra lines. The ninja also tilted his head and passed out directly. In the Akatsuki organization, only the red sand scorpion can do this kind of puppetry. It seems that the enemy is not easy. Kakashi took a look at the ninja and heaved a sigh of relief after finding that there was no serious problem. It's not good to sneak up on anyone, just sneak up on me. Kenpachi folded his arms and glanced around. No trace of the enemy was seen. It seems that this red sand scorpion is not extraordinary. There are not many puppet arts of this level, even Sanagakure. It seems that the enemy will soon make a move. Take a deep breath by Wooden Golem. The battle is far from over. The enemy is still waiting for an opportunity. I don't know when the next attack will be launched. Rest first, when they show up, they are all dead ends. Kenpachi looked very calm. A hidden corner. The red sand scorpion's body trembled slightly. How? Asked Dita, Wang Lahao, who was squatting beside him. Did it work? The red sand scorpion shook his head. Sure enough, I still underestimated them. If it was an ordinary ninja, it would be easy to kill them with this sneak attack, but this Cloud Shinobi ninja is different. I actually missed Sono. Drilling in Sambo is an ninjutsu that connects the human body with a chakra line and uses the human body as a puppet. For the Scarlet Sand Scorpion, long-distance manipulation is a piece of cake. He had tried to be careful, but failed. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were defeated by them. It's not a shame. The Red Sand Scorpion smiled lightly and said, it seems that we have really met our opponents this time. Kakuzu and Hidan also lost to them. This time, the opponent is not easy. Deidara also nodded. They rarely agree. Let's launch a night attack in the middle of the night. They must be the most tired after fighting all day. Use your high mobility to sneak attack on them, and you will definitely get results, the Red Sand Scorpion said. Chapter 162 Night Raid on the Camp. Kushina fights with a knife. Deidara chuckled. Deidara is the best at things like surprise attacks. At that time, he used such means to successfully capture one-tail Shuhei. Even Luo Sha failed to stop him. It's time for the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village to see what they're capable of. Midnight. Inside the Cloud Shinobi Konoha camp. After the day's hard work, many Konoha Shinobi fighters were all drowsy. No physical strength at all. Only a dozen Cloud Shinobi ninjas are constantly patrolling to see if there is any unusual trouble around. After the assassination in the morning, they have already discovered that this Shao organization is really too difficult to deal with. If you don't pay attention at night, it is estimated that you will suffer heavy losses. It's midnight, change of guard. A team of ninjas, replacing the ninjas that had previously patrolled. The ninjas who were replaced were relieved, took 2 steps, and sat down directly, looking at the sky. Suddenly, one person wondered, is there such a strange bird here? The companion beside him froze for a moment and looked up at the sky. A huge white strange bird hovered above everyone's heads, seemingly watching them all the time. The little ninja looked confused. Is this a Cloud Shinobi specialty? After a while, the ninja felt something and climbed up along his legs. The 163 ninja looked down, and it turned out to be an innocent spider. And the texture of this spider is very strange. It's like kneading it with clay. Wait, it's not, the ninja instantly remembered. What the F*** K is Deidara's clay spider? At this time, countless clay spiders have covered tens of meters around. Boom. Several explosions, deafening, a howl came. Cloud Shinobi Konoha allied forces suffered heavy losses again. What happened? Kenpachi and others hurried out, and saw that most of the camp had turned into a sea of flames. This handwriting, like Deidara, Kushina touched his chin and said. It's not surprising that the Scarlet Sand Scorpion is attacking during the day and his companions are active at night. Looking up at the sky from Wooden Golem, he locked on to the huge white strange bird in an instant. Clay birds. This is Deidara's technique, it really is him. Advertisement Hitaki Kakashi also hurried out. Looking at the ninjas who suffered heavy casualties around them, my heart still hurts. After this battle, they suffered heavy damage before reaching Rain Shinobi Village. This Akatsuki organization is not only BICD, powerful, but also elusive. If it weren't for Cloud Shinobi's ninja, maybe it wouldn't be their opponent. Water style. Water-severing wave. Hitaki Kakashi yelled, and a slender jet of water shot out of his mouth. Sweep to the sky. It directly swept off one side of the claybird's wing. I really don't know how to live or die, Deidara sneered. Since he dared to come out, it means he has a hole card. Click. The ground shatters. I saw a huge clay spider bursting out of the ground. God Deidara. Looking at Deidara, Wooden Golem snorted coldly. How dare you show up, Deidara said to himself. This time, I am fully prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw countless clay spiders crawling towards the ninjas. Then, a dazzling white light was emitted, and it exploded directly. The powerful shockwave, wave after wave, caused heavy casualties in an instant. Kushina snorted coldly, stepped forward, and pulled out Nash's tooth. The breathing method of the sun motivates, surrounded by flames. Dazzling. This seems to be a flame from the sun, sweeping directly to the surroundings. A giant circle is formed. Keep clay spiders out. Hateful. Kushina frowned tightly. She really didn't expect that Deidara's methods are endless. Countless clay grasshoppers jumped over the high firewall and fell into the camp again. There were several explosions in succession again, and the Cloud Shinobi Konoha coalition forces panicked. This is really weird, it's hard to guard against. Most of the creatures made of these clays rely on the consciousness of the caster to move. The most frightening thing is not the power and scope of the explosion, but the flexibility. Even if there is only one gap, clay creatures can crawl through it. Bomb the enemy. This made the Cloud Shinobi Konoha coalition forces in a state of distress. Hey, this is my strength. How about it, are you scared? Advertisement Deidara stood on the clay centipede with her arms akimbo, with a smug look on her face. In his opinion, the battle is half won, court death. Kushina stepped out and shook her body, turned into a flash of fire, flashing towards Deidara. So fast, Deidara was also startled and hastily flashed sideways. Clay clone. Deidara directly made a clone exactly like himself out of clay and stood in front of him. Boom. Explode. This is my art. Seeing the flames and smoke covering the sky in front of him, Deidara clenched his fists with excitement on his face. This explosion is like real art, in the firelight. I saw a huge tailed animal chakra condensed into a golden fox head, directly protecting Kushina. Tail beast chakra, it's not that easy to defeat. Kushina snorted coldly. As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she is quite capable. Nine-Tails nodded slightly after seeing Deidara's movements in Kushina's body. His tactics are very flexible, you must be careful, otherwise you may capsize in the gutter. Nine-Tails reminded. Deidara can not only use clay to make big birds for flying and scouting, but also make small units like butterflies and grasshoppers for stealthy assassination. It has a variety of uses and has super lethality. He is no match for me. After Kushina entered Tailed Beast Chakra mode, she ran to Deidara again. At the same time, the sword edge flashed a bright light. Promise Kendo. With this sword, Kushina made up his mind to kill Deidara directly. With a calm face, Deidara directly created a clay clone exactly like himself. Then used the Earth Dragon hidden technique to dive directly into the ground. Kushina slashed at the clay clone with a sword, and his heart trembled instantly. Something is wrong. After seeing the clay clone emitting light, Kushina didn't have time to think about it, and shot the tailed beast cannon backhand, directly smashing the clay clone out. With a face full of tens of meters, it exploded. The powerful explosion impact even made Kushina take a few steps back. This guy is a bit scheming. Kushina sneered. This method seems tricky, but in fact, it has not caused any substantial harm to her so far. This is actually a huge gap, and it is not enough to make up for any tricks. Deidara also knows this truth, but until now, he has been looking for opportunities. Look for a chance to kill Kushina. Chapter 163 The Ashes and Ashes Under the Art, Garuda. Likewise, Kushina is always looking for a chance to kill Deidara with one hit. In Kushina's eyes, although Deidara is not strong enough, his mobility and flexibility are far beyond the ordinary cage-level powerhouse. Relying on the clay bird, it can almost always fly in the sky, which makes it difficult for Kushina to kill Deidara. This explosion-style brat. Kenpachi raised an eyebrow. He is also a bit annoying to deal with this kind of enemy. It's not that you can't beat it, it's that it's really annoying. As long as he cut a knife, this Deidara will surely die. However, Deidara's ninjutsu such as elusive, earth dragon hidden, clay flying bird, etc., has brought him remarkable mobility. What's more, he also has life-saving ninjutsu such as clay doubles. It's doable, but annoying. Court death. Kushina has Nine-Tails chakra lingering all over her body. Nine-Tails chakra mode, with the blessing of the breath of the sun. At this time, Kushina's whole body was covered with golden flames. As if it could burn everything. This terrifying aura made Deidara's scalp tingle a little. This Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is really strong, and it really is a famous character in the Third Ninja World War. Recalling the Third Ninja World War, Deidara also felt speechless. The 4 ninja villages couldn't beat one Cloud Shinobi and were beaten by Cloud Shinobi. As a result, the current title of the 5 great ninja villages has almost become false. Only the Cloud Shinobi family dominates, and the remaining 4 ninja villages can only check and balance each other at best. This gap in strength is still obvious. Kushina snorted coldly, and chakra burst out from his whole body. The powerful chakra can destroy almost everything around him. In an instant, it directly turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Udala. That kind of speed almost made Deidara a little unexpected. So fast, Deidara tilted his head back slightly. It was the first time he had seen an opponent of this level. Whether it's a ninja or a tailed beast, Deidara has dealt with a lot, but such a powerful one as Cloud Shinobi is a bit unreasonable, and he still rarely fights against it. In an instant, Deidara directly summoned the clay bird, and Shaw suddenly picked it up. With a flick of the clay bird's wings, it rose directly to a height of tens of meters. At the same time, he waved his hand. A mass of clay takes shape in an instant. A huge clay dragon appeared in front of everyone. C2 Dragon. Deidara's eyes excited. He wanted to see if this so-called Kushina had the ability to stop him. Clay wyvern circled Deidara up and down. The speed of this clay dragon is several times faster than that of the clay bird. Even more amazing. Advertisement countless detonating clay, densely spit out from the mouth of the clay dragon. Shoot towards Kushina. Kushina clenched Nash's teeth tightly, her eyes were filled with excitement. Deidara does seem to have a bit of a knack, so how much is there? Nine-Tails chakra wrapped Kushina's whole body like a small demon fox. Let the detonating clay fall on him. Boom, several explosions. Countless flames exploded with smoke and dust. The eyes of the ninjas showed horror. A powerful shock wave swept away. Everyone retreated again and again. Those Konoha ninjas seemed to be even more difficult to parry in front of this explosive clay. Although ninjutsu of this scale and scope has surpassed the scope of these miscellaneous soldiers. Totally out of scale. When the firelight dissipated, Kushina directly wrapped the whole body with the tailed beast chakra. There was murderous intent in her eyes. With Nasher's fang in his hand, the flames linger. Slash out with a sharp sword. Boom, flame burst. The mighty flames are heading straight for Deidara. This kind of attack is enough to make everyone tremble. Deidara had a serious look on his face. He took a deep breath. This tailed beast chakra is too terrifying. Even the explosion of detonating clay can be protected. Knew it, Deidara snorted coldly and made mudras with both hands. My explosion style, you can't stop it, Deidara roared angrily and jumped back. At the same time, another clay bird caught him, and a giant clay dragon, heading straight for Kushina. The moment it touches Kushina, it explodes. Boom. Flame burst. The powerful impact reverberates over this land. It was as if the whole ground was trembling crazily. It seems that even Kenpachi didn't think about it, but Deidara is really interesting. The ground immediately cracked open, advertisement. And Kushina also roared angrily, asking for flowers. The sun flame cloak is on the back. The flames envelop Kushina's body continuously. With the blessing of sun's breath and nine tails chakra, one is even more amazing. And the impact of the explosion is fully absorbed by the sun flame cloak. It doesn't do much damage to Kushina at all. How could it be like this? Deidara's eyes were full of consternation. This is the first time he has seen such an opponent. My own detonating clay seems to be completely helpless to Kushina. Could this be the strength of Sun Pillar? It's too amazing, right? C4 Garuda. Deidara swallowed a large lump of clay in one gulp. Then spit it out. A gigantic clay doll that is nearly identical to Deidara, expanding and growing in size. Point 0. This is a jutsu created by Deidara to kill Uchiha Itachi. Almost all of the dolls are tiny clay spiders that are completely invisible to the naked eye. Once the puppet explodes, it disperses the spiders into the air. A person who is sucked into a clay spider is equivalent to turning himself into a moving bomb. At that time, countless small explosions will directly disintegrate this creature from the inside out. Can be called unsolvable. This killing range is really too big, I can't affect myself. Deidara lifted himself up in an instant. This lethality is too terrifying. If you are not careful, you may be the one who is completely disintegrated. This is the horror of this ninjutsu. Suddenly, Garuda exploded. Countless tiny and completely invisible one-clay spiders, spreading directly. The crowd of Konoha shinobi were stunned. They couldn't see the clay spider at all. Accidentally, I inhaled a big mouthful. Strange, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It seems that nothing happened. Does this ninjutsu have other effects? Just when these ninjas had black question marks on their faces, they were suddenly taken aback. Countless small explosions exploded directly in the bodies of these ninjas. In just an instant, these ninjas were slowly reduced to ashes from the inside out. Kushina froze, although she couldn't see the clay spider. But thanks to the perception ability of Nine Tails, coupled with its already powerful chakra induction, immediately noticed the murderous intent and hidden in the air. Chapter 164 Deidara's Ultimate Art. Save Minato. This Deidara, it's not as simple as I thought. Kushina frowned tightly. She saw the principle of this ninjutsu. Countless tiny detonating clay floated in the air. Once inhaled, it will be completely disintegrated. It is a killer move. At this time, more than 10 ninjas have been completely reduced to ashes. A smile spread across Deidara's face. Come on, this is my ninjutsu for Uchiha Itachi, but now it's cheap for you guys. This is my art is explosions. Deidara is very confident. He believes that even Uchiha Itachi is no match for this move. What's more, how many ninjas are there? Kushina smiled and said, I have already seen your move. If this kind of pediatrics wants to deal with us, they can only bully those ninjas who bully Konoha. Hitaki Kakashi. If you scold Deidara, just 463. What the hell are we doing with our Konoha shinobi? We Konoha have eaten your rice? Hitaki Kakashi burst into thoughts. Kushina goes all out to refine the Nine Tails chakra. In an instant, the mighty chakra surged straight from Kushina's body. Coupled with Kushina's own very powerful chakra, the double chakra is intertwined, instantly forming a big hand that can block the sky. Even Nine Tails has a feeling of being directly squeezed dry for a moment. This giant hand directly wrapped all the tiny clay spiders produced by the Garuda explosion. Hold tightly in the palm of your hand. Countless explosions exploded in the palm of Chakra's giant hand. Deidara's heart was beating wildly. Is this Nima still human? Like a ghost. Why can't you go to heaven with this strength? Deidara didn't dare to think too much, and quickly backed away, ready to look for another opportunity. Kushina let go of Chakra's arms, a smile on his lips. Is this your art? It doesn't seem to be very good. Deidara. You can insult me, but you are not allowed to insult my art. Art is an explosion. A moment of brilliance. That cannot be desecrated. Deidara looked angry. You can scold yourself for anything, but you can't scold yourself for art. This is his principle and bottom line, it cannot be insulted. Art? Advertisement. Kushina shrugged. This art, why is it so weak? Even I can't beat it, let alone Master Kenpachi? Hey. Kushina shook her head helplessly with a face full of mud that could not support the wall. Deidara felt like her lungs were about to explode. The chest rises and falls violently, eyes bursting with anger. The red sand scorpion looked at Deidara in midair, frowning slightly. This guy, if he won't be provoked by these few words, he will do something stupid. Although the artistic concept of red sand scorpion and Deidara is completely different, it can even be said to run counter to it. But apart from this, their relationship in private is actually pretty good. If Deidara did something stupid like this, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion would actually be quite unhappy. The radius should be 10 kilometers. I better slip away just in case. The Red Sand Scorpion shook his head helplessly. Then, the body disappeared in place. At this moment, Deidara flew directly to Kushina's wound. He tore off his shirt, exposing his mouth on his chest. Kenpachi raised an eyebrow. What is this guy up to? It looks like something terrible is about to happen. My ultimate art. Now I'm going to explode. After I die, I will turn into art. This is an explosion that has never been seen before, and this land will leave scars that have never been seen before, and my art will get compliments like never before. Deidara growled. At the same time, he stuffed the detonating clay directly into the mouth on his chest. Deidara's body began to be transparent, and then gradually revealed black veins. It looks insane. Self-explosion? Kushina took a deep breath. How powerful is this self-destruct? If it is too outrageous, although Kushina is confident that he can protect himself, it is still unknown whether other people can survive. Kenpachi and Wooden Golem, Kushina is not worried. It's just that the elite ninjas of my Cloud Shinobi's Grandmaster breathing method, as well as those ninjas of Konoha, are almost certain to die. Even Kakashi may not survive. Hitaki Kakashi's eyebrows trembled wildly. Is it about to end? Deidara grinned ferociously. The explosion radius is 10 kilometers. At that time, everything will be completely reduced to dust. This is my ultimate art, incomparable art, At this time, Deidara has almost turned into a black ball, suspended in midair. At this time, Kushina could also perceive the terrifying chakra rippling from Deidara's body. Advertisement under a chain reaction, it is estimated that everything around will be completely wiped out. Hateful. Hitaki Kakashi raised the flying thunder god kunai in his hand. As long as it is a last resort, let fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato come here. With Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god technique, maybe Deidara can be stopped. Chakra is poured into Duka. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of Hitaki Kakashi. He took the kunai. You still need me, Hitaki Kakashi. Namikaze Minato, wearing a Hokage cloak, stood in front of Hitaki Kakashi. Fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato. After the Third Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato, who took over the mantle of Hokage, is even more diligent. I have been looking for ways to strengthen Ninja Village. At the same time, I have been practicing hard, even imitating Tailed Beast Bomb, creating ninjutsu like Rasengan. Although it is only a semi-finished product, it is already very powerful. But standing in front of Deidara, he also felt a little tricky. Teacher, is there a way one? Hitaki Kakashi asked. Namikaze Minato frowned at this moment. Removing all of you may not be possible, but I should be able to remove Deidara. It's just a question of where to transfer, maybe it can be transferred to the seaside. Namikaze Minato clenched flying Thunder God Kunai, 4.7 looked nervous. Kenpachi carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders and walked up to Namikaze Minato. Hokage, it seems that this is still too superficial for you, leave it to me. Kenpachi smiles. So what if he's about to explode? Just hack him to death. At this time, Deidara has almost completely turned into a black ball. At the last moment, he sneered. I'm so sorry, Scorpio, but you should be proud to be part of my art. The Red Sand Scorpion who was fleeing for his life. Your shit art. I said the lousy might not die here. Suddenly, Kenpachi pushed the blindfold. The mighty Ryotsu burst out. The ground can't seem to hold up to Kenpachi's Ryotsu. It explodes. Namikaze Minato froze. This aura. Why, so outrageous? Isn't it trivial to stop him? Kenpachi said lightly. Chapter 165 Useless Explosion. Kenpachi Zanpakuto Liberation. Ryotsu exploded outside Kenpachi one after another. At this time, Kenpachi was really like a nuclear bomb, and everyone's eyes were straightened in shock. They have never seen such murderous aura and power. In front of Kenpachi, they are really like toddlers. It's not a level of combat power at all. Kenpachi raised his mouth slightly, and walked slowly towards Deidara. Deidara is only a thin line away from self-explosion. It will self-explode at any time, and then everything within a radius of 10 kilometers will be turned into scorched earth. Leave an indelible scar on the earth. Standing beside Kenpachi, Namikaze Minato was also shocked by Kenpachi's aura. The Cloud Shinobi evil spirit who dominated the Third Ninja World War back then has grown to this level now. Recalling the Third Ninja World War that year, the current Namikaze Minato still has lingering fears. The four great ninja villages besieged Cloud Shinobi, but they were all defeated. This is the gap in strength. Now after so many years, the strength has been stretched farther and farther. I'm Hokage now, and I'm not even Kenpachi's opponent. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly. It seems that this Hokage of mine can't protect Konoha. I can try to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer him away, it should be able to keep our people. Namikaze Minato said to Kenpachi. Kenpachi shook his head. Joke. If I can't even deal with Deidara, then what's the matter with my cultivation in Yunlei Gorge? Wouldn't it be of no use at all? He wants to use Flying Thunder God technique to transfer Deidara away? Isn't that an act of coward? No way to confront Deidara head-on? But Kenpachi is different. He is confident that he can use absolute strength to make Deidara's self-destruction become empty talk. Liberate. Nozarashi. Without further ado, Kenpachi freed his own Zanpakuto. While the blindfold is removed, Zanpakuto is released. At this moment, Kenpachi's strength has almost reached its peak. Kenpachi's Liberation Zanpakuto does not have any fancy functions, but simply enhances one's own strength. Whether it is strength, speed, or reaction in Ryotsu, they can all be raised to breathtaking levels in an instant. Today's Kenpachi is almost irresistible. Step out. Boom. The ground instantly cracked. Advertisement. The ground with a radius of 10 meters was directly turned into dust. What a strong force. Namikaze Minato gasped. Even a tailed beast cannot have such a calendar area. Kenpachi had fought with 9 tails before, and even beat 9 tails by a bit, and beat 9 tails submissively. Today's Kenpachi surpasses the tailed beast countless times. If the dried persimmon ghost shark is comparable to the tailed beast, then Kenpachi can no longer be measured by the tailed beast. In an instant, an afterimage rushed directly in front of Deidara. At this time, Deidara is only a moment away from self-destruction. Seeing this scene, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion was startled. What does he want to do? Can't think about it. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion felt that his head was not enough. With Flying Thunder God, Namikaze Minato might also be able to give these Konoha and Cloud Shinobi ninjas a way out. But Kenpachi rushed straight up. What happened? Looking for death. Could it be that he wants to take all his people to heaven together? What do you think? Kenpachi didn't say much, just held the gigantic Zanpakuto and slashed out with several knives. Boom. Count Ryotsu, mighty, shine like a waterfall. 4 huge Ryotsu, directly like a wall, wrapped Deidara inside. Right now, along with a huge flash, Deidara herself explodes with a bang. CO blew himself up. This is Deidara's largest and most powerful ninjutsu. The last explosion style used at the cost of sacrificing one's own life. Art is a blast. Drink. Deidara shouted with the last of his voice. The powerful impact, like thunder, exploded in the world. Airwaves and fire sources continued to hit the Ryotsu barrier. A beam of light shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the whole earth trembled violently. And Kenpachi's Ryotsu barrier is also constantly oscillating, as if it will be smashed directly at any time. How can it really block this blow? Namikaze Minato was startled. He is confident that his time and space ninjutsu is almost unmatched in today's ninja world. But this Kenpachi's strength is really too outrageous. Advertisement just cut 4 knives. It seems that Deidara's self-explosion can be done directly. This is not the same level of strength as my own bells and whistles. This is real power. This is Kenpachi, Cloud Shinobi. Cracks have already appeared on the Ryotsu barrier. This is enough to directly blow up a radius of 10 kilometers into a self-detonation, and the power is naturally not so simple. If it is only blocked by Ryotsu with 4 knives, then this Deidara is just in vain. Even the Red Sand Scorpion is feeling uneasy now. If the explosion spreads again, maybe the power will be even more astonishing? The impact of the explosion was tightly trapped in a space, and when the Ryotsu barrier is broken, perhaps the power will be even more terrifying. But there was no trace of fear in Kenpachi's eyes. It seems that it is not as strong as I imagined. Kenpachi smiled lightly and held up the Nozarashi in his hand. Slash out again. These few knives directly used a lot of Ryotsu in Kenpachi's body. Under the influence of Hogyoku, Kenpachi's power is also multiplied countless times by 92. 4 slashes brought 4 Ryotsu like a high wall. Standing around Deidara like a mountain. Boom. The whole land is divided into several pieces by this Ryotsu. The power seems to be more amazing than Deidara's self-destruction. Today's Kenpachi has unlocked the seal of the blindfold. Seeing the shocking scene in front of her, Kushina also widened her eyes. As this Kenpachi-sama, he's already this powerful. Kushina has always thought that his progress has been very significant. With Master Yi's guidance and breathing method, as well as the blessing of 9 tails, coupled with Kushina's talent, she is ahead of countless ninjas of her generation. But in front of Kenpachi, it is still not worth mentioning. Deidara's self-detonation impact set off layer after layer of waves in the Ryotsu barrier. And this can't break the Ryotsu barrier first. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion stared at this scene with huge eyes. He knows Deidara's strength, although in some places, the Red Sand Scorpion is not pleasing to the eye. But he knows the power of Deidara's self-destruct. With a radius of 10 kilometers, it will definitely be reduced to ashes. But it was blocked by Kenpachi. What kind of strength is this? Red Sand Scorpion. Am I still playing Hit the A*? How is this even possible? Advertisement Chapter 166 Reckless, Obito vs Kenpachi. At this time, the Red Sand Scorpion's mentality was a little broken. Even Deidara's self-destruct can't help Kenpachi. You know, this is a ninjutsu that can sublimate all within a radius of 10 kilometers. Can't even stop Kenpachi. The explosion dissipated. I saw 4 deep knife marks left on the ground, like a huge ravine. Ryotsu dissipated. Everyone was silent. The eyes are wide open. Is this a feat achievable by humans? How could this kind of strength appear in human beings? Master Kenpachi is really amazing. Everyone looked at Kenpachi and sighed. Kenpachi lightly undid Zanpakuto and put on the blindfold. In an instant, the suffocating breath returned to the early stage of the shadow class. Isn't it just a Deidara, which makes you so afraid? Kenpachi smiled, looking like the blow just now was mediocre. In the forest, the Red Sand Scorpion hid into Crimson Stream Amber and kept walking towards the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. He could tell that it was simply impossible to beat. It will not be an opponent at all. Even if he is himself, he may not necessarily be Kenpachi's opponent. Suddenly, the space in front of him distorted. The red sand scorpion was silent. He knew who was coming. Uchiha Obito appeared in front of the red sand scorpion. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? The red sand scorpion asked. Uchiha Obito shook his body and hit the red sand scorpion. Mangekyo Sharingan stared at him. Why are you going back? Uchiha Obito questioned. The red sand scorpion was silent for a long time, and said, Deidara is dead, and I alone will not be their opponent. If I continue to fight, I will repeat the mistakes of Kakuzu and Hidan. What the scarlet sand scorpion said was naturally the truth, and it was almost impossible for him to be their opponent now. Fight Kushina and Wooden Golem, maybe it's okay, but once Kenpachi makes a move, he is sure to die. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. What he hates the most is this ninja world and the 5 great ninja villages. Now the scarlet sand scorpion actually backed down in the battle with them. For Uchiha Obito, this is nothing short of betrayal. As a ninja, you flinched before completing the task. How can you explain ? Uchiha Obito's voice was full of anger. Advertisement. The red sand scorpion shook his body, seemingly indifferent. I'm a traitor, what do you think? The scarlet sand scorpion knew that he was no match, so naturally he would not continue to fight. Although it is not that simple to kill yourself. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm himself down. Next, let's meet them. Uchiha Obito said, this is your chance to make up for your mistakes. The red sand scorpion let out a long sigh, helpless. Listen to Uchiha Obito. Kenpachi and others just finished the battle and are resting. Suddenly, he saw a distortion in the surrounding space. Uchiha Obito and the red sand scorpion came out of it. The battle is not over yet. Uchiha Obito laughed. It's Uchiha Madara, Kushina gasped. Even Wooden Golem had a solemn expression on his face. Everyone was silent, and Namikaze Minato also took out his kunai, posing for a fight. This masked man brought them too much pressure. Killed Deidara, very capable, Uchiha Obito said. He killed himself, Kenpachi said. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly and did not continue with Kenpachi. You may not know what you are fighting against. Even if you kill Kakuzu and Deidara, it will not prove anything. Obito walked slowly towards them. Tail beast, sooner or later it will be in our pocket. After saying that, Obito trembled all over. The body twisted for a while and then appeared directly behind everyone. Wood-style cutting technique. Obito knocked on the bodies of the 2 ninjas with both hands, and immediately countless wooden stakes burst from the inside of the 2 ninjas. Straight into a hedgehog. Everyone was horrified. It's wood style, Namikaze Minato said in surprise. Even Hitaki Kakashi looked at it carefully for a long time before trembling slightly. It really is wood style, damn it, isn't this the ninjutsu of first Hokage? How did he master it? It was the first time for Hitaki Kakashi to see this kind of ninjutsu in other people's hands. Uchiha Obito gave a faint laugh. This is the power of the ninja god, a power that you will never be able to reach, and you are always just a group of ants. Hateful. Namikaze Minato snorted coldly, and the chakra in his hand condensed. Rasengan. Advertisement. This is inspired by Tailed Beast Bomb, a rank in ninjutsu developed by Namikaze Minato. Although it has not yet joined nature transformation, it can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. But even this kind of semi-finished product is much more powerful than normal ninjutsu. Blast straight to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito sneered. Let Namikaze Minato's attack fall on him, but what everyone didn't expect was that Namikaze Minato's Rasengan went straight through Uchiha Obito's body. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. What ability is this? My own attack couldn't hit Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito sneered and said, Namikaze Minato, even if you become Hokage, you are still such a waste. Facing Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito said that it was impossible for him not to hate. He can't even protect his own disciples, otherwise, Lin wouldn't die either. Seeing this scene, Ba also touched his chin. This strange ability is indeed rare. It can directly ignore the opponent's attack. Could this be the power of Uchiha Madara? Come on, Uchiha Madara, let us see how much you weigh. Looking at Uchiha Obito, Kenpachi couldn't hold back his fighting spirit again. Pull out the Nozarashi and slash. A Ryatsu, heading for Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito Sharingan flicked. Kamui. The space in front of Uchiha Obito continuously distorted, directly swallowing this Ryatsu. Then, Uchiha Obito drilled into the different dimension. Disappeared in front of everyone. Kenpachi frowned. Where did he go? At this moment, Uchiha Daiwing suddenly appeared from behind Kenpachi. Prepare to raid Kenpachi, and he completely underestimated Kenpachi's strength. Is it behind me? Kenpachi sneered. This kind of trick, to him, was nothing more than a tongue-in-cheek. His own speed has increased countless times in an instant. When Uchiha Obito was about to attack Kenpachi, he slashed with a backhand. Its speed is even countless times faster than Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was also dumbfounded. How could it be so fast? By the time Uchiha Obito reacted, Zanpakuto was within a centimeter of the belt. It's too late to take advantage of Kamui Hollow, chapter 167. Too weak. It seems that he is still a little too underestimated. How can a person who can survive the scene exposed by Deidara be so weak? It is the most taboo thing to act rashly without knowing the enemy clearly. I actually made such a mistake. Just when he felt some regret for his recklessness, the tattered-looking knife was about to cut himself. But at this moment, only a clang was heard. The scorpion tail of Scarlet Sand Scorpion's Feiluhu blocked it for him. The knife that was about to hit him, although it was only a momentary pause, was enough. U-220G Bo Obito took advantage of Kamui hollow his body and stepped back. For Yaoi Kenpachi, he was really a little confused. The action just now was so fast that he didn't even have enough time for hollow. Feiluhu's scorpion tail was severed in an instant. Advertisement at this time, the Red Sand Scorpion Alliance retreated, and just now he had tried his best to block Yaoi Kenpachi's knife. Only after facing his record, can he realize how terrifying that knife is. No wonder even Uchiha Obito was stunned there, unable to escape. Uchiha Obito retreated to the distance and looked at Yaoi Kenpachi, thinking about whether to fight him again now. And Yazuki Kenpachi just looked at Uchiha Obito like that, just fought against the guy who exploded by himself. He really didn't understand why it was going to explode at every turn, and it cost his own life. But I have to say that the power of his explosion is really interesting. There, he looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him with some excitement. He didn't care about the obstruction of the assassination just now. He just wanted to kill the masked guy in front of him. At this time the Uchiha Obito Sharingan has been opened. He wants to completely master Yazuki Kenpachi's movements. Advertisement for this powerful enemy in front of him, he has only now, started to really pay attention to it. Yazuki Kenpachi looked at Uchiha Obito there, just stared at himself without moving, and his eyes were like that, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Yaoi Kenpachi knows that it is the legendary Sharingan who can see through other people's actions. And it is said that it can evolve into a strong pupil technique. Yaoi Kenpachi looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him and took 2 steps forward, and then said there, "Your eyes should still evolve, that is to say, you can still become stronger?" Uchiha Obito, at this time has begun to become serious, he can't be careless about this enemy in front of him. Hearing Yaoi Kenpachi's graffiti, he looked at him and said, "You are very strong, if we can control you, then our strength will be greatly increased, but before that, we need to kill you first." Seeing the murderous look in Uchiha Obito's eyes, Yaoi Kenpachi was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. "It's really great, but now your strength is too weak, come to me after your eyes evolve, now I don't even have the interest to kill you." Hearing Yazuki Kenpachi's words, Uchiha Oda was also stunned there. He originally thought that he would fight to the death with this Yaoi Kenpachi here. Chapter 168 waiting for you to be strong. Although that would allow him to come up with his own tricks in advance, but there is no way. If the enemy in front of him is not defeated, the tailed beast cannot be obtained, and his plan will be terminated. Of course, this is something that is absolutely not allowed to appear, so he took a step forward there and came in front of Yaoi Kenpachi. He wasn't worried that he would attack him suddenly, because he knew that such a powerful person would never do such despicable things. Seeing Uchiha Obito walking in front of him, Yaoi Kenpachi smiled there, and then said, "Why have you decided to give up? A guy with potential like you, I think you can give it a try?" Uchiha Obito thought for a while, then looked at Yaoi Kenpachi and said, "Are you sure you want to fight me after I become stronger?" Yazuki Kenpachi nodded there. "Of course I am sure that being able to fight against the strong has always been the purpose of my survival." Uchiha Obito saw the trail of Yazuki Kenpachi, and continued there, "If I'm sure I can become stronger, but I need you to do something for me, would you be willing?" Namikaze Minato was next to him, heard what Uchiha Obito said, and hurried forward, looked at Yazuki Kenpachi and said, "Yazuki Kenpachi, don't listen to his nonsense, he is setting a trap for you." Yaoi Kenpachi glanced at Namikaze Minato with some doubts, then turned his head to look at Hashichinami Obito and said, "How do you want me to help you? Shall I teach you how to be a swordsman? That's impossible." Uchiha Obito shook his head there, and then said, "It's not like that, even if you teach me, I can't learn it, and I can't become stronger." Advertisement at this time, he turned around and looked at Wooden Golem and 8 Tails Killer Bee. "Actually, I just want Ishin to become stronger, so I want to grab Wooden Golem and 8 Tails Killer Bee to gain the power of the tail beast in them. As long as I find the 9-tailed beasts and catch them all, then I will become 10 Tails, the king of powers with the Sage of 6 Paths." Hearing the name of Sage of 6 Paths, Yaoi Kenpachi's eyes lit up immediately. He knew that he was the patriarch of the ninja world, and his strength could be said to have reached the point of destroying heaven and earth. Ask for flowers, if you can fight against him, it should be a good choice. After hearing Uchiha Obito's painting, Namikaze Minato, Wooden Golem, 8 Tails Killer Bee, and Shinji-Una all looked very ugly. This Uchiha Obito is really powerful, he has completely mastered Yaoi Kenpachi's mind. He knew Yaoi Kenpachi would not care about the rest as long as he could fight against the strong. So he made perfect use of his mood, and then wanted to get the power of 2-tailed beasts consisting of Wooden Golem and 8 Tails Killer Bee through his consent. The reason why the few of them are so anxious is because they already know the character of Yaoi Kenpachi, and he will definitely agree. But stripping the power of the tailed beast from Jinchuriki will kill him. Does Yaoi Kenpachi know about this? Namikaze Minato came again. Yaoi Kenpachi looked at Yaoi Kenpachi who was hesitating there and said, "Yaoi Kenpachi strips Jinchuriki's tail beast power. Then Jinchuriki himself will definitely die, so, work." Chapter 169 Probing. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Yaoi Kenpachi raised his hand there to stop him from continuing. Then he stared at Uchiha Obito and said, Are you sure you will become extremely powerful after you get the power of the tailed beast? Are you willing to fight with me when the time comes? Uchiha Obito nodded firmly there. He already knows a little bit about Yayoi Kenpachi's character. He is a person who can do whatever it takes as long as there is a battle. 330. As long as there are strong people fighting. During the conversation just now, he kept testing Yayoi Kenpachi to see if he could give himself the power of Wooden Golem and Eight Tails Killer Bee according to his intention. Uchiha Obito is a very smart person. He is actually betting on Yayoi Kenpachi's character as a fighting character. Now he feels that he has won, because Yayoi Kenpachi is obviously interested in what he said. Yayoi Kenpachi turned his head there to take a look at Wooden Golem and Eight Tails Killer Bee, and then he nodded and watched. Uchiha Obito said, "Okay, I agree to your conditions, but I have one requirement, that is, I must be present when you strip the power of the tailed beast." Such a request made everyone present Ichiraku. They didn't know what Yayoi Kenpachi was going to do, and Uchiha Obito looked at Yayoi Kenpachi with deep eyes, and he was trying to figure out Yayoi Kenpachi's mind. In fact, just after Yayoi Kenpachi agreed to Uchiha Obito's conditions, a system voice appeared in his mind. Agreed to Uchiha Obito's condition, successfully entered the territory of the Akatsuki organization, and was rewarded with the Super Dead Resurrection Talisman, whose function is to revive the person who was just killed within a time limit. Advertisement with such a thing. Yayoi Kenpachi certainly doesn't have to be afraid of anything anymore, and can resurrect Wooden Golem and Eight Tails Killer Bee. Then there is no need to worry about the fact that their tail beast will die after being stripped, so Yayoi Kenpachi readily agreed to his condition. But seeing Yayoi Kenpachi agreeing so happily, the others don't say anything, how surprised they are. Uchiha Obito couldn't believe it there, why Yayoi Kenpachi can do such a thing, even if he is a person with a fighting personality, this is a bit too exaggerated. You must know that the two nomads and the 8 killer bees can be said to be the fighting power that people respect. If he is taken away by himself like this, the loss of Cloud Shinobi village will be great. The most important point is the purpose of Yayoi Kenpachi. At the beginning, he thought that Yayoi Kenpachi was a combative personality. As long as he could fight against the strong, he would pay all the price, but he did such an outrageous thing that made him it is also somewhat unacceptable. Yayoi Kenpachi ignored it, and Uchiha Obito, who hesitated there and could not make up his mind, turned his head and looked at the two consisting of Wooden Golem and Eight Tails Killer Bee. "You two believe me, you won't die." A simple sentence, spoken from Yayoi Kenpachi, makes people feel so reliable, and they can't help but believe his words. Eight Tails Killer Bee was thinking purely there. He raised a fist, and then punched Yayoi Kenpachi, understood what Yayoi Kenpachi meant, and Eight Tails nodded there. Chapter 170 Don't Die. Believe you, you can't be wrong, you can't die, it's true. Eight Tails made his point there with his poor rap. At the moment Urwei and Wooden Golem also nodded firmly, seeing that the two Jinchuriki had already agreed, Namikaze Minato and Shinjunai had nothing to do. At this time, Uchiha Obito, who was next to him, also heard Yayoi Kenpachi's words, because Yayoi Kenpachi didn't force them to say. It seemed that this Yayoi Kenpachi would not cringe like 18 in doing anything. It turned out that Yayoi Kenpachi was confident that both Eight Tails and Urwei's Jinchuriki could survive, so he agreed to his conditions. But how is that possible? After Geto statue absorbed the power of the tail beast chakra, without chakra, these Jinchuriki must die there. In the past, experiments have been done, and it can be said that none of them can survive. Uchiha Obito took 2 steps forward there, then nodded and said, "Yasuki Kenpachi, I can agree to your conditions, but I can tell you one thing right now, after the two of them are deprived of Jinchuriki, they will definitely dead." Hearing his words, Yayoi Kenpachi said disapprovingly, "These things are not your concern. If you make a decision, then let's go on the road now. After letting the two of them absorb it, you still have a few mantises that you haven't absorbed yet." Hearing Yayoi Kenpachi's words, Uchiha Obito was surprised there, and he was also surprised when others heard Yayoi Kenpachi's meaning. Does he still want to help Feng Zibo take the chakra of other tailed beasts? Advertisement at this time, Namikaze Minato looked at Shin Jiuna next to him. The reason why they opposed Yayoi Kenpachi and let Urwei and Eight Tails leave here with Uchiha Obito is because their son Uzumaki Naruto is also one of the Jinchuriki, and he has the power of 9 Tails Jinchuriki. According to Uchiha Obito, if they want to collect 9-tailed beasts, their son is also in their plan. Shin Junai's eyes were full of deep worry there. Yayoi Kenpachi didn't care about this. He stared at Uchiha Obito with burning eyes and said, "If there are other tail beasts that you haven't got, I can help you. But there is one more thing to say before. If you absorb the power of the 9-tailed beasts, you will still not be able to become strong, and you will die miserably at that time. Even if you are very weak, the price of deceiving me will definitely make you regrettable." Uchiha Obito nodded there. He was a little confused about the form and style of Yayoi Kenpachi. 497. Don't think that he has mastered this, Yayoi Kenpachi's character, but he didn't expect this. It seems that he is too naive. Uchiha Obito saw that Yayoi Kenpachi had agreed. He turned his head to look at the red sand scorpion without saying anything, and the two walked forward. Now that Yayoi Kenpachi has agreed to hand over Wooden Golem and Eight Tails Killer Bee to them, they believe that the promise of the strong man will be fulfilled, and this seemingly powerful boy will not lie. Because such things don't make any sense at all, he even now feels that Uchiha Obito is very weak and wants to wait for his Sharingan to evolve before fighting him. Chapter 171 Use your brain. How could such a strong person use his brains in this regard? At this time, Uchiha Obito slowly turned his head to look at Yayoi Kenpachi. He was walking forward with them, and behind him was Wooden Golem and Eight Tails Killer Bee. As for Namikaze Minato and Shin Junai, who did not keep up, the two of them watched the figures of these people gradually go away. Shin Junai turned to look at Namikaze Minato and said, "Our son Uzumaki Naruto will also face such a fate, we should go back to accompany him now." Namikaze Minato nodded there. He also heaved a long sigh there. If it was only Uchiha Obito, he might still have the power to fight. But if even Yayoi Kenpachi is helping him now, then his son's fate will be the same as that of Eight Tails Killer Bee and Wooden Golem, as Shin Junai said. Sighing helplessly, Namikaze Minato and Shin Junai turned and left here. At this time, Yayoi Kenpachi, who was following Uchiha Obito and heading towards Uchiha Obito's secret base, also laughed there. Advertisement. It was strange for Uchiha Obito to look at him there. Anything funny? Yayoi Kenpachi glanced at him, and then said, "There must be other strong people in your organization. I don't know if their strength is much stronger than yours. If so, I will be very excited." Hearing Yayoi Kenpachi's words, Uchiha Obito was not nervous there, and frowned. He didn't expect that Yayoi Kenpachi wanted to fight to such an extent. As long as he was strong, he would be interested. Thinking about it there, then nodded. "There are indeed a few powerful people in our organization, but I just don't know if they can get into your eyes." Hearing his words, Yayoi Kenpachi laughed out loud there. "How can you know if you don't go to see me?" Uchiha Obito looked at Yayoi Kenpachi with some doubts and said, "You won't go to my secret base and have a mess?" Advertisement. Yayoi Kenpachi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will never stop you from gaining the power of the tailed beast. I'm still waiting for you to become stronger and I will fight you." Hearing Yayoi Kenpachi's words, Uchiha Obito looked there, and he didn't continue to say anything. As long as he doesn't prevent him from gaining the power of the tailed beast, it doesn't matter much even if he fights with those pervert guys, right? If those guys know that they brought back such a person, they should feel very interesting. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito grinned there. Seeing his happy appearance, Assassin's Breath showed a puzzled expression there. He didn't understand what Yayoi Kenpachi said to him. Could it be that Li Jiaojiao just asked him to take the tail beast to the secret base, and he believed Yayoi Kenpachi? This Yayoi Kenpachi is a very powerful character. If he stops Geto Statue's process of absorbing the tail beast at that time, I'm afraid the gain will outweigh the loss. But these things he can't explain to Uchiha Obito now. You can only continue to follow them forward. At this time, Erwei Jinchuriki and Eight Tails Jinchuriki were walking and chatting there. Chapter 172. Why do you think we should go with Yayoi Kenpachi and mess with him? I believe he is not wrong, he will definitely save us. Hearing the words of Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Erwei Jinchuriki not only frowned there. He didn't expect to treat Yayoi Kenpachi so trustingly. He looked at Eight Tails Jinchuriki with some doubts and asked, "Aren't you worried?" Eight Tails Jinchuriki smiled there, then looked at Erwei Jinchuriki with firm eyes and said, "I have already fought with him, and I already understand. He can definitely do what he wants, don't worry." Hearing Eight Tails Jinchuriki say this, Erwei Jinchuriki could only nod his head, and he didn't continue to say what. In this way, several people went all the way, and they walked for about 3 days. Finally came near a huge cave. Yayoi Kenpachi looked at the surrounding environment there, turned his head to look at Uchiha Obito and said, "I didn't expect that the place you are in is so hidden. There is such a big cave in the middle of the desert." Advertisement. Hearing his words, Uchiha Obito didn't say anything, and walked in first. Yayoi Kenpachi smiled and followed by Red Sand Scorpion, Byaku, and Two Tails Jinchuriki and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This is a very empty cave. It doesn't look like anything, it's just bigger. How many stone piles stand on both sides of the cave? Yayoi Kenpachi saw those fashions, and asked with some doubts, "Could this be the place where you rest?" Uchiha Obito was there looking at Yayoi Kenpachi and said, "We don't need to rest, this is where we absorb the tailed beast chakra." Ah, hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Erwei Jinchuriki and Eight Tails Jinchuriki turned their heads to look at him there. Then looking at the relatively empty cave here, it seems that there is nothing special in it. And at this moment Yayoi Kenpachi smiled there, "So how are you going to absorb their chakra?" From there Uchiha Obito looked towards a wall in front of them. Then it started to seal, and at this moment, there was a sudden movement on the wall, and a huge face appeared above the forehead of that face. Advertisement. Several eyes appeared there, but no eyeballs. Yayoi Kenpachi counted there, looking at the big ugly head. There are 9 eyes in total on the forehead. Two Tails Jinchuriki and Eight Tails Jinchuriki looked at each other, and they seemed to be a little afraid of this person's avatar. Uchiha Obito turned his head there, looked at Yayoi Kenpachi and said, "This thing is called Geto Statue, which is the chakra that absorbs the tail beast. Now that we've caught one, so there's already an eyeball on one eye, it's just a matter of catching all 9, and this outcast dream will be resurrected as 10 tails. If you absorb it at that time, you will become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, possessing the power of the Sage of 6 Paths." Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Yayoi Kenpachi nodded there. "Although it sounds troublesome, as long as you can become stronger, then there is no problem?" Uchiha Obito heard what Yayoi Kenpachi said, and it seemed that he didn't intend to make trouble. Looking at Uchiha Obito with a puzzled expression, Kenpachi waved his hand there. Chapter 173. "Don't worry, I keep my word, and I won't mess with you absorbing the tailed beast chakra. But I have to be there, because I'm going to save Wooden Golem and Killer Bee." After he said this, Uchiha Obito was even more strange there, and he didn't trust Yaoi Kenpachi from the beginning to the end. It is said that a ninja who has been stripped of his endurance can be revived. In fact, he even thought that what Yaoi Kenpachi said was just a frame. 2 tails Jinchuriki and 8 tails Jinchuriki are here. But looking at Yaoi Kenpachi's recognition now, it must be true. Is there any way he can be resurrected by Wooden Golem and Killer Bee? Uchiha Obito is a person who has seen miracles, and he knows that some people are very powerful. They have unimaginable, powerful ninjutsu. So when seeing Yaoi Kenpachi's serious appearance, it completely believed that Yaoi Kenpachi could resurrect Wooden Golem and Killer Bee. Advertisement. Since Yaoi Kenpachi had no intention of disturbing their plans to absorb Erway Jinchuriki and 8 tails Jinchuriki, he just put his mind at ease there. At this time he began to call his companions in the organization. Hearing his call, the members of the Akatsuki organization began to prepare and decide to start the work of absorbing the tail beast chakra. Yaoi Kenpachi excitedly watched the figures appearing one after another on the stone pillar. Although they were a bit illusory, they could still see their appearance clearly. There are Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Scorpion, and Pen. Deidara is dead, and Kakuzu was cut by him. Looking at the strong Yaoi Kenpachi one by one, he became a little excited there. He was eager to try there, and Uchiha Obito saw him like this and said quickly, "They are just phantoms, and they only returned to 70% of their power. Their real bodies are not here, but they are looking for the whereabouts of the tailed beasts in various other places. If you want to fight them, wait until their true form returns to fight them. Otherwise, they will not be able to exert their full strength, and they are not your opponents at all." Advertisement. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Yaoi Kenpachi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such a thing at all. Asking for flowers. So I looked at Uchiha Obito with some doubts and said, "There is still such a thing. Can they extract the chakra of the Mantissa if their real bodies don't come back?" Seeing Yaoi Kenpachi like this, and hearing his question, Pain stood there and spoke. "Who is this guy, Afe? Why is there such a murderous aura about him? Is it really safe to bring such a person here? Is he one of Akatsuki's new members?" Zero. And at this time, Kisame said, "And the two of the Fae should be assisted by people. Can they absorb their chakra without beating them to exhaustion? Can it be done?" Uchiha Itachi didn't speak. He kept staring at Yazuki Kenpachi. Yaoi Kenpachi also noticed his eyes looking at him and said, "Your eyes are also Sharingan, and your strength is also very strong. I don't know if you will have a chance to become stronger in the future. Do you want to become a 10-tails supporter?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head there, and then said, "I don't have that kind of thought. As for what you said about becoming stronger, what does it mean to be strong?" Hearing Zebo Itachi's words, Yu Kenpachi was stunned for a moment. Chapter 174. Stronger. Being stronger is very simple. It is stronger and stronger than you are now. Uchiha Itachi said there, "No matter how strong you become, there will be stronger people, so it doesn't make sense to me?" Hearing his words, Yaoi Kenpachi was stunned there. It seemed that he had no communication with this Uchiha Itachi at all, because his thoughts were not on the same line. For Yaoi Kenpachi, as long as he fights, as long as he defeats the strong, 827, is the meaning of his life, but Uchiha Itachi doesn't think so. There is no Uchiha Obito communicating with him again. "Now that your people are complete, let's get started." Hearing Yazuki Kenpachi's words, Uchiha Obito nodded there and looked at Erway Jinchuriki and 8 tails Jinchuriki. "Which of you two will come first?" 2 tails Jinchuriki was about to take a step forward, but 8 tails Jinchuriki came in front of Uchiha Obito in an instant. "Let me go first. I really want to know how you stripped the power of the tailed beast." Seeing 8 tails came in front of him in an instant, Erway Jinchuriki knew that 8 tails Jinchuriki was worried about himself, so he just wanted to do an experiment. Advertisement. Do you want to use your own death to prove that Yaoi Kenpachi can revive them? Seeing 8 tails Jinchuriki volunteering, Yaoi Kenpachi smiled there and said, "Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem." Uchiha Obito saw Yaoi Kenpachi indifferently and said, "You really just want to make me stronger and then defeat me? Your purpose is so weird that I can't figure it out." Yaoi Kenpachi said with a smile there, "It's already in this situation, isn't it a bit strange that you still think about these things?" Uchiha Obito nodded there. Then he didn't say anything, returned to his position and started to seal. And the 8 tails Jinchuriki was right in front of that huge stone head. After washing the cigarettes, I saw that the stone statue's mouth began to open slowly, and the teeth on it looked very scary. When the stone statue's mouth opened, 8 tails suddenly felt a terrifying power. It passed out from the stone statue and then covered itself, and after this power covered itself, it began to generate a huge suction. Advertisement. Start by drawing the chakra inside yourself, and suck it out. 8 tails Jinchuriki instinctively resisted there, but he found that once he was caught by this, he lost the ability to resist. He can only let him absorb all the tail beast chakra in his body. This process was undoubtedly very painful, but Yaoi Kenpachi saw 8 tails Jinchuriki like this and couldn't bear to see him in such pain. So he swung a knife and slashed directly at his back. This knife directly stunned 8 tails Jinchuriki to death. Erway Jinchuriki frowned seeing Yaoi Kenpachi doing this. He didn't understand why he insisted on agreeing to Yaoi Kenpachi 1.9. He also promised 8 tails Jinchuriki to do such a thing. Maybe this is his destiny. Seeing 8 tails Jinchuriki in such pain, he took 2 steps back there. Yaoi Kenpachi noticed his appearance, and turned his head to look at him there. If you really want to run, just run, but I think they will catch you sooner or later with their strength. Chapter 175 will die. If I'm not by your side, your tailed beast power will still be peeled off, and then you will die in the end. Seeing Yayoi Kenpachi's serious mood, Erwei Jinchuriki stepped back and finally stopped. Although it was cruel, he knew that what Erwei Jinchuriki said was right. He went back to Yayoi Kenpachi, looked at him and said, I will promise me at the very beginning, I don't want to feel that kind of pain. Yayoi Kenpachi nodded there, then didn't say anything, just continued to look at the 8 tails Jinchuriki of the stripped tail beast chakra. I saw the red chakra enter the stone statue along the big mouth of the huge stone statue. Yayoi Kenpachi also became curious about this stone statue, where he was thinking what would happen if he cut it down with a single knife now. Resisting the urge to do so, Yayoi Kenpachi also took 2 steps back. Regarding those 2 things, he was ready. After 3 hours of absorption, when the last trace of red chakra entered the Dao Golem's mouth. One eye on Demon Zhang's face suddenly flipped out a pupil, which looked like an eyeball. At this moment, Shirabi's body, which was suspended in midair, began to fall downwards, and Wooden Golem caught him in a flash, and then put him aside. As he expected, Shirabi had stopped breathing. There he looked up at Yayoi Kenpachi. At this time Yayoi Kenpachi nodded, and then came to 8 Tails Killer Bee's side. Advertisement. You dodge it first, I've revived him for too long, it's not good for her. Although Wooden Golem is very worried about the safety of 8 Tails Killer Bee, but after hearing what Yayoi Kenpachi said, he also agreed he could only retreat to the distance in a flash. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, including the rest of the Akatsuki organization, are observing this scene. They want to know how this person named Yayoi Kenpachi resurrected 8 Tails Killer Bee who had been stripped of his tail beast power. Yayoi Kenpachi took out a charm from his waist, which looked more like a detonating charm. Kisame laughed loudly and said, you don't want to use his revenge to wake it up? His bad jokes were ignored, but Uchiha Itachi, who was next to him, said there, Kisame, seriously look at that as not a detonator. Hearing Uchiha's words and seeing his serious expression, Kisame also became serious there. Staring at his pair of fish eyes, he observed the spell carefully. It is true that although the appearance is very similar, the runes on it are different. Just as he was about to say something there, Uchiha Itachi continued to say to 003. Kisame, stop talking, watch carefully and don't disturb him, we all want to see how he revives 8 Tails. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Kisame's mouth opened there did not make a sound. Among these people he only listened to Uchiha Itachi's words. At this time, Yayoi Kenpachi put the Super Dead Resurrection Talisman on 8 Tails Killer Bee's body, and then formed seals with his hands there, and the talisman began to burn. Ghost Shark shouted there. Look, I said he was the detonator. And at this time, Erwei Wooden Golem stared at Gujao, wishing he could rush up and fight him right now.